In Konoha the Chunin exams were approaching. Just as in the original course of events, shinobi from every village gathered in the leaf, eager and on edge, fists clenched in anticipation as unseen currents of tension flowed beneath the surface. At that moment, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura, who were also preparing to take the Chunin exams, had gathered in a tavern to share a meal together. Though it was called a tavern, it also served regular food and drinks, so the three of them could sit there openly chatting over dishes and beverages. The owner of the tavern was a young man named Nie Yun, who in truth was someone who had crossed over from another world. In his previous life on Blue Star, he had been a tavern owner and a certified master chef, someone who genuinely loved the art of cooking. He had also been a devoted fan of the Naruto story. One day, after drinking himself into a stupor, he woke to find that he had somehow crossed into the world of the shinobi and arrived in the Leaf Village, becoming an ordinary villager within Konoha. Not only had his age been rolled back, returning him to the appearance of a 16-year-old youth, but he had also awakened a sign-in system. As long as he completed the daily sign-in, he could obtain rewards. Money, chakra, ninjutsu weapons, and even rare Kekii Genkai might all fall into his hands. Sometimes the sign-in came with additional conditions. Some were simple, for example doing 100 push-ups before checking in. Others, however, were utterly absurd, even veering into strange mischievous demands. Of course, there were conditions that Nie Yun would firmly refuse without a second thought, turning them down with a clear conscience. Fortunately, failing to complete a sign-in did not bring any punishment, which allowed him to ignore the most outrageous requests at ease. So Nie Yun settled down in the Leaf, returning to his old trade and opening a tavern of his own. While running the place and enjoying a peaceful life, he methodically completed the tasks tied to his sign-ins. 3 years passed in this way. Relying on the rewards he had accumulated, Nie Yun's strength grew until it neared that of a Kage. By now he was roughly equivalent to 2 Kakashi at his current level put together. The system's interface listed his current status quite clearly: host, Nie Yun. Strength, quasi-Kage level. His chakra reserves were immense, and he had attained high proficiency in all 5 basic elements: fire, earth, lightning, wind and water, along with a Kekii Genkai related to bone manipulation and a stealth technique, as well as specialized weapons like the Dragon Bone Blade and the Chinkuan Wine Gourd. By the time the Chunin exams in the Leaf finally arrived, his overall abilities were formidable. "Brother Nie Yun, I'm starving here, hurry up and bring the food." Naruto, his blonde hair as messy as ever, shouted loudly from the table, clearly on very familiar terms with the tavern's owner. "Naruto, you idiot, be quiet. Brother Nie Yun's cooking is so good that of course it takes time, don't bother him." Sakura raised her fist in warning as she scolded him, then turned with a gentle tone. "Right, Sasuke." Sakura immediately raised her fist as if to discipline Naruto for his rudeness. Sasuke paid no attention to either of them, answering only with silence. Naruto, clutching his head, stubbornly insisted, "But I can already smell the food. Brother Nie Yun must be almost done." Clutching his head, Naruto continued to protest stubbornly. Sure enough, after a short while a handsome young man appeared carrying 4 freshly cooked claypot rice dishes over to their table. This young man was of course Nie Yun. "Thank you for waiting," he said with an easy smile as he set the dishes down. "You've all worked hard." At his words, Naruto immediately dug in with excitement, and even the usually aloof Sasuke seemed visibly moved by the aroma and the sight of the food. Nie Yun's cooking was simply too delicious. With 5,000 years of Wagwa culinary tradition behind him, the flavors he created utterly outshone any food in this shinobi world. Before long, Nie Yun's tavern had replaced Ichiraku ramen in their hearts. He felt no guilt about edging out Otsutsuki Ichiraku's business. After all, in his mind it simply meant the other's skills were not up to par. "Are you 3 planning to take this year's Chunin exams?" Nie Yun asked, though he already knew the answer. Naruto puffed out his chest and declared, "Of course. My goal is to become Hokage. Becoming a Chunin is just a necessary step on the way." Sakura nodded seriously. "Yes, brother Nie Yun, we're taking part this year too, even though we only graduated half a year ago." Sasuke simply gave a quiet affirmative grunt in response. Nie Yun smiled faintly. He almost wanted to tell Naruto and Sasuke that in truth neither of them would ever become a Chunin in the conventional sense, but in the end he swallowed the words and kept them to himself. He had intended to say more, but a familiar chime suddenly rang out in his mind, the system's notification. "Then I wish you all the best on your exams," he said instead. "I'll head back to the kitchen. Take your time eating, just leave the payment on the table." With that he excused himself. He walked away with an easy, almost dashing air, the casual grace of his departure leaving Sakura momentarily dazed. "Brother Nie Yun is so handsome and so gentle," she thought to herself. "It's a pity the age difference is too much. If only Sasuke could be that gentle too." Once in the kitchen, Nie Yun finally focused his attention inward and opened the system interface. It was noon, exactly 12 o'clock, the time for his daily sign-in had come. A clear chime echoed in his mind. Ding. Today's sign-in is now available. The conditions for today appeared. Find Orochimaru, who is currently lurking in a leaf, invite him to a meal, and then complete the sign-in. If not completed, the task will refresh tomorrow at noon. The reward: an Orochimaru gift box. The explanation noted that opening the gift box would grant rewards related to Orochimaru. After reading the task, Nie Yun was utterly speechless. In his heart he cursed the system's twisted sense of humor. Although Orochimaru, Uncle Snake as Nie Yun thought of him, was one of his favorite characters in the Naruto story largely because of Orochimaru's devotion to science, the reality was that Orochimaru had come to invade the leaf. How could someone like that casually accept a stranger's invitation to dinner? And what was the point of all this? Was he supposed to make Orochimaru fall in love with his cooking? Still, however twisted the premise, the reward the system offered was undeniably tempting: an Orochimaru gift box. As a scientist of the shinobi world and one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru was in a sense a treasure trove in human form. His ninjutsu summoning techniques, scientific research, and forbidden arts such as reincarnation and Edo Tensei, any one of them would be an incredible prize. For those reasons alone, Nie Yun decided it was worth attempting. He also felt a certain curiosity. He wanted to meet this legendary Sannin with his own eyes. Out on the streets of the Leaf Village, Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja, walked slowly along. Returning to this place after so long, he allowed old memories of his days in Konoha to surface as he observed the familiar surroundings. Konoha, I've returned, but this time I am here to destroy you, he thought silently. Orochimaru intended to prove himself through the village's destruction, and in doing so claim the pair of eyes he coveted above all else. Sharingan. As Orochimaru plotted his schemes, a hand suddenly clapped him on the shoulder from behind. Instantly he tensed and turned a guarded gaze toward the person who had touched him. Were they not in the middle of Konoha, he would already have torn out the intruder's heart without hesitation. He saw that the newcomer was a young man, eyes alight with excitement. Brother Grass Ninja, it really is you three? The youth exclaimed. Orochimaru responded, still slightly taken aback. This is great, I never expected we'd meet again in the leaf after 3 years, the youth went on enthusiastically. Back then you saved me, but I never even had the chance to ask your names before you left. This time I insist on treating you to a meal to thank you for saving my life. Orochimaru was still somewhat dazed. The 3 grass nin he was impersonating had long since been killed and buried. Could this youth actually be an acquaintance of theirs from the past? No way I could be this unlucky, he thought. Watching Orochimaru's bewildered expression, Nie Yun almost burst out laughing, but he forced himself to hold it in as he continued to act overly enthusiastic, tugging them along toward his tavern. Orochimaru did not want to go, but he could not risk making a move here, so he allowed himself to be pulled along. His 2 subordinates had no choice but to follow as well. Come, honored grass nin brothers. This whole table of dishes is just a small token of my gratitude, and here is a fine bottle of liquor as well. Inside the small tavern, Nie Yun received the 3 with boundless enthusiasm, as if he were truly entertaining the benefactors who had saved his life. At this moment Yun had calmed down. From Nie Yun's demeanor he could not detect the slightest flaw, nor did he sense any ripple of chakra from him. Since the other party had not discovered that the 3 of them were imposters, Yun decided simply to go along with the situation. It would add another layer of cover to his infiltration of Konoha. Little brother, it was nothing more than a small effort. Think nothing of it. Dashawan in his rasping voice did his best to blend into his assumed role. He picked up his chopsticks and tasted the unfamiliar dishes laid out before him. In an instant the aroma wrapped itself around every corner of his palate. This man, who was becoming more and more like a serpent, once again felt a faint trace of humanity. Not bad at all, he thought. Though he had not lowered his guard, Yun found his trust in Nie Yun quietly increasing. After all, a typical ninja knew only how to fight, they could never create food this delicious. Well then, grass nin brothers, how is it? Does it taste good? It's good, came the reply. Seeing this, Nie Yun silently praised both his own acting and his cooking in his heart. Of course the credit also belonged to the reward he had received a year ago from a check in a concealment technique that could perfectly hide any fluctuation of chakra. Not to mention Yun, Nie Yun was confident that even in front of the so-called god of shinobi Chinchou, as long as he did not make a move, the other party would never perceive the slightest trace of his chakra. It was a technique worthy of being called divine. Only if he were observed by special eye techniques such as Byakugan or Sharingan could anyone sense that Nie Yun was a ninja at all. That was why he dared to act so boldly. Grass nin brothers, have you come to Konoha to take part in the Chunin exams? Nie Yun asked, pouring their drinks as though casually. Yes, that's right, came the reply. Then Nie Yun put on a troubled expression. He was preparing to start his little deception, otherwise simply treating Yun to a meal would be far too dull. Since he was going to indulge his dark sense of humor, he would see it through to the end. As expected, Yun keenly noticed Nie Yun's repeated hesitation. His curiosity was piqued and a sharp glint flashed through his snake-like eyes. "What is it?" "There's something I'm not sure I should say," Nie Yun murmured. "A few days ago I heard one of my customers drunk on wine mention that this Chunin exam Konoha is holding this time may not be so simple." Nie Yun spoke in a nervous whisper. Yun asked, growing more alert. "It seems like some kind of trap laid for an important figure." "I don't know the details," Nie Yun said. "In any case, you must be careful not to get caught up in it." "I'll go add another dish, take your time and eat," Nie Yun said. With that he left with an easy air, leaving Yun behind with endless doubts. Yuan's first reaction was disbelief. After all, his informant Do had been rooted in Konoha for many years and had received no information of this kind. Yet Nie Yun seemed to have no reason to lie to him. Could it be he wondered that Do's rank is too low, that he simply has no authorization to access such information? The more he thought, the more unsure Yun felt, and the more he suspected that Konoha might have set a trap specifically for him. Even if it was only a possibility, Yun was not the kind to act without certainty. The plan to attack Konoha was known only to his own side and to Tsunade of the Land of Wind. There was no chance of leaks from his people, thus it was highly likely that the problem lay in Tsunade's intelligence. Snakes were naturally cold and suspicious by nature. With Nie Yun's words added on top, Yun found this possibility more and more convincing. Meanwhile, in the back kitchen, Nie Yun was laughing freely. Though he did not know exactly how effective his words would be. Fooling Yun was exhilarating. Now he had the final dish ready for the Uncle Serpent. "Grasneen brothers, here it is, the last dish," he called. "It's called stir-fried green snake and white snake." Yuan's pupils shrank sharply, a wave of killing intent spreading from him. Nie Yun pretended not to notice and continued explaining, "It's actually just bean sprouts stir-fried with garlic scapes, just a bit of a gimmick. Please don't laugh." The killing intent Yun released was not because of the idea of eating snakes, but because this dish seemed to him like a warning. A warning that this time things might not go as smoothly as he had planned. Had Nie Yun known what was going through Yuan's mind, he would have laughed himself to tears. The science-believing Yun had actually been fooled into a touch of superstition by his words. Ding! Condition fulfilled, treating Yun to a meal. Congratulations, host, today's check-in is complete. Reward a Yun gift box. As the system prompt sounded, a golden treasure box appeared before Nie Yun's eyes, its four sides carved with bas-reliefs of Yuan, making it look extraordinarily eerie. Though he very much wanted to open the box immediately, Yun was still nearby. Nie Yun feared betraying himself, so he decided to send this formidable guest on his way first. Thus both sides, their minds elsewhere, continued a half-hearted desultory conversation for a short while. At last Yun left in haste, carrying a belly full of doubts. "During your time in Konoha, feel free to come by. I'll treat you to a meal," Nie Yun said with a small easy smile. Turning away, he finally shed his mask and returned to his cool, detached elegance. He guessed that Yun would now hurry to Do to inquire about the latest intelligence. Nie Yun, however, could not be bothered. Even if Yun realized he had been fooled, he would not dare lay a hand on Nie Yun within Konoha. And even if it came to a fight, Nie Yun did not fear him. "Now let's open this treasure box," he murmured. Open the box. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a ninjutsu system-enhanced Edo Tensei. Hearing the name of the reward, Nie Yun froze in place. Edo Tensei, this bug-like technique in the world of Naruto, had actually fallen into his hand, and it was a system-enhanced version. System-enhanced Edo Tensei. After enhancement by the system, this forbidden technique no longer requires sacrifices or target cells to be cast. Instead, it draws at random from among deceased ninjas, selecting 5 with strength at Quasi-Kage level or above. From these, the host may choose one to resurrect, possessing their full peak power from life. Each resurrection lasts for 24 hours, and the revived ninja will never betray the host. Not bad at all, Nie Yun thought. He was thoroughly satisfied that the enhanced version could be said to have removed all the inconveniences of Edo Tensei. No more digging up graves, no more searching for living sacrifices. If the sacrifice was not suitable, the summoned ninja's power would be greatly diminished. It had always been a bit of a chicken rib technique in that sense. Now, though the system-enhanced version drew targets at random, it still offered a measure of choice, and the pool consisted entirely of quasi-cage level and above powerhouses. It would undoubtedly become one of his greatest trump cards. Nie Yun was already eager to test it. Seeing that evening was drawing near, he closed up the shop and headed for an uninhabited deep valley outside Konoha village. Edo Tensei. He wondered whom he would summon with his first attempt. This was the place he usually came to practice ninjutsu, very secluded, perfect for testing the impure world reincarnation. After all, this technique was classified as a forbidden art in Konoha, and getting caught would be quite troublesome. Nie Yun quickly completed the hand seals with great proficiency and let out a low shout. Impure world reincarnation. He felt the chakra in his body rapidly drained by nearly 1/5. Immediately after, the appearances and introductions of 5 different ninjas appeared before him. Please select one candidate from the 5 below to perform the impure world reincarnation. First, Shanjieu Banzang, the demigod of the ninja world cage level. Damn, Nie Yun exclaimed, the first one is already this strong. Shanjieu Banzang, the powerful ninja who bestowed the title of the 3 ninja upon Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, was among the top-tier cage-level powerhouses. Second, Konoha's White Fong Chimu's William cage level. This one is also good. The father of Kakashi Hatake, a standout among cage-level powerhouses, but unfortunately died from the slander of his own people. However, summoning him in Konoha would easily cause trouble. Third, the 8th clan leader of the Kagaya clan, Hui Jianglei cage level. Nie Yun shook his head, indicating he didn't recognize him. He must be an ancestor of the Kagaya clan from the Warring States period. Fourth, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, Shigua Hiten Gue semi-cage level. Trash. Next one. Fifth, Mito Uzumaki, wife of the first Hokage cage level. If the wife has appeared, can the first Hokage Hashirama Senju be far behind? Obviously, Nie Yun still wanted to draw Zhujian and ban the 2 gods of the ninja world. Even if they didn't fight, just chatting would be very interesting. After much deliberation, Nie Yun chose to resurrect Hui Jianglei using the impure world reincarnation, the ancient ancestor of Kimimaro. He resurrected him to gain experience in the application of the Shikatsumiyaku Dead Bone Pulse. After all, Shikatsumiyaku was one of his most powerful attack abilities at present, and strengthening it would be beneficial. Moreover, if evolved to the highest level, it could even transform into the all-killing Ash Bones, showing immense potential. System, I want to resurrect Hui Jianglei. Ding. Successfully resurrected Hui Jianglei for the host. With the system's voice, a coffin suddenly rose from the soil. Immediately after, the coffin lid eerily opened by itself and a tall ninja stepped out. Who dares to disturb my slumber? Those resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, though forever unable to escape Nie Yun's control, still possessed their own consciousness and memories. Only then could they exert their maximum strength. Tell me the evolution method of Shikatsumiyaku. Nie Yun got straight to the point. He was not familiar with Hui Jianglei and didn't want to waste words, simply treating him as a tool. Unable to resist Nie Yun's command, Hui Jianglei poured out all the information about Shikatsumiyaku. Nie Yun obtained the information he wanted. Shikatsumiyaku indeed had room for upward evolution, but the specific method had been lost by them. However, combining the information given by Jianglei, Nie Yun could guess a thing or two. It should also require merging with the Qinsho and Yuzhibo bloodlines. After all, the entire Naruto series followed this pattern. Zhujian cells and Xiaolunyan could be transplanted plug-and-play. After finishing the inquiry, Nie Yun said, let's have a fight. He wanted to temper and strengthen himself through actual combat. After all, for the past 3 years he had only obtained rewards through check-ins with almost no real combat. Now with the impure world reincarnation, he could spar with different experts every day, accumulating experience. Young man, although I don't know what method you use to control me and make me unable to resist your orders, once actual combat begins anything can happen. Hui Jianglei gave a sinister yet well-meaning warning. Nie Yun smiled and replied, although I am not as strong as you, if I dare not challenge even a powerful figure under my control, how can I survive in this ninja world? As he spoke, a bone blade materialized in his hand from thin air. This was the divine artifact Dragon Bone Blade, a reward from check-in, and one of the reasons he dared to challenge a cage level as a semi-kage. The Dragon Bone Blade was highly compatible with Shikatsumiyaku. In an instant, the originally meter-long blade transformed into a 2-meter greatsword, achieved by Nie Yun combining his own bones with the Dragon Bone Blade. At the same time, the Dragon Bone Blade could enhance the sharpness and hardness of Shikatsumiyaku bones. In theory, as long as Nie Yun had enough bones, he could even form a 40-meter-long greatsword. The seasoned Hui Jianglei clearly noticed the mutual evolution between the Dragon Bone Blade and Shikatsumiyaku. A flicker of envy passed through his eyes. Young lad, let me show you the true power of Shikatsumiyaku. His hands grew massive bone weapons, and howling he charged at Nie Yun. Nie Yun also raised his blade and charged. Moments later, the two clashed. Hui Jianglei's immense force sent Nie Yun staggering back, but his bone blade had already cracked inch by inch. Too weak. Then try this lightning bone. Instead of getting angry, Nie Yun laughed. The surface of his bone blade was actually covered in a layer of lightning. Not bad, not bad. To think you can apply Shikatsumiyaku to this extent. Hui Jianlei revealed an appreciative smile. He was about to get serious. Half an hour later, Nie Yun returned to his tavern. His original clothes were already tattered. Shikatsumiyaku was good in every way, but it was hard on clothes. There were also many scars of various sizes on his body. The battle with Hui Jianlei ended with Nie Yun exhausting his chakra. After all, the opponent was an impure world reincarnation with an incredible chakra recovery speed. If not for this characteristic, Nie Yun with his flashy attack methods would have been able to tie with him. But Nie Yun also benefited greatly using Shikatsumiyaku more freely and skillfully. Nie Yun decided to persist with this kind of practical sparring, but the next opponent must be even stronger. In a dark corner of Konoha, Yaosher Do stood respectfully before Dashwan. Do, what intelligence do you have on that tavern owner Nie Yun? Lord Dashwan, that man is not a ninja, so I haven't investigated much. I only know he came to Konoha 3 years ago. I'll give you 3 days. I want his complete information. May I ask, my lord, what is special about this man? You don't need to know. Dismissed. Dashwan said coldly. After leaving Nie Yun, Dashwan gradually realized that he seemed to have been led around by the nose by this guy. Nie Yun had already been added to his watch list. At this time, Nie Yun was unaware, leisurely living his own small life with daily check-ins being unremarkable. Until a few days later, the highly anticipated Chunin exam officially began. Ding! Today's sign-in has begun. Condition: prepare a delicious picnic for Naruto in the Forest of Death. Reward: wind release advancement treasure box. Nie Yun stood up and stretched, finally ready for action. Compared to cooking in the tavern, he preferred this immersive cooking experience in the storyline, especially since there was a reward to be had which greatly lifted his spirits. Moreover, the sign-in rewards related to the plot would be exceptionally generous, as if the system was encouraging him to participate in the unfolding narrative. Calculating the time, Naruto and the others should have completed the first exam and gathered outside the Forest of Death preparing for the second exam. However, it wouldn't be easy to have a good meal with Naruto and the others right now. Orochimaru had long set his sights on Sasuke and the team, and as soon as the second exam started, he would come to test and plant a strawberry on Sasuke. Tisk, that scene is a bit beautiful. So preparations must be made in advance to surprise Uncle Snake later. Somewhere in the Forest of Death. At this moment, the second exam was about to begin. Nie Yun had already crossed the railing and entered the Forest of Death. Impure world reincarnation. Let's see which powerful beings will be fortunate enough to battle Orochimaru this time. That's right, Nie Yun did not plan to take action himself. Instead, he would let the impure beings handle Orochimaru while he watched the show from the sidelines. He was momentarily stunned when he saw the chosen ones for this round of impure reincarnation. What a familiar face! It seems that fate truly has a hand in this. Then it's decided you'll be the one. Orochimaru will definitely be startled to see you. The Chunin exam's second stage is a 5-day survival challenge in the Forest of Death. Each ninja team possesses either a heaven or earth scroll, and only by collecting a complete set of both scrolls and heading to the central tower of the Forest of Death can they pass. Protecting oneself, defeating enemies, and seizing scrolls puts their comprehensive abilities as ninjas to the test. As a team of ninjas who had just become official for less than half a year, Naruto's team was severely lacking in experience in this regard and was immediately targeted by a team of rain ninjas. Naruto, who was just relieving himself, was captured, and a rain ninja disguised as Naruto returned to Sakura and Sasuke. Sasuke cast a glance at the fake Naruto and immediately knocked him to the ground with a punch. Sakura was startled. Naruto is not left-handed. Your ninja tool pouch has already exposed you. Tell me where Naruto is. Sasuke asked fiercely. Nie Yun was watching the entire process not far away, and the sensation of witnessing the plot unfold firsthand was quite intriguing. I wonder what it feels like to participate. For the past 3 years I have viewed the world and its events from the perspective of an observer, and I am somewhat worried that I might change the familiar plot. I originally thought I would remain a bystander, but as the plot of Naruto gradually unfolds and the once familiar scenes are reenacted in different forms, I realize I cannot help but get involved. Not interacting with those characters I once liked or disliked. Even without the system's nudging, I am already destined to be part of the Naruto storyline. Since that's the case, I will boldly participate. Perhaps new surprises await. Nie Yun's thoughts shifted constantly, and after a long time he finally made up his mind to wander in the Naruto world according to his heart, no longer remaining an observer. He jumped down from the branch and slowly walked towards Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto, you idiot, how could you get caught so easily? If it weren't for Sasuke, our scroll would have been taken. Sakura kept complaining about Naruto. Hearing Sakura praise Sasuke made Naruto feel a bit sour, and he stubbornly retorted, Sasuke just got lucky, I could have done it too. It's easy to grab the scroll back after it's been taken. You're really infuriating. Sasuke-kun, what's wrong? Just as Sakura was about to teach Naruto a lesson, she saw Sasuke stop in front of her. A delicious aroma of food wafted from the upwind. Someone was ahead. Sasuke subconsciously twitched his nose, the smell was quite enticing. Next to him, Naruto also took a few deep breaths. Yeah, there's the smell of food, such a familiar scent, I've smelled it before in Konoha. Let's be cautious. Sakura said worriedly. Yes, let's sneak over to take a look. The three of them cautiously made their way toward the source of the aroma. As they parted the bushes, they saw a familiar figure sitting by the river grilling fish with many other delicious-looking dishes nearby. Upon seeing this scene, Naruto recklessly charged out from the hiding bushes. Sakura and Sasuke didn't have time to pull him back. Big brother Nie Yun, how did you end up here? What delicious food have you prepared? It smells amazing. Sasuke and Sakura had no choice but to reveal themselves. Nie Yun looked back in surprise and said, how are you guys here? Aren't you participating in the Chunin exam? As Naruto was about to approach, Sasuke pulled him back. Naruto, be careful, it might be a trap. But this time Naruto directly retorted, how could big brother Nie Yun be fake? Who could possibly replicate such delicious food? Sasuke was speechless. Naruto made a good point, he found himself unable to refute it. They all sat around the campfire. Nie Yun said, so your Chunin exam is taking place here. Naruto was too busy munching on grilled fish when Sakura asked, big brother Nie Yun, how did you end up here? I came out to pick mushrooms, do you believe me? Nie Yun spoke casually without a hint of embarrassment. The three of them shook their heads in unison. Come on, what kind of luck would it take to find mushrooms deep in the forest of death? Nie Yun smiled as he explained, I came out today to pick mushrooms and gather ingredients. As I walked here, I found the fish here to be very fatty, so I decided to have a picnic, and then I ran into you. Sasuke, standing nearby, skeptically remarked, big brother Nie Yun, how did a regular person like you get in here and walk so deep? This place is extremely dangerous. Nie Yun gave him a sidelong glance. The little guy seemed quite clever. Well, I don't know either. I encountered a hole in a barbed wire fence on the way and just crawled through. I haven't encountered much danger, maybe just luck. Nie Yun had one more thing to add, all the dangers had turned into the ingredients they were currently enjoying. After a while. Ding. Today's sign-in task is complete. Please collect your reward. Before the system could finish speaking, Nie Yun sensed an overwhelming killing intent approaching. He knew Orochimaru was coming. Nie Yun instinctively glanced at Sasuke beside him, feeling a wicked sense of amusement in his heart. Sasuke, if I weren't here, you would have been marked by someone who covets your body today. Clearly Nie Yun had already decided to protect Sasuke this time. As his customer for 3 years, without him things would indeed lose a lot of fun. Moreover, Nie Yun was also quite curious as to how Sasuke would grow if he took another path. Would he still be that brat who, when the sun shines and the rain stops, thinks he's capable and acts tough only to get beaten the hardest? Probably not. After all, Konoha's environment for growth isn't that bad. While Nie Yun was pondering, the killing intent in the distance had already drawn near. Having just knocked out his former disciple Yushiyu, Orochimaru was rapidly approaching Sasuke. He had been coveting Sasuke's body for a long time, and judging by his disciple's reaction just now, Konoha probably had no traps, or at least none aimed at him. The thought that he had been deceived by a chef made Orochimaru quite furious. After executing his plan to bring Konoha to ruin, he would destroy Nie Yun's tavern and then take him to the Sound Village to cook exclusively for him. And every meal must be different. If it was the same, he would have him torn to pieces. Orochimaru devised a brutally torturous plan for Nie Yun from the perspective of a chef. Not far away, Nie Yun couldn't help but sneeze. What is this scent so fragrant? Orochimaru couldn't help but sniff. And so familiar. A very ominous feeling rose in Orochimaru's heart. He shook his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, for hesitation leads to defeat. Orochimaru was confident in his strength. In the entire Hidden Leaf, aside from the aging third Hokage, no one was a match for him. So he appeared directly before Naruto's team. What were they doing? Eating grilled fish and singing songs. Was this still the Chunin exam? Wait, that young man. Wasn't he the tavern owner who had fooled him? What was he doing here? He was definitely suspicious. Seeing a grass ninja appear, Naruto and the others immediately became alert and guarded, positioning Nie Yun in the center. In their eyes, Nie Yun was merely a helpless chef. Nie Yun felt quite pleased. These kids were really loyal, he hadn't spoiled them for nothing. Just as Orochimaru was about to make a move, Nie Yun spoke first. "Brother Grass Ninja, it's you. What a coincidence," Nie Yun said with a sly grin. Orochimaru felt mocked. Yes, what a coincidence, he was just about to find him. Sasuke and Sakura had already sensed the intense hostility, but Naruto remained oblivious. "Brother Nie Yun, you two know each other." "Sasuke, idiot, he's brother Nie Yun's enemy." The hot-blooded idiot Naruto finally understood, the other was an enemy. He immediately launched a verbal taunt at Orochimaru. "Hey Grass Ninja. The scroll for the Chunin exam is right here with me. Come and get it if you can." Then he turned to Nie Yun and said, "Brother Nie Yun, you go. Go first." When Naruto turned back, he found Nie Yun had already retreated far away. Naruto was speechless but at the same time relieved. There was no need to worry about brother Nie Yun being caught in the battle. Orochimaru didn't care either, after all he was just an ordinary person. He could capture him anytime. Naruto multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto began with a classic move. Over a dozen shadow clones charged at Orochimaru. Bang! 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 In an instant Naruto's shadow clones were all destroyed and his real body was sent flying backward by a punch to the stomach from Orochimaru. He crashed into a tree and temporarily lost consciousness. Sakura, heal Naruto. I'll handle him. As Sasuke spoke, he used the smoke from Naruto's clones to approach Orochimaru, throwing a kunai with an explosive tag at close range. Sasuke was very confident in his kuna throwing skill. At such close range it was sure to hit. But this time he was disappointed. Just as the kunai was about to strike, the opponent moved horizontally several meters as if teleporting, dodging the kunai and the explosion. Sasuke was stunned. He knew it wasn't teleportation, it was just speed too fast for his eyes to follow. He was about to activate his Sharingan when he heard the opponent's laughter. He, an interesting combination, but you are still too weak. Uchiha Sasuke, let me see the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The opponent extended his tongue like a snake, licking his cheek, wounded by the explosion. A flash of excitement in his serpentine eyes passed, emitting a fierce killing intent. Sasuke, who was about to activate his Sharingan, suddenly stopped. Such terrifying killing intent. How many people has this guy killed? He was afraid, his body trembling slightly. The killing intent of this person was even more terrifying than Momochi Zabuza's. Back then they had Kakashi by their side. But now it was only the three of them as genin. How could they face such a fearsome enemy? Tisk tisk tsk. Scared. Then be prepared to die. Summoning Jutsu. Orochimaru's purpose this time was not only to plant the curse mark on Sasuke but also to plant the seed of power in his heart. To make him willingly follow him, to gain power and become his vessel. That's why he used the summoning jutsu against these genin, but he only summoned an ordinary giant serpent. After all, if Manda appeared here, the hidden leaf would quickly detect him. A gigantic python appeared before the stunned Sasuke and charged at him. Sasuke was so terrified he couldn't even move his legs to dodge. The gap in power was too great. Bang! The serpent was knocked to the ground. It was Naruto, who had just regained consciousness, rushing to save Sasuke. His eyes had turned fox-like, clearly using Ninetales chakra. "Sasuke, you bastard, what are you standing there for? Sakura and brother Nie Yun are still behind you." Naruto's words spurred Sasuke. Yeah, even Naruto is fighting desperately, protecting Sakura and brother Nie Yun. Why should I be afraid? Naruto, I won't let you outdo me. Sharingan activate. A few minutes later, Naruto was sealed by Orochimaru's Ninetales power and lay on the ground unconscious or dead. Sasuke showed off his skills, burning Orochimaru, but was also beaten down. Sakura stood between Nie Yun and the battlefield, holding a kunai, trembling constantly. And Nie Yun had somehow taken out a bag of chips and sunflower seeds, eating them. Orochimaru glanced at Nie Yun and felt a twinge in his heart. Why was this scene so jarring? Was this guy stupid? Or did he not care about him at all? Brother Nie Yun, you should run. I'll do my best to hold him off. Sakura pleaded with a tearful voice, already prepared to risk her life. Sakura, don't be afraid. Our reinforcements are here. Nie Yun's calm voice reached Sakura's ears, bringing her a sense of reassurance. But Sakura suddenly saw Orochimaru stretch his neck at an alarming speed, about to bite Sasuke's neck. Just then a bolt of white lightning shot toward him. Orochimaru, who thought victory was in his grasp, had no time to dodge and was blown away by the lightning. A masked silver-haired man in a cloak leaped out in front of Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi. Sakura and Sasuke exclaimed. Seeing the flowing silver hair, their first thought was Kakashi. But why was Kakashi-sensei wearing a mask? Had he not washed his headband? The silver-haired masked man heard their shouts but didn't turn around, only murmuring, Kakashi-ha. It seems he has also become a respected teacher. I really want to see how he is now. Sasuke and Sakura were confused that this person didn't seem to be Kakashi, but he seemed very familiar. The injured Orochimaru struggled to stand, his eyes filled with shock and uncertainty. He sensed a familiar aura from the opponent. The aura of the impure world reincarnation. You are not Kakashi. You are actually the White Fang. Orochimaru's heart felt like a herd of alpacas stampeding through. So someone else could use the impure world reincarnation. Could it be Danzo? Is the hidden leaf really interfering with my plan? Orochimaru regarded White Fang with apprehension, analyzing in his mind what the appearance of the Edo Tensei White Fang here signified. The impure world reincarnation was originally a technique created by the second Hokage of Konoha, but it was an incomplete product. Due to its violation of moral ethics, it was classified as a forbidden technique. Back then it was Danzo and himself who collaborated to research Hashirama's cells, simultaneously obtaining the Edo Tensei technique and conducting secret studies. Thus the most likely scenario now is that Danzo also sent someone to research Edo Tensei and succeeded, and he reincarnated White Fang. Damned Danzo. Could it be that he sensed my plan to attack Konoha and wanted to take the opportunity to kill me? After all, I know the secret of his arm full of Sharingan. Those eyes were all transplanted by me for him after Danzo exterminated the Uchiha clan. To protect that secret, it would be perfectly reasonable for Danzo to want to silence me. This also explains why Enko was unaware. After all, Danzo's route had always operated in secrecy, and even the third Hokage might not know Danzo's plans. Orochimaru was quite satisfied with his reasoning. After all, having worked with that old schemer Danzo for years, he knew well his sinister nature and dirty methods. And I should have been wrong about that Nie Yun, but he still seems off. However, Nie Yun was too mysterious and Orochimaru didn't want to dwell on it. Whoever is behind this, tell Danzo that I, Orochimaru, am not so easily killed. If he wants to keep his secret, he will have to pay a price. Hearing this, Nie Yun couldn't help but laugh softly. It seemed Orochimaru had assumed Danzo wanted to kill him, and he could roughly guess his train of thought. He never expected Danzo would take such a big blame for him, truly the scapegoat king of the hidden leaf. This also saved him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Thank you, Danzo. White Fang, I know you can hear me. Although we are from the same era, it's a pity we never crossed paths. How about we settle the score now? White Fang, Orochimaru, I never expected you to betray Konoha. Come then, let me witness the strength of the Sannin. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Lightning Blade Slash. With just one exchange, Orochimaru was startled. White Fang's strength was nearly on par with his prime. You see, the power of an Edo Tensei reincarnation is heavily influenced by the quality of the sacrifice. The better the sacrifice, the stronger the reincarnation. This was why the first and second Hokage that Orochimaru later reincarnated were so lackluster. Orochimaru had studied this for years without finding a way to break the sacrifice limitation, unable to reincarnate a powerhouse at their peak strength. But this White Fang from the Edo Tensei was almost as strong as his prime. Could Danzo have advanced his Edo Tensei research to this level? This was not good news. He had to end it quickly, or it would be trouble if Danzo's main force arrived. Orochimaru knew the weakness of the Edo Tensei. It was vulnerable to sealing. So he directly used a sealing technique. Snake Sealing Jutsu. Countless snakes flew toward White Fang. Anyone entangled by them would be sealed. White Fang also remembered Nie Yun's warning. Sealing techniques were the bane of the Edo Tensei. But you have to get close to me. Hatake style 10,000 lightning slash. White Fang swung his treasured blade, the sword light, accompanied by lightning, forming an impenetrable barrier around him. Moments later the lightning dissipated and all the snakes were slain. Orochimaru knew it wouldn't be that easy. He unleashed a myriad of ninjutsu against White Fang. White Fang countered each move without losing ground. Sasuke, Sakura, and a dragged Naruto had arrived beside Nie Yun. The dazzling duel in the center of the battlefield deeply shook Sasuke's soul. Was this the power of the strong? If he could possess such power, he could kill Itachi and complete his revenge. Moreover, from the conversation he had already identified the two individuals. One of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Orochimaru. And the father of Hatake, Kakashi, the White Fang of Konoha, Hatake Tsukumo, seemingly resurrected by Danzo. Though Sasuke didn't know who Danzo was facing these two renowned figures, he unconsciously conceived a bold idea. Perhaps he could take them as masters. Orochimaru or Danzo. Seeing the strange look in Sasuke's eyes, Nie Yun gave him a sharp knock on the head. Kid, stop staring. This is not a fight we can get involved in. Sasuke winced in pain, clutching his head, and turned to look at the smiling Nie Yun. This big brother Nie Yun didn't seem ordinary either. He didn't appear panicked at all during that dangerous battle. Could he also be a hidden powerhouse? Could he? Kid, why are you staring at me like that? Seeing Sasuke's eager gaze, Nie Yun felt a chill. He gave another knock. And honestly, knocking on Sasuke's head was quite satisfying. Why hadn't he discovered this in the past 3 years? From now on, he'd knock more often to wake him up. Instead of obsessing over revenge all day, he should focus on the beautiful life right in front of him. That was the right path. What are you waiting for? Carry Naruto and let's get out of here. This place is too dangerous. Sasuke had no choice but to carry Naruto and follow Nie Yun. After all, it was still too dangerous. If Orochimaru won, they would be dead meat. Alright, just send me off here. I'll go out on my own. Nie Yun pointed at a hole in the barbed wire fence. It turned out that the three of them insisted on escorting Nie Yun to the fence of the Forest of Death. Nie Yun was slightly moved again. Good kid's not a waste of his affection. Brother Nie Yun, this place is very dangerous. Please don't come again. Sakura reminded him again. I know. Are you still going to continue with the exam? Of course. I'm going to be Hokage, how could I give up? The newly awakened Naruto shouted weakly. Nie Yun waved at them and walked away without looking back. As for the battle between White Fang and Orochimaru, it had already ended. The two were evenly matched, but Orochimaru, fearing Danzo's reinforcements, retreated after a short while. White Fang was heading toward Nie Yun. Suddenly Nie Yun's mind stirred, sensing something. He returned to the Forest of Death. Soon under a tree he saw an injured woman wearing a very seductive ninja mesh outfit. It was the chief examiner of the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. Oh, I picked up an Anko halfway. At that moment White Fang arrived and directly asked. Are you one of Danzo's men? Nie Yun, no. White Fang nodded and then started to say, I. Go see Kakashi, go ahead. Just don't get exposed. You have 20 hours. Make the most of it. Next time, who knows when it will be. White Fang vanished with a body flicker and Nie Yun carried Anko and left. Who would have thought that the master of granting wishes was me? Outside of my village. Who's there? Where is this? Hongdo suddenly sat up, warily looking at the people and things around her. Oh, Hongdo, you're awake. Nie Yun. What are you doing here? Hongdo could hardly believe that after being injured and fainting from her battle with Orochimaru, she had encountered Nie Yun upon waking. Am I dreaming? I was outside collecting ingredients and found you near the Death Forest. Seeing your serious injuries, I wanted to take you back, but you woke up halfway. Nie Yun said casually. However, Hongdo couldn't help but blush, feeling embarrassed that he had seen her in such a vulnerable state. No, this isn't the time to think about that. Orochimaru is still in the Death Forest and I must inform Lord Third. Hongdo suddenly stood up. Nie Yun. I need to go back to my village first, it's very dangerous here. You should head back too. After saying this, Hongdo realized something was off. Nie Yun was just an ordinary person. No, I can't leave you here, let's go back together. Hongdo, if you have urgent matters, just go back first. I can manage on my own. Nie Yun didn't notice Hongdo's extra concern. He was merely helping her because she was his customer, and even if he didn't help her, she would be fine. Well. Alright, just be careful. Hongdo hesitated briefly before agreeing. After all, it wasn't too far from my. Hongdo flew away while Nie Yun slowly gathered the remaining ingredients, thinking he could still make a delicious meal. In my village, at the Hokage's office. The third Hokage listened intently to Hongdo's report. The two major advisors of Mai, as well as Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy Asuma Sarutobi and Nara Shikaku, were all gathered there. Third Hokage Orochimaru. What is that guy doing back at this time? He has come for Sasuke. Kakashi's eyes widened. What? The third Hokage immediately said, Kakashi, take a team of Umbu to the Death Forest right now to protect them secretly. Understood. Guy, am going too. Even the calm Kakashi couldn't remain composed after hearing this news. He hurriedly set off, not wanting anything to happen to his students. Just as Kakashi stepped out of the Hokage's office, he felt as if someone was watching him, yet he sensed no hostility. He could only shake his head, dismissing the feeling from his mind, attributing it to his overconcern. In the shadows, White Fang watched Kakashi, who had grown into an adult with tears glistening in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Kakashi." White Fang had succumbed to the village's rumors and committed suicide, leaving young Kakashi to live alone. One can imagine how he endured those days. And how he grew into such a mature and reliable teacher now. It must have been very difficult. White Fang just wanted to understand Kakashi's growth, feeling that only this could slightly compensate for his debt to Kakashi. He thought of Nie Yun, maybe he could tell him all this. In the Death Forest, Kakashi saw Naruto and his friends safe and sound, letting out a sigh of relief. He did not disturb them, instead following the third Hokage's orders to protect them secretly and search for Orochimaru's whereabouts. Eventually, through reconnaissance of the battle site, he received news that Orochimaru had fled after fighting a mysterious strong figure. From Naruto and the others' conversation, Kakashi acquired even more astonishing news. The mysterious strong figure was suspected to be his father and was related to Danzo. Suddenly there were even more mysteries. What was Orochimaru's purpose? Was the mysterious strong figure really White Fang? How was he revived? What role did Danzo play? Kakashi reported everything truthfully to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage did not hesitate and immediately confronted Danzo with two major advisors. "Danzo, have you been researching the forbidden jutsu of the second Hokage, the impure world reincarnation, and even reincarnated Kakashi's father, White Fang? How can you do such a thing? Don't give me any excuses about doing it for the sake of my. Also, how did you know Orochimaru returned to my?" Danzo was bewildered by the series of questions from Sarutobi. What is all this about? Danzo struggled to explain for a long time and even opened the root laboratory, barely calming the suspicions of the third Hokage and the advisors. Of course, those more unspeakable experiments were not in the root laboratory at all. "Danzo, although you didn't perform impure world reincarnation, your experiments have gone too far. You should rein it in a bit," Saruobi reminded him before leaving, evidently aware of some of Danzo's experiments and tacitly accepting them. After Sarutobi left, Danzo flew into a rage in his office, his desire for the Hokage position intensifying. "Investigate clearly what Orochimaru's purpose is and find the one using impure world reincarnation. I want them alive." While the whole Mai was in chaos, one of the protagonists of this incident, Nie Yun, was enjoying hot pot and singing. Ding! The Wind Escape Advancement treasure box opened. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Wind Escape has advanced to S rank, becoming a living Wind Escape ninjutsu, part of the Spiraling Sphere series. Wow, now I can also create spheres. In the world of Hokage, there is no problem that cannot be solved with a sphere, if there is just create a bigger sphere. Nie Yun casually formed a sphere and played with it in his hand. He also checked his current attributes. Host Nie Yun strength shadow level. Chakra amount 20,000 S. Fire release A. Earth release A. Lightning release A. Wind release S. Water release A. Bloodline limit Shikatsumiyaku. Others concealment technique weapons Dragon Bone Blade Universe Wine Gourd. According to the system, as long as the chakra amount reaches S rank and any ninjutsu reaches S rank, one can be rated as shadow level. Most ninjas in this world specialize in one type of chakra. Moreover, it seems that if two ninjutsu reach S rank, they can combine into a new special ninjutsu known as Bloodline Limit. 3 combinations lead to bloodline elimination. The fourth Mizukage's Dissolution Release and the third Tsuchikage's Dust Release are derived this way. Although Nie Yun could obtain a living bloodline limit through signing and creating one himself, evidently gives a greater sense of accomplishment. In the following days, Nie Yun opened for business unusually. The third Hokage did not suspend the ongoing Chunin exam. After all, it was hosted together with neighboring countries and concerned the international image of Mai, and since Orochimaru had already fled, they could only strengthen prevention and response. Everything continued to unfold according to the original plot. Naruto and his friends encountered the Sound Ninjas. Despite sustaining their strength, they fought for a while but were still defeated. Fortunately, Lee and Shikamaru's team came to their rescue. The result of the third preliminary match was the same as before. Naruto unexpectedly won against Inuzuka Kiba and advanced to the third match. Without the curse mark binding, Sasuke easily defeated Yakushi Kabuto's subordinate Akatsuki Kai, advancing to the third match. Sakura and Ino ended in a tie and were eliminated. Lee battled Gaara, giving it his all but still sustaining serious injuries. Nie Yun did not interfere in any of this. One reason is that it would be inappropriate to interfere in front of so many eyes during the match. The second is that the major direction has already changed and Nie Yun has no interest in meddling in these trivial details that do not affect the overall situation, leaving them as a remembrance of the plot. After the third preliminary match concluded, the official match will take place in 5 days due to the arrival of the fourth Kazekage from the land of sand to witness it. Everyone now has a few days to relax, and during this time Nie Yun's small tavern has been quite busy. Of course, those who advance to the official match dare not let their guard down, while the eliminated participants frequently visit Nie Yun's tavern. The pharmacist Do is among them, clearly sent by Orochimaru to gather information. Nie Yun ignored him completely. If he wanted to eat he had to pay, and Nie Yun had no intention of engaging in further conversation. After 2 or 3 visits he no longer came. Upon seeing this, Nie Yun thought of Orochimaru and wondered if the retreating Orochimaru would still carry out the plan to destroy Konoha. Nie Yun speculated that he probably wouldn't. After all, Orochimaru must now believe that Danzo is scheming against him, wanting to silence him, and Danzo has also mastered a higher level of Edo Tensei. Orochimaru, who cherishes his life, probably wouldn't take the risk of coming back. Should. Maybe. That's how it is. Well, truth be told, Nie Yun was too lazy to think about these matters. He didn't care whether Konoha crumbled as long as it didn't collapse to the point of affecting his tavern. Thus he found an excuse to brush it off and stop thinking. Hurry, I want to eat at this place, coming quickly. Alright, today whatever you want to eat I can satisfy you, and after eating you can confess to the girl you like. Then I will take you through an exceptional training session that will guarantee your strength will skyrocket. What kind of training is it? There are preparations to be made before the training. Of course, it is an incredibly powerful training method. While Nie Yun was in the kitchen he heard Naruto's loud voice accompanied by a somewhat lecherous male voice. Listening to their conversation, Nie Yun had already guessed the identity of the other party. One of the legendary 3, the lecherous sage Jiraiya. It seems he has already started training Naruto in summoning techniques, but because Naruto has been sealed by Orochimaru with the 5-element seal which restricts the power of the 9 tails, his chakra is unable to flow properly, causing slow progress in the summoning technique. Therefore Jiraiya plans to unseal Naruto tomorrow and push him to his limits, forcing him to unleash the power of the 9 tails. Today he's treating Naruto to a good meal and encouraging him to confess to Sakura. Nie Yun walked calmly into the kitchen and finally met the revered Jiraiya, who holds the highest status in the hearts of Naruto fans. A wandering dragon returns to the sea. The sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya. The white-haired Jiraiya was sitting carelessly in a chair, lewdly staring at a beautiful woman next to him. Indeed, it is just as I thought. Nie Yun couldn't help but facepalm. The tall figure he had in mind collapsed instantly. He approached and patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. Hello, please refrain from displaying such lewd expressions in my tavern. Brother Nie Yun, this is the lecherous sage. He is going to teach me a particularly powerful ninjutsu. I know the lecherous sage, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Ah, brother Nie Yun, you know too. Naruto was a bit surprised. Ha ha ha, that's right, it's me. Don't you feel that your tavern has been illuminated by my presence? Jiraiya laughed heartily. Nie Yun smiled and said, Jiraiya. Sir, look, after hearing your famous name all the female customers in my tavern have run away. Don't you think you owe me some compensation? Jiraiya was speechless. Isn't talking about money a bit too sentimental? Is my reputation really that bad? He awkwardly laughed and quickly changed the subject. Naruto, what do you want to eat? Order quickly. Naruto immediately started ordering like crazy, and when they left the lecherous sage was covering his dry, tearless face. You little brat, you run a black shop? Definitely a black shop. Sir Jiraiya, why didn't you say this when you were enjoying your meal just now? Nie Yun teased with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. I didn't expect you to be so expensive. Naruto, why did you order so much? When Naruto saw that the lecherous sage was about to turn his attention towards him, he immediately fled. As soon as Naruto left, the lecherous sage's demeanor changed. The carefree and lewd sage instantly vanished, transforming into the renowned Jiraiya of the ninja world. Nie Yun's expression changed. If this was the true aura of the wandering dragon Jiraiya. Jiraiya said seriously, Nie Yun, that day when Naruto and the others encountered Orochimaru and the Edo Tensei White Fang, you were also present, right? Tell me how you know Orochimaru. Nie Yun shrugged. That was merely a beautiful misunderstanding. The grass ninja I knew has already been killed by Orochimaru. Next question, what is your relationship with the masked man who suddenly appeared and is suspected to be the deceased strongman of Konoha White Fang? Nie Yun chuckled. Sir Jiraiya, by asking this question you must already have the answer in your heart. Nie Yun smiled somewhat helplessly. He had already known that this matter couldn't be hidden before deciding to participate. However, he had stayed in Konoha for 3 years and had good relationships with many people in the village. As long as he bore no ill will towards Konoha, the people of Konoha should not do anything excessive. The only exception is that guy Danzo. Edo Tensei must be a considerable temptation for him. However, he wasn't afraid of Danzo. He knew all of Danzo's secrets very well. Perhaps he could extort something good like Hashirama's cells. In a few days I think we should have a good talk. Jiraiya waved his hand. He had a good impression of Nie Yun and believed he was not a bad person. However, Nie Yun's peaceful life was about to be disrupted. He often saw Umbu lurking around the tavern, and he even spotted Kakashi pacing outside, seemingly wanting to say something. No need to guess, he probably wanted to ask about White Fan. A few days later the official match of the third round of the Chunin exam began. The fourth Kazekage and the third Hokage sat on the podium while Nie Yun mixed in with the audience. He observed the fourth Kazekage for a long time and did not see any trace of Orochimaru on him. It seems that Orochimaru has indeed abandoned the plan to destroy Konoha. Nie Yun did not dwell on it. With this time, wouldn't it be better to watch Naruto get beaten up? He had to admit that Naruto's verbal skills were truly impressive. He spoke so eloquently that even his future brother-in-law was left stunned. Naruto, borrowing the Nine-Tails chakra, barely won the battle and also shattered Niji's belief in the fate of the caged bird. If Niji knew that the very Naruto who advised him not to believe in predetermined fate was himself the greatest child of destiny in the world, what would he think? However, Naruto truly helped Niji break free from the constraints of the caged bird. The second match was Gaara vs Sasuke. According to the original plot, it was moved to the last match because Sasuke was late. But now, because of Nie Yun's earlier intervention, Sasuke was completely unaffected by the curse mark and he improved rapidly under Kakashi's special training. One was the son of the Sand Village's Kazekage, the other a revenge prodigy from Konoha. From any perspective, this was an extremely eye-catching match. Gaara's recent experiences in Konoha had greatly shaken his state of mind, coupled with the fact that Sasuke, encouraged by Naruto's impassioned speech, unlocked his full potential. Sasuke defeated Gaara and claimed victory. Gaara, once again provoked by the bonds of friendship, had a mental breakdown and fled the arena like a madman. The third Hokage on the podium said somewhat awkwardly to the fourth Kazekage beside him, "Well." The fourth Kazekage's eyes flickered with a complex gaze, but he remained silent. His gaze stealthily swept toward the stands as if searching for someone. Suddenly he saw a ninja wearing an umbu mask making hand seals in a ready position. Explosions rang out in succession from the spectator stands, followed by countless feathers drifting down, and most of the audience fell into a genjutsu. The incident occurred so abruptly that before the Konoha ninjas could react, the fourth Kazekage and his subordinates had already seized Hiruzen Sarutobi and leaped onto the roof, while the pre-prepared sound ninjas immediately activated the four violet flames formation. One of the fourth Kazekage's subordinates removed his mask, revealing his true face. "Orochimaru, it's you." "Fourth Kazekage, why are you also?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes showed disbelief. Although Konoha had prepared for Orochimaru's disturbance, they never expected the fourth Kazekage to become Orochimaru's accomplice. "Kazekage, do you want to start a war between our two villages?" The fourth Kazekage Raza shook his head and said, "Our Sand Village is not as wealthy as Konoha, and we have also encountered a foolish daimyo who keeps cutting military funds and downsizing the army. If we don't do something soon, the Sand Village will be reduced to a second-rate small village, and then we will only be bullied. Orochimaru's proposal is quite good. It can both weaken Konoha and make the daimyo recognize the power of our Sand Village." As he spoke, Raza had already assumed a fighting stance. Orochimaru, standing nearby, remained coldly silent. His original plan was to kill the fourth Kazekage, then pretend to approach the third Hokage and suddenly strike to severely injure or even kill Hiruzen Sarutobi. This way he wouldn't have to share the benefits with the Sand Village. However, due to a series of unexpected events earlier, he realized that relying on himself alone might not be enough, so he had to temporarily change his plan and join forces with the fourth Kazekage to assassinate Hiruzen Sarutobi. Execute the Konoha collapse plan. At the same time, the sound of summoning jutsu echoed in other parts of Konoha, and enormous pythons wreaked havoc on the streets, drawing the attention of many. Even the pervy sage Jiraiya was among them. He summoned Gamabunta and began fighting the giant pythons, preventing them from paying attention to the incident at the arena. Outside the four violet flames formation, the Umbu, who had been protecting the third Hokage, were desperately trying to enter the barrier, but without a special method the four violet flames formation was impenetrable. Nie Yun in the stands also witnessed this scene and sighed helplessly. The Konoha collapse plan had still occurred. It seemed that even with his butterfly effect it hadn't caused too much of a change. However, not only had the fourth Kazekage Raza not been killed by Orochimaru, but he had even cooperated with him to personally deal with the third Hokage. It seemed that the third Hokage was truly in danger this time. Even if he gave his all, he wouldn't be able to seal Orochimaru's hands. But the next second the fourth Kazekage used a secret technique to step out of the barrier and charged towards Sasuke, who was still dazed in the arena. This was his deal with Orochimaru. The third Hokage was for him to handle, and the fourth Kazekage only needed to help capture Sasuke. Orochimaru still wanted to obtain Sasuke's body. After all, the fourth Kazekage Raza was at the level of a Kage, and none of the ninjas present could stop him. Many Konoha ninjas, including the Konoha 12, were rescuing and evacuating civilians caught in the genjutsu, trying to prevent them from being caught in the battle. Another part was fighting the sand and sound ninjas. Only the main examiner Genma Shiranui immediately shielded Sasuke behind him and said, "Get out of here quickly, you'll hold him off." Hearing this, Sasuke knew he couldn't help here, so he turned and ran. Genma Shiranui was only a jonin. Facing the Kazekage Raza, he lasted only a few exchanges before being injured by the overwhelming golden sand. Raza was in a hurry to chase Sasuke, so he didn't kill him. Moreover, Raza also intended to trigger the one-tail inside his son Gar, causing him to undergo tailed beast transformation and let the one-tail wreak havoc in Konoha. Kakashi, who was tangled in a fight with Kabuto Yakushi in the stands, was also shocked and wanted to stop Raza and rescue Sasuke, but he was currently held up and couldn't break free for the time being. Just as Kakashi was trying to find a way to break free and signal the other Konoha ninjas, he suddenly saw a person stand up from the stands not far from him. It was the mysterious tavern owner Nie Yun. How did he not fall under the genjutsu? What did he intend to do now? Kakashi was puzzled, but he saw the other person give him a reassuring gesture and then vanished from the stands in a flash. Such incredible speed. He was indeed extraordinary, a true expert. Kakashi was relieved now. Given Nie Yun's relationship with Sasuke and the others, he would surely intervene. Even if he could only stall for a while, it would be a blessing in misfortune. Originally, Nie Yun was reluctant to intervene. But when he saw that their target was Sasuke, he immediately became displeased, since he had just altered a bit of Sasuke's plot. Orochimaru wanted to lead Sasuke down the wrong path again. How could that be allowed? If he let Orochimaru take Sasuke away, wouldn't that make his previous efforts to change the plot seem foolish? At this moment, Raza had already closed in on Sasuke, having instantly killed all the Konoha ninjas who tried to block him along the way with his golden sand. Seeing this, Sasuke decided to stop running and stood his ground, facing Raza directly. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he first used words to provoke the opponent and buy time. A Kazekage attacking a genin, don't you feel any shame? Kid, there is no morality between nations and no shame on the battlefield. The Kazekage Raza laughed sinisterly. This is merely a transaction. For the sake of the Sand Village, what is a little face worth? Raza was even willing to sacrifice his own son for the Sand Village, let alone his pride. The gold sand of Luo Sha moves as freely as Gaara's sand, controlled with ease, but lacks the initiative of Gaara's sand, which protects its master automatically. However, because it is mixed with various metals, its defensive power is even stronger. The seasoned Luo Sha knew that Sasuke was stalling for time, and without hesitation he directly controlled the gold sand to grab at Sasuke. A gigantic hand of sand relentlessly pursued Sasuke. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, the double tomo, spinning rapidly, operating at its peak to barely evade. But this could only delay for a moment. Just as Sasuke was about to be caught by the hand of sand, a massive bone sword descended from the sky, instantly cleaving the hand in two. Who is it? Luo Sha was taken aback. Who could sever his gold sand with a single strike? Although he hadn't deliberately defended himself, the power of the attack still shocked him. Sasuke also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, strong reinforcements had arrived. However, upon seeing the appearance of the reinforcements, Sasuke's expression became quite complicated. There was joy, confusion. But more than that, it was a sense of recognition. Nie Yun slowly walked over, no longer concealing his aura and chakra. For the first time, the power of a shadow-level ninja was fully unleashed, yet Nie Yun still appeared lazy and calm. Fighting was still less interesting than cooking. Sasuke, stay back, you might get caught in the crossfire. You. Be careful. After Sasuke finished speaking, he began to retreat, while Luo Sha did not pursue but instead fixed his gaze on Nie Yun. Such momentum. Is that the power of a shadow-level ninja? I didn't expect Konoha to still have shadow-level powerhouses. Luo Sha furrowed his brows tightly. Nie Yun's sudden appearance completely disrupted his plans, and he felt that this attack on Konoha might fail. Although he had a bad premonition, Luo Sha was a village leader and would not give up so easily. He immediately mobilized the gold sand to strike at Nie Yun. Nie Yun made a gesture and the bone sword flew back into his hand. He swiftly twirled it, scattering all the incoming gold sand. This was merely Luo Sha's probing attack. Seeing that ordinary attacks were ineffective, he immediately formed hand seals. Sand released the gold of the earth. Nie Yun keenly sensed something burrowing underground. A violent tremor surged from beneath his feet, and the prepared Nie Yun leapt up just as his previous position erupted with gold sand. Following that, like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, gold sand gushed forth from underground, and Nie Yun continuously dodged while counterattacking. The two engaged in a back-and-forth battle. The nearby Konoha ninjas and Umbu, who had initially wanted to come to the rescue, recognized Nie Yun. Seeing him evenly matched against the wind shadow, they were astonished and subsequently filled with excitement, realizing they also had strong fighters on their side. They lacked the ability to intervene, so they could only block the sand and sound ninjas from the side. Nie Yun seized the opportunity to shoot a bone spike fiercely towards Luo Sha. Corpse bone pulse, 10 finger piercing. Luo Sha was completely unprepared for this attack. He urgently halted his technique and summoned the gold sand to defend in front of him. However, he did not expect Nie Yun's bone spike to be so destructive, penetrating through the half-meter-thick gold sand shield before the spike's momentum finally ceased. The bone spike, now so close, made Luo Sha break out in a cold sweat. Clearly Nie Yun had nothing in his hands just moments ago. How did he suddenly shoot out a bone spike? Nie Yun chuckled coldly. That is the characteristic of the corpse bone pulse, where any part of the body can become a weapon for killing. Now it was his turn to counterattack. Corpse bone pulse. Dance of the grass fern. This is also the strongest move of Kaguya Kimimaro from the original work, capable of turning an entire forest into a grove of bones. However, this not only consumes chakra but also life force. Kimimaro used this technique in the knowledge that he would die channeling his last bit of life force to create a vast expanse of bone spikes that nearly took out Gaara and Lee. But Nie Yun had practiced against Kaguya last time, mastering all the techniques of the corpse bone pulse. He also learned a simplified version of the dance of the grass fern, which would not consume too much chakra or life force. Nie Yun pressed his palms to the ground, channeling his chakra as the bones extended underground. Immediately afterward, a bone spike shot up from beneath, aiming for Luo Sha. Seeing this thing again, Luo Sha instantly dodged to the side. But then a second bone spike emerged from another angle, aiming at him. The third spike, the fourth spike. In a moment, bone spikes filled a vast open area. Luo Sha was also pierced in the abdomen by a bone spike, finally realizing that Nie Yun was using the Kekiai Genkai corpse bone pulse of the Kaguya clan from the Land of Water. You are from the Kaguya clan. The Kaguya clan has clearly been exterminated. Luo Sha clutched his abdomen, gasping for breath. It's unfortunate you guessed wrong. Nie Yun was not going to give him a moment's respite. Such powerful foes are more easily caught off guard. So Nie Yun immediately began to form another powerful technique, gathering chakra frantically into his right hand. Wind release spiraling sphere shuriken. Nie Yun chose to form the largest sphere. A regular sphere would obviously be underestimating Luo Sha. He needed to use a big sphere. Thus he directly employed this technique developed by Naruto in the future. The strongest attack of the spiraling sphere series. The powerful airflow generated by the spiraling sphere shuriken blew the surrounding trees, making them whistle. Nie Yun could even feel the wind release stabbing his left hand cells painfully as 1/5 of his chakra was drained. I'm throwing it. Nie Yun shouted, hurling the spiraling sphere shuriken at Luo Sha. Luo Sha had already sensed the power of the spiraling sphere shuriken and was greatly alarmed. What technique is this? He immediately summoned all the gold sand around him for defense. Damn it, what kind of monster have I encountered? This is a technique I've never seen before. The gold sand encapsulated Luo Sha like a ball, colliding with the spiraling sphere shuriken. Wind, sand, piercing sounds, blinding light filled the surrounding heavens and earth. The commotion instantly attracted the nearby ninjas, both enemy and ally, who were dumbfounded, wondering what technique could have such overwhelming power. In a battle like this, could it be that two shadows are fighting? Sasuke stood at a distance, his mouth slightly agape. Is that the gentle brother Nie Yun? Every gesture and action is a technique capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. So strong, it's simply too strong. I must become that strong too. Sasuke looked at Nie Yun's back, his eyes burning with passion. The wind stopped, the gold sand scattered across the ground, and the fourth Kazekage Luo Sha lay tattered on the ground, convulsing and coughing up blood covered in wounds. The surrounding Konoha ninjas immediately approached and subdued Luo Sha, respectfully addressing Nie Yun. Mr. Nie Yun, what should we do now? The fourth Kazekage has surrendered, what do you say? The streets of Konoha were in utter chaos due to the deliberate disruption caused by the Sound Ninja and Sand Ninja. Some Konoha ninjas were evacuating civilians while others were battling the invaders. At the onset of the battle, a small team of elite Sound Ninja swiftly made their way to a small tavern. The leader of the group, a female ninja named Hong Lian, was originally the head of Orochimaru's northern base, summoned specifically to execute a part of the plan to bring down Konoha. The order was to capture a tavern owner named Nie Yun and bring him back to the Sound Village. Sister Hong Lian, why are we capturing a tavern owner? Does he have something special? Just follow Lord Orochimaru's orders and stop asking too many questions. Although Hong Lian reprimanded her subordinate, she too was puzzled by Orochimaru's command. After all, the northern base was extremely important, requiring Hong Lian's constant vigilance, yet she was being sent away for a tavern owner. Could he also be one of Lord Orochimaru's new vessels like Sasuke? As Hong Lian thought about this, a twinge of jealousy arose within her. She had originally been the top candidate for being Orochimaru's vessel, but now she felt overlooked. She wanted to see what made this person so special in Lord Orochimaru's eyes. The speed of the ninjas was impressive even as they moved stealthily. As they approached the tavern, Hong Lian felt increasingly uneasy because it was too quiet and peaceful, starkly contrasting with the chaos in other areas. Upon arriving at the target tavern, Hong Lian found the door closed, adorned with intricate seals that she could not decipher. She gestured to one of her subordinates, a burly and loyal man known as Nie Yun. Receiving the command, Nie Yun stepped forward and prepared to kick the door open. Bang! It was not the sound of the door breaking, but rather the sound of Nie Yun being sent flying. A handsome man with golden hair appeared at the entrance of the tavern. Hong Lian and her group barely caught sight of what happened or how the man appeared. I apologize, but I have been entrusted with the task of protecting this tavern from any harm. The man flashed a sunny smile, surprisingly apologizing to his enemy. Hong Lian felt he looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before, but she couldn't recall where. She hadn't forgotten Orochimaru's command, "Are you Nie Yun?" "No, he isn't here." "I don't believe you, he'll capture you first." "Sigh, it seems I have no choice but to take action, my dear lady." The golden-haired man threw numerous strange shuriken, but his aim was terribly poor. Hong Lian's subordinates couldn't help but scoff if his accuracy was even worse than that of a ninja academy student, as they could easily dodge with a slight twist of the waist. Only Hong Lian felt that something was off. Seeing her subordinates easily dodge the incoming shuriken, she prepared to launch her own attack. But all of a sudden a flash of golden light erupted before her eyes and her subordinates fell to the ground incapacitated. What just happened? Hong Lian was momentarily dazed. Battles would inevitably cause damage to the tavern, so she had to knock them out first. The golden-haired man continued to smile. At that moment Hong Lian finally recalled who this man was. Wasn't he the fourth face on the Hokage rock? The fourth Hokage, Konoha's yellow flash Minato Namikaze. But the fourth Hokage had been dead for over a decade, hadn't he? How could he possibly be here? Could it be that he had been pretending to be dead all along, serving as Konoha's secret weapon? Then why wasn't he protecting the invaded Konoha, instead guarding some rundown tavern? "I don't want to harm a woman." So Minato continued to smile. "Lord Ibiki, that small team of sound ninja headed in that direction. We don't know what their scheme is." An Umbu was reporting to Mori no Ibiki about the intelligence he had just discovered. Scar-faced Ibiki said in a deep voice, "Well done. You didn't act rashly and alert the enemy. Let's catch up to them and eliminate these invaders of Konoha." With that he led a team of interrogators towards the direction Hong Lian had just gone. Similarly, Ibiki felt increasingly odd as he walked. It was unusually quiet here. While other areas were filled with the smoke of battle, this place showed no signs of destruction. "This is suspicious, let's be cautious." After walking a few steps they heard sounds of fighting coming from up ahead. From a distance they could see pink crystal dragons dancing wildly. The might emitted by the crystal dragons was at least at the level of a quasi-kage. Ibiki's expression changed. A quasi-cage level powerhouse. He wondered who from Konoha was battling him. They needed to hurry to provide support. "Full speed ahead support." "Sir, look." The interrupted Ibiki followed his subordinate's pointing finger. They saw the once mighty crystal dragons shattered in an instant by beams of golden light. Does Konoha still have such powerful warriors? The third Hokage was trapped by Orochimaru in a formation, and Jiraiya was dealing with Orochimaru's summoned beasts. Kakashi was also entangled, and Danzo was. What the hell was Danzo doing? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Who else could be fighting for Konoha? Quick! Ibiki accelerated again, eager to see what was happening on the ground. When he arrived he saw a sea of fallen sound ninja. The only person standing in the midst was a golden-haired man. That was the fourth Hokage. Ibiki exclaimed in shock, his voice cracking. Minato Namikaze turned around and said, "Wow, it's Ibiki. You've aged quite a bit." "Fourth. Sir, how did you?" Even the usually calm Ibiki was stuttering in excitement. Well, I was summoned by someone." "Who summoned you?" "The owner of this place. He seems to want to watch Naruto's Chunin exam and asked me to keep an eye on the tavern if anything happened. Although I also want to see that kid Naruto. I am constrained by circumstances. Unfortunately, I can only operate within a 1-kilometer radius and can't deal with enemies further away. But as a dead man, being able to contribute to Konoha is something I have no complaints about. The rest is up to you young ones." Minato smiled as he explained. "So this tavern's owner is Nie Yun. I never expected he could summon the dead to fight." Ibiki fell into deep thought. He had eaten at Nie Yun's tavern before and had a good impression of him, but he didn't expect him to be hiding such a secret. What could his motives be? Was he an enemy or a friend of Konoha? After everything is over I must find out, and if necessary I can capture him for interrogation. Report Lord Ibiki the 4th Kazekage has been captured by someone named Nie Yun. Ibiki replied, is he really that strong? Then what's the point of capturing him? The news of the 4th Kazekage Raza's capture quickly spread across the entire battlefield. The shinobi of Tsunade, seeing their leader taken, had no choice but to surrender. Now only the Sound Shinobi remained to resist stubbornly, but with the Sand Shinobi no longer a hindrance, the pressure on Konoha's ninja had greatly diminished. Eliminating the remaining Sound Shinobi was merely a matter of time. On the outskirts of Konoha, Naruto and Gamabunta worked together to confront Gaara, who had entered a half-awake, half-tailed beast state. The water-style iron cannonball and wind-style boundless windblast constantly collided in the air, causing the entire forest to be drenched in a downpour. The Konoha rookies who had come to support, Niji Shino and the siblings Kankuro and Temari, could only watch from a distance. An identical thought arose in everyone's minds. This is the destructive power of 2 genin fighting. Meanwhile, within the 4 purple flame formation, 3 coffins bearing the numbers 1, 2 and 4 slowly rose. From the first and second coffins emerged the first Hokage and the second Hokage of Konoha. To Orochimaru's surprise, the coffin marked with the number 4 remained sealed. What's going on? Why didn't the impure world reincarnation succeed? Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru's opponent, was already too shocked to speak. Both the first and second Hokage have been reincarnated. How the hell am I supposed to fight this? Little monkey, have you grown so old? The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, looked at his former student, now aged beyond recognition, and asked, I never expected that Orochimaru would reincarnate us this time to fight again. Don't worry, his impure world reincarnation technique is imperfect. He cannot reincarnate our full power, otherwise I could easily break free from his control. Hashirama Senju reminded, our weakness is. But before he could finish, Orochimaru forced him to fall silent. Only then did the third Hokage muster his spirits. Orochimaru, you are truly beyond redemption. You betray your master and desecrate the souls of my predecessors. Even if it costs me my life, I will kill you today. Master Sarutobi, your thinking is too closed-minded and outdated. My actions, all my research can bring change to the ninja world. On the path of change, sacrifices must be made, even if it means Konoha, even if it means you, Master Sarutobi. Orochimaru spoke with a fanatical gleam, then removed his mask to reveal a woman's face. Master Sarutobi, I have mastered the method of immortality. What a magnificent power this is. Hiruzen Sarutobi, pained by the sight of his androgynous former student, gritted his teeth and launched an attack. The first and second Hokage, controlled by Orochimaru, moved to intercept him. Resolved to die, Hiruzen Sarutobi erupted with power, barely managing to hold his own against the 2 Hokage who were far from their full strength. But now there was also Orochimaru watching hungrily. As the battle drew to a close, Hiruzen sighed inwardly. So be it. My fate is sealed. Dead demon consuming seal. Hiruzen Sarutobi unleashed his ultimate technique. First he sealed the souls of the first and second Hokage, breaking the impure world reincarnation. Then he seized the soul of Orochimaru by the arms, forcibly pulling it from his body. Orochimaru screamed in agony, feeling his soul slowly departing his body. He had never expected that Hiruzen Sarutobi could use this technique. Why hadn't he used it when the Ninetales attacked Konoha, instead allowing the younger Minato to do so? Orochimaru's mind was seized by this irrelevant thought. He quickly dispelled the trivial notion and sought to escape the seal. Orochimaru, come with me to the underworld. Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted with unwavering determination, sweat beading on his forehead as he drained his life force and even his soul. No, Master Sarutobi, I will not give up. I, Orochimaru, will not die. Orochimaru struggled fiercely and a tug-of-war over souls ensued. But because of the Shinigami behind Hiruzen, Orochimaru's soul was slowly being pulled from his body. In desperation, Orochimaru spat out the Kusanagi sword, curled his tongue around it and slashed the void before him, severing the souls of his own arms. The pain of his soul being torn made him break out in cold sweat, but at least he had saved his life. The third Hokage, exhausted, knelt on one knee as the Shinigami consumed his soul. Around the 4 purple flame formation, a circle of Konoha ninja had gathered, including Nie Yun. Witnessing the fall of the third Hokage, the Konoha ninjas' eyes burned with fury and they longed to tear Orochimaru to pieces. Nie Yun, unfamiliar with the third Hokage, felt no particular sorrow at his death, merely watching it as if it were a scene from a story. He even felt an urge to post a comment mocking it. Why did you grab his arms? If you had gone for the head, could he have cut off his own head? But he only thought this. If he had spoken aloud, the nearby Konoha ninja would have torn him apart. So Nie Yun opted to slip away quietly, fearing he might do something inappropriate. He shot a glance at Sasuke, who also looked sorrowful, then turned and left. Regardless, the third Hokage was dead. Orochimaru used a secret technique to escape from within the four purple flame formation. As the barrier dissipated, the Konoha ninja rushed in, but the third's body, now devoid of a soul, had already grown cold. Nie Yun returned to the tavern. Minato Namikaze appeared beside him in a flash. How is the third? Nie Yun simply shook his head, and Minato understood. The smile on his face instantly turned sorrowful. By the way, we captured a few sound ninja who came for you. Their chakra is sealed and they're lying in the backyard. One of them, a girl, is quite special. Thanks, watch the shop for me. You can go see Naruto or the third now. Nie Yun lifted all restrictions on Minato, who nodded and vanished in a flash. Following Minato's directions, Nie Yun went to the backyard and found Honglien lying with closed eyes in Nie Yun's usual lounge chair, while her subordinates were sprawled on the ground in disarray. Minato Namikaze is truly a man of high moral character, Nie Yun sighed. Then he kicked Honglien off the chair and lay down himself. Minato might be a gentleman, but Nie Yun was not. Startled by the kick, Honglien woke up and stood up, rubbing her sore spot. Who are you? You came to capture me and you don't know who I am. You're Nie Yun. Startled, Honglien tried to attack him, but with her chakra sealed she couldn't even stand steadily and fell to the ground again. Nie Yun didn't even look at her, muttering to himself, Honglien, adopted by Orochimaru since childhood, now the commander of Orochimaru's northern base. Uses a very unique crystal style. Originally a candidate for Orochimaru's vessel. But in the end Orochimaru chose Yuguewan and later set his sights on Sasuke, costing you that opportunity. Your subordinates include. Listening to Nie Yun recount her life story as if reading from a book, Honglien was stunned. Who exactly is Nie Yun? To capture the fourth Kazekage and summon the fourth Hokage to protect his tavern. Who is this man that Orochimaru personally designated for capture? No one in the ninja world has heard of him before. Honglien increasingly found Nie Yun mysterious, staring at him as if she wanted to see right through him. Don't look at me like that or he'll think you have taken a liking to me. Nie Yun joked. You. Honglien was so furious she nearly spat blood but couldn't retaliate. So infuriating. Soon enough Honglien calmed down and inquired, where is Lord Orochimaru? After killing his teacher, the third Hokage, Nie Yun only spoke half of his words, but Honglien's eyes instantly brightened, her spirit lifted. He also crippled his hands and didn't know where he was hiding. Upon hearing this, Honglien's eyes dimmed. Nie Yun noticed the change in her gaze and couldn't help but sigh. Orochimaru's brainwashing ability is truly remarkable. Honglien's admiration for him is simply absurd. If asked to offer herself to Orochimaru as a vessel, she would probably agree. Indeed, as Nie Yun thought, Honglien was deeply worried about Orochimaru at that moment. It was exactly the time Lord Orochimaru needed her, yet she was captured and couldn't even escape. Honglien felt a wave of dejection but soon calmed herself. She could not give up, as not only did Lord Orochimaru need her. The ghostly pill was still waiting for her return at the northern base. She needed to find a way to escape. Just as she contemplated how to flee, she heard Nie Yun speak. Are you wondering how to escape? You might as well save your effort. Once Konoha settles down, they'll send someone to take you to the interrogation team. Yawn, I've been busy all day and am quite tired. I'm going to sleep. Feel free to do as you wish. Nie Yun strode directly to his room, leaving Honglien alone in the courtyard. Honglien was somewhat bewildered. He just left without restricting her movements. Although she had lost her chakra, Konoha must be in chaos and perhaps there was a chance to slip away. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she immediately prepared to push open the courtyard door, only to hear Nie Yun's voice again. I advise you not to go out. My courtyard is currently surrounded by Rutsambu. If they catch you, the kind of torture you would endure is hard to say. Honglien's movements halted, her expression filled with uncertainty. Nie Yun was not deceiving her, as the tavern outside was indeed swarming with Danzo's men. It seemed they were targeting her Edo Tensei technique and the corpse bone path. However, with the third Hokage recently deceased and Nie Yun having captured the fourth Kazekage, Danzo dared not act against Nie Yun immediately, only sending Umbu to monitor. That bastard, he didn't help out during the battle but is now fixated on me. It's truly nauseating. If I don't teach him a lesson this time, I won't believe it. Nie Yun thought fiercely that if Danzo dared to come knocking, he would make him cry. Honglien hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to sit back down in the courtyard. Calling his subordinates one by one to wake up, a group of people sat alone in the courtyard waiting for their fate. That night Minato returned. He only visited Naruto, Kakashi and Jiraiya, and also looked at the body of the third Hokage. Not meeting with too many people after all, he was a person who had already died and could only walk in the living world for 24 hours. Naruto had grown up and was slowly learning to use the power of the 9 tails. I taught him some tricks. He pulled on me, asking all sorts of questions, even about Kushina. Minato chatted with Nie Yun, unaware that Nie Yun had already fallen asleep. Minato smiled brightly, clasping his hands in front of Nie Yun. Nie Yun, thank you for this opportunity. I hope we can meet again. I can feel you're a good person and I trust Naruto to you. As dawn approached, the time for Edo Tensei was up and Minato's soul returned to the Pure Land. Nie Yun yawned as he stepped out of his room, only to see Hong Lien and several subordinates sitting in the courtyard, their eyes red. Oh, haven't you slept all night? Hong Lien glared at Nie Yun. How could one sleep when they were worried and had not eaten? Just then a knock sounded from outside. Go open the door and see who is here first, Nie Yun said to Hong Lien. Hong Lien was exasperated. How could he be like this? But she had no choice. Under the eaves one must bow their head. Reluctantly she walked over to open the door. Entering was a cold black-haired youth. Sasuke, why are you here so early? Want to eat? But I haven't started cooking yet. Upon hearing the word food, Hong Lien and the others instinctively swallowed, their stomachs rumbling. Ninja ears are quite sensitive. As Sasuke distanced himself from them in disdain. Nie Yun. Big brother, you're a very powerful ninja. I want to learn ninjutsu from you to become stronger. But don't you have Kakashi as your teacher? Doesn't he teach you? Nie Yun frowned. Trouble was coming. He had anticipated this outcome the moment he decided to change Sasuke's fate, but I haven't decided whether to take him as my disciple and teach him personally yet. This is different. I want to learn those powerful ninjutsu like the 2 techniques you used in battle yesterday. The Corpse Bone Path and Wind Release Rasengan Shuriken. He can't learn the Corpse Bone Path, and it seems he can't learn the Wind Release Rasengan Shuriken either, as Sasuke's wind attribute chakra isn't strong, it's mainly lightning attribute. In the original work Sasuke was strong in lightning release and the Sharingan, making it hard to teach him. What a hassle, what a real hassle. Seeing Nie Yun frowning repeatedly, Sasuke thought he disliked him. Immediately bowing to Nie Yun, he said, to become stronger I am willing to pay any price. I have a compelling reason to become stronger. Nie Yun sighed. He knew Sasuke's reason for wanting to become stronger was rooted in his hatred for Itachi. However, this matter is inherently confusing. Itachi did indeed slaughter the entire clan, but that was an order from Konoha's higher-ups. Therefore Sasuke should not harbor hatred towards Itachi, making his reason for becoming stronger non-existent. Yet to say Itachi was blameless is also difficult. It wouldn't be entirely inappropriate for Sasuke to hate him. After all, Itachi did kill the whole clan including their parents, and no matter how justifiable the reason, it was still wrong. Thus whether Sasuke should hate Itachi should depend on his own choice. However, whether to tell him this harsh truth and how to make him believe it made Nie Yun feel very hesitant and conflicted. After all, once he takes on a disciple, watching the disciple be tormented by hatred would be quite distressing. After thinking it over, Nie Yun decided to stop pondering. In any case, Itachi would definitely come to Konoha in a couple of days. He would talk to him then. Sasuke, the timing isn't right, let's talk about it later. For now, let's eat first. After hearing this, Sasuke could only nod helplessly, but he clearly did not intend to give up easily. Just then a noise came from outside and the door was forcibly opened. An old man wrapped up and with a single eye walked in. Danzo had come knocking. The members of Honglien rolled their eyes. Just as they were about to eat, someone else arrived. Nie Yun frowned, already beginning to feel angry. Can't you people knock? Tuanzong was clearly taken aback. It was the first time in many years someone spoke to him like this. Kid, do you know who I am? Dare to speak to me like this? I don't care who you are. If you're here for food and drink, you're welcome. If you're here to cause trouble, then get lost. Seeing Nie Yun being so tough, Tuanzong truly thought Nie Yun didn't recognize him, and he laughed instead, speaking with immense arrogance. I am Tuanzong, an elder of Konoha and the leader of the Root organization. He thought this would intimidate Nie Yun and continued, do you know what crime you've committed? Suspected of stealing Konoha's forbidden techniques and desecrating the remains of heroes. So what? These are serious crimes. The only way for you to ensure your safety is to join my side. Nie Yun was speechless. Tuanzong was too shameless, trying to trick a shadow-level expert into joining him with just a few words. Tuanzong indeed planned this, intending to acquire the Edo Tensei technique from Nie Yun with minimal cost, naturally wanting to bring Nie Yun under his command. Acquiring the Edo Tensei technique and a shadow-level expert with the bloodline of the deceased would undoubtedly enhance the strength of the Root organization. The next Hokage would have to be him. The idea was good, but Tuanzong's way of speaking was utterly atrocious. Even Hong Lian beside him couldn't help but roll his eyes. Nie Yun chuckled coldly. Mr. Tuanzong, do you think you're funny? Tuanzong remained unfazed and continued, from your bloodline limit you must be from the Kagaya clan of the Land of Water, right? The Kagaya clan is a traitorous family of the Land of Water. If this news leaks back, they will definitely send someone to kill you. Joining us is your best choice. Hong Lian looked at Nie Yun with great curiosity. The Kagaya bloodline. Could this guy be related to Kimimaro? No wonder Lord Orochimaru wanted us to capture him. He must want him to be his vessel, considering Kimimaro's bloodline disease is so severe. Nie Yun couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, Tuanzong, you really think you're funny. Let's not mention that I'm not from the Kagaya clan. Even if I were, the Kagaya clan is an old story. The Mizukage has changed twice since then. Moreover, if the Land of Water knew a shadow-level expert was around, would they send someone to recruit or assassinate him? Terumi Mei is not as foolish as you. Humph, you're clever, but I can spread news that you conspired to attack the Land of Water. With hundreds of mouths in my umbu, do you think you can explain yourself clearly? Surely after the Orochimaru incident, all nations must be sensitive to powerful rogue ninjas. Tuanzong spoke his disgusting schemes without a hint of shame. Nie Yun couldn't help but applaud. A bit of progress, but you really had the nerve to talk about yesterday. What were you doing, Tuanzong? I had official business and left Konoha. Tuanzong spun a lie without even a draft. Fabricating an alibi was easy for him. Tisk, truly impressive. Nie Yun was genuinely amazed. When it came to shamelessness, no one could compare to Tuanzong, who went to great lengths for the so-called Hokage position. So have you considered joining us? Sorry, I refuse. Please leave. Throughout the conversation, Nie Yun remained seated in his lounge chair, waving his hand to indicate Tuanzong to leave. Tuanzong's expression changed multiple times. Then I can only capture you in the name of a foreign spy. Umbu, move. Hong Lian and his subordinates quickly retreated to the corner, while Sasuke unhesitatingly took out a kunai and stood beside Nie Yun. What are you planning, Tuanzong? Konoha is not at the point where you can act recklessly. Two elderly voices came from outside. Konoha's two advisors, Mito Kaden and Tsunade, along with Jiraiya and Kakashi, walked in. Today is indeed lively. Nie Yun stretched out his hand, relaxing his battle stance, and put away the kunai from Sasuke's hand. The remnants of Sarutobi's death are still fresh, and Konoha has many issues to resolve. Instead of dealing with that, you're here causing trouble. Tsunade questioned mercilessly. Tuanzong's avoidance of battle yesterday had disappointed them. This Nie Yun is the biggest problem. If not dealt with promptly, it could lead to endless troubles. Tuanzong continued to shamelessly bite back. Enough. Mr. Nie Yun is not our enemy and has helped us resolve the invasion of Tsunade. We should treat him with respect, and we can discuss other issues later instead of resorting to violence. Rude is not your personal army. If you continue to abuse your power, we have the right to strip you of your elder status. Humph, your indulgence will eventually lead to disaster. Tuanzong made a harsh remark and turned to leave. Yet feeling embarrassed, he told his umbu subordinates, bring these remnants of Orochimaru to the root. Hong Lian and the others were shocked. If they had seen Tuanzong's true colors clearly, if they fell into his hands, it would be disastrous. This time the two advisors remained silent. Hong Lian and his group were indeed war criminals, and Tuanzong's handling was justifiable. Wait. They are my staff and won't go anywhere. Nie Yun was determined not to give Tuanzong any face. They are war criminals who invaded Konoha. Humph, how can you prove that? They haven't caused Konoha any harm. Nie Yun retorted. Tuanzong was speechless. If these individuals indeed caused no damage, nor had they harmed anyone or destroyed property. They are sound ninjas, and I must take them away today. Umbu, take action. Tuanzong chose to take action directly. But he heard Nie Yun calmly say, Tuanzong, the other day in the forest I stopped Orochimaru. He seemed to have said something about you. Should I share that with everyone? Tuanzong's heart suddenly surged with turmoil. His greatest secret was the cells of Hashirama on his arm and the secret of the Sharingan which Orochimaru had helped him with. If this matter were to be exposed, he would be finished. Humph, you will regret this. Tuanzong once again made a harsh remark, leading his subordinates away in a depressed manner. Nie Yun looked at his retreating figure, feeling a surge of killing intent. This guy is a disaster waiting to happen. Looking at Sasuke beside him, he thought, within a year I will have Sasuke killed. Clearly he had already decided to take Sasuke as his disciple. Hong Lian and the others let out a sigh of relief. The two advisors did not dwell on Hong Lian's matters but spoke to Nie Yun. Nie Yun, we apologize for Tuan Zhang's behavior and thank you very much for your contributions to Konoha yesterday. You are our guest in Konoha. As for other matters, we can discuss them after we handle Sarutobi's funeral and the issues with the Land of Wind. Reasonable and well-mannered, this is what a wise person should be. Jiraiya cast a deep glance at Nie Yun, then reverted to his carefree demeanor. I don't like Danzo either. It was really satisfying watching you shut him down just now. So hypocritical and fake, not authentic at all. You're much better, pervy sage, never hiding your hobbies. I'll take that as a compliment then. Come by another day for a drink and remember to give me a discount. Jiraiya strode away with a swagger. Only Kakashi remained. Looking at Sasuke beside Nie Yun, Kakashi sighed, realizing that his disciple was likely not going to stay with him much longer. It seemed Naruto would be training under Jiraiya as well, leaving him with only Sakura as a student. How bitter. Kakashi, just ask whatever you want to know. Nie Yun sat up and stretched. He was willing to talk to Kakashi on equal terms. It was Kakashi who had brought Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu along with Jiraiya earlier. Nie Yun. Yes, I did summon your father using a certain technique, and I admitted as much earlier. But I never restricted his freedom. He went to see the past. Then he said he was sorry for leaving you alone. Seeing your achievements now, he is very proud. You will surely grow to become a ninja even greater than him. Then I know this technique is highly random. Whom it summons is entirely a matter of luck. I can't guarantee anything. Very well. Farewell. Kakashi left Nie Yun's tavern with a melancholic air. Only after a long while did he realize that he had spoken merely 10 words. Finally the meddlesome crowd had dispersed. Hong Lian and her companions were eagerly anticipating a meal as they were ravenously hungry. They stared at Nie Yun with such longing that even he felt a bit embarrassed. You all heard what I said to Danzo. They nodded vigorously. I don't keep freeloaders. You 7, if you want to eat you have to work. Hong Lian, you'll be a waitress and hostess. What? You don't know what a hostess does. Stand at the door, say welcome, attract customers and take their orders. Why you? Don't you see you're the only woman among the 7? That big dumb ox, you're the kitchen cook. You over there, you'll be the food runner. One more thing, whether you get paid or not depends entirely on my mood. Nie Yun's tavern was actually quite spacious with a front dining area, a kitchen, a courtyard and living quarters. Before, since he was alone, only a portion was used. Now that the tavern had other employees, he no longer had to handle everything himself, so he could expand the operation. Though he didn't lack money, upgrading the tavern still brought him great joy. It was now a decent-sized establishment. Perhaps in a few years he could even open a few branches. Nie Yun then turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, are you sure you want to become my disciple? Yes. Sasuke nodded with unwavering determination. Very well. Since you trust me, I will not disappoint you. Although some of my techniques are too special to teach, I have other ways to help you grow. Remember, I am very strict and you must trust me unconditionally. After a brief hesitation, Sasuke nodded with absolute resolve. Come on, no need for a formal apprenticeship ceremony. Just help me in the kitchen. Hong Lian wept tears of joy. Finally they could eat. 3 days later the funeral of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was held. The entire village of Konoha was draped in white, everyone in mourning. Nie Yun was invited but declined. Not familiar, I won't go. There's no feast, so why bother? Regarding Hiruzen Sarutobi, the evaluations from Konoha, the Land of Fire, and the international community were mostly positive. Though he lacked the groundbreaking achievements of the first and second Hokages, he was the longest-serving Hokage and had devoted immense effort to Konoha's stability. Next came the matter of Tsunade. The fourth Kazekage could not be killed, but through negotiations Konoha secured a massive war indemnity before releasing Raza. It was the elderly Chiyo who personally came to negotiate, a tough ordeal for her. This only worsened Tsunade's already strained finances. Raza's tenure as Kazekage was likely over. After his visit to Konoha, Gaara underwent a profound change in his mindset, becoming much more stable. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would likely be the next Kazekage. Such is war, no one can predict who will win or lose or what changes will follow. Nie Yun felt that some mysterious force seemed to be correcting the shifts caused by his own actions. Could this be the legendary force of plot correction? Nie Yun didn't dwell on such an esoteric concept, as long as it posed no threat to him. Next came the issue of the fifth Hokage of Konoha. Danzo was quite active, frequently visiting the various clans of Konoha, but no one was willing to trust him. After all, during Orochimaru's invasion he had deliberately avoided combat, a fact obvious to anyone with eyes. The two advisors also didn't support him, so he had no chance this time. Many wanted to recommend Jiraiya as Hokage, but Jiraiya, free-spirited and averse to constraints, instead proposed Tsunade, who was wandering outside. He prepared to personally take Naruto to find Tsunade. Meanwhile, Nie Yun, though still under surveillance by ANVU operatives, was not harassed at his doorstep. Konoha's attitude toward him remained friendly, as everyone had tasted Nie Yun's cooking. They unanimously believed that someone who could create such delicious food couldn't be a bad person. The fact that Nie Yun could summon the dead to fight was only known among Konoha's high-ranking officials and had not leaked out. This was beneficial for everyone. Hong Lian and her subordinates were temporarily staying out of trouble. They bore chakra seals, the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan that Minato had learned from Kushina. Almost no one knew how to break it, and now only Nie Yun could remove it. But that did not mean they harbored no other intentions. They were still loyal to Orochimaru at heart. It would take time to train Hong Lian and free her from Orochimaru's brainwashing. As for Nie Yun's first disciple Sasuke, he did not rush to teach him anything. Instead, he first devised a tailored plan. Coincidentally, Jiraiya was about to set out with Naruto on a training journey to find Tsunade. On a whim, Nie Yun decided to join them with Sasuke for an impromptu travel training. Of course, training Sasuke was only one purpose. Another was that Nie Yun had discovered that the system's daily check-in rewards were especially generous when connected to the main storyline. This upcoming arc involving Tsunade with the reunion of the three ninja should yield substantial gains. And he would get to see Orochimaru again. How exciting. Orochimaru, Nie Yun, don't come near me. One day, two figures clad in black robes with red clouds appeared outside Nie Yun's small tavern. Hong Lian, who was greeting guests at the entrance, looked at the two with astonishment. She recognized the attire. Lord Orochimaru had once been one of them. This organization consisted of rank-robed ninjas from various countries, each possessing exceptional skills. Unexpectedly, just as Nie Yun had said, they truly appeared. Hong Lian felt increasingly that Nie Yun was mysterious and unfathomable. Remaining relatively calm, she softly greeted them as Nie Yun had taught her. Hello, welcome to Yun Tavern. Yun Tavern was a name Nie Yun had recently come up with, after all the scale had expanded and it could no longer be called just a small tavern. We would like 2 4 happiness meatballs, one of them ordered. Itachi glanced at the menu and said leisurely, not at all feeling like he was in enemy territory. Alright, please wait a moment. After Hong Lian arranged for them to be seated, she went into the kitchen to find Nie Yun. The Akatsuki members are here. How did you know? Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. Nie Yun pretended to be profound. Tell Nyo2 to finish cooking the remaining dishes, I will go and take a look. As Nie Yun said this, he picked up a wine gourd from the counter and walked towards the main hall. Hong Lian could only follow helplessly. Itachi and Kisame came to the Leaf Village with 3 main objectives. The first was to inform Danzo that the third Hokage had died and he needed to reveal himself, stating that he was not dead. The truth of that fateful night could be publicized at any moment, so he needed to remind Danzo of the promises made back then and not to act against Sasuke. The second was to personally test Nie Yun, as he had heard that Sasuke had become his disciple, to see if he was qualified to teach Sasuke. The third was a symbolic capture of the Nine Tails, also for the benefit of the Akatsuki organization. Thus his first stop was Nie Yun's place. You two don't seem to be here for a meal, do you? You are Nie Yun. That's correct. Itachi scrutinized Nie Yun suspiciously, as Nie Yun appeared exceedingly young, even 2 years younger than himself. The intelligence suggested he could capture the 4th Kazekage alive, which was indeed somewhat intimidating. However, being skilled was one thing, whether he could teach was another. Itachi decided to probe deeper. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and used Tsukuyomi on Nie Yun. In the world of Tsukuyomi, Itachi was the absolute master, able to manipulate time and space. The damage inflicted in the Tsukuyomi world would genuinely be transmitted to the victim's nervous system in reality, as if they had truly suffered those injuries. In the original storyline, Kakashi had once been trapped in the Tsukuyomi world by Itachi for 72 hours, though only a moment passed in the real world. However, the injuries he sustained over those 72 hours were reflected back at him instantaneously, causing even the resilient Kakashi to lose the ability to fight. Oh. By the way, this hasn't happened yet. Tsukuyomi world. You are indeed anxious, Itachi, Nie Yun said with a smile as he took a sip from the wine gourd. He had long been prepared for Itachi's Tsukuyomi, which was why he brought this Chien Kun wine gourd. The yin and yang of Chien Kun represent balance. If the yin wine could strengthen one's spirit to break any illusion, while the yang wine could bolster one's muscles, heal wounds, and even restore chakra. It was similar to the yin-yang ninjutsu of the Hokage world. How is this possible? Itachi was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered someone unaffected by Tsukuyomi. How do I know your name without being affected by Tsukuyomi? That's a long story, but this Tsukuyomi world is quite a nice place for a chat. Nie Yun fixed his gaze on Itachi, who felt as if all his secrets were being exposed. Itachi was greatly alarmed if this was his Tsukuyomi illusion world, yet Nie Yun had turned the tables on him. As clever as he was, he could guess it was due to the wine gourd in Nie Yun's hand. Noticing Itachi's silence, Nie Yun continued, I know you came to seek me as a teacher for Sasuke, and I happen to have something to ask you. I will teach Sasuke well, but there is one issue. I don't want him to grow up with hatred. Watching my disciples suffer day by day, I find it difficult to be a good teacher. Moreover, his suffering is based on deception, which is truly tragic. In other words, I want to tell him the truth about what happened back then so that he can make his own choice. Whether he should hate you, Danzo, or even Konoha depends on his own decision. Itachi's expression changed repeatedly. He did not expect Nie Yun to know so much about those events. At that moment he didn't know how to respond. Nie Yun also felt somewhat speechless, wondering how Kishimoto came up with such a confusing plot. Kishimoto, you really don't understand anything about being a Hokage. Since you won't speak, I will. A year from now I will make Sasuke strong enough to kill Danzo, and at that time I will tell him the whole truth. Itachi was about to say something, but Nie Yun cut him off. With a twist of the Chien Kun wine gourd, they returned to the real world. Indeed, only a moment had passed outside. Nie Yun stood up and said, if you two aren't here to eat, then please leave. This is not a place for lingering. Don't interfere with my business. Kisame, standing by, stared with wide fish-like eyes fixated on Nie Yun, his intuition telling him that a lot had transpired in that brief moment. Kisame, let's go. Itachi, sir. Kisame obediently followed Itachi out, but kept his dead fish eyes glued on Nie Yun. Hong Lian, who had been waiting nearby, let out a sigh of relief, but also felt a bit disappointed. Is that it? The Akatsuki organization was just dismissed like that. And why didn't they fight so she could slip away? Lost in thought, Hong Lian suddenly felt a pain in her head and saw the annoying boss raising a fist. What are you still dawdling for? Get back to work. Don't you have any awareness? Itachi left heavy-hearted. He walked absent-mindedly down the streets of Konoha, which made Kisame particularly worried. While contemplating how to comfort him, 4 Konoha ninjas suddenly appeared surrounding them. Neither of them realized they had been encircled, but it didn't affect much. Kakashi, having worked with Itachi in the Umbu, immediately recognized him and his attire. Is this the Akatsuki organization that Lord Jiraiya spoke of? Kakashi and the others did not dare to be careless. In an instant both sides exchanged several blows. Kakashi soon found himself trapped in Itachi's Tsukuyomi world. Having just faced a setback with Nie Yun, Itachi regained his confidence against Kakashi. He relentlessly attacked Kakashi for 120 hours before stopping. Kakashi fell to the ground utterly drained. It hurt so much. Despite being colleagues, Itachi is being too ruthless. He had no idea that he had been indirectly set up by Nie Yun. Itachi and Kisame quickly retreated. Although Itachi had largely achieved his goals during this visit to Konoha, he had also developed more doubts. Meanwhile, Kisame intended to fully report the information about Nie Yun to the shadowy figure behind the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Madara, who was actually Obito masquerading as Madara. Mr. Itachi, if you find it hard to take action against that brother, I can handle it for you. On a cliff, Kisame spoke to Itachi. That is my own affair, no need for you to worry. A flash of red light flickered in Itachi's eyes and Kisame quickly fell silent. Itachi's thoughts are truly peculiar. Kisame helplessly expressed in his heart that the relationship between Itachi and Sasuke was too profound for him to grasp. Not far below the cliff, 4 figures were walking along the road. It was Jiraiya, Naruto, Nie Yun, and Sasuke, these 2 pairs of master and disciple. Sasuke, how come you also followed them? It's really annoying. Although Naruto complained about Sasuke following them, his smile had not faded the entire way. I am following teacher Nie Yun for training. Sasuke shot a glare at Naruto. Damn it, he actually became teacher Nie Yun's disciple. Naruto huffed, but he soon realized something. Oh. You call teacher Nie Yun big brother, I call him big brother Sasuke, shouldn't you call me something? Right, call me Shushu. Sasuke completely ignored him this time. Naruto instantly lost interest and turned to Nie Yun, saying, Teacher Nie Yun, thank you for allowing me to see my father. It turns out he is the 4th Hokage who saved the village. I want to become a great Hokage like him. But you have drawn graffiti all over his statue. Nie Yun bluntly revealed his dark history of being a filial son. I didn't know that at the time. Naruto found it embarrassing and ran over to Jiraiya, causing a commotion. "Teacher Jiraiya, you are my father's teacher and now you are my teacher too. This is quite troublesome." "Troublesome? If it's troublesome you can call me Shirya," Jiraiya said. Naruto chuckled. "Let's not do that, calling you teacher is more natural." Ever since Naruto met Minato, he had become even more lively and optimistic, naturally also more mischievous. Watching Naruto excitedly talk about his Hokage dad, Sasuke beside him felt a mix of envy and sadness turning into a fleeting flash of hatred. Nie Yun observed all of this. Tisk, this disciple is not easy to manage. The journey to train Sasuke is going to be long and arduous. With Naruto's antics, the atmosphere in the team is not dull at all. The purpose of this trip is primarily for training and secondly to find Tsunade's whereabouts. As for training, Jiraiya is still teaching Naruto the Rasengan just like in the original story. Upon learning that Nie Yun also knew the Rasengan, Jiraiya was only slightly surprised, thinking it was taught to Nie Yun by Minato. "Sasuke, although this technique is powerful, it is not suitable for you. Your chakra is of the lightning nature, so I have decided to teach you the practice of the Chidori and its related nature transformations." In the original plot, this time is when Kakashi guided Sasuke in learning the Chidori. Later during his training with Orochimaru, Sasuke would develop the Chidori further, creating techniques like Chidori Sharp Spear and Kirin. Especially Kirin, which was a secret technique prepared by Sasuke for his battle with Itachi, utilizing the power of nature resulting in tremendous strength. Teaching him some powerful fire release techniques would be sufficient. There is no need to teach him other flashy techniques. Suitability is the most important factor. On the other hand, it is even more crucial to train his Sharingan capabilities and chakra capacity. Chakra training goes without saying, while the Sharingan's powerful abilities also consume a lot of chakra. Sasuke doesn't have the Ninetales chakra reserve. However, the Sharingan is quite tricky. Awakening and upgrading require powerful stimuli, which is not easy to arrange. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate to kill Naruto or Sakura in front of Sasuke. After thinking for a long time, Nie Yun thought of his Chinkuan wine gourd. Yin represents mental power while Yang represents physical strength. After many attempts, Nie Yun finally concocted an illusionary wine that would induce genjutsu upon consumption. As long as he can break the genjutsu through his own efforts, he can significantly enhance his mental power, thereby breaking through the Sharingan. Even if he fails, it won't harm his mental power, which is quite beneficial with no drawbacks. As for increasing chakra, it cannot be achieved overnight and requires long-term accumulation. Every day Nie Yun has Sasuke exhaust his chakra through training and then take a sip of yang wine. This way, while the chakra is restored, the total amount will also continue to grow. At noon, everyone rested by a small river. Under Jiraiya's guidance, Naruto was practicing using chakra to break water balloons. Meanwhile, Jiraiya himself had disappeared somewhere to gather materials. Nie Yun waved to Sasuke. "Come here, Sasuke." Sasuke, who was practicing Chidori, immediately jogged over. "Drink this." Nie Yun poured some illusionary wine from the Chinkuan gourd. Sasuke was puzzled about why he was suddenly asked to drink wine, but still downed it without hesitation. The spiciness of the wine made Sasuke wince. "Teacher, him a bit." Before Sasuke could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. Nie Yun propped him against a tree trunk. Seeing his good friend collapse, Naruto immediately rushed over, concern evident on his face. "Brother Nie Yun, what happened to Sasuke?" He collapsed after just one sip of wine. Upon learning that Sasuke had only fainted after one sip, Naruto immediately became smug, turning his expression into one that said Sasuke was weak. Seeing Naruto so smug, Nie Yun said, "How about you try some too?" Naruto, eager to prove he was stronger than Sasuke, readily agreed without a second thought. "I must be stronger than Sasuke. Ah, it's so spicy I'm going to faint." "Good buddy, let's lie down together." Ding, today's sign-in is activated. Condition: engage with Kisame and Itachi, who have come to capture the Ninetales. Reward: Akatsuki Organization gift box. Unlock one of the yin-yang release techniques. Hiss. Nie Yun couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Yin-yang release is a secret technique passed down by the Sage of Six Paths. Yin release represents mental power capable of creating the tangible from the intangible. The nine-tailed beasts are the physical forms created by the Sage of Six Paths using yang release. Yang release represents physical power capable of bestowing life to the tangible and even allowing the dead to possess bodies. Later, the Sage of Six Paths revived Naruto and Sasuke using yang release. Moreover, Guy, who exhausted his life force by opening the 8 gates, was also saved by Naruto using yang release. Only those approaching the Six Paths level can unlock one of them. For instance, during their peak, Madara and Hashirama unlocked yin release and yang release respectively. Gathering both yin and yang release techniques can elevate one to the 6 paths level, such as Obito and Madara after their transformation into the Ten Tails, as well as Naruto and Sasuke. In other words, yin-yang release represents the qualification to become a sage. Moreover, the yin-yang release technique serves as the foundation for many clans' secret arts. For instance, the wood release of the Senju clan's Tsunade's monstrous strength and medical ninjutsu and the Akimichi clan's Baika no Jutsu are all based on yang release. On the other hand, the Sharingan and Genjutsu of the Uchiha clan, the shadow imitation technique of the Nara clan, and the heart-turning technique of the Yamanaka clan are all based on yin release. However, most of them are unable to awaken true yin-yang release. Only Hashirama and Madara achieve this, and that was because they are the reincarnations of Indra and Azura, the sons of the Sage of Six Paths. Originally, Nie Yun's list did not include an entry for the yin-yang release technique. He thought he would have to wait until his strength improved further before it would unlock. Or perhaps he needed to implant Hashirama's cells or a Sharingan, as such a clear inheritance of yin-yang release would be required to unlock the technique. Nie Yun absolutely could not accept that just the thought of having someone else's organs in his body made his skin crawl. Now that the system rewarded him with the unlocking of the yin-yang release entry, it could not be better. Although Itachi did not truly intend to capture the Nine Tails, facing two opponents at once was indeed somewhat challenging. Itachi, needless to say, is a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan with a Mangekyo Sharingan, and his current strength was at least at the level of a Kage. Kisame Hashigaki is also at the Kage level, specializing in taijutsu and wielding the sword Samahata, which can absorb chakra, making it very effective against ninjutsu users. However, for Nie Yun it was merely a matter of difficulty. After training with the strong from various eras, his combat experience had reached an unparalleled level. Moreover, he had allies. In Pure World Reincarnation, the zombie Hanzo of the Salamander appeared before Nie Yun. Your task is to protect those two well. Nie Yun pointed at Naruto and ordered. Hanzo mechanically nodded. Nie Yun did not release his intelligence, as he only needed to faithfully execute orders. Come out. I know you're here. As there was no hiding, Itachi and Kisame jumped down from the trees. Mr. Itachi, that seems to be Hanzo. This is going to be tough. Go all out, quick battle, take them and leave. Itachi said, yet he merely threw a few shuriken, not even activating his Sharingan, clearly wanting to do the bare minimum. Unwilling to confront Nie Yun, who could counter his Tsukimi, Itachi chose to deal with Hanzo instead, while Kisame thought Itachi had voluntarily taken on a formidable opponent. Thus he drew his sword Samahata and charged toward Nie Yun. The mouth of Samahata filled with spikes aimed to devour Nie Yun's chakra. The dragon bone blade suddenly appeared in Nie Yun's hand, instantly completing the bone coverage, transforming into a massive 2-meter blade. Samahata's mouth clashed against the dragon bone blade, producing a painful sound of metal grinding that echoed through the forest. Nie Yun was unsure whether this creature had teeth or if it would chip them. The moment Samahata bit down, it was prepared to absorb any chakra that came its way. Why is there no chakra on this blade? Kisame was startled. Most people's ninja tools would be coated in chakra, making them sharper and sturdier. Earlier, seeing Nie Yun so effortlessly cover the blade with bone, it stood to reason that there should be chakra attached. Dragon Bone Spike. While Kisame was still in shock, Nie Yun's attack had already come. Countless bone spikes erupted from the dragon bone blade, with several aimed at Kisame, who attempted to retract his sword to evade. Then he awkwardly discovered that Samahata's mouth was stuck by the suddenly appearing bone spikes. Kisame was left with no choice but to let go and dodge, estimating that Nie Yun would not dare to grab Samahata with his hands, as he'd be instantly drained of chakra. Nie Yun indeed did not wish to touch the living sword, retracting the bone spikes and flinging them far away. Kisame was not worried, as Samahata would return on its own. At this moment he looked solemnly at Nie Yun. In the earlier clash of sword techniques he was completely restrained by Nie Yun. Mr. Itachi is struggling against Hanzo to rescue the hostages. I must hold Nie Yun back. Kisame began to rapidly weave hand signs. He was known as the tailless beast with an astonishing amount of chakra. Since he could not gain the upper hand with his weapon, he would annihilate him with ninjutsu. Water release Great Shark Bullet. Water release Water Dragon Bullet. Water release Great Waterfall Technique. Fire release Great Fireball. Earth release Earth Flow Wall. Fire release Great Fire Destruction. Various ninjutsu clashed violently, explosions echoing incessantly, leaving the riverside utterly unrecognizable. Kisame felt triumphant, having unleashed so many ninjutsu. He had already consumed over half of his chakra. Surely Nie Yun's chakra would have run dry by now. Just hold on a bit longer and he won't be able to withstand it. After a while Kisame's chakra was down to 1/5, yet he noticed that Nie Yun could still release ninjutsu at the same frequency. He must be holding on as well. Yes, that must be it. Moments later Kisame's chakra was depleted. Without Samahata to replenish it, he felt quite uncomfortable. For the first time in many years he found himself in a situation where his chakra had run out. He looked at Nie Yun, who appeared vibrant and even had the leisure to drink, which was clearly unreasonable. Wait, he's drinking, that must be the issue. Kisame finally realized that Nie Yun had been drinking frequently, not out of a drinking problem but to replenish his chakra. I report someone is cheating. The slacking Itachi watched Kisame on the verge of collapse, conveniently breaking free from Hanzo's entanglement and coming to Kisame's side. Retreat. Yes, Mr. Itachi. Kisame also understood that the situation was dire and turned to run with Itachi. Nie Yun did not pursue them. He was a bit exhausted as well, having already used the yang wine to replenish his chakra twice just to wear Kisame down. Ding. Conditions met. Sign-in successful. Ding. Congratulations host, you have received the Akatsuki gift box unlocking the yang release technique entry. Host Nie Yun strength Kage level. Chakra amount 10,000 S. Fire release A, Earth release A, Lightning release S, Wind release S, Water release A, Yang release B, Bloodline limit Shikatsumiyaku, other stealth technique weapon Dragon Bone Blade Xian Kun Wine Gourd. After unlocking the Yang release entry, Nie Yun instantly felt the chakra that had been depleted earlier rapidly restoring. Moreover, his chakra amount directly multiplied by 5, which was no surprise as both the Uzumaki clan, inheritors of Azura's yang power, and the Senju clan were known for their astonishing chakra reserves. Now Nie Yun's physique could be said to be very close to that of the Senju Uzumaki. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were of the same lineage from thousands of years ago. If Nie Yun were to clash with Kisame in ninjutsu again, he would absolutely no longer need to drink yang wine for replenishment and could easily overpower him. Additionally, Nie Yun's lightning release had also been upgraded recently. During a drinking competition with Kakashi, he signed in and received a lightning release gift box which had also unlocked the Chidori Flow series of ninjutsu. Yet he saw Jiraiya staggering towards him leaning against a tree. Perverted sage, why do you look so weak? Were you drained by a beautiful woman? Nie Yun asked in confusion, and Jiraiya replied with a quavering voice, I was just admiring a beauty when suddenly something strange fell from the sky and bit me, almost draining my chakra before it ran away. Fell from the sky. Drained chakra. Nie Yun thought of something and chuckled awkwardly, saying to Jiraiya, this. I don't know anything about it. You should rest. He'll prepare something nourishing for you. Nie Yun silently mourned for him. Jiraiya was indeed unlucky, having been bitten by the Kenjutsu. Even the 8 tails would be flattened by it. He probably wouldn't recover in a few days. Originally Nie Yun could have given him 2 sips of yang wine to recover, but the Chinkuan wine jug could only hold half a pound of each yang and yin wine at a time. The battle earlier had exhausted the yang wine and it would take another 2 to 3 days to refill. So Jiraiya would have to suffer a bit for now. There was a battle here earlier. Yes, it was Uchiha Itachi and his accomplices targeting Naruto. Those 2 kids are quite popular, huh? You took them down by yourself. Jiraiya's mouth slightly agape. Nie Yun was impressively powerful, almost unnaturally so. Not entirely alone, there was also one other. Nie Yun pointed to the wooden-like reanimated Hanzo. Jiraiya was taken aback upon seeing Hanzo. This is Hanzo the Salamander. You even summoned him. Jiraiya was very aware of Hanzo's strength. His title along with Tsunade and Orochimaru was earned from the recognition gained in their battle years ago. The reputation of the demigods of the ninja world was not just talk. With him here, Nie Yun can indeed handle 2 members of the Akatsuki by himself. Nie Yun, who exactly are you? I still can't see through you. Jiraiya seemed to be talking to himself, his expression serious. I am who I am, Nie Yun, a man who just wants to be a tavern owner. Nie Yun replied very honestly. Ha ha ha, I don't care if others believe it, but I, Jiraiya, do. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Just based on the delicious dishes Nie Yun cooked, it was enough to prove his passion for cooking. There are many extraordinary talents in the ninja world, but Nie Yun is truly a genius among geniuses. Thank goodness you are not an enemy of Konoha otherwise. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to enjoy your delicious cooking. Jiraiya became unserious again. As long as you can pay, you can come eat anytime. Nie Yun smiled lightly. Jiraiya instinctively clutched his wallet tightly. What happened to these 2 kids? Why are they sleeping so soundly? They took a couple of sips of my wine and fell asleep. Sigh, when I was their age I could already drink a whole barrel. Nie Yun wondered if he was boasting or being serious, but Jiraiya and the others born in times of war were indeed different from ninjas of peaceful eras. Let's go, we're about to reach the small town where someone has seen Tsunade. I've heard that she closed down all 3 casinos there. Despite being weak, Jiraiya still gritted his teeth and carried Naruto, speaking as he walked. Nie Yun also carried Sasuke and asked in surprise, Tsunade. Isn't she the legendary losing every bet big fat sheep? How could she close down the casinos? This was clearly inconsistent with his memory. Could it be that Kishimoto wrote it wrong? Oh, even you've heard of her title. She is indeed the big fat sheep who loses every bet. The casino owners won so much from her that they just closed down to enjoy life. Jiraiya explained with a bitter smile. Ah, that sounds like Tsunade. Nie Yun was at a loss for words, subconsciously wondering if he should gamble with Tsunade. This way he wouldn't have to struggle anymore in the future. Gambling ruins lives. Nie Yun quickly dismissed his thoughts. The two arrived at the small town mentioned in the intel just before nightfall and casually asked a passerby. Excuse me, have you seen a woman whose clothes have the word gamble printed on them? You mean the legendary big fat sheep lady Tsunade? Are you here to gamble with her too? But you came late. She usually doesn't gamble at night but drinks at the tavern, just that one over there. The passerby pointed to a tavern not far away. Nie Yun and Jiraiya were both taken aback. Tsunade's name as the big fat sheep was too famous, even a random passerby could recognize it. But this actually saved them time. The two arrived at the tavern and indeed saw Tsunade sitting alone drinking. If someone who didn't know Tsunade saw her for the first time, they would never believe she was already 50. With her light yellow hair, exquisite features, smooth skin, and wearing a green gambling cloak full of vitality with an angelic face and a devilish figure, there was nothing about her that resembled someone 50 years old. Of course Nie Yun understood that this was all due to the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. This was the sign of the Yin seal, which could seal and store chakra while keeping one youthful. Moreover, it was hard not to notice the two. Ahem. Nie Yun averted his gaze. Damn it, he must have been influenced by those damned vulgar novels and others. Standing next to Tsunade was a young woman in black holding a pink pig, her apprentice Shizun. Jiraiya boldly walked over and sat down opposite Tsunade. Nie Yun followed suit, tossing the two sleeping like dead pigs to a nearby seat. Lord Jiraiya. Shizun hurriedly bowed to Jiraiya and reminded Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya has arrived. Tsunade, a bit hazy from drinking, smiled foolishly. Jiraiya, it's been a long time, come drink with me. Jiraiya slightly furrowed his brow at seeing Tsunade like this didn't sit well with him. He still decided to get to the point first. Tsunade, something has happened in Konoha. Orochimaru attacked Konoha and Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed. Tsunade's cup shattered in an instant and her gaze turned fierce. Orochimaru. But that was just for a moment. Afterwards Tsunade returned to her drunken demeanor and fell silent. The village wants to invite you back to take over as the 5th Hokage. Hokage. Pfft. Tsunade expressed her disdain, only then noticing Nie Yun beside her. Who is this little friend next to you? Nie Yun felt a bit awkward. It felt strange to have an old lady who looked about the same age as him calling him little friend. My name is Nie Yun, a tavern owner from Konoha. Tsunade. Sister. Nie Yun squeezed out the word sister after thinking for a long time. Hahaha, what a sweet-talking little friend, and good-looking too. Tsunade laughed heartily, seemingly in a good mood, but Nie Yun keenly sensed the sadness and hesitation that flickered in her eyes. If Nie Yun's guess is correct, Tsunade should have met Orochimaru this morning. In the original plot, Orochimaru sought Tsunade for help in healing his hands that had been sealed after invading Konoha. He also offered Tsunade the condition to resurrect her former lover Dan Kato and her brother Nawaki. This made Tsunade hesitate. Her descent into despair was due to losing these two beloved individuals in the war, and as a result she developed a fear of blood, making it impossible for her to fight like a ninja or even use medical ninjutsu to protect others. Having lost the ones she wanted to protect the most, what good was becoming Hokage? Devastated, she left Konoha and turned to gambling and drinking to numb herself. Jiraiya understood Tsunade's sorrow well, so he stopped discussing serious matters and drank with her, hoping to persuade her slowly. Ding! A special sign-in event has begun to help Tsunade overcome her fear of blood. Reward 3 days in the Spirit Beast realm and 1 opportunity to contract the Spirit Beast. This special sign-in event is Nie Yun's first encounter, and as expected, being involved in the plot grants better rewards from the system. He had wanted to contract a Spirit Beast for a long time, but high-quality Spirit Beasts were exceedingly rare. Although the Spirit Beasts of the 3 Great Lands, Mayaboku Mountain, the Dragon Cave, and the Wet-Bone Forest, were exceptional, they only contracted with those who met certain criteria. Nie Yun looked down on ordinary Spirit Beasts. This time, with a system reward to enter the Spirit Beast world, he must find a Spirit Beast that is both powerful and impressive. But shouldn't the task of helping Tsunade overcome her fear of blood be given to that Naruto kid? Well, Naruto is currently sleeping like a dead pig. It seems hopeless, which is probably why the system assigned this task to me. What should I do? Simply persuading her with words won't work. Even if Nie Yun is eloquent, Tsunade wouldn't easily listen to someone she just met. After thinking it over, Nie Yun felt he had to rely on his Chinkuan wine pot. There was still plenty of Yin wine left, enough to brew some illusionary wine. The method of making illusionary wine is not complex. Nie Yun only needs to hold the wine pot and channel his chakra into it. He would then bring the framework of the illusion he envisioned into the wine, transforming it into illusionary wine. When someone drinks the illusionary wine, it will fill the framework with their greatest fears or obsessions, creating a complete illusionary world. After Nie Yun finished making the illusionary wine, he waited for the right moment to bring it out. After several rounds, the three of them finished a jar, and just as Tsunade and Jiraiya were about to order another jar, Nie Yun waved his hand and took out the Chinkuan wine pot. Drink mine, a family secret brew unique with no other outlet, just enough for each of us to have a bowl. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. He had been craving the wine from Nie Yun's pot all the way here. TSK tisk, you finally decided to take it out. Nie Yun smiled as he filled their cups just right. However, Tsunade's cup contained the prepared illusionary wine, while Jiraiya's and his own were ordinary Yin wine. Tsunade caught the strong aroma of the wine, her eyes widening in surprise. This is good wine. Cheers. The three of them downed it in one go. Jiraiya felt refreshed with a lingering fragrance in his mouth. No wonder you were hiding it, it's so delicious. This won't do. When we return to Konoha, you must bring me a barrel or even 3. Tsunade, with such good wine, why not come back to Konoha and drink 2 or 3 barrels with me? Jiraiya wanted to continue persuading Tsunade, but when he turned around he found Tsunade had already slumped down. Is she drunk? Jiraiya frowned. Shizen, take Tsunade back, I'll come find her again tomorrow. Jiraiya shook his head with a bitter smile as memories of their youth came back to him. In the middle of the night, inside and in, Sasuke and Naruto were tightly hugging each other. After sleeping for a day, Sasuke woke up first. As soon as Sasuke woke up, he was startled to find someone sleeping next to him and instinctively activated his Sharingan, jumping up. The 3 Tomo in his eyes spun rapidly. His Sharingan had upgraded, allowing him to see clearly that the person opposite him was Naruto. He breathed a sigh of relief while marveling at the upgrade of his Sharingan. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, he knew well how difficult it was for the Sharingan to upgrade, often accompanied by bloodshed. But how could teacher Nie Yun make the Sharingan upgrade directly? Was all this done by the teacher? Was it because of that wine and the dream after drinking it? I didn't choose the wrong teacher. Truly amazing. Seeing that it was already late, Sasuke lay back down beside Naruto, deciding to thank teacher Nie Yun tomorrow. Recalling the scenes from the dream, Naruto faced a deadly crisis while trying to save him, yet he was too weak. It seemed that power was not just meant for revenge. In Tsunade's illusion, her experience allowed her to immediately realize she was in an illusion. However, she wished she could stay in this illusion forever. Dan Kato smiled in the sunlight. Tsunade, what are you thinking? Here, this flower is for you. Nawaki circled around her sister. I will definitely become Hokage. Their faces were so vivid. It seemed as if many years had passed. Dan had become the captain of the Konoha medical team, saving the wounded, while Nawaki, wearing the Hokage cloak, was showing off handsomely. Time passed without her realizing how long they had lived together. Dan collapsed on the ground but still managed to smile. Tsunade, I am the captain of the medical team. I have fallen, but you must take over and continue saving the wounded. Don't cry. Tsunade, with tear-filled eyes, kept nodding earnestly while chakra surged in her blood-stained palms, constantly channeling medical ninjutsu. Dan seemed to improve a little as he was taken to rest, but Tsunade continued to stay on the operating table to save others. Before long, Nawaki was also brought in. Sister, don't cry. I'm now Hokage. Protecting the villagers is my responsibility. You should be proud of me even if I am injured. Even if I die, I have no regrets. You should be proud for me. Thank you for also protecting the village on the operating table. After Nawaki's surgery was completed, he was taken down to rest while Tsunade continued tirelessly to perform surgery and save people, miraculously ensuring that every injured person survived. When Tsunade stepped out of the operating room, she found a crowd gathered outside. Dan and Nawaki, along with the people she saved, stood before her speaking. Tsunade, thank you. Sister, thank you. Tsunade felt a warm and gentle energy surge into her mind, instantly clearing her thoughts. She woke up. Inheriting the belief of protecting the village and healing the sick from Nawaki and Dan, her eyes became clearer than ever. Shizun. Let's go, we need to find that Orochimaru guy and settle the score. After Tsunade finished speaking, she revealed a charming smile, murmuring, as for that Nie Yun kid, how dare he cast an illusion on me. He'll come back and settle the score with you. In the forest outside the town. Tsunade. Have you made up your mind so quickly? Orochimaru flashed a smug smile. Orochimaru, that's right, I've made up my mind. If I don't beat you to death today, my name isn't Tsunade. Tsunade leaped high and punched at Orochimaru. Knowing full well Tsunade's immense strength, Orochimaru quickly dodged to the side. Yet he was still struck by the shockwave of her punch, sent flying backward, and was caught by Yakushi Kabuto from the side. The ground where Tsunade's fist struck instantly cracked and shattered, with trees within 100 meters all toppled. This was the result of Tsunade pulling her strength at the last moment, otherwise the devastation would have been even greater. Everyone in the distant town was awakened. Naruto, still in his pajamas, jumped up ready to run outside. Earthquake. Sasuke, run, he shouted. Sasuke grabbed him. Someone is fighting. Jiraiya said, that's Tsunade, she went off to deal with Orochimaru all by herself. Unlike in the original plot, he wasn't knocked out by Tsunade, so he woke up immediately to check the situation. However, his condition was still poor, the aftereffects of Samahata had not yet passed. Nie Yun, that Orochimaru isn't easy to deal with. Tsunade still has her hemophobia. We need to hurry over and help her. Nie Yun, however, remained unhurried. He had already received a system notification Tsunade had awakened and overcome the effects of her hemophobia. Without the debuff of hemophobia, Tsunade's combat power was absolutely overwhelming the currently half-dead Orochimaru. Just go over and watch Orochimaru cry, he thought. But Nie Yun did not say this explicitly, he simply followed Jiraiya. Nie Yun, my chakra hasn't recovered yet. He'll have to rely on you in the upcoming battle, Jiraiya said. Jiraiya scratched his head sheepishly. Let's get there first, Nie Yun replied without a direct answer. He called to Sasuke and Naruto, and they all headed toward the battlefield. As the four drew closer to the battlefield, they could feel the constant tremendous rumbling. Naruto asked, is there a summon beast fighting up ahead? Sasuke, with his 3-Demo Sharingan already activated, shook his head slightly. No, there's no chakra of a summon beast. But it might be a tailed beast or a Jinchuriki. Sasuke had sensed a being with chakra comparable to a tailed beast. Stop guessing. We're at the battlefield. Let's see for ourselves, Nie Yun said with a smile, reminding them. He was sure they would be astonished. Sure enough, they saw the vast cracked earth, fallen trees, and Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto being chased by Tsunade like frightened dogs. At this moment, Orochimaru genuinely felt like crying. He had originally thought that Tsunade's attachment to Dan and Nawaki would make her completely vulnerable to his manipulation. Furthermore, the hemophobia she had yesterday had somehow vanished. Why was this happening? Only when Orochimaru saw the smiling Nie Yun in the distance did he suddenly realize it must be that guy. Although he hadn't witnessed it personally, Orochimaru's strong intuition told him that Nie Yun was behind it. Ever since he met Nie Yun on the street and was dragged to the tavern for a meal, nothing good had happened. The Konoha Crush Plan failed, costing him 2 hands, and he hadn't managed to lure Sasuke away. Even Guren, the head of the northern base, had been detained by him and turned into his waitress. What a utter humiliation. Jiraiya, watching this scene, was also extremely surprised. How had Tsunade suddenly become so fierce? And she wasn't afraid of blood anymore. Naruto's mouth formed an O shape. Wow, this big sister is pretty, but she's terrifying. She's like Sakura. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Idiot, that must be the legendary Lady Tsunade. Just as everyone was watching the spectacle, countless bone spikes suddenly erupted from the ground of the battlefield, stabbing towards Tsunade, who quickly dodged. Her continuous assault was forced to stop, giving Orochimaru a moment to catch his breath. Jiraiya, Sasuke, and Naruto all turned to look at Nie Yun. Nie Yun spread his hands, indicating he had done nothing. But in his mind he was curious. He hadn't expected Orochimaru to bring Kimimaro along. Sure enough, they saw a young boy emerge from the forest and stand between Orochimaru and Tsunade, blocking her. Kimimaro, apparently because he hadn't participated in killing the 4th Kazekage, seemed to have a less severe form of his bloodline disease. His complexion and condition were much better than when he appeared in the original plot during the Sasuke retrieval arc and fought Rock Lee. Could it be that Orochimaru brought him here to have Tsunade cure his bloodline disease and then take over Kimimaro's body? After all, Sasuke was definitely out of his reach. Nie Yun, is he your clansman? Jiraiya asked curiously. Maybe, probably, perhaps, should be. Maybe. Nie Yun didn't know how to answer. At present it was still too much for Kimimaro to fight Tsunade. Unless he burned his life force and activated the cursed seal, he wouldn't stand a chance. Orochimaru, are you now reduced to hiding behind a child? Tsunade did not attack immediately. Orochimaru panted heavily, but his snake-like eyes were fixed on Sasuke, who was watching from beside Nie Yun. Sasuke is here too. Has his eye already reached 3 tomo? Just 2 days ago it was only 2 tomo. The Uchiha's talent is truly astonishing. I so want to obtain his eyes. But seeing Jiraiya and Nie Yun beside Sasuke, Orochimaru hesitated. And there was also Tsunade, who had returned to her peak condition. If his hands weren't injured he might have had a chance to try grabbing Sasuke and running. But now even performing hand seals required someone else's help. There was simply no way. Retreat. Orochimaru resolved to leave, believing no one could stop him. This time he used the summoning technique. Kabuto used the summoning technique. Countless identical giant snakes were summoned. Some attacked Tsunade, who was about to summon Katsuyu to fight back. But then several snakes swallowed each of the 3 men in one gulp, and using the smoke as cover all the snakes began to burrow into the forest and scatter. Tsunade angrily punched and killed a few, but they were all decoys. Just as she was about to give up, Nie Yun flashed past her and gave chase. What was he doing? Tsunade was puzzled. How could he find the real one among so many snakes? In truth, Nie Yun wasn't chasing Orochimaru, he was pursuing Kimimaro. He held a small piece of bone spike that Kimimaro had just released. The Shikatsumiyaku dead bone pulse had a special connection between its users. Nie Yun had discovered this when he sparred with Kagaya Shurai last time. Compared to Kimimaro, an untaught descendant of the Kagaya clan, Nie Yun's understanding of the Shikatsumiyaku far surpassed his. Locking onto the target, Shikatsu Bone Prison. Nie Yun placed his hands on the ground and instantly more than a dozen bone spikes entrapped one of the snakes. Nie Yun approached with a smile, but before he could kill the snake and cut it open, bone spikes shot out from the snake's belly, aiming straight for his vital points. Nie Yun neither dodged nor flinched. At the moment of impact, a layer of bone armor formed over his vital points, blocking the bone spikes. Kimimaro, who had just stepped out of the snake's belly, was stunned. Could this person be his clansman? He stopped attacking and stared at Nie Yun in a daze. Orochimaru, who had already fled far away, saw this scene, and a sense of foreboding instantly rose in his heart. His Kimimaro was probably going to be lost again. Sasuke Guren Kimimaro, Nie Yun had become Orochimaru's nemesis, specifically taking away his vessels. Nie Yun, why are you doing this to me? Orochimaru cried out helplessly, in his heart his spirit completely broken. Are you my clansman? Kimimaro's expression was blank, but his voice trembled slightly. Seeing Kimimaro's pale, slender and frail appearance, Nie Yun thought of his tragic childhood. Not every member of the Kagaya clan possessed the Shikatsumiyaku. In the end, only Kimimaro was left with its power. However, instead of being treated favorably, he was locked away like a monster, only released to fight when needed, then imprisoned again afterward. Kimimaro had never lived a single normal day. He silently accepted the label of monster, detesting the world and himself. Until one day the Kagaya clan, overly belligerent and arrogant, even attempted rebellion and was annihilated by the Mist Ninja. Kimimaro, imprisoned in a cell, was a target as well, but he fought back and killed all the Mist Ninja, wandering alone and aimlessly on the road. Then he encountered Orochimaru, who had long observed this promising vessel, and took him back to his base. Orochimaru bluntly stated that he needed Kimimaro as his vessel. For the first time, Kimimaro, who had been used and despised, felt genuinely needed. Though this need would cost him his life, he followed Orochimaru devotedly, believing he had found his purpose. Finally, due to his Kekii Genkai disease, he could no longer serve as Orochimaru's vessel, so he desperately helped bring back a new vessel, Sasuke. Annihilated clan then meeting Orochimaru. Wasn't that exactly Sasuke's script? The difference is that Sasuke had a brother who made him hate and strive to survive and grow stronger, along with Naruto and the Hidden Leaf friends who never gave up on him. But Kimimaro had only Orochimaru. Now, however, Kimimaro's fate took a turn. He met someone like himself. I might possibly be your cousin. My name is Nie Yun. Nie Yun said guiltily. Unexpectedly, Kimimaro nodded mechanically. The Shikatsumiyaku cannot lie. I'm Kimimaro, but I've never seen you in the dungeon. I left the Kagaya clan very early. You probably weren't even born yet. Nie Yun continued to fabricate. At this moment, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the others also gathered around. Kimimaro instantly became alert, assuming a combat stance. Fighting with the Shikatsumiyaku, this posture isn't effective. You can extend bone spikes from any position for defense. Nie Yun smiled gently, teaching him what he had learned from Kagaya Kenrai. This gave Kimimaro an unfamiliar feeling. Being taught like this was something he had never experienced before. Although Orochimaru also taught him, he had never received knowledge of the Shikatsumiyaku's secret arts. The same person teaching him the same thing, ordinary yet precious to Kimimaro. Kimimaro learned as Nie Yun instructed. Jiraiya, are you truly from the Kagaya clan? Nie Yun rolled his eyes and said nothing. How could he explain in front of Kimimaro? Jiraiya immediately realized and fell silent, looking sheepish. Tsunade frowned, observing Nie Yun as he taught Kimimaro earnestly. With a smile like that, he must be as gentle as Dan, she thought. Damn, why am I comparing him to Dan? Tsunade felt her face flush slightly, secretly turning away. Kimimaro, come with me, how about it? But... Kimimaro hesitated, looking at the dead snake on the ground, then at Nie Yun. His mind was in turmoil. Lord Orochimaru was still waiting for him. Without Lord Orochimaru, where would his value be? Wait, before me is someone like me. Perhaps through him I can understand my own worth. Alright. Kimimaro nodded firmly. Jiraiya secretly gave Nie Yun a thumbs up. Here's something else. With just a few words you've recruited another quasi-cage level powerhouse. Tsunade had no objection either. Although Kimimaro had stopped her from killing Orochimaru earlier, she could see his mental state seemed unstable, likely a child brainwashed and lured by Orochimaru. Moreover, he was Nie Yun's clansman, so she let it go. At over 50, Tsunade didn't want to bother with such matters. Let's go. From now on call me brother, and they'll call you little brother. Nie Yun put his hand on Kimimaro's shoulder. He could feel Kimimaro's body tremble, clearly stiff and unaccustomed to such intimacy. Little brother, follow me from now on and they'll make you delicious food. Nie Yun smiled, easing Kimimaro's discomfort. Then he waved to Sasuke and Naruto, introducing them. This is Sasuke, my apprentice, and this is Naruto. You're about the same age, make sure to get along well. Naruto looked at the boy 2 years older with great curiosity, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Naruto. My dream is to become Hokage. Sasuke felt a familiar aura from this person and was not too cold. Nice to meet you. Let's go back to the inn. I'm happy today, so you're in for a feast. Naruto cheered. Great. I've been craving it. Sasuke couldn't help but curl his lips. Jiraiya, who had been a bystander the whole time and was exhausted, said, one thing, you're treating us and not paying. I must get my money's worth from last time. Tsunade and Shizen were curious, was Nie Yun's cooking really that good? Hours later, faced with a huge table of irresistible dishes and seeing Jiraiya, Naruto, and Sasuke already wolfing down and fighting over food, Tsunade and Shizen kept telling themselves to eat slowly and be ladylike. But the moment the food touched their tongues, the flavors exploded. So much for being ladylike, if they instantly joined the scramble. Only Kimimaro ate slowly, savoring the dishes Nie Yun had put in his bowl. It wasn't that he didn't find them delicious, he was carefully tasting this extraordinary flavor. This time perhaps he could find his true worth. As for Orochimaru, who was he? Kimimaro could no longer remember clearly. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, officially took office, becoming the first female Hokage in history, renowned for both her talent and beauty. However, no one in Konoha or the entire ninja world dared to underestimate her simply because she was a woman. The legendary reputation of the three Sannin was not merely inherited, it was forged in the crucible of war built upon the corpses of their enemies. Yet at this moment at midnight, the newly appointed and respected female Hokage appeared quite differently in Nie Yun's tavern. Tsunade boldly sat in a chair, calling out loudly, bring on the drinks. Nie Yun, bring out that special brew you served us last time. I came back to Konoha partly because of this wine. Tsunade's words carried a deeper meaning. Indeed, she had overcome her inner turmoil and blood phobia after drinking Nie Yun's special illusionary wine, allowing her to confront her return to Konoha and assume the Hokage position. However, this matter was known only to Tsunade and Nie Yun, both of whom chose not to address it directly. Ultimately, Tsunade felt a hint of gratitude towards Nie Yun. Hokage-sama, you just took office. Aren't you afraid of being reprimanded for coming to my little tavern to drink at this late hour instead of handling official duties? With Shizen watching over things, I can afford to take a break. And please call me Tsunade Nichin, not Hokage-sama. Nie Yun instructed Jun Ma-lu to bring a jar of wine to Tsunade. Though it wasn't from the legendary Chinkuan wine pot, it was a fine brew specially crafted by Nie Yun according to her taste. Jun Ma-lu, due to his overly introverted nature, only spoke to Nie Yun, a close relative. Hence Nie Yun deliberately arranged for him to help in the tavern, allowing him to interact more with people, and since the folks in Konoha were generally kind, Jun Ma-lu was slowly changing. Tsunade Nichin, your drink. Little Jun Ma-lu, do you want to have a bit? Brother said I can't drink yet. Jun Ma-lu awkwardly forced a smile which, though strange, was more human than his previous expressionless demeanor. Hokage. Tsunade. Nichin, you're a doctor after all, and Jun Ma-lu is still your patient. Nie Yun smiled wryly as he emerged from the kitchen, sitting across from Tsunade. A few days ago he had asked her to treat Jun Ma-lu's bloodline disease, offering to let her dine for free in return. Haha, I forgot. Drinking a little is actually no problem. Brother, I'm going to help in the back. Upon seeing Nie Yun, Jun Ma Lu instantly beamed, his appearance slightly overshadowing Nie Yun's but still impressively handsome. Nie Yun patted his shoulder saying, go on Hong Lian and the others will teach you. It'll keep you company for a drink. Ah, good wine. Tsunade gulped down a mouthful. I heard you want to contract a summoning beast. Hokagesima, you are well informed. Hehe, you've basically asked all the ninjas in Konoha who have summoning beasts. If I didn't know that, then the position of Hokage is truly in vain. Haha, the more you know, the better choices you can make. Nie Yun scratched his head, having gained the opportunity to visit the summoning beast realm, but he had only 3 days. To avoid depending on luck, I'm doing my homework in advance to understand various summoning beasts. Why don't you sign a contract with the Toad Sage? Ah, this. Nie Yun was somewhat at a loss for words, as Jiraiya had also mentioned something similar to him a few days ago. Nie Yun, are you looking for a summoning beast? How about signing a contract with the Frog Clan? Their secret techniques are incredibly powerful. Tsunade thought Nie Yun was unfamiliar with the toads and continued to explain. The Toad Sage resides in the Wet Bone Forest and is immensely vast. Each time we summon, it's merely a part of him. The Toad Sage excels in healing. As long as one isn't dead, he can save them. Many of my medical ninjutsu techniques are derived from the Toad Sage. As Tsunade elaborated, she did so with careful consideration, wanting to repay the favor to Nie Yun, who had helped her resolve her inner conflict. Tsunade-nichan, I've already decided on the type of summoning beast I want to contract. Toads aren't suitable for me. Nie Yun smiled as he declined Tsunade's goodwill. Tsunade did not insist further and changed the topic. The reconstruction work in Konoha is still ongoing. With compensation from the Sand Ninja Village, there aren't any major issues. As for the Sand Ninja Village, the 4th Kazekage has stepped back and the 5th Kazekage is Gaara, the son of the 4th. Although he is not at the level of a shadow, he has great potential as a Jinchuriki. However, the 4th Kazekage Raza is still resentful after being captured by you and wants to challenge you. But we have signed a new peace treaty with the Sand Ninja, forming a strategic alliance, so Raza won't act recklessly. You can rest assured. As Tsunade sipped her drink and chattered on, Nie Yun listened attentively. He didn't care much about Raza's challenge. After all, he was merely a defeated opponent and the gap between them would only widen. If Raza wanted to defeat Nie Yun, it would be in another lifetime. In diplomacy between nations, there are no everlasting friends, only everlasting interests. Nie Yun summarized with a phrase from Earth. Tsunade pondered for a moment, her eyes lighting up. In diplomacy between nations, it does seem to follow that logic. These 2 sentences sum it up quite well. Then she thought for a moment and said to Nie Yun, so what about us? Are we sitting together now because of interests? No, we are friends, forever friends. A few days later, Nie Yun tidied everything up and prepared to head to the summoning beast realm. Sasuke, Jun Ma Lu, Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Hong Lian all sat in the yard watching him. Nie Yun felt quite strange under their gazes. I'm just going to the summoning beast realm for a trip, at most 3 days. Is there really a need for you to look at me like this? Sasuke, teacher Nie Yun, I heard that the reverse summoning technique to the summoning beast realm is very dangerous. One misstep can lead to getting lost in spatial turbulence. You should reconsider going. Jun Ma Lu, brother, I believe in you. Naruto, brother Nie Yun, can you take me with you? Kakashi, Naruto, don't be foolish. Tsunade frowned. Jiraiya, you have experience, share it with us. Jiraiya shared from his experience. Although I used reverse summoning to go to Mount Mayaboku for the first time, Mount Mayaboku is a sage land with a direct passage to the ninja world, so the danger is minimal. For every subsequent trip to Mount Mayaboku, I would have the toad summon me there. Using reverse summoning to directly go to the summoning beast realm is still too dangerous. Looking at the large group of people in the yard, Nie Yun couldn't help but feel emotional. In his first 3 years signing in the ninja world, he was all alone, and now suddenly he had so many friends. It felt quite nice. Don't worry about me. My method isn't reverse summoning, it's very safe, and I will definitely return in 3 days. As Nie Yun spoke, he activated the system's teleportation and a beam of white light enveloped him. The crowd in the yard stared in astonishment as Nie Yun vanished in an instant, exchanging glances. Jiraiya, should we think about how to write Nie Yun's epitaph? A brave warrior who dared to explore. But before he could finish, Tsunade sent him flying. Tsunade, Jiraiya, just shut up. Most of the people in the courtyard were worried about Nie Yun. Only Hong Lian felt unexpectedly conflicted inside. At first she was unwilling to be held back by Nie Yun at the tavern, wanting desperately to return to Orochimaru's side. However, as time passed, the longer she stayed here, the weaker her desire to escape from Konoha and return to the Sound Ninjas became. It was not just because Nie Yun's cooking was delicious but because this tavern offered her a warmth of humanity that she had never experienced in Orochimaru's cold base. Not only Nie Yun but every guest who came to the tavern was filled with enthusiasm and hope. Even those who came to drown their sorrows in alcohol ultimately left with a sense of positivity, a term she had learned from Nie Yun. Her subordinates had completely given up their identities as sound ninjas. Gradually even Hong Lian sometimes forgot about her past as a sound ninja. Especially when Junmaru also arrived at Nie Yun's tavern, this new vessel of Orochimaru that had once made her jealous. Hong Lian had seen Junmaru's cold demeanor filled with the murderous aura from countless blood-soaked battles, which was chilling. But now after just half a month he had gone from expressionless to occasionally showing a shy smile. This place was truly magical. Staying here was not a bad thing. Yet the thought of leaving here made her worry about what would happen to Yumaru, whom she had left behind at the northern base. If she wasn't there, others would surely bully him. Although he was a test subject of Orochimaru's attempt to control the three tails, which made others hesitant to act against him, he was still just a child of a few years old. Moreover, he was the one who had killed her mother. She had promised to protect him, and now Yumaru must be waiting for her return. Hong Lian's gaze grew resolute as she decided to bring Yumaru back. This time Nie Yun's departure might be the best opportunity. Hong Lian quietly left the courtyard and walked to the woodshed where her subordinates had followed her. "Sister Hong Lian, have you really made up your mind?" Even though Nie Yun was absent, the surrounding Nambu. Our chakra was still sealed. "Yes, I must leave. Yumaru is still waiting for me. I cannot leave him alone in that dreadful place. I have observed that since the new Hokage took office, the number of Umbu around has significantly decreased. I think we should inform the boss. He might agree to let you go and even help you." Nie Yun. "The boss is a good person. I know he would agree. However, we are still prisoners of Konoha. If he lets us go, it would conflict with Konoha, and that Danzo might come back to trouble him. But if I escape on my own, then he won't have to face any trouble." "Sister Hong Lian, so you have considered the boss situation so thoroughly. Well, we will cover for you then." Bang! The woodshed door was kicked open and Junmaru walked in expressionlessly. "You all want to betray my brother." The blinding white light faded and Nie Yun slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was now in a primitive forest. The surrounding trees were absurdly large, several times bigger than the tallest trees in the Forest of Death. Moreover, the natural energy here was rich with senjutsu chakra, making it difficult for Nie Yun to adapt at first. The summoning beast realm is actually a subordinate subdimensional plane of the ninja world. The Sage of Six Paths discovered this place and created the summoning technique, allowing humans and summoning beasts to fight side by side. For thousands of years after the Sage of Six Paths, the ninja world had been almost deserted, with all information and intelligence coming from highly intelligent summoning beasts. Furthermore, through understanding the summoning beasts brought by others from Konoha, Nie Yun managed to learn about the summoning beast realm. In the summoning beast realm, intelligent summoning beasts are rare. Most are still beast forms without intelligence. Intelligent summoning beasts are generally powerful and tend to gather with others of their kind to form a tribe, such as the toads of Myaboku Mountain and the snakes of Ryuchi Cave. There are also some rare individual species that are powerful, like the Monkey King and the Slug Sage. These intelligent summoning beasts send their own or their tribe's summoning scrolls to the ninja world through special methods. Fated individuals who obtain them can form contracts, gaining the ability to fight alongside the summoning beasts. This also allows the summoning beasts to walk in the ninja world, which serves as a form of training for them, helping them grow faster. There are very few people like Nie Yun who directly enter the summoning beast realm to seek summoning beasts. This time Nie Yun intended to find a rare summoning beast with exceptional intelligence, one that had not been contracted for centuries and was even considered a legend among summoning beasts. The golden-winged phoenix. Indeed, this is a bird-type summoning beast known for its incredible speed. According to Akai's summoning beast, the tortoise, it resides on a golden mountain by the sea. He had seen its fleeting shadow a few times when the tortoise was still a small turtle. Though this information might be outdated by a century, Nie Yun still followed the tortoise's directions, determined the path, and headed towards the seaside gathering place of summoning beasts. First he would seek the help of the sea tortoise. After running for 5 hours, Nie Yun finally saw the ocean. Along the way he encountered a variety of summoning beasts and tribes. However, their overall strength was quite weak, making them of little value. Few people in the ninja world used such summoning beasts, which hindered the development of their tribes. Throughout the journey, Nie Yun had not seen any toads or snakes, likely because these two species had gone to Myaboku Mountain and Ryuchi Cave. Arriving at the agreed location by the seaside, Nie Yun spotted a sea turtle from a distance, and in the blink of an eye the sea turtle was right in front of him. I must say, Akai's tortoise is indeed a peculiar one. Its speed is astonishing. I can't believe you really came. Then let's do as we said. Hop on my back and I will take you to where I was born, which is still quite far away. Even at my speed it will take 2 hours. The tortoise directly invited Nie Yun to get on. Nie Yun was not polite and successfully achieved the achievement riding a turtle for the first time. With a swift wind, the tortoise not only moved quickly but also had great endurance, running for an hour without stopping. Finally it stopped in front of a mountain. This is the place, I remember it clearly. It flew into the mountain several times and each time I could only see a golden shadow. Nie Yun nodded and clasped his fists to the tortoise, saying, "Thank you. I can handle it from here." The tortoise nodded and left without looking back. Although the mountain was not large, Nie Yun searched around and found no trace of any summoning beasts. This rather indicated that this was a habitat for a powerful summoning beast. Thus Nie Yun decided to wait patiently. Perhaps the other party was simply out. Nie Yun gathered some unique fruits from the summoning beast realm. The tortoise had told him they were edible, so he tried some and found they were quite suitable for making fruit porridge. He took out bowls and pots from the system sealing scroll and started cooking porridge. Before long a delicious aroma filled half the mountain. Why did the sky suddenly darken and start to rain? While deeply immersed in cooking, Nie Yun felt drops of water falling on his head. He looked up and was stunned. It wasn't the sky that darkened but a large bird hovering above his head. And it wasn't rain, it was liquid flowing from the bird's beak. Nie Yun didn't know if birds could drool, but this big bird was definitely craving something. Of course it was craving the pot of porridge, not Nie Yun himself. The large bird spoke, "Human, what is this food? It smells so fragrant." "It's porridge made from those fruits," he replied. Nie Yun remained calm and patiently explained. This was exactly the golden-winged firebird he was looking for. Although it was called a firebird, Nie Yun felt it resembled a combination of a phoenix and a roc. It had the strong golden wings and claws of a roc along with the neck, body and tail of a phoenix. These features combined not only seemed unusual but also exuded a certain beauty. He never expected that after searching everywhere it would come to him. Could it be a foodie as well? After all, chefs love foodies because they are the easiest to please. Although Nie Yun had a chance for a forced contract, he wanted to rely on his own abilities to sign a contract, as this would be a partner he would fight alongside in the future. Only by being like-minded can they cooperate better. The fruits are delicious, but I'm already tired of them. I didn't expect them to smell so good now. Could I have some? The bird's voice was gender-neutral and quite eloquent. Sure. But if we are to share food, you must tell me your name. I am Nie Yun, an innkeeper and chef. Not bad, that makes sense. My name is Chihua. Foodie. Nie Yun dug at his ears, thinking he heard wrong, and then burst into laughter. Indeed, this foodie bird was destined to become his spirit beast with a name so fitting. What a good name. We are truly fated. Since you are so big, I will make you a large pot of porridge. Thank you, but it's not necessary, one pot is enough, Chihua said, folding its wings as if preparing to land. Nie Yun was about to step aside, as its 6 or 7 meter long body would take up a lot of space. However, he noticed that as Chihua descended, its form quickly shrank. Seeing Nie Yun's surprised expression, Chihua proudly explained, "I control wind and fire. With a wave of my arm I can absorb the wind and fire of heaven and earth, transforming them into a mighty form or condensing them like an eagle or sparrow." Wow. That's amazing. I've struck gold. Nie Yun was overjoyed. Chihua transformed to the size of an eagle, and the flames from the pot of porridge miraculously avoided it. The more Nie Yun looked, the more he liked it, trying hard to suppress his urge to force a contract. "Foodie brother, how about trying the porridge? I am the youngest special chef capable of making all kinds of delicious dishes. Such as steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roast duck, roast chick, roast goose, marinated pork, marinated duck, soy sauce, chicken, cured meat and more." Nie Yun listed the dishes while observing Chihua, who seemed to have sparkles in its eyes. "This porridge is truly delicious. And those dishes you just mentioned sound wonderful. I'm tired of the food in this world after thousands of years." Well, an ancient bird. Why don't you contract with a human to enjoy the delicacies of the ninja world? Short-sighted and timid creatures. Besides, that person named Yui 1,000 years ago, I haven't seen any human brave enough to come here. Therefore I look down on all of them and naturally will not contract with them. Chihua spoke arrogantly. Ahem. Nie Yun coughed lightly to remind Chihua. Of course you are the exception among human. By the way, you dare to come to the spirit beast realm and cross the barriers, that is extremely dangerous for your kind. You're quite impressive. Chihua seemed to acknowledge Nie Yun, whether because it was thankful for the food or genuinely recognized him, or perhaps both. Just as Nie Yun was preparing to be polite, Chihua spoke again. Kid, why don't you contract with me? I can help you fight, but you must make all the dishes you just mentioned. This surprise comes too suddenly. Nie Yun had no reason to refuse, quickly nodding in agreement. Since you gave me this scroll, I've never used it. Chihua breathed out a small flame which expanded rapidly upon hitting the ground, leaving behind a large scroll. Nie Yun understood. Is this a sealing technique? Correct, you are quite clever. I like you more and more, Chihua praised. Nie Yun quickly signed his name, feeling relieved that this foodie wouldn't escape now. Although the main task was completed, it wasn't time to return yet, as he had to leave enough time for what was happening at the inn. Foodie, since you know Otsutsuki you must know the frog sage and the snail sage, right? After settling one matter, Nie Yun thought of another. Of course, but the frog is always sleeping, so I'm not familiar with it. Why do you ask? Since the contract was signed, Chihua was not slacking off. Well, I have a younger brother who is under a cursed seal, a technique based on sage chakra. Nie Yun began to explain. Kunmaru has the heaven's curse seal planted by Orochimaru. Although Nie Yun has imposed multiple seals on it, he still feels uneasy without completely eradicating it. The curse seal was developed by Orochimaru based on the sage chakra from Yugo, so Nie Yun wondered if he could help Kunmaru cultivate sage techniques or even achieve sage mode to completely dissolve the curse seal. After all, this thing could suddenly turn out to be Orochimaru's backup plan to resurrect himself through these cursed individuals. Very troublesome indeed. I see. Sage techniques should be able to dissolve such curse seals. Let me take you to find the old frog, but I can't guarantee whether he will agree. Hop on. Chihua flapped its wings and instantly returned to a few meters in size. Nie Yun jumped onto Chihua's back, and with a flap of its wings it charged in one direction. This speed was simply lightning fast. The locations of the three great sage lands are quite special. They are actually in the gap between the ninja world and the spirit beast world, serving as a connection point. So how do we get there? Although the three great sage lands are like an otherworldly realm for me, I can go anywhere. Just watch and see and let you witness my strength. In the evening of Konohagakure, a minor disturbance had just occurred. An enemy ninja attacked and a prisoner escaped. It was none other than Hong Lian, who intended to leave. Earlier that morning, Hong Lian and her group were caught in a small meeting by Junmalu. Do you want to leave this place? Leave my brother? Junmalu's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Hong Lian's subordinates fell silent, fearing that Junmalu might unleash a massacre. They were currently incapable of any resistance. I want to escape. It has nothing to do with them. If anyone is to be killed, let it be me. Stepping forward, Hong Lian faced Junmalu directly. Since she had been discovered, there was no need for further concealment. Sister Hong Lian, we can't let you bear this alone. Junmalu. Shut up. Hong Lian admonished. Junmalu took a step forward, causing Hong Lian's subordinates to instinctively step back. Hong Lian closed her eyes, whispering the ghostly pill, I shall see you in the next life. And Nie Yun. What are you doing? Hong Lian suddenly opened her eyes, staring incredulously at Junmalu. Brother was right. You are about to leave the tavern soon. He said that if he is not around these days and you plan to leave, he would let me give you the medicine to remove the chakra seal so you can depart safely. Staring at what she held in her hand, Hong Lian was stunned. Nie Yun had already anticipated her departure and had left her a contingency plan. This guy truly knows everything. Hong Lian suddenly felt choked up. Brother also said that returning now is very dangerous for you. He no longer has any reincarnators. If you go back, you will become his target, so think it over carefully. Junmalu continued speaking. It was the first time Hong Lian heard him say so much. She understood that Junmalu was referring to Orochimaru, but precisely because of this she felt even more compelled to return. The ghostly pill could very well become Orochimaru's target for reincarnation. After finishing his words, Junmalu turned and left. Junmalu, wait. When Nie Yun returns, tell him that if I can survive and take the ghostly pill away, I will come back to find him and never leave again. In the Hokage office, Danzo walked in with a grim expression, accompanied by the advisors Mito Gate Flame and Tsunade Shizun. I've said it before, you are too lenient with Nie Yun. Now that Orochimaru's subordinate has escaped, this severely affects the image of Konoha. Danzo, relying on his status as an elder, questioned Tsunade directly. Danzo, mind your tone. Tsunade is now the Hokage, Shizun admonished. Tsunade frowned, staring at Danzo and countering calmly, it's just one enemy ninja who escaped. Should we offend a powerful ally of Konoha over this? Doing so would likely harm Konoha's image. I believe you understand this point, Danzo, or do you have other motives? Humph, one day you will regret today's decision. Nie Yun is definitely not a good person, he should have been dealt with earlier. Enough. I will take responsibility for my decision. Nie Yun poses no threat to Konoha and may even offer significant help. Tsunade interrupted Danzo's words by slapping the table. Danzo snorted coldly and turned to leave. Nie Yun, I will capture you sooner or later. Meanwhile, Nie Yun, sitting on Chihua's back, suddenly sneezed repeatedly. Could it be that Chihua is moving too fast and he caught a chill? A ball of floating fire suddenly appeared before Nie Yun, swirling around him to provide warmth. Chihua, you are quite thoughtful. Chihua, how much longer do we have? Soon we will reach Myobokuzen, nestled between the summoning beast realm and the ninja world. We must pass through a weak spatial barrier which no one can traverse easily except for me. Hold on tight, we are about to pass through. As soon as Chihua's voice fell, Nie Yun suddenly felt enveloped by a strange power, but this sensation vanished in an instant. We have already passed through. My golden wings can tear through space. If it were anyone else or a ninja beast, they would be obstructed by the forces of space, making it difficult to advance, taking several hours. Chihua boasted unabashedly and Nie Yun clapped along enthusiastically. The stronger Chihua became, the happier Nie Yun felt. Let's go. I wonder if the old toad has woken up. Among his disciples there should be some who can perform sage techniques. Chihua continued to lead Nie Yun deeper into Myobokuzen. Soon a strangely shaped palace appeared before Nie Yun. Chihua, being quite polite, shrank his size and stopped outside, not flying directly inside. A little toad wearing a cloak and sporting a beard hopped down the steps. It was none other than Toad Fukasaku. Chihua, our master has been waiting for you all. Nie Yun was somewhat surprised. Was this toad sage's foresight truly that impressive? Don't be surprised, this old toad has only this much ability. Chihua transformed into the size of a parrot and landed on Nie Yun's shoulder, whispering. Following Toad Fukasaku, Nie Yun entered the main hall, where he saw a gigantic old toad squinting its eyes lying on the altar. Toad sage, could you please open your eyes a bit wider to speak? Chihua shouted unceremoniously. Chihua, it's not that our master won't open his eyes, it seems he has fallen asleep again, Fukasaku explained apologetically. How could the toad sage who just called him to receive guests fall asleep so quickly? Nie Yun was aware that this old toad sage could sleep for 100 years, so it was impossible for him to waste time here. Fortunately, Fukasaku here also knows sage techniques, but I don't know if he is willing to teach outsiders. Nie Yun directly stated his intentions to Fukasaku. That's no problem. To practice Myobokuzen sage techniques you just need to sign a summoning contract with our Toad clan. Since you are friends of Jiraiya, you can go directly to him. However, I still must remind you that practicing sage techniques is very difficult and poses dangers. That child can succeed in his cultivation. Suddenly the toad sage woke up, which was quite unexpected. Old toad, what did you dream about this time? Chihua flapped his wings and flew in front of the toad sage. Oh. It's Chihua. In my dream I foresaw a battle regarding the child who will soon sign a contract with us. He used sage techniques to fight. A battle? Who is he fighting? Nie Yun asked. I can't see clearly in my dream, it's all a blur. I can't see your future clearly either, but I can feel that the ninja world will undergo tremendous changes because of you. The enemy he will battle is very powerful and is coming for you. The toad sage fell asleep again. Nie Yun nearly spat blood. Leaving such words half-spoken was truly distressing. Nyamu Mountain, its slopes bristling with towering stone spires, serves as the Hama clan's sanctuary of cultivation and as the place where they guide ninjas in the practice of Xian arts. Nie Yun suggested an on-site inspection, so Hama Shinzua led him to the mountain. Shinzua explained to Nie Yun that, plainly put, cultivating Xian arts is the absorption and utilization of natural energy. Although this natural energy is sometimes referred to as Xian art chakra, it remains fundamentally distinct from chakra. You must understand. Shinzua inhaled deeply as if about to disclose some vast secret. 1,000 years ago the shinobi world actually had no chakra. In those days many humans were likewise able to use natural energy. Chihua should know this. Chihua, exactly. Chakra was indeed an imported thing for the shinobi world. After speaking, Shinzua and Chihua both fixed their gaze on Nie Yun, watching for his reaction. Nie Yun only nodded calmly. I already know that. Why are you all staring at me? Great Sage Shinzua, please continue explaining the cultivation of Xian arts. Chihua, you know all this. I do not believe it. Your heart must be roiling like a storm. You are merely forcing a placid face. Shinzua offered a barely perceptible nod. Evidently he agreed. Humans with their mere century-long lives, how could they possibly know such secrets from a millennium past? Oh, you glutton. Aren't you referring to the legend of the heavenly descended Huiji and the divine tree bearing chakra fruits? Whoa, you actually know that. How could that be? It makes no sense. Even if fragments of a 1,000-year-old tale linger among humans, they are often garbled and half understood. You could not possibly know it in such detail. Chihua, astonished, let out an oath, his genteel bearing evaporating. Shinzua fell silent, recalling Hama Great Sage's recent prophecy concerning Nie Yun. Talk of changing the shinobi world. Hama Great Sage had once told Xiao Zilayi that a prophesied child would arise to transform the world, yet he never revealed who that child might be. Xiao Zilayi has been searching ever since. But this time the Great Sage plainly declared that Nie Yun would change the shinobi world. Shinzua placed unwavering faith in Hama Great Sage's prophecy, and so he no longer treated Nie Yun lightly. He regarded him with renewed seriousness. Shinzua drew a deep breath and continued his explanation. With the emergence of chakra, humanity chose the more convenient path of chakra cultivation. Bodies gradually ceased to adapt to natural energy, and those who practiced Xian arts dwindled. Therefore, for present-day ninjas, attempting to absorb and harness natural energy is exceedingly difficult. Moreover, one must journey to places like Miamu Mountain where natural energy is abundant, relax both body and mind until they return wholly to nature to receive that energy. Should distracting thoughts arise, one can all too easily be transformed into a Hama. Whether to cultivate natural energy must be a decision carefully considered by that child. Nie Yun nodded. He was well aware of the risks of Xian arts. But Jun Malu must undertake the training not only to counter the heavenly cursed seal but also to treat his bloodline malady. I understand. When I return to Mai in a few days, I will bring him here to train. A great sage. Shinzua, please take good care of him. Shinzua hastened to assure Nie Yun that he was too polite and that he would teach with wholehearted care. After a tour of Miamu Mountain, Shinzua even tried to persuade Nie Yun to stay for a Miamu feast, a cold insect salad. Nie Yun and Chihua fled Miamu Mountain as if escaping. You foodie, aren't you a bird that eats insects too? I am a divine bird. I eat celestial insects, and once you cook them they lose their savor. Ha, fair enough. Since we're already at Miamu Mountain, let's next see Shigulin and Longdi Cave. Shigulin is fine, but Longdi Cave is out of the question. I won't forgive that old white snake and his brood of gloomy disciples and descendants. To be honest, I dislike snakes too. Nie Yun rode on Chihua's back, the two chatting as they flew toward Shigulin. Not long after Nie Yun departed, the Hama Great Sage of Miamu Mountain awoke once more. To Shinzua, who tended him, he said, "Little Shinzua, summon Xiao Zilayi, I have words for him." Shinzua asked no questions. He sent a ninja frog to inform Zilayi, then performed a summoning technique to call Zilayi over. Viewed from another angle, ninjas are themselves the summoning beasts of summoning beasts. When Zilayi arrived and learned that Hama Great Sage had summoned him, he instinctively felt the Great Sage must have a new prophecy concerning the prophesied child among his disciples to reveal to him. Since his youth, when he first came to Miamu Mountain and accepted the burden of being the teacher for the prophesied child who could change the shinobi world. He first took in the trio from the Rain Country, Mi Yen, Xiao Nan and Changmen, and upon seeing Changmen's Rinnegan he believed Changmen might well be the prophesied child. But after he left the Rain Country years later, he received word that the three had perished in the country's internal turmoil. Later he took Bofeng Shui Men as a disciple. This pupil was not only handsome and gentle but exceptionally gifted, achieving renown in war at a young age and becoming Nui's fourth Hokage. He seemed the perfect candidate, and just as Zilayi believed Bofeng Shui Men to be the prophesied child, Shui Men died amid the sudden Ninetales catastrophe. Thereafter Zilayi never ceased his search, traveling the shinobi world and writing books while seeking the prophesied child until he met the present Mingren. This hot-blooded fool, forever proclaiming his aim to become Hokage, an unpredictable ninja, yet one who could project an unrivaled strength. Over the time they spent together, Zilayi gradually came to suspect that the prophesied child might indeed be Mingren. If Hama Great Sage had a new prophecy to corroborate his belief, all the better. Zilayi made his accustomed way to Hama Great Sage's hall and bowed. He was no longer the impetuous youth who had first come. Xiao Zilayi, you have grown. Great Sage, why have you summoned me? I wish to tell you that the prophecy concerning the prophesied child. Zilayi's heart gave a sharp jolt. He held his breath. Was it truly about to be revealed? That prophecy has been nullified. What? Listening with rapt attention, Zilayi staggered and nearly fell, certain he had misheard. Great Sage, what do you mean the prophecy is nullified? Because the future has changed, the prophecy of the prophesied child no longer applies. Hama Great Sage explained calmly, but Zilayi did not hear a single word. He had spent half his life searching for the prophesied child and sworn to shoulder the duty of guiding him, and now the great sage suddenly told him the prophecy no longer holds. Was this not to negate his entire life? Why does the world spin before my eyes? Struck by the blow, Yi fainted outright. When Nie Yun returned to Konoha, he received two pieces of news. One was that Honglian had escaped, which was within his expectations, and he had even subtly facilitated it. He had long seen through Honglian's intentions. Keeping her against her will was pointless, so he let her go, hoping she might even bring back Yugoe-wan. The other news was that Jiraiya had collapsed in Mount Mayaboku and was sent back by Fukasaku sage. After waking up, he seemed dazed, spending his days drinking and laughing foolishly, insisting on seeing Nie Yun. Naruto and Tsunade stood before Nie Yun. "Brother Nie Yun, please go see Jiraiya sensei. He's been acting really strange lately," Naruto pleaded, his face grim. Naruto complained that Jiraiya hadn't trained him in days and barely acknowledged him. Even when I used the sexy jutsu in front of him, he barely reacted. Nie Yun's focus was clearly elsewhere. Sexy jutsu. Naruto already developed that divine technique. Thinking Nie Yun didn't know what it was, Naruto offered to demonstrate. "Stop, stop, stop." Nie Yun quickly cut him off, not wanting to bleed from his nose. Tsunade frowned, deeply worried about Jiraiya. She had tried various methods, but medical ninjutsu was completely ineffective. "I've never seen Jiraiya like this. Medical ninjutsu doesn't work. Please go see him, he keeps muttering your name," Tsunade implored, her tone almost pleading. Nie Yun had no idea what Jiraiya had experienced in Mount Mayaboku after he left. Since Jiraiya was his close friend despite their age difference, Nie Yun felt obliged to visit. He nodded and followed Naruto and Tsunade to Jiraiya's residence. As soon as Nie Yun entered, Jiraiya lunged at him. Nie Yun suppressed his reflexes to avoid injuring the old sage. "Nie Yun, please be my teacher. No, take me as your disciple." "No, that's not right either. Naruto. If Jiraiya sensei becomes Nie Yun's disciple, then I'd be a generation below Sasuke." "No way." Tsunade. What had gotten into Jiraiya? What happened between him and Nie Yun? Nie Yun was baffled by Jiraiya's incoherent rambling. Jiraiya took a deep breath and finally managed to articulate, "No, I mean I want to be your teacher." Nie Yun was even more confused. "I treat you like a brother and you want to be my teacher. What's going on?" It wasn't entirely Jiraiya's fault. After Fukasaku told him that Nie Yun might be the child of prophecy, his mind couldn't wrap around it, still clinging to the idea of being the teacher of the prophesied child, hence his desperate plea to become Nie Yun's teacher. "Calm down, Jiraiya. Tell me slowly," Nie Yun urged. Jiraiya, who always listened to him, began recounting what had happened. Tsunade listened, her eyes sparkling with fascination, shifting between Nie Yun and Jiraiya. The great Toad Sage had prophesied that Nie Yun would change the ninja world. Though Tsunade had never met the great Toad Sage, she knew through Katsuyu that the sage's prophecies were formidable. She had also heard from Jiraiya about the prophecy that he would be the teacher of the child of prophecy, which had made him swell with pride for a time. But now a 30-year-old prophecy had been altered by Nie Yun's appearance, further convincing Tsunade of his extraordinary nature. Nie Yun became even more mysterious in her eyes, sparking her intense curiosity. "Who are you, Nie Yun? I will find out." Nie Yun finally learned what had happened at Mount Mayaboku after he left. He inwardly mourned for Jiraiya. The deepest sorrow is greater than death itself, he thought, as nothing crushed a man more than shattered ideals. He also felt a bit exasperated. He hadn't taken the great Toad Sage's words seriously, yet they had caused such turmoil in Jiraiya. As Nie Yun was contemplating how to console him, Naruto eagerly chimed in, "Brother Nie Yun, why not reluctantly agree to be Jiraiya sensei's student? Then would be fellow disciples." Naruto hadn't paid attention to any of the prophecy talk, he only heard that Jiraiya wanted to be Nie Yun's teacher. If that happened, he'd become Sasuke's senior uncle. Imagining Sasuke respectfully calling him uncle and serving him tea, Naruto couldn't help but grin lecherously. Knowing exactly what Naruto was thinking, Nie Yun grabbed him and tossed him out the window. "Adults are talking, kids shouldn't interrupt." The loud crash from the yard didn't worry anyone inside. After all, Naruto was a tough kid. "Jiraiya, why cling to a prophecy? Why insist on being the teacher of the child of prophecy? Whether I am that child or not, you don't have to force yourself to bear the burden of guiding the prophesied one and changing the ninja world." Nie Yun hit the core of the issue. Deep down, Jiraiya, despite his carefree exterior, was more responsible than anyone. When he learned of his duty to teach the child of prophecy, he embraced it wholeheartedly, even willing to sacrifice his life. Indeed, Jiraiya had become the greatest influence on the protagonist Naruto fulfilling his mission. But now this same sense of duty had left him disoriented. Nie Yun's words struck a chord. Jiraiya froze, then lay back on his bed lost in thought. Nie Yun exchanged glances with Tsunade and they silently left the room, letting him work through it alone. "Thank you, Nie Yun," Tsunade said sincerely. As his friend for 40 years, she didn't want anything to happen to Jiraiya. "It's my duty since I'm partly responsible. I'll take my leave now if the two old advisors will throw a fit if I'm late," Nie Yun said. Tsunade nodded and turned to leave. As Hokage, she couldn't let Shizen cover for her forever. Seeing Naruto covered in dust, Nie Yun thought for a moment. "Naruto, train with me for a few days. You and Sasuke can make a good pair. For sparring." Naruto's spirits lifted. He had grown much stronger under the pervy sage's training and was eager to teach Sasuke a lesson. Beneath the dappled shade of a towering tree in the forest of death of Konoha, Nie Yun rested idly. Having brought Naruto and Sasuke here for training, this vast expanse offered ample space for rigorous practice. Nie Yun adopted a hands-off pedagogical approach. He imparted essential techniques and assigned daily cultivation tasks, then withdrew to observe silently. He knew neither would slack, especially not after Kimimaro, a youth barely 1 or 2 years their senior, had already departed from Mount Mayaboku to master sage art. They all understood that upon Kimimaro's return he would undoubtedly ascend to Kagedeer strength, spurring them to train with fierce determination, unwilling to fall too far behind. A chime rang out, today's attendance log activated. Condition: witness Naruto and Sasuke's final clash at the Valley of the End. Reward: unlock technique fusion mode, currently compatible with bloodline limitations and bloodline extermination. Nie Yun, eyes still closed in repose, snapped them open at the system's latest directive, and sighed inwardly. Was this system truly malfunctioning? Sasuke had already defected from Konoha. There was no first Valley of the End battle between Naruto and Sasuke. Though that legendary confrontation remained iconic in lore, how could he witness what had never occurred? This system was absurdly flawed. Just as Nie Yun contemplated abandoning the task, Naruto and Sasuke appeared before him. "Teacher Nie Yun. Brother Nie Yun." They cried in unison, then instantly turned away from each other, cheeks flushed. Clearly embroiled in a petty quarrel, Nie Yun felt intrigue stir, and a nascent idea flickered. Perhaps today's attendance condition could yet be fulfilled. One at a time, he said calmly. Nie Yun assumed the role of arbiter, listening first to Sasuke then to Naruto. Both had completed phase 1 of their respective techniques, the Rasengan and the Chidori, and now mastered their fundamentals. They were now in consolidation, neither had advanced to the next stage, leaving them restless. Each sensed rapid growth within themselves, and subtle rivalry kindled during practice, prompting them to seek spar. They had already tested one another in ninjutsu, taijutsu and shurikenjutsu, but youthful pride flared, neither would concede defeat. So, bristling with indignation, they sought Nie Yun as impartial witness. How fortuitous, Nie Yun mused. His own thoughts had aligned perfectly. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Naruto, Sasuke, true combat among shinobi transcends isolated displays of technique, physical prowess or projectile skill. To genuinely test your growth, engage in an all-out duel. Let me see precisely how far you've come." Both nodded eagerly. They'd long harbored this desire, yet hesitated, fearing injury should they fight without restraint. With Nie Yun officiating and standing ready to intervene, any danger could be swiftly averted. His mastery rendered such vigilance effortless. Eager to begin, Naruto and Sasuke poised themselves, only for Nie Yun to gently restrain them. "Fighting here holds little meaning. Come, follow me. I'll take you somewhere extraordinary." "Where?" "The Valley of the End," he replied offhandedly. "Its terrain is intricate, ideal for revealing your full potential." They exchanged glances and nodded in earnest agreement, pleased by the added challenge, interpreting it as affirmation of their burgeoning strength. "Then let's go. It's quite a distance, we'd better hurry." Naruto burst forth, brimming with his characteristic vitality, as if electrified. Sasuke remained composed. "Teacher Nie Yun must possess a means to transport us swiftly, else he wouldn't propose it." Nie Yun nodded approvingly. "Precisely. Allow me to introduce you to my summoning beast." Nie Yun immediately performed the summoning technique. As the smoke gradually dispersed, both Genin leaned forward in breathless anticipation. What manner of creature could possibly serve as Nie Yun's? A miniature crimson phoenix soared from the mist and alighted lightly upon Nie Yun's shoulder. "Nie Yun, why have you summoned me?" Noticing the faint disappointment flickering in Naruto's and Sasuke's eyes, Nie Yun understood their dismay at the summon's diminutive form, though they dared not voice it. "Glutton, restore your true form. We're pressed for time." "As you command." The phoenix spiraled upward, encircling itself in a vortex of wind, Then flames erupted from the earth, merging with the gale to ignite a blazing cyclone. A mellifluous soaring cry echoed forth as the firestorm condensed, until from its heart emerged a majestic firebird over 10 meters long, wreathed in radiant golden flame. Naruto and Sasuke stood agape, mouths forming perfect OS. Such dazzling transformation was utterly unprecedented in their experience. Nie Yun leapt onto the phoenix's back and beckoned, "Don't stand there gaping, let's go." Shaken from their stupor, they locked eyes, and saw mirrored astonishment. Teacher Nie Yun never ceases to astound. Once aboard, Nie Yun instructed the phoenix glutton, northward straight to the Valley of the End. Moments later, Nie Yun called out, "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Overshot it. "Just back there, the spot with the stone statues." The phoenix retorted dryly, "So you summoned me for this short a distance?" "It's not the distance, it's your speed unmatched across the land." They disembarked at the Valley of the End. The phoenix, ever the dutiful attendant, shrank back to miniature size and settled once more upon Nie Yun's shoulder, to observe the impending duel. Nie Yun shifted into directorial mode, orchestrating the scene. "Naruto, take position on the left. Yes, stand atop the first Hokage Hashirama statue. Sasuke, you stand right atop your ancestral Uchiha Patriarch statue. And your gaze, icy, piercing, unwavering. Naruto, your expression lacks conviction. Make it fervent, aching with sorrow." Naruto and Sasuke exchanged bewildered glances. This was not the sparring they'd envisioned. Nie Yun's direction had grown increasingly elaborate, even theatrical. "Why must our eyes burn with sorrow and longing during combat?" They began to protest, only for Nie Yun to cut them short. "Obey instructions. This elevates the difficulty, and your growth." They reluctantly complied, until Nie Yun's next decree shattered their composure. "Now, when you unleash the Rasengan, shout what is gay. With full conviction. And Sasuke, when you release the Chidori, cry Naruto. With raw emotion, pour every ounce of your complex history with him into that single word." "Ugh, no way. I refuse, brother Nie Yun." "Teacher Nie Yun, can we skip the shouting?" Thwack. Thwack. Two sharp raps resounded, leaving both boys rubbing fresh swollen bumps on their foreheads. Faced with Nie Yun's unyielding authority, they bowed their heads in reluctant submission. Satisfied, Nie Yun grinned inwardly. "Then, begin the battle. Finally, we can unleash our ultimate techniques." They glared at each other, blaming the other for initiating this sparring, now trapped under Nie Yun's brother's teacher's ironclad decree, forced to utter mortifying lines. Their resentment swelled, igniting a fierce, genuine duel. Meanwhile, Nie Yun watched intently from the sidelines, prepared to intervene at the first sign of peril. Under Nie Yun's supervision, Naruto and Sasuke began to fight with all their might, unleashing the full extent of their current strength. They leaped simultaneously from the top of the statues of Hashirama and Madara, landing steadily on the water's surface before dashing toward each other, continuously throwing kunai to harass and probe their opponent. Kunai and shuriken clashed in midair, sparks flying. However, in the art of throwing kunai and shuriken, Sasuke, who came from a family with a long tradition of ninja arts, was clearly superior to Naruto. Naruto was well aware of this, so he rapidly closed the distance between them and launched a fierce punch. Sasuke blocked the blow, then took advantage of the momentum to kick Naruto in the exposed center of his chest. Naruto, who was fighting with an open style, failed to dodge and was sent flying back, crashing into the water. For a long time he did not resurface. Sasuke searched around, a hint of panic creeping into his demeanor. Suddenly he sensed an abnormal disturbance in the water beneath his feet, and then countless plumes of smoke erupted. Realizing something was wrong, Sasuke tried to dodge, but a pair of hands grabbed his ankle. It was Naruto. What's more, countless Narutos emerged from underwater, reaching out to seize the off-balance Sasuke, attempting to restrain him. Sasuke, however, remained calm. His Sharingan activated instantly, turning the countless Narutos into slow motion in his eyes. They were full of openings, and he swiftly dispersed them. He then grabbed the Naruto holding his ankle, hurled him into the air, and landed a punch that sent him flying onto the riverbank. Despite the heavy blow, this Naruto did not disperse. Instead, he staggered back to his feet. Was this the real Naruto? Not necessarily. Sasuke knew Naruto very well. Nie Yun, watching closely, saw clearly that Naruto had used the shadow clone technique underwater, but his real body was hiding elsewhere. It was his usual tactic, making the opponent believe a shadow clone was his real body, while the real body lurked in ambush for a sudden strike. Sasuke did not recklessly approach again. Instead, he threw a few shuriken, dispersing this Naruto clone. Naruto, the Sharingan, is a dojutsu that can see through the essence of ninjutsu. Shadow clones or the real body, you can't hide from the Sharingan. Sasuke looked around and explained to Naruto. This evenly matched battle of wits and courage made his blood boil and his adrenaline surge. In simple terms, he had gotten into the flow and become hyped. A rock on the bank suddenly launched several kunai and smoke bombs at Sasuke. He dodged and Naruto emerged from the smoke only to disperse. The Sharingan could see through the essence of ninjutsu, but it could not see through a camouflage cloth. Although Naruto was usually a hot-blooded idiot, his combat instincts were anything but sloppy. He even used such small props, catching Sasuke off guard. The two locked together again, trading blows in a close-quarters taijutsu duel. To be honest, Naruto's taijutsu was far inferior to Sasuke's, but he was incredibly durable. If Sasuke hit him 5 times, Naruto only needed to land 1 hit to come out ahead. Sasuke knew Naruto could take a beating, so he used an explosive tag to create distance. Although explosive tags in Naruto never actually killed anyone, no one wanted to be hit by one. As they separated, Sasuke began forming hand seals while retreating. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Naruto, still backing away, had no time to dodge and opted to use the shadow clone technique. A swarm of Naruto clones shielded the real body, taking the full brunt of Sasuke's technique. Although they were clones, the memories and pain transmitted back to the real body were real. Only someone as tough as Naruto could endure it. Sasuke skillfully combined fire-style and lightning-style ninjutsu, using them in perfect synergy. Each time he forced Naruto into a miserable state, yet he inflicted little real damage. Most of the techniques were still absorbed by the shadow clones, and Naruto always seized the opportunity to charge in and try to feed Sasuke a Rasengan. This battle lasted for a full half-hour, leaving both Naruto and Sasuke utterly exhausted. "Sasuke, let me show you what I've been training in lately." A tailed beast cloak gradually covered Naruto's body. This was something he had figured out on his own under Minato's guidance. Feeling Naruto's aura, Sasuke suddenly burst into a very Chinibu laugh. "Naruto, you didn't disappoint me. If you had only been like before, you would have lost. Now you're worthy of my full power." Nie Yun could not help but facepalm. Indeed, the Uchiha clan's maniacal laughter was hereditary. Even under Nie Yun's positive guidance, Sasuke still showed a tendency to develop into Utsuzi. Nevertheless, Nie Yun was very satisfied with Sasuke's training results over this period. The pattern in Sasuke's eyes began to change. The tomo started to merge, yet no new pattern emerged. Nie Yun called this change the precursor to the Mangekyo awakening. When he first saw Sasuke's eyes undergo such a transformation, Nie Yun was stunned. The Sharingan could actually evolve into the Mangekyo without stimulation. Perhaps this possibility had always existed, but because the stimulus of a close relative's death was more convenient and direct, the Uchiha clan believed that was the only way to awaken the Mangekyo, thus never exploring other methods. After thinking it over, Nie Yun realized that Sasuke had been undergoing physical modifications under his guidance, consuming a considerable amount of yang wine and yin wine. The accumulation of yang and yin forces within his body had stimulated the Mangekyo awakening. From then on, Nie Yun wished he could sew the Chinkuan wine flask onto Sasuke, making him take a sip now and then. The effect was obvious. The fusion of the tomo deepened continuously. By now, a trend toward the formation of new patterns had emerged. In this state, the Sharingan already possessed some of the Mangekyo's abilities. For instance, Susanoo. A layer of blue chakra gradually covered Sasuke's body, followed by several chakra ribs and a chakra bone arm. Nie Yun called this Susanoo the half-baked Susanoo. Half-baked Susanoo versus one-tail mode. The two sensed the power within each other, gazing deeply with mutual admiration. They charged at each other simultaneously. Sasuke. Naruto. These two children exude a familiar aura, as if I have encountered them somewhere before. Chihua observed their battle thoughtfully. "Are you referring to Indra and Ashura?" Nie Yun remarked casually. Indeed. You seem to be quite knowledgeable about the secrets from 1,000 years ago." Chihua sighed, finding Nie Yun to be quite mysterious. "It's all something I occasionally dream about." Nie Yun joked casually, having spent nearly 4 years in the world of Naruto, where the events of his past life on Earth felt like mere dreams. "You little brat, do you think you're a toad sage? If you don't want to talk, just don't stop pulling these absurd tricks on me." Chihua was quite annoyed, thinking Nie Yun was teasing him. "I'm very angry. You must prepare some delicious food as compensation today." "Alright, how about we have some stone-grilled meat today?" Nie Yun looked around at the surroundings and became interested. Upon hearing this, Chihua immediately perked up, leaping away and soon returning with a robust wild boar. The man and the bird sat by the riverbank eating grilled meat while watching Naruto and Sasuke continue their duel. Corpse bone pulse bone prison technique. 2 bone prisons suddenly rose, separating Naruto and Sasuke, who were about to collide. The tailed beast Rasengan and Susanoo's Chidori in their hands gradually dissipated. That was close. If I hadn't intervened just now, you two might have lost your arms. Nie Yun smilingly gave each of them a playful flick on the forehead. These two guys have already become quite formidable. They could easily defeat an average jonin. Not bad, not bad. Nie Yun and Jiraiya's efforts over such a long time have not been in vain. Go rest by the riverbank if the stone-grilled meat is ready. Naruto and Sasuke's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and their injuries seemed to heal by half as they helped each other towards the campfire on the riverbank. As for Nie Yun, he flew alone to the top of the waterfall while Chihua, having eaten his fill, wandered off on his own. Ding! The fusion mode of the ninja art has been activated, allowing for the fusion of bloodline limits and bloodline elimination. Currently the ninja arts that meet the fusion requirements include lightning release, wind release. Nie Yun came here specifically to experiment with the newly released so-called ninja art fusion mode. Aside from the three major eye techniques and the corpse bone pulse bloodline limit, there are other bloodlines generated by fusing different chakra natures. For instance, the crystal release of Hongli and the explosive release of Daidara, the magnetic release of the third and fourth Kazekage, and even the wood release of Hashirama Senju. As long as the required ninja arts meet the standards, Nie Yun can fuse them. However, for Nie Yun at this moment, ordinary bloodlines hold little special appeal aside from being entertaining. What he truly desires are Hashirama's wood release and dust release as a bloodline elimination. Nie Yun's interest in wood release primarily stems from Hashirama's impressive display of power, such as the True Thousand Hands, the Forest World Birth Wood Dragon Jutsu, and the Floral World Birth, among other powerful techniques. If the fusion results in something like Yamato's ability to only create houses, it would be better not to have it at all. However, Nie Yun believed the system wouldn't be that unfair. As for dust release, it is the only bloodline elimination that appeared in the original plot, boasting incredible lethality. Moreover, it allows for flight. Like a sage, one can walk in the void, which is simply stylish and sophisticated. However, wood release requires both water release and earth release to reach S rank, while dust release requires earth release, wind release, and fire release to all reach S rank. Nie Yun's attributes are host Nie Yun strength Kage level. Chakra amount 150000 S fire release A, earth release A, lightning release S, wind release S, water release A, yang release B, bloodline limit, corpse bone pulse, fused bloodlines, none others, concealment technique, impure world, reincarnation technique, weapons and treasures, dragon bone blade, universe, wine gourd. Currently, aside from lightning release and wind release reaching S rank, all other ninja arts remain at a level, with yang release still at B level and not having improved. Thus Nie Yun requires more time to acquire dust release and wood release. Given this, Nie Yun didn't force the issue and decided to fusion a bloodline for fun. The fusion of lightning and wind seems to resemble the magnetic release of the third and fourth Kazekage. The reason they can manipulate iron sand and gold sand is due to the use of magnetic release to control sand mixed with metals like iron and gold. Ding! Congratulations, host. The fusion of wind release and lightning release is successful magnetic release obtained along with the magnetic release series of Jutsu. Magnetic release referencing the third and fourth Kazekage, it allows for the control of metals through magnetic manipulation and can also magnetize non-metallic targets touched by the host using magnetism to harm enemies. After reading the introduction, Nie Yun nonchalantly remarked, "This is quite an interesting bloodline, although its utility is limited." To him it truly feels like a chicken rib, tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. If this were to be heard by Raza, he would surely spit blood, as the bloodline he treasures greatly is merely seen as amusing by Nie Yun. If I have the chance to meet Raza next time, I could use magnetic release to create some gold sand and defeat him with it. I bet he would cry. Raza, who was diligently training in Tsunade, suddenly had a bad premonition for some reason. He quickly wrapped himself in gold sand, feeling a bit of security. With a thought, Nie Yun reached out a hand to touch a rock, magnetizing it. He felt the lightning release chakra and wind release chakra within him smoothly merging together, and a surge of magnetic release energy instantly adhered to the surface of the rock. Nie Yun gestured, and the magnetic release energy controlled the rock to rise into the air. Controlling it with ease, it moved freely if the range of control was quite large. At the very least, Nie Yun felt his range of control was greater than Raza's over gold sand, likely due to his ample chakra. Thinking of Raza, Nie Yun recalled his son Gaara and then suddenly came up with an interesting idea. Nie Yun magnetized several rocks together, then stood on top of them. He then controlled the rocks to float again. Woohoo, takeoff! The rocks carrying Nie Yun wobbled and floated into the air. Although this wasn't as impressive as flying through the void, it still achieved the feat of solo flight. Nie Yun played with magnetic release for quite a while, enjoying himself. He noticed that his chakra consumption was minimal, possibly because he wasn't magnetizing and controlling too many objects at once. After playing for a while, Nie Yun didn't forget about Sasuke and Naruto and prepared to bring them back to Konoha. Upon returning, he found that for some reason the two had gotten into another quarrel, ignoring each other. Nie Yun felt this was unacceptable. Good friends should care for one another. So he patted their heads affectionately and then snapped his fingers. Big brother Nie Yun, what did you do? Teacher. The two who were back-to-back suddenly panicked. Nie Yun smiled and said, this is training for your teamwork, just walk back to Konoha like this before dark. Big brother Nie Yun, please separate us if this is too embarrassing. I don't want to be stuck with Sasuke like this while going back to Konoha, Naruto shouted. Sasuke however said nothing, suddenly exerting strength to lift Naruto onto his back, quickly following behind Nie Yun. Shut up Naruto, look how obedient Sasuke is, if this is training, understand. Naruto being so noisy made Nie Yun decide to zip up his mouth. Naruto mmmmmmm. A peculiar sight appeared on the streets of Konoha at night. Sasuke carried Naruto, who faced the starry sky, as they walked step by step towards the tavern, their backs pressed tightly against each other without a gap. As for why it was Sasuke carrying Naruto, it was because Naruto stubbornly refused to enter the village. As for Nie Yun, he had already returned to the tavern ahead of time, feeling that such a training method was somewhat conspicuous. People around them were pointing and whispering. The young people really know how to have fun. Sakura, who was out shopping, squeezed into the crowd to watch the commotion. Hey! Sasuke, Naruto, what happened to you? Naruto, unable to speak, was in tears, and as expected Sakura noticed him. Sakura, we are training, this is a task given to us by our teacher. Ah, this. Sakura looked somewhat confused. Is there such a training method? Big brother Nie Yun truly has a rich imagination. That was the only evaluation she could come up with. The chatter from the crowd grew louder and Sakura felt her face flush, but she couldn't abandon Sasuke and Naruto. But following them like this is really so embarrassing. Hey Sakura. A cheerful greeting interrupted Sakura's thoughts. Sakura turned to look and couldn't help but facepalm. What day is it today? Because two even stranger individuals appeared before her. Two watermelon-headed guys in green spandex were walking on the street upside down. It was the recovering Lee and his companion Guy. Lee, who had lost his hands and feet in battle against Gaara, had originally been declared to have his ninja career ended. However, the return of Tsunade, the strongest medical ninja, saved him. When these two oddballs encountered the strange Naruto and Sasuke, a peculiar chemical reaction occurred. Hey Sasuke. What kind of new training method is this? The two watermelon heads were pleasantly surprised. The teacher said this could enhance our cooperation and rapport. Sasuke answered seriously and earnestly. As expected, Nie Yun is truly imaginative. Lee, let's put aside our upside-down tour around Konoha for today and start our cooperation training. Yes. Teacher Guy, let's train hard for our youth. The two watermelon heads almost instantly completed their fusion move. Charge Lee. Let our youth burn bright. The two dashed off and Sasuke seemed to be influenced by them, starting to quicken his pace. Sakura, you don't need to follow us, you can go back first. The teacher is still waiting for me. Sakura noticed the upward curve of Sasuke's lips and stood frozen in place. Sasuke actually smiled. Passerby A, the atmosphere among the Konoha ninjas seems a bit strange lately. Passerby B, I think so too, ever since the last attack it feels like something has changed. Sakura noted the passersby's remarks. It seemed that some things had indeed changed. Sasuke had changed, Naruto had changed, even Kakashi, who had been guiding her training recently, had changed. It seemed she also needed to change. Otherwise she might fall far behind them, and at that point she might not even be able to catch the hem of Sasuke's clothes, let alone stand beside him. Sakura began to face the distance between herself and Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto had Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, as his teacher, while Sasuke had big brother Nie Yun, who could defeat the Kazekage, guiding him. Although Kakashi had been working hard to guide her as his only student in recent months, there was less and less he could teach her. Sakura thought she should seek out Kakashi and ask for his opinion. Without hesitation she headed straight to find Kakashi. Upon learning of Sakura's intentions, Kakashi sighed. As expected, what was meant to come had come. Was his last disciple also going to run off with someone else? Kakashi felt helpless, but as an excellent ninja he still chose to let go. He understood that Sakura no longer needed him. Sakura, the fact that you can think of this question and come to find me shows that you have become a ninja capable of independent thought. I am very gratified. Kakashi smiled, but there was also a hint of loneliness. I have also considered this issue recently. Actually, I believe Tsunade is the most suitable teacher for you. Not only is she a powerful medical ninja, but she also possesses a kind of strange strength just like you. I can recommend you to her. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Haha, don't be so sentimental, you're all still in Konoha and still my students, if that's enough. How about this? Tomorrow I'll treat you all to a meal at Nie Yun's tavern. Tell Naruto and Sasuke to order whatever they like." Kakashi smiled with great nonchalance. The next night after Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura left the tavern, Kakashi sat alone at the counter, lowering his head in silence as he drank. Nie Yun sat opposite him, pouring himself a drink. "Kakashi, are you heartbroken over being served a meal by Naruto and the others just now?" Kakashi lifted his head, his single eye filled with an expression of disbelief that he still had the heart to joke at a time like this. Just joking. Disciples will always leave us to seek better growth. I believe when you came out from the Umbu to become their teacher, you were already prepared for this, right?" Nie Yun adjusted his posture, beginning to counsel Kakashi. Kakashi nodded. When he took over this class, he already knew that Naruto and Sasuke's achievements would far exceed his own and that they would leave his protection, but he didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Having spent more than a year together, Kakashi, who grew up in solitude although appearing aloof and Sundra, actually cherished every relationship, friendship, kinship, comradeship, and the bond between teacher and student. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had already become very important family to him. His current feelings were probably similar to those of parents watching their children grow up and leave home for learning or work. Nie Yun completely understood. If Sasuke wanted to continue getting stronger in the future, to leave and travel or to seek a master, would you be able to accept that? Kakashi suddenly asked Nie Yun. Nie Yun was taken aback by the question, thinking to himself, what if Sasuke wanted to go out and have fun in the future? What would I do? What else can be done? Just beat him up first. If he hasn't learned even half of my skills, he wants to go out and have fun. So Nie Yun directly said, there's no chance of that happening. I'm not boasting, but if that kid Sasuke wants to become stronger than me, even if he learns half of my skills, that would have to be in the next life. Kakashi rolled his eyes in silence. Can we not pretend and just have a proper conversation? Nie Yun felt a bit awkward, but suddenly an idea popped into his mind. He chuckled and said to Kakashi, how about this? Why don't you work part-time at my tavern? You could see Sasuke and the others often. The Tsunade and Jiraiya frequently come here to drink. Besides, I just lost someone not long ago. Think about it. Free meals, 4 dishes and a soup for each meal. Kakashi shook his head without thinking, directly refusing Nie Yun, and hurried out of Nie Yun's tavern. Nie Yun couldn't help but shake his head, saying it was a pity. He was still thinking about recruiting another potential shadow-level partner. The next day, Kakashi surrendered to temptation and took a part-time job at Lingyun Jyoguan, his main duty being the delivery of takeout. This did not conflict with his primary duties as a ninja. When missions arose, he would go, and Nie Yun would not curtail his freedom. Moreover, as a quasi-ing level powerhouse, there were scarcely any S or a rank missions suited to Kakashi. It would be absurd to have him perform C or rank jobs. The pay on those lowly tasks would not even match the wage Nie Yun paid. Besides, Muyi seldom assigned Kakashi other work. With idle time on his hands, he might as well come to Nie Yun's place. But ever since Kakashi began working, a wildly audacious idea had stirred in Nie Yun's mind, an idea at once preposterous and irresistibly seductive, driving him to realize it. He wanted to turn Lingyun Jyoguan into a compendium of the mighty. The plan was simple: open taverns across the entire ninja world and staff them with renowned shinobi, even if only nominally. Waiters, foodrunners, bartenders, innkeepers, accountants, every position filled by quasi-ing level talent, even the delivery couriers should be shangren. The moment the notion took shape, every fiber of Nie Yun stirred, for it awoke a long-forgotten instinct within him, the urge to collect. Indeed, Nie Yun was a collector at heart. In his childhood, in the days of cheap instant noodles, he had manically completed whole sets of water margin cards, 3 kingdoms cards, and Huiying cards. Growing up to become a master chef, he insisted on learning every dish from the Manchuhan feast and the entire catalog of menu names, never leaving a single item unmastered to satisfy that collecting compulsion. Now to make Lingyun Jyoguan a catalog of the powerful, the 9 great-tailed beasts, Jinchuriki, the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Mu Yes, 12 little strongs, and so forth, the thought of gathering them all sent Nie Yun into rapturous excitement. By then, Lingyun Jyoguan would unquestionably be the preeminent underworld power of the shinobi world. Even the Shao organization would be reduced to tying its shoes, and when Pei An arrived, he would be compelled to meekly carry rice sacks for the inn. Of course, to accomplish such a feat, Nie Yun would need unrivaled strength across the ninja world. Thus, the usually lazy Nie Yun found himself seized by an unparalleled thirst for power. He even began to set up training plans for himself. Chief among them was upgrading 3 other escape techniques so he could fuse an even stronger Kekiai Genkai. Previously, Nie Yun had never actively cultivated those techniques. He had relied on enhancement boxes gained from system check-in rewards to level up. Because the system had laid such a solid foundation beneath him, once Nie Yun began to train by himself, there were no obstacles. He progressed rapidly day by day. In the land of rain, within a mysterious cave. On the 10 fingers of the outer path golem, a spectral figure stood upon each. This was the lantern body technique used by the organization's leader Pei En, receiving the thought waves of Shao organization members across the shinobi world, transforming them into phantasmal images and relaying the scene's information back to everyone as mental waves. Nie Yun would have exclaimed at the sight. It was nothing less than a remote video conference for the shinobi world. The Shao organization truly stood at the forefront, their ideas progressive, their management scientific, and even their methods cutting edge. Heiju report on the major tail beasts and their Jinchuriki across the shinobi world. Pei En commanded. Conversation ceased, all listened intently, aware this was their ultimate objective. The plant-like Heiju poked its head from the rock face. It was a special intelligence operative tasked with watching the shinobi world. The One-Tails Jinchuriki wa Ai Luo has become the 5th Kazekage of Shanin village, his strength roughly adding level. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki is currently training in Yunnin village and is said to have perfectly mastered the beast's power, showing signs of ascending towards Super Yin level strength. The Three-Tails Isabu presently has no Jinchuriki and roams wild somewhere in the land of water, though Dashiwan appears to be taking an interest and has found a child who can control the Three-Tails. Dashiwan. That man, I must kill him with my own hands. De La bristled at the name, his 4 tongues eagerly licking his lips. Chi Sha Jixia snapped at him. De La shut up and then fell silent to listen. The 4-Tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi and the Tsuchikage de Yimu have been on poor terms and have left Iwa Nin village. Their current location is unknown, but their strength is estimated at Ing level. The 5-Tails Mu Wang's Jinchuriki Han has been placed under heavy surveillance by Iwa Nin village since Lao Zi's departure, his power at Quasi-Ing level. The 6-Tails Jinchuriki Yu Gao has likely also left Wuyin village and is currently abroad, his strength is likewise Quasi-Ing level. The 7-Tails Jinchuriki Fu is a little girl from Longyin village presently training there and estimated at most at Shangren strength. The 8-Tails Jinchuriki Chila Bis whereabouts are unknown, he is well protected by the Reikage and his strength remains undetermined. The 9-Tails Jinchuriki Mingren is currently in Muyi village receiving guidance from Zi Lai Yi and a man named Nie Yun. At the mention of Nie Yun's name, Yu's pupils involuntarily contracted as he recalled their past conversation. Changman behind Pei En had heard the name before, so controlling Pei En he asked Yuji Bo Yugansha Gui Jiao, you have faced this Nie Yun, how strong is he? You said nothing, still considering how to speak in a manner most favorable to Muyi, to Nie Yun and to Suosho. Gui Jiao answered without hesitation, his personal strength surpasses anyone present and he can even summon the dead. Last time he fought side by side with the semi-divine Shan Jiao Yu Ban Zong, thwarting you and me from capturing the 9-Tails Jinchuriki Mingren. At the name Shan Jiao Yu, Ban Zong Changman in the depths of the Rain village began to cough violently. It had been Ban Zong who conspired with Tuan Zong to set a trap that murdered his dear comrade Mi Yan, the very man who had been reshaped into Pei En, leader of the Shao organization. Although he had ultimately unleashed the power of the Rinnegan to kill Ban Zong, Changman's hatred for him had not subsided. Beside him, Shao Nan hurriedly tried to comfort him. Shao Nan, I'm fine. He's already dead and now he is summoned with no freedom. Thinking back, killing him outright was mercy. Shao Nan's beautiful eyes brimmed with the same hatred. This Nie Yun, should we not take greater care? They heard that he was not of Muyi but a descendant of the Huiyi clan that was annihilated in Wuyin village. Perhaps they could exploit that lineage to recruit him into the organization. Shao Nan merely nodded without speaking. Her role was to support Changman in realizing his and Mi Yan's dream, whatever he chose to do. Yet she was far from the only one within the Shao organization to harbor such intentions. The masked man Uchiha Obito inherited the will of Uchiha Madara and has been manipulating the Akatsuki organization and the situation in the ninja world from behind the scenes. The 9-Tails incident and the blood mist of the Hidden Mist village were orchestrated by him. He and Nagato are ostensibly partners, but in reality they are merely using and guarding against each other. The public mission of the Akatsuki organization is to collect tailed beasts, but the two have entirely different purposes for doing so. Nagato aims to collect the tailed beasts to resurrect the 10 tails. He seeks the unparalleled power of the 10 tails, and with this power Nagato intends to sell it to the major ninja villages, instilling mutual fear of this world-destroying force and preventing them from easily waging war. One must admit this is quite reasonable and scientific. It is indeed an effective way to achieve peace. As for Uchiha Obito, he chooses to activate the Moon Eye plan using the 10 tails to create a new world with Rin. As for resurrecting Uchiha Madara using Nagato's Rinnegan, Obito was merely appeasing Madara at that time. He would never be foolish enough to resurrect Madara and disrupt his own plans. Originally the only trouble was the so-called embodiment of Madara's will, Black Setsu. This fellow has been wholeheartedly preparing for Madara's resurrection while also monitoring Obito. This made Obito quite annoyed, but Black Setsu, despite lacking other skills, was exceptionally adept at escaping. Even the current Obito would find it difficult to kill him. Now however there was a new figure, Nie Yun, who can resurrect the dead to fight for him, making Obito wary. If Nie Yun were to resurrect Uchiha Madara, his plans would undoubtedly be threatened. Thus Obito decided to test Nie Yun. If Nie Yun's strength is weak, he would kill him to eliminate future troubles. If Nie Yun is too strong, he would find a way to recruit him for his own use. Obito's execution is quite strong. He set off immediately towards the direction of Konoha. After Obito left, Black Zetsu emerged from the shadows. Recently Obito's thoughts and actions seem to contradict his plan to resurrect his mother. He must be monitored closely. The first filial son of the ninja world, Black Zetsu, has been meticulously executing a plan to save his mother for a millennium without a moment's pause. In the great events of the ninja world over the past 1,000 years, he has always played a part. One must admit the Akatsuki organization resembles a Russian nesting doll. On the surface it seems that Pain leads a few followers, but in reality it is Nagato controlling Pain, who is mostly being manipulated by Obito. Obito executes parts of Madara's orders, while Madara has been led by Black Zetsu throughout his life. Among these individuals, who is the most miserable? If Nie Yun were present, he would definitely nominate Madara, who fought for the false ideal of peace his entire life only to have his heart ripped out and his efforts come to naught. Truly miserable. At this moment Nie Yun is still unaware that Obito is on his way. He is diligently practicing his ninjutsu. It has already been 3 months since Nie Yun resolved to enhance his strength. Relying on his own power, Nie Yun has elevated both water release and earth release to rank. If others knew about this speed, they would undoubtedly be envious. Today Nie Yun intends to attempt to merge wood release, the long-awaited wood release. Just like when he merged magnet release, water chakra and earth chakra converge in his palm. Ding! Congratulations, host. Earth release and water release have merged successfully into wood release, and you have obtained a series of wood release ninjutsu. Wood release referencing the ninja Senju Hashirama, extremely powerful. Ding! Congratulations, host. Due to the successful fusion of wood release, the yang release within the host has undergone a change and evolved to a rank. Goodness, Nie Yun did not expect such a bonus. The emergence of wood release unexpectedly stimulated the growth of yang release, and Nie Yun instantaneously felt a tremendous change in his physique. Host Nie Yun strength super shadow level. Chakra amount 500000 SS fire release A earth release S lightning release S wind release S water release S yang release A bloodline limit Shikatsumiyaku fusion acquired bloodline magnet release wood release. Other stealth technique impure world reincarnation technique. Weapons and treasures dragon bone blade universe wine gourd. The amount of chakra has already reached an astonishing level. Feeling the immense chakra within him, Nie Yun believes he can now easily compare himself to a tailed beast. Even if he throws a Rasengan shuriken, the consumed chakra can be instantly replenished. He just wonders how he compares to Hashirama in his prime. Even if he is not as good, he shouldn't be too far behind. Nie Yun cannot help but laugh heartily. He finally has the capital to look down on the ninja world. First, let's test the long-anticipated effect of wood release. Nie Yun excitedly rubs his hands together. The system has long input all the wood release ninjutsu into his mind. Wood release wood golem. In an instant 100 turtle wooden golem sprang up from the ground. The golem's eyes widen in fury and its hair and beard billow, exuding an incredible majesty. Wood release wood dragon technique. 2 wooden dragons emerge from its shoulders, entwining around the wooden golem, adding an air of divinity. Ha ha ha, I have finally activated my own mecha. Nie Yun controlled the wooden golem to jump around for a while, finally feeling satisfied. Although he wanted to experiment with other jutsu such as the true thousand hands, he thought better of it. Firstly, the location is not suitable, the destructive power is too great. Secondly, Nie Yun wants to leave some anticipation, whether for himself or for some enemies. Having gained a bountiful harvest and significantly increased his strength, Nie Yun decided not to continue training and to reward himself properly. However, he had not left for long when 2 batches of Umbu arrived. They reported to the Hokage's office en route respectively, as the size and commotion of the wooden golem could not possibly go unnoticed. As Nie Yun was on his way back, he suddenly felt a surge of malice. This was a new ability Nie Yun gained after the enhancement of Yang release, similar to the Nine Tails mode acquired by Naruto in the later stages. Nie Yun suddenly turned his head towards a nearby tree, sneering in his heart, daring to play with wood release in front of me. Displaying one's skills before an expert. Black Zetsu, hidden inside, was startled. He had just arrived. How did he get discovered? Just as Black Zetsu was considering whether to escape, he suddenly felt the tree he was hiding in was compressing, and he found himself unable to move. How is this possible? Black Zetsu was horrified. Ju, an intelligence operative of the Akatsuki organization codenamed Xuanwu, has a pitcher plant on his head with half of his face black and the other half white. In fact, this is the fusion of 2 independent entities, Heijue and Baijue. Heijue was created by Kagaya Otsutsuki using her own will before being sealed away. Lacking combat power, he has relied on deception and manipulation to secretly scheme for millennia. Baijue consists of ancient beings who were afflicted by the infinite Tsukrimi cultivated by Kaguya through the divine tree to serve as her army against the Otsutsuki clan. They can use some basic wood-release techniques and number in the hundreds of thousands drying on the shell of the divine tree. All actions of Ju are led by Heijue. This time he spied on Nie Yun to see if he would obstruct his plan to rescue his mother. He also monitored the approaching Obito, but to his surprise as soon as he arrived near Nie Yun he was detected. Heijue originally thought that by relying on Beiju's would-release ability and attaching himself to the tree even ocular techniques like Byakugan and Sharingan would not be able to detect him. What frightened Heijue even more was that he could not detach from the tree he was inhabiting. It felt as if he was bound by a layer of energy surrounding the tree. Watching Nie Yun approach with a wicked grin, Heijue realized it must be his doing. For the first time in 1,000 years Heijue felt fear. Nie Yun stepped closer, merely channeling his would-release chakra through the underground roots into the tree where Heijue was attached, rendering Heijue unable to escape. Nie Yun was actually very intrigued by this hidden puppet master of the ninja world. He could clearly sense Heiju's movements and expressions within the tree. Are you afraid? It seems you can feel fear too, Kaguya Otsutsuki's son Heijue. Heijue was completely stunned to have his true identity exposed after a millennium of hiding. You should know that when my mother created me she was about to be sealed, and even the traitors Yui and Yutaka were unaware of my existence. I have never told anyone about it, so how does this person know? Heiju's faith was on the verge of collapse as if struck by a heavy blow. Heijue struggled to poke his head out from the trunk. Why do you know? You are filled with the aura of Kaguya Otsutsuki, you are merely her creation. Nie Yun said enigmatically. Heijue was startled again. How do you know this? Who exactly are you? Nie Yun was delighted inside. He had already formulated a plan to deceive Heijue, pointing to the sky. Just know that I come from above. Above. Heiju's mind raced. Above. The moon where my mother was sealed. It should only have that bastard from Yutaka village and his descendants guarding her. Nie Yun was clearly not one of them. He bore no trace of the Yutaka bloodline. So who else could it be from above? Could it be the place where my mother stayed before descending to the ninja world? A planet inhabited by the Otsutsuki clan from another world. Heijue inherited Kaguya's will and some of her memories, so he knew very well that Kaguya was not a native of the ninja world but a goddess who suddenly descended. She was originally one of the members of the Otsutsuki clan from another planet. The Otsutsuki clan is an extremely powerful race in the universe, self-proclaimed as gods. Their favorite pastime is planting the divine tree on other planets, which absorbs all the life force of that planet to grow and ultimately bear chakra fruits. The chakra fruits produced must be handed over to the higher-ups of the Otsutsuki clan to be refined into elixirs that grant them eternal life and immense power. Kaguya's duty in the ninja world was to plant and guard the divine tree. However, because Kaguya fell in love with humanity and became pregnant, she was betrayed by them. In anger she chose to consume the chakra fruit, gaining unparalleled power, and initiated the infinite Tsukrimi to quell the chaos. But by privately consuming the chakra fruit she effectively betrayed the Otsutsuki clan. Thus Kaguya transformed some humans into Baijue as an army to deal with the imminent threats from the Otsutsuki clan. However, this matter was misunderstood by the ignorant traitors Yui and Yutaka, as Kaguya's cruel greed leading them to betray and seal Kaguya. The more Heijue recalled the events of 1,000 years ago, the more he felt that Nie Yun was likely from the Otsutsuki clan. Although he did not possess the Otsutsuki clan's signature pure Byakugan, the clan ruled over many planets, so it would not be surprising for him to have some favor. Are you an envoy of the Otsutsuki clan? Nie Yun did not answer directly, merely nodding noncommittally. Heijue was both surprised and delighted. He knew that the events of 1,000 years ago were no longer recorded. Nie Yun's knowledge of his identity was merely due to his familiarity with the aura. He likely did not understand that history, meaning he did not know about Kaguya consuming the divine tree's fruit. Then perhaps I can shift all the blame onto Yui and the others. The more Heijue thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. I am the embodiment of Kaguya's will, so I should be considered one of the Otsutsuki clan. Heijue began to get close to Nie Yun. Nie Yun wore a dismissive expression. Heijue naturally imagined that Nie Yun felt he was lacking, bringing shame to the Otsutsuki clan. I was born from the last bit of power Kaguya had before being sealed, so my strength is quite weak. Heijue outright admitted it, then began to act great. One of the Otsutsuki clan, please save my mother Kaguya. You don't know the atrocious events that happened 1,000 years ago. Humans coveted the power of the divine tree's fruit and deliberately tempted my mother into marrying them. After gaining my mother's power and trust, they suddenly betrayed her and sealed her on the moon. Then those humans divided the power of the chakra fruit. They even stole the power of the divine tree, splitting it into 9-tailed beasts. Please do justice for Mother Kaguya. Heijue appeared utterly sincere, tears streaming down his face. If Nie Yun were not already aware of Kaguya Otsutsuki and the Otsutsuki clan story, he might have been completely deceived. Deceive and keep deceiving. Nie Yun watched Haiju's performance coldly, already contemplating how to use Heijue to establish himself as an envoy of the Otsutsuki clan. With his current strength, stopping the Akatsuki from collecting tailed beasts for the infinite Tsukimi was more than sufficient, but since they hadn't provoked him, Nie Yun was actually too lazy to seek trouble. Thus Kaguya's resurrection could be entirely avoided and Nie Yun was not overly concerned. The only trouble was the unknown Otsutsuki clan from another world who might suddenly appear at any time. Kaguya reached the 6 paths level because she consumed a complete chakra fruit. According to Boruto, the other Otsutsuki would likely not be below the quasi 6 paths level. Therefore, if Nie Yun wanted to rest easy, he at least needed to possess 6 paths level strength. He had just reached the super shadow level, still some distance from 6 paths. So what benefits could he gain by utilizing Heijue? Oh, I see. No wonder I haven't found any trace of Kaguya and the divine tree in 3 years. I thought Kaguya had embezzled the chakra fruit. Nie Yun put on a look of sudden realization. How could that be? Mother Kaguya has always been the most loyal of the Otsutsuki. Heiju hastily explained. She is sealed on the moon. My power is limited, so I'd better ask the strong of the Otsutsuki clan to act. Nie Yun made a gesture of performing a technique. Heiju quickly stopped him, for if the Otsutsuki clan members truly arrived, Mother Kaguya would be doomed even if rescued. Wait, you must understand that rescuing an Otsutsuki clan member and retrieving the chakra fruit is a great merit. Such a merit cannot be allowed to be taken by others. Nie Yun deliberately showed a puzzled expression. Hasn't the power of the chakra fruit already been stolen by the humans here? Heiju added, but as long as we reclaim the power of the divine tree, we can use it to re-extract chakra from the humans of this world and condense it into a chakra fruit. Oh. What do you mean then? Nie Yun pretended to understand. We can cooperate. I rescue Mother and you retrieve the chakra fruit. Heiju looked at Nie Yun with anticipation. Nie Yun's strength was unprecedented, to him no less than Uchiha Madara in his prime. With his addition, collecting the tailed beasts would surely be faster and smoother. Nie Yun narrowed his eyes in thought. Heiju's intention to use him was obvious. So he would just play along and strengthen his own power in the meantime. Fine, we can cooperate to collect the so-called tailed beasts, but don't think about ordering me around. Seeing Nie Yun agree, Heiju's face showed great joy, but inwardly he sneered. Once Mother revives with her power, she can crush you with one hand. Nie Yun again sensed a wave of malice from Heiju. He couldn't help but sigh. This guy was truly a qualified schemer, but unfortunately his overthinking was too strong. Then you may. I will collect the tailed beasts in my own way. Nie Yun said as he released his control over Heiju. Yes, we will not interfere with your actions. I must remind you that the little brat named Naruto whom you are instructing has the 9 tails inside him. I know. He has strong divine tree chakra in him. Otherwise, why do you think I stay in Konoha and guide him? Nie Yun said with an extremely pretentious tone. I see. Your Excellency the envoy is indeed far-sighted. Heiju nodded repeatedly in agreement, showing no hint of doubt or dissatisfaction. He was now trying every means to please Nie Yun. Nie Yun nodded indifferently and turned away. In fact, Nie Yun had thought about killing Heiju, but after all, Heiju was the product of the will of Kaguya, a 6 paths level powerhouse. It was difficult to completely eliminate him. Currently, aside from high-level sealing techniques and the all-killing ash bones that can destroy everything, he had no other way to deal with Heiju. He couldn't just keep him sealed in a tree which would release chakra forever, or else Nie Yun himself would have nothing else to do. By the way, Your Excellency, I have an organization under me called the Akatsuki, whose members wear red clouds and black robes like me. If you encounter them collecting tailed beasts, please do not obstruct them. Heiju said cautiously. I promise I won't kill them. Nie Yun said coldly without looking back. Heiju couldn't help but shiver, mentally labeling Nie Yun as unpredictable and moody. He dared not monitor Nie Yun anymore, fearing it might cause some misunderstanding. He could only quickly sink into the ground and hurry towards the Akatsuki headquarters, which gave him a little sense of security. Nie Yun took a few steps back and unexpectedly encountered another Akatsuki member in a red cloud and black robe wearing a spiral mask. It was Uchiha Obito, who had come rushing over. What kind of day is this? Did I stumble into an Akatsuki nest? Nie Yun couldn't help frowning. He was a bit displeased to be disturbed on his way home. Are you Nie Yun? Nie Yun ignored him and walked straight past him. Obito was stunned. How could this person be so rude? Don't you want to know about the Kagaya clan? Obito directly threw out his trump card. The bloody mist of the past was actually manipulated by him through the third Mizukage Yagura, and the extermination of the Kagaya clan was also related to him. No interest. Nie Yun continued walking forward, replying lightly without looking back. Don't you want to avenge the Kagaya clan? Obito was rendered speechless by Nie Yun. This guy completely didn't follow common sense, wasting all the mental preparation he had done before coming. I haven't even met a single person from the Kagaya clan. Should I take revenge for a group of people I've never seen? Just because of my Shikatsu Miyaku? Would you? Nie Yun directly retorted, annoyed. But he didn't want to expose Obito's true identity just yet, since he had just finished fooling Heiju, and fooling Obito again would easily lead to exposure. Obito was choked into silence. It seemed he had indeed taken things for granted. What to do now? Stay or leave? Would leaving like this be too uncool? But what would he say if he stayed? Seeing Obito silent for a long time, Nie Yun turned and walked away again, leaving Obito flustered in the wind. Nie Yun knew Obito's purpose well. He just wanted to trick him into joining the Akatsuki. But Obito's level was not very high. His strength relied mostly on the Kamui space for trickery and the special white Setsu body tobi that he wore. After returning to Lingyun Tavern, Nie Yun carefully sorted out the events of the day. First was the growth in strength brought by wood release. He was not confident whether he had reached Hashirama's level, as he could only judge Hashirama's power based on scenes he had seen in the anime. He could only wait until he later used the Impure World Reincarnation to summon Hashirama. The system-enhanced Impure World Reincarnation technique would improve the strength of the selected shinobi each time as his own power increased. Another was the appearance of Heiju and the reminder he gave Nie Yun that the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki clan was a threat. In the original plot, after Kagaya was sealed again, it was not until the Boruto era that other Otsutsuki clan members began to appear in the ninja world. According to the timeline, there should be about 10 more years. Nie Yun was confident that with his system he could become a 6 paths level being within that time. But now thinking about it, just reaching the 6 paths level himself was not enough. Even Kagaya had to cultivate an army of white Zetsu to deal with threats. He would need to cultivate some subordinates. This coincidentally aligned with his previous plan, to turn the Tavern into the strongest alliance of powerful figures, the #1 underworld force in the ninja world. Teacher Lady Tsunade is looking for you. Sasuke's voice came from outside the door, and Nie Yun hadn't had time to respond. Suddenly the fragile door was torn off its hinges and a spirited figure appeared before him. It was indeed Tsunade, who urgently said, Nie Yun, where is my grandfather? Is that the reason you rushed over here and smashed my door? Nie Yun was somewhat speechless. Tsunade had already become Hokage, yet she was still so flustered. However, it was understandable. She must have received news of someone using wood release outside the village and immediately associated it with her grandfather, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Connecting it to Nie Yun's ability to summon the deceased, she hurried over to see Hashirama. Unfortunately, she guessed wrong. Nie Yun also wanted to summon Hashirama to have a fair competition, but it all depended on luck. With a helpless wave of his hand, Nie Yun said, Lady Hokage, I would love to summon the first Hokage, but I truly haven't been able to do so yet. If I could summon him, I would notify you immediately. What? Then why is there a wood release technique being used outside? You're talking about wood release, right? Nie Yun raised his palm and a small tree rapidly sprouted from his hand. Faced with this strange scene, Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. Why could Nie Yun also use wood release? Meanwhile, Sasuke looked completely unfazed. To him, Nie Yun had become a godlike existence capable of breaking the evolution patterns of the Sharingan. What was so strange about knowing wood release? Even if Nie Yun told him he was actually the sage of 6 paths, Sasuke would choose to believe it. You. How can you use wood release? So it was you who did it outside. Tsunade took a deep breath and asked a question she already knew the answer to. Wood release isn't that difficult, it's just a combination of water release and wood release using one's own life force as a source, isn't it? Nie Yun spoke with great ease. However, that giant wooden golem is clearly a technique only my grandfather could use. Tsunade felt Nie Yun's relaxed tone was hard to trust and stubbornly continued to question. Well, that's because I possess extraordinary talent. After merging wood release, I referenced the techniques of the first Hokage and developed it myself. Nie Yun said this without a hint of embarrassment. Tsunade clearly sensed that Nie Yun was not telling the truth, but it was undeniable that he could use wood release and her grandfather had indeed not been summoned. As for how he obtained would release, Tsunade wanted to delve deeper, but she knew Nie Yun wouldn't reveal the truth, so she had to let it go. Furrowing her brows and scrutinizing Nie Yun for a moment, she continued, would release while powerful significantly depletes the life force of the user. Our Senju clan has a unique physique, especially my grandfather, whose life force is incredibly strong, which is why he could use powerful would release techniques continuously. So you should take it easy. Tsunade sighed deeply after finishing her sentence. She initially had a lot to say to her grandfather but didn't expect it to turn into a misunderstanding. She could only turn and leave quietly, looking dejected, which made Nie Yun feel a bit guilty, as if he had let Tsunade down. However, the issue of life force depletion due to wood release was not a problem for Nie Yun. The life force enhancement and recovery abilities provided by Yang release perfectly compensated for this drawback. Nie Yun looked at the door that had been forcibly removed by Tsunade, sighed, stretched out a hand, and countless wooden planks sprouted from his palm, transforming into a door frame and then into a door. With wood release it was very convenient. He would no longer have to sleep outdoors, easily creating a large villa to stay in. Nie Yun even decorated the door with some patterns only found on Earth and put up a sign that read, "Please knock if you need anything." This was a kind reminder, as the door that Nie Yun created with wood release would not be easily broken through even by Tsunade. Nie Yun looked at Sasuke and said, "Stop staring, you won't be able to learn wood release. Focus on nurturing your Mangekyo Sharingan and strive to open your eyes completely before the annual festival. After the festival I have a task for you. If you can't complete it, don't call yourself my disciple anymore. I can't afford that." "Yes, teacher." Sasuke nodded earnestly, as this was not the first time Nie Yun had emphasized this task. "Alright, go rest now and drink less alcohol." Nie Yun noticed the wine gourd hanging from Sasuke's waist. He sighed inwardly, as he had been giving Sasuke yang and yin wines every day, resulting in Sasuke's increased alcohol tolerance and cravings. Now he carried a wine gourd daily and would take a few sips whenever he had the chance. Well, it's not such a bad habit. Calling him wine god Sasuke sounds pretty good too. Nie Yun stopped thinking about this and started considering the death of Danzo. He seems to have 12 lives. Heh heh. Nie Yun couldn't help but grin wickedly. In the Umbu, Danzo sneezed several times while listening to his subordinates report, a strong sense of foreboding filling his heart. Continue. What happened after Tsunade entered Nie Yun's tavern? Our people couldn't get close, so we couldn't hear what they were saying, but the Hokage didn't stay in there for long before leaving, and she didn't seem to be in a good mood. Got it, you can leave now. Nie Yun, it seems you really did use wood release. What secrets are hidden within you? Danzo stood up and paced back and forth. After receiving the news from his subordinate in the Umbu, he hurried to the place where Nie Yun had used wood release. At first he suspected that Nie Yun had summoned the first Hokage, Hashirama. But when he arrived at the scene, he could clearly sense the residual chakra of wood release left behind here, which was completely different from Hashirama's wood release, as he himself had Hashirama's cells implanted. In other words, this scene was not left behind by Nie Yun summoning Hashirama and then using wood release. Tsunade, who returned disappointedly, also confirmed that Hashirama had not been summoned, so the wood release here was very likely the residue left by Nie Yun. The timing also roughly matched the time he left the tavern and returned to it. Nie Yun to be able to use such powerful wood release techniques, how exactly did he manage to do it? If Danzo's attitude towards Nie Yun before had only been greed for the Edo Tensei, he was now eager to uncover the secrets hidden within Nie Yun. The temptation of wood release was too great, no less than the Sharingan. If he could master wood release, then no one could stop him from becoming the next Hokage. If anything were to happen to Tsunade. But he couldn't use force against Nie Yun. At first he couldn't defeat him, and second it would draw attention. So Danzo prepared to play dirty. Go bring in Aburame Torian. Aburame Torian is covered in mutated poisonous insects. A single touch would rapidly poison and kill, making him very suitable for dealing with Nie Yun. Whether on Earth or in the world of Naruto, the New Year is always a lively and grand affair. In the past few years Nie Yun spent the New Year alone, but this year he had many companions and the tavern became bustling. Nie Yun was pleased with this. When he counted carefully, he realized there were indeed quite a few people celebrating the New Year together this year. First was Sasuke, who being alone naturally chose to follow Nie Yun. Per Nie Yun's request, he successfully fully activated his Mangekyo Sharingan a few days before the New Year festival. Each pair of Mangekyo possesses its unique abilities, and Sasuke's two eyes grant him the powers of Amaterasu from his left eye and Kagutsuchi from his right, just like the outcome of the original storyline. The Mangekyo awakened by the power of Yin and Yang is distinctly different from the usual ones. The consumption of ocular power when using eye techniques is greatly reduced, preventing bloodshed from occurring easily. This means that the time lost to blindness due to excessive consumption of ocular power has been significantly extended. However, this does not mean Sasuke will not go blind, so Nie Yun plans to upgrade Sasuke's eyes to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan or even the Rinnegan after dealing with Danzo. Then there is Junmaru, who has been training in the Myobokuzen. He has long since mastered his Sage Mode. He remains in Myobokuzen because after eradicating the curse mark from the heavens he found that the natural environment and food there are very suitable for treating his bloodline disease, so he has been training in healing. Now, although Junmaru is still handsome, he no longer gives off the impression of being pale and skinny, he has grown taller and stronger. It seems the food in Myobokuzen is nourishing. Next is Naruto. Ever since he returned from the Valley of the End he has continued training under Jiraiya. It is said that he has now mastered the control of 4 tails without losing his sanity, greatly enhancing both his chakra amount and combat power. However, the greatest enhancement is his ability to withstand blows. Nie Yun personally tested it, and indeed it was extraordinary. The trial lasted for half an hour before Naruto finally collapsed. With Naruto, this disciple, coming Jiraiya, this teacher naturally came along to Mucha. What Nie Yun did not expect was that Tsunade, the Hokage, actually brought Shizun with her. The Senju clan began to decline after Hashirama and Tobirama, and by now they have faded into obscurity, hardly acting as ninjas anymore. Besides Tsunade, it seems only a little girl named Moegi is still a ninja. Considering Tsunade's age, she probably has no close relatives left, and Tobirama seems to have left no descendants. It is not surprising that she chose to celebrate the festival at Nie Yun's place, especially since Jiraiya is here. Of course, there is also Kakashi, the part-time worker at the tavern. Although he often slacks off and sneaks snacks, Nie Yun is magnanimous. He merely deducted all his wages and still let him stay for the New Year's feast. Similar to Kakashi are Guy and Lee, who later joined the tavern as delivery personnel. They are much more reliable than Kakashi. They are diligent and do not steal food, treating the delivery work as a form of training, employing various methods such as delivering in a handstand, frog jumps, and at high speed. They excel in everything except for frequent customer complaints. The remaining staff at the tavern are Hungry and 7 subordinates, all of whom have been trained by Nie Yun to become exceptional cooks. They have become capable chefs to the extent that Nie Yun rarely cooks personally anymore. As for the numerous visitors over the years, various families brought their own little strong ones. Looking at the busy scene in the courtyard, Nie Yun felt a sense of emotion. He is no longer a solitary person, he has so many family and friends now. Just as he was about to head to the kitchen to celebrate properly, Nie Yun suddenly heard the system's voice. Ding! A special sign-in task has been activated. Please call me the Dream Master tonight. Time limit within 24 hours. The Edo Tensei has no restrictions on summoning quotas or strength. Different rewards will be given based on the degree of dream fulfillment. Nie Yun was shocked. Within 24 hours, there are no limits on the number of Edo Tensei summons or their strength, meaning he can summon as many as he wants. In these 24 hours, he could completely unify the ninja world. However, Nie Yun was not interested in unifying the ninja world, he only wanted to give the people in the courtyard a surprise or perhaps a scare. Tonight I am the Dream Master. Nie Yun felt an invisible holy light radiating from him. He went to his room and directly began using the Edo Tensei. 5 candidates appeared, but unfortunately none of them were the relatives or friends of the people in the courtyard. All were passed. Trying again, another 5 candidates appeared, this time with a familiar face. Kakashi. He chose to summon him, then let Kakashi wait aside while Nie Yun continued with the Edo Tensei and selected from the candidates. The bewildered Kakashi watched as more and more figures appeared, including Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, Might Guy, Hinata Hyuga, Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Hashirama Senju, and Dan Kato. Summoning so many people at once. What is Nie Yun planning? Could it be that he is about to start a war, or is Konoha facing some great crisis? Kakashi's heart was filled with doubt, but he could not act recklessly without Nie Yun's command, not even speak. He could only watch the increasing number of people with a worried expression. Is that the 3rd Hokage? And this one is the 2nd Hokage? The last one can't be the 1st Hokage. Kakashi was unable to recover his senses for a long time. With such a lineup, is Nie Yun planning to start a war of annihilation? As for the others, they were all looking around in confusion, not understanding how they had suddenly appeared here after just being in the Pure Land. Most of them were summoned for the first time and did not quite grasp their situation. Nie Yun continued to release the Edo Tensei in one breath until he finally summoned everyone he deemed necessary. Having spent nearly half of his chakra, Nie Yun looked at the results filling the room and felt quite satisfied. With this lineup, if they could all join the tavern, it would be invincible in the world, especially with Hashirama Senju. As soon as he was summoned, Nie Yun felt a powerful aura. But now is not the time to focus on Hashirama alone. Ahem, everyone, my name is Nie Yun and I am the owner of a tavern in Konoha. I believe most of you are currently quite bewildered, not understanding why you who have already died have suddenly appeared here. The truth is I summoned all of you here for a very simple reason. It is the new year and I want your loved ones to see you one more time. Sasuke, Naruto, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shizen, Kakashi, Guy, they are all in the courtyard outside. Let's give them a surprise together, shall we? Kakashi and Minato's eyes shone with joy. They could see their son again. The others looked utterly incredulous. Especially Tobirama. The moment he emerged, he already sensed that he was summoned by Edo Tensei, thinking it was Orochimaru trying to cause trouble again. But he did not expect the one summoning him to be a young man, and that the purpose of summoning so many people was not for battle but for family and friends to reunite. Tobirama felt it was a bit strange to see his own invention of Edo Tensei used in such a way, unsure whether to feel happy or confused. Cough, cough, cough. Nie Yun walked into the courtyard and lightly coughed to attract everyone's attention. Everyone paused their activities. Let me share the time. The crowd looked at Nie Yun curiously, not understanding what he was up to. During this festive season I don't have much to give everyone, so I prepared a surprise. Big brother Nie Yun, is it something delicious? Naruto was only thinking about food, having been craving Nie Yun's cooking after training with Jiraiya for months. Teacher, what's the surprise? Sasuke was also curious, knowing that the teacher always had new tricks up his sleeve. Lee commented it must be something that helps with cultivation. The other adults were relatively calm. Although they were curious about what Nie Yun had prepared, they thought it would just be some fun snacks. Nie Yun believed that once they saw the surprise in the room they wouldn't remain so composed. Who wants to claim the surprise first? Me. 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 Naruto jumped up 3 feet high and ran over. Alright, let Naruto go first. He stood in the middle of the courtyard, closed his eyes and loudly counted down from 5. This ceremonial process piqued everyone's interest and heightened their anticipation. 5. 4. As Naruto earnestly counted down, within the room Minato and Kushina were nervously holding each other's hands tightly. Especially Kushina. This was the first time she would see him since Naruto was born. Kushina, don't be nervous, I'm here with you. Our Naruto has grown up now. Minato gently comforted Kushina, who was eager to rush out. The only second Hokage without a girlfriend or wife, Tobirama, felt somewhat out of place and turned his head away without speaking. Hashirama, not bad. This 4th Hokage is quite a handsome and gentle man. His wife Mito shot him a glance. Just like me, huh? Big brother, keep it down, don't disturb Nie Yun's surprise preparations. Hashirama nodded repeatedly, awkwardly scratching his head. Those unfamiliar with him would never guess he was the first Hokage. 1. Naruto finished counting down and opened his eyes only to see a golden light flash before him. Minato appeared holding Kushina in a remarkably flashy manner. Everyone else stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that the surprise Nie Yun prepared was like this. A family reunion. Only Naruto, who was a bit dense, said, "Oh, it's not food, it's Dad. Why is there a woman in your arms? It can't be Mom, right?" Just a moment ago the excited Kushina glanced at Minato and the meaning in her eyes was clear. So this is our son. He's not a fool, right? Minato awkwardly smiled and said to Naruto, "Naruto, this is indeed your mother, hurry up and come over." Realizing what was happening, Naruto excitedly ran over and embraced the two. This touching scene didn't last long before it was ruthlessly interrupted by Nie Yun. Cough, cough, cough. There are still others waiting, Naruto, why don't you and your family step aside? Minato and Kushina looked around at the other expectant gazes and realized that today wasn't just about their own reunion. So they stood aside with Naruto. Alright, who will be next? Nie Yun initially thought everyone would eagerly volunteer. But unexpectedly no one raised their hand. Everyone was looking forward to their surprise, but meeting deceased relatives they hadn't seen in years made them feel some awkwardness and nervousness. Then Sasuke, you come up. Sasuke clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he stepped forward, not out of anger but from sheer tension and anticipation, afraid of losing his composure. Would he really get to see his parents this time? Sasuke had previously asked Nie Yun if he could summon his father or mother. Nie Yun regrettably told him that his parents lacked the strength to be summoned. Although Sasuke didn't say anything further, disappointment was inevitable. Nie Yun gently reassured him, don't be nervous, Sasuke, isn't this what you've longed for? Close your eyes and count down. As he counted down, Sasuke found his heart surprisingly calming. 1. Thank you, teacher. After counting down to the last number, he expressed his gratitude to Nie Yun. The appearance of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto was not as dazzling as Minato's, but the scene was much warmer and more normal than Naruto's antics. Sasuke. Mikoto's eyes glistened with tears as she quickly approached and hugged Sasuke. Fugaku, who had always played the role of a strict father, looked at them with a loving gaze. Mikoto caressed Sasuke's cheek. Sasuke, you've worked hard over the years. Fugaku took his wife and son. Let's talk over there. There are still others waiting inside. Mom, Sasuke's mother is so gentle. Naruto covered his head, which had a large bump from Kushina's punch, crying out in pain. Kushina punched him again. Minato shook his head beside them, worried about his son's future. Next, Kakashi and Kiba, Might Guy and Might Dway, Jiraiya and the third Hokage also met. The remaining ones were the Senju family. Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Mido, Senju Tobirama and Senju Rope Tree. Tsunade watched her family members appear one by one, no longer resembling the fifth Hokage at all. Grandpa. Grandma. Uncle. Rope Tree. She shouted as she rushed towards them, using too much force and almost breaking the reanimated bodies. Little Tsunade, how about we have a gamble or two? Hashirama immediately brought up their shared hobby. Tobirama face-bombed, big brother today isn't suitable for that. Hashirama, when will you ever be serious? Mito chided him affectionately. Ha ha ha, alright, we'll talk about it later. However, Tsunade's reunion with Dan wasn't as sentimental as Nie Yun had anticipated. After all, 20 years had passed, and with Nie Yun helping her resolve her inner turmoil, Tsunade had long since moved on from her feelings for Dan. As for Dan, living in a pure land without the passage of day and night, he thought he would never have the chance to see Tsunade again, gradually letting go. This meeting felt like a reunion of old friends. Finally, Nie Yun looked inside the room. It seemed like only Hyuga Niji was left standing alone in the room. Oh dear, this is awkward. I got a bit too excited and summoned him without paying attention to the familiar name. I can't just send him back, I should go find Niji. So Nie Yun said to Naruto, Naruto, Sasuke, go to the Hyuga clan and bring Niji over. After a while, Naruto and Sasuke came running back. As they entered the courtyard, everyone's eyes fell upon them. Mikoto and Kushina were about to ask why they had returned so quickly, but suddenly sensed something amiss with their sons. The others almost instantly realized something was wrong. These Sasuke and Naruto were imposters. Yamanaka, Fu and Aburame Torian were startled. Why were there so many people in the courtyard? It didn't match the intelligence they had received. Is that the fourth Hokage? And this? The third Hokage? The second? The first? How could it be? A storm of shock raged in both their hearts. 5 generations of Konoha's Hokage were gathered in a single courtyard. How could they possibly complete the mission? Yamanaka, Fu and Aburame Torian had been ordered by Danzo to assassinate and control Nie Yun. Their plan was to first injure Nie Yun with Aburame Torian's poisonous insects, then use Yamanaka Fu's mind transfer technique to bring him back to root. They had chosen to strike on the day of the New Year festival because people were most relaxed then, and the custom of visiting guests would allow them to disguise themselves as callers, making it easier to launch a sudden attack. But what they hadn't expected was that Nie Yun had closed his doors to visitors early that morning, and that Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi and others had gathered at the tavern for a reunion. After consulting with Danzo, he ordered them to proceed, finding an opportunity to blend in with the party inside the tavern. Danzo believed Nie Yun would never expect an assassination attempt amid such a crowd, especially from familiar faces. Once the deed was done, Danzo would lead the main force of Root to bring Nie Yun directly into their base. As for Tsunade's potential inquiries afterward, Danzo had already prepared a justification. This was for Konoha's research on Nie Yun, and the results would greatly enhance the village's strength and so on. He believed Tsunade as Hokage would make the right choice because Nie Yun was not a Konoha ninja, ultimately an outsider. An outsider who might leave at any time or even become an enemy. Better to use him for research and strengthen Konoha's power. In Danzo's eyes now there was no room for concepts like friendship or bonds, only interests and selfish desires occupied his mind. Thus, after seeing Naruto and Sasuke leave the tavern, Yamanaka, Fu and Aburame Torian used the transformation technique to assume their appearances and entered the courtyard. They had assumed there were no sensory-type ninjas in the courtyard and that their disguise would go unnoticed for a while. But now the situation seemed far from what they had imagined. Yamanaka, Fu and Aburame Torian exchanged a glance, their minds feverish from Danzo's intense brainwashing. Both saw the resolve in each other's eyes. For the sake of Konoha they would risk it, certain that the Hokage would not blame them. But the moment they made a move, 2 flashes of light, 1 white 1 gold, and 2 kunai were pressed against their necks. It was Minato and Tobirama, the 2 fastest men present, who had acted. Who are you? Where are Naruto and Sasuke? Minato left the 2 in Tobirama's control and vanished in an instant. He had left a flying thunder god seal on Naruto, and within seconds he returned with 3 children, Naruto, Sasuke and Niji. Seeing that they were unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and attention returned to the 2 imposters. The meticulous Tobirama quickly placed sealing formulas on the fake Naruto and Sasuke and with a sweep of his hand dispelled their transformation technique, revealing their true faces. Aburame Toryun Yamanaka Fu. You're Danzo's people. Tsunade and Hiruzen both recognized them. Nie Yun also identified them, so the old fox Danzo was still up to his tricks. I had planned to let him live a few more days, but since he's so eager to die I won't hold back. Nie Yun's voice turned icy. Did Danzo send you to kill me? I don't recall provoking him. The two restrained men had calmed down now, but under the gaze of 5 Hokage the pressure was immense. They remained silent, loyal only to Danzo. Hashirama frowned. Are you Konoha ninjas? They still refused to answer. Tobirama had already removed the poison sacs from their mouths, so they couldn't even kill themselves. First Hokagesima, don't bother asking. They're not Konoha ninjas, they're Danzo's ninjas. At Nie Yun's words Yamanaka Fu grew agitated. No. Danzo-sama does everything for Konoha. For Konoha. That's laughable. Nie Yun let out a cold laugh. Since so many of Konoha's Hokage are present today, let them judge whether Danzo truly acts for Konoha and whether he deserves to die. The festive atmosphere of the new year had been dampened by Danzo, that meddlesome troublemaker, and Nie Yun was furious. You say Danzo acts for Konoha. Then where was he when Orochimaru attacked? Don't say he was away, you two are his personal guard, so you should know better than anyone. The two lowered their heads and said nothing. They knew full well that Danzo had been in root space and had ordered them not to provide support. Hiruzen, who had died because of that, sighed. His old comrade had indeed been eager to see him dead. And over the years hasn't he been researching the first Hokage's cells, trying to transplant them into others? The countless innocent villagers who died in those human experiments, Yamato is a product of that. And Danzo himself has transplanted the first Hokage's cells, hasn't he? Under that bandage. This. You. Yamanaka Fu's reaction gave everyone the answer. Hashirama frowned. The idea that his cells had been studied and used to kill innocent people was unacceptable. For that alone Danzo was already condemned to death in his heart. Tobirama felt the same. When he had conducted human experiments to develop jutsu, he had used enemy prisoners, not his own villagers. Danzo had crossed the line. He deserves death. Hiruzen let out a long sigh. Danzo. I never thought you would stray so far. Sigh. I think there's something else you don't know yet. Nie Yun sneered, ready to drop the bombshell. Under that bandage Danzo doesn't just have the first Hokage's cells, he has 11 living Sharingan eyes. The moment Nie Yun spoke those words, no one in the courtyard could remain seated. Danzo is truly despicable. As the last clan leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku was furious. Please tell me what is going on. Our clan has never lost a Sharingan. Could it be that after we died that night? Fugaku did not continue, his eyes already filled with murderous intent. Father, what is going on? Is there a connection between Danzo and that night? Sasuke seriously looked at his father Fugaku with a stance of equality. At first, because today is the anniversary, a rare day of reunion, he suppressed any mention of the Uchiha massacre that night and enjoyed the warmth of family togetherness. But now this matter has suddenly been brought up again, and there seems to be something he does not know involved. He could no longer hold back his confusion. Nie Yun nodded appreciatively. This year Sasuke has grown a lot and has become much more composed. He is no longer the boy who was blinded by hatred at the mention of the massacre. Sasuke, this question your father cannot give you a true answer. As for the truth about the Uchiha massacre, you should ask our third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment. Little monkey, tell me what Danzo did. Tobirama's gaze was piercing. He was very disappointed in this disciple. The Uchiha clan, why were they exterminated? This was not the original intention of the village I founded, Konoha. Tell me what is going on. At this moment Hashirama finally revealed the imposing presence of the god of shinobi. Everyone present except for Nie Yun felt an invisible pressure. Alas. Faced with the crowd's inquiry, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. The truth of this matter indeed was as I had anticipated. It can no longer be hidden. Teacher Tobirama, it is not about what Danzo did, but rather what we did, myself, Danzo, Munin, and Koharu, the four of us. Ever since the Uchiha clan was given the position of the Konoha guard by Teacher Tobirama, although they gained great power, they also offended many people. Originally the Uchiha were already on guard due to Uchiha Madara's rebellion, and now they were increasingly viewed with hostility by many clans in Konoha. Humph. The Konoha guard in name trusted the Uchiha, but in reality they isolated the Uchiha clan, letting us take the blame for offending others. Fugaku as the captain of the guard expressed dissatisfaction, but he remained restrained. Yes, teacher Tobarama's goal was indeed this. Sarutobi Hiruzen cautiously glanced at Tobarama and only continued when he saw he was not angry. In the end they were even marginalized and had to relocate their entire clan to the outskirts of the village. Then in Fugaku's generation a genius emerged from the Uchiha Shisui. Fugaku the clan leader should explain the abilities of Shizui's eyes to everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen having shared so many old stories and secrets appeared exhausted and passed the conversation to Fugaku. Fugaku hesitated for a moment but then took over as there was nothing left to hide. Shisui awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan at a young age and his ability was extraordinarily powerful. It was called Kodo Amatsukami. It can fundamentally alter a person's will and spirit. We originally planned to use Shizui's eyes to change the will of the higher-ups in Konoha, allowing the Uchiha clan to become the next Hokage. This was something the first Hokage promised to our Uchiha clan, that we would also be able to become Hokage. But what was the outcome? The second is your brother, the third is your brother's disciple, the fourth is the grand-disciple of the third. Oh, and now the fifth is your granddaughter, even closer related, haha. Faced with Fugaku's ruthless mockery, Hashirama awkwardly lowered his head. Tobarama shyly turned his head to the side. The third lowered his head even lower. Minato scratched his head in embarrassment and Tsunade pretended to drink. Naruto appeared to be deep in thought. Nie Yun almost couldn't help but laugh out loud but managed to control himself in time. Who would have thought that Fugaku could clearly see the patterns of the Hokage succession? Fortunately he still does not know that according to the original narrative trajectory the future 6th Hokage is very likely to be the 4th's disciple and the 7th Hokage is the 4th's son, also a reincarnation of the 1st. Otherwise it would be unbearable. However, with Nie Yun's appearance, who knows who will be the Hokage in the future. Looking at the cool-down hall, Nie Yun coughed lightly. Ahem, Fugaku, you can continue. Let's discuss who will be Hokage another time. Humph. Fugaku indeed gave Nie Yun face coldly, snorting as he continued, but Shisui did not wish to oppose Konoha and chose to jump off a cliff to end his life. Fugaku did not know that Shisui lost one eye due to a sneak attack from Danzo. In order to prevent his clansmen and the village from killing each other, he entrusted his remaining eye to Uchiha Itachi and jumped off the cliff, hoping his clansmen would abandon the idea of a coup. Perhaps it was heaven's favor, as the Uchiha lost a pair of Mangekyo yet gained another. My son Itachi's Mangekyo has also awakened. Sasuke finally heard Itachi's name, his body shuddering slightly, but he made no large movements, continuing to listen attentively to his father's narrative. I dispatched Itachi to monitor the higher-ups in Konoha, but Itachi seemed reluctant to oppose Konoha and continued to mediate. However, the sentiment for an armed coup within the clan could no longer be suppressed. On the eve of the coup, Itachi took action. I also know that he chose the village over his clansmen, and I do not actually blame him. Moreover, it seemed that he was not the only one involved that night. Fugaku finally completed part of his story and turned his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. During that time, discontent towards the Uchiha in the village was rising and the Uchiha's actions were becoming more pronounced. However, I consistently advocated for peaceful resolutions while Danzo was more radical and Munin and Koharu remained neutral. Until one day Itachi came to report that the Uchiha clan was preparing to launch a coup. Just as I was making preparations in response, the next day I received the news that the Uchiha had been exterminated. I rushed to the scene with my team and recovered the bodies of the Uchiha clan. At that time I did not sense anything unusual and brought back the injured Sasuke. The next day Itachi found me and told me that Danzo had threatened him with Sasuke to exterminate the clan, asking me to protect Sasuke from Danzo's harm or else he would sell all of Konoha's intelligence to enemy nations and then defected from Konoha. I initially thought that Danzo was merely being radical regarding the Uchiha and believed he was acting for the village. I thought punishing him would be enough. I did not expect that he was after the Sharingan. As for such events as the Hokage, I cannot escape responsibility. Humph, you are already dead. What use is there in saying all this? Fugaku did not accept his attitude. The people in the courtyard remained silent, for no one knew what to say in such a situation. Only Nie Yun, an outsider, was qualified to speak. Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes were slightly red and his fists clenched until they turned white. Master, I'm here. Tell me, what are you thinking? Sasuke's body trembled for a long time without a word. Seeing this, Mikoto tightly held his hand and only then did he calm down. Humph. Master, I understand the task you have entrusted to me. Whether it is for myself, for the Uchiha clan, or for that bastard Itachi, Danzo must die. Good, very good, but that is not enough. What will you do after killing him? Sasuke was first startled, then his gaze became utterly resolute. After that, I will continue training under Master until I become Hokage. I not only want to fulfill the dream of our ancestors to become Hokage but also to change the prejudice of Konoha against the Uchiha and revitalize our clan. Nie Yun smiled happily. Good good good. You are truly my disciple. You have grown up. Hearing Sasuke's bold declaration of becoming Hokage, Naruto surprisingly showed no reaction at all, remaining lost in thought. At this point the truth was clear and the foundation for Danzo's inevitable death was established with no one opposing it. However, some details were raised. Tobirama frowned and asked, Hiruzen, where is Kagami? Uchiha Kagami was one of Tobirama's disciples, a fellow student of Danzo and Hiruzen. He was gifted and kind-hearted, always helping to ease the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha. Hiruzen let out a long sigh. Kagami passed away after I became Hokage. If he were still alive, with his relationship with us and his wisdom, the Uchiha clan might have had a different outcome and things would not have developed as they did. Tobirama said nothing. Kagami's death was suspicious. Just as he was about to ask for more details, Nie Yun interrupted. No need to ask. It's simple. I'll just summon him and ask. Nie Yun wasted no time and began using the Edo Tensei. After several rounds of candidates, the name Uchiha Kagami appeared, and unexpectedly Shizui's name also appeared. The two seemed to be grandfather and grandson, so Nie Yun summoned them both together. After a conversation, everyone understood, well, it was again Danzo's fault. Kagami was backstabbed by Danzo, and his eyes were the first Sharingan Danzo obtained. Shisui also died because of Danzo. It could be said that Danzo single-handedly caused the escalation of conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. Now it was even worse. Originally Danzo would have died a dozen times, but now 100 times would not be enough. Tsunade could no longer hold back. She slammed the table and stood up. I'll send the Umbu to capture Danzo right now. Little Tsunade, let Sasuke handle this matter. Don't interfere. It was Hashirama who spoke this time. Such a major incident in Konoha completely deviated from the original intention of his founding. The Uchiha have already been treated unfairly. The only way to make amends now is to let them complete their revenge themselves. Yes, grandfather. Sasuke, are you ready? Nie Yun stared into Sasuke's eyes and asked. Sasuke responded with a firm gaze, I have been ready for a long time. Good, you may go. Sasuke, be very careful. Mikoto was reluctant to let her son take risks, but this matter had to be completed by him. Mother, rest assured, I now have a different kind of eyes. As Sasuke spoke, his Sharingan activated and the patterns of the Mangekyo spun continuously. Fugaku and Mikoto were first stunned. Awakening the Mangekyo required sacrificing one's beloved. Did Sasuke also experience? Sasuke slowly explained, Father, Mother, my Mangekyo was gradually awakened by Master Nie Yun using another method without any need for emotional stimulation. That's why I said we must prove that the Uchiha are not a cursed clan and the Sharingan is not a cursed eye. Fugaku showed a surprised and gratified expression. I'm sorry, Sasuke. In the past I always cared too little for you. Now I understand that you are the true future of the Uchiha. I am proud of you. Tobirama lifted his head slightly upon hearing this. It seemed he had indeed had a deep misunderstanding of the Uchiha before. Wait, Sasuke, I'll go help you. Naruto, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. And I've decided. Although I am the man who will become Hokage right now, I've decided to give up the dream of becoming Hokage to you so you can realize your ideals. As for me, I don't mind being your successor. Naruto's words lightened the gloomy atmosphere a bit. Thank you, Naruto, but this is my own matter and I must complete it myself. As for becoming Hokage, I will compete with you fairly. For the first time that Sundara, Sasuke said thank you to Naruto, but he still refused Naruto's kindness. Nie Yun, however, said, Good, Naruto, you go too. Kimimaro, you go as well. But you two are not allowed to attack Danzo. You are only responsible for intercepting the root ninjas and collecting evidence of Danzo's crimes. Since Master Nie Yun had spoken, Sasuke said no more and set off with Kimimaro toward Danzo's location. The location of Danzo's base was provided by Tsunade and Hiruzen Sarutobi. The three of them now possessed cage-level strength and were among the best of the cage level, more than enough to handle Danzo and the root ninjas. Moreover, the three did not act recklessly. When approaching Danzo's base, they used the transformation technique to disguise themselves as Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torian, escorting a poisoned Nie Yun. Nie Yun and the others watched them from afar using the telescope technique. Seeing that they were not arrogant but cautious and careful, they all nodded involuntarily. The veteran ninjas expressed their approval of them. Got it. What's? The two ninjas guarding the gate had just stepped forward when Sasuke controlled them with his Sharingan. Take us to Danzo. They entered Danzo's base. Because of the anti-detection jutsu device, the image from the telescope technique disappeared. Danzo was in his office at the base anxiously waiting for news from Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torian. The secrets of Nie Yun were far too tempting. He wished he could dissect and study Nie Yun immediately. At that moment a knock came. Report, Nie Yun has been brought back. Danzo was first delighted. Enter. He stopped mid-sentence realizing something was wrong. The procedure for a successful root operation was not like this. He immediately pressed the switch under his seat and a hidden door appeared behind him. Not good, he's trying to escape. Sasuke outside the door sensed it instantly. He opened half of his Susanoo arm, broke through the door and reached for Danzo. Sasuke's Susanoo is purple and he is now able to activate the full form of Susanoo without covering the black Tengu armor. Even in its half-arm form he can summon it at will. Danzo has studied the Sharingan for many years and has seen Shizui's single-eyed Susanoo, so he naturally recognizes it. In his mind, the only Uchiha clan member capable of activating Susanoo is Itachi. Due to Susanoo's presence he could not clearly see the faces of the three people outside, but he recognized that Itachi had returned. That guy Itachi actually came back. Why is he attacking me? His brother Sasuke. But there is no time to think further, survival is paramount. Danzo knew he could not defeat Itachi, so he hurriedly dove into the secret passage without looking back. After a failed attack, Sasuke immediately retracted Susanoo and followed Danzo into the passage. Naruto and Junmaru stood shoulder to shoulder blocking the root ninjas rushing to provide support. Naruto, my brother, said that those who resist will be killed without mercy while those who surrender may live. Junmaru's attitude towards the enemy remained cold and ruthless. Naruto sensed Junmaru's killing intent and the tailed beast cloak gradually enveloped his body, but he still reminded them, you are ninjas of Konoha. Danzo has committed unforgivable crimes and is a sinner of Konoha. As long as you surrender, considering you were misled by Danzo, Lord Hokage will still give you a chance. Are you done, Naruto? Junmaru's face gradually showed red stripes, a sign that Sage Mode had been activated. Both viewed this battle as a practice ready to unleash all their abilities. Although the root ninjas are not to be underestimated, encountering these two little monsters is indeed a stroke of bad luck for them. No, it should be said that encountering Danzo is their misfortune. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who was pursuing Danzo, nearly lost track of him in the complex underground passage. However, Sasuke had his own methods. He activated Susanoo fully, the giant towering over 10 meters high, which the underground space could not contain, and Sasuke burst forth from the ground. With a punch and a kick from the Susanoo giant, the underground passage was completely destroyed, forcing Danzo, who was hiding inside, to jump out and face Sasuke directly. He did not expect Itachi to dare to activate Susanoo so openly around Konoha, fearing the assault of Konoha's strong. Uchiha Itachi, you are too arrogant to dare to activate. Danzo's words were cut off halfway as he saw the figure within Susanoo. How can it be? It is you, Uchiha Sasuke. Danzo's eyes were filled with shock. Sasuke, who is only 14 years old, can activate such a magnificent Susanoo. Less than a year ago he only had a pair of Tomo eyes, yet now he has activated the Manjikyu Sharingan without the stimulation of losing beloved friends. This is simply unreasonable. A trace of jealousy flowed in Danzo's eyes. He possessed more than a dozen Sharingan and even Shizui's Manjikyu, yet could not utilize Susanoo. How could a mere teenager unlock such coveted power? Jealousy tears one apart, and so it was with Danzo. Uchiha Sasuke, do you intend to betray Konoha? Humph. Danzo, it is not I who betray Konoha but you who have betrayed it. Under the guise of protecting Konoha you provoke conflict for your own selfish gain, conspiring to annihilate my Uchiha clan. Konoha can no longer tolerate you. Show me those Sharingan on your right arm. You. How do you know? Danzo was nearly unable to stand from shock. This was his most secret matter, known only to Orochimaru, who helped him with the transplant. How did Sasuke find out? No wonder he suddenly turned against me. So you are intimidated. I know a few things too. You can use Izanagi to negate a death at the cost of blinding one Sharingan, meaning you can die several times. So whatever kind of death you wish for, I can accommodate you. As Sasuke spoke, his anger surged and there was no need to suppress his emotions any longer. Danzo dive. Sasuke controlled Susanoo and struck towards Danzo. Danzo hurriedly dodged, yet a trace of fear arose within him. All his trump cards had been laid bare. But Sasuke continued to speak as he attacked, disrupting Danzo's state of mind. Oh right, you also have a 4-symbol seal. Perhaps I might accidentally be sealed by you. What else? Let me think, what else can you use against me? You can also use your summoning beast, the Dream Taper. Maybe you'll just swallow me whole. Sasuke's words caused immense psychological pressure on Danzo. Who is this person who knows so many of my trump cards, nearly stripping me bare? Sasuke seized the opportunity and a giant bow appeared in Susanu's hand, an arrow made of black flames resting on it. Kagetsuchi can control and alter the form of Amaterasu or attach Amaterasu to shields and weapons to enhance its power. With all his might, Danzo barely dodged this arrow, but the black flames of Amaterasu had already adhered to him, forcing him to use Izanagi to change this unfavorable reality. The black flames of Amaterasu were forcibly erased as if by some rule. Danzo covered his arm, enduring the pain of his Sharingan, closing the agony, stimulating his nerves, nearly causing the transplanted Hashirama cells in his right arm to go out of control. Uchiha Fugaku, watching the battle through a telescope technique, suddenly slammed the table. Indeed, it is our clan's Izanagi. That bastard Danzo deserves to die. Next, everyone saw Danzo, in order to save his life, unsealing his right hand, the bandages unraveling. 10 twisted and grotesque Sharingan were embedded in his white arm. This is so bizarre. It's disgusting. How could such a person exist? A white arm, is it the cells of Lord Hashirama? In the scene, Danzo laughed maniacally, saying, "Kid, I don't know how you discovered my secrets, but you still underestimate me." Danzo prepared to use Kodo Amatsukami. He initially intended to save it for a critical moment when selected as Hokage, but now he had to use it prematurely. However, Sasuke was already on guard. Before coming here, Nie Yun had given him a hint. After all, in the original plot, Danzo secretly cast a lasting Kodo Amatsukami on Mifune during the Kage Summit to enhance his negotiation leverage. Kodo Amatsukami has a cooldown of over 10 years, so Danzo did not use it during his later battle with Sasuke, otherwise the outcome would have been unpredictable. Sasuke, possessing the Manjikyu Sharingan, suddenly sensed a strange mental force attacking him. This mental force was very peculiar, invading his spiritual will. Sasuke realized that Danzo had used Kodo Amatsukami on him. If it were not for his Manjikyu Sharingan and the long-term amplification training of his mental strength through Yin release, he would have been controlled without any awareness. But even with the Manjikyu Sharingan, it is difficult to resist for long. The control of Kodo Amatsukami is indeed powerful. Thus Sasuke took out the backup plan Nie Yun had prepared for him. This is bad. Danzo must have used Kodo Amatsukami on Sasuke. The first to sense something was wrong was Fugaku, who had once conspired to use Kodo Amatsukami to control the higher-ups of Konoha. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan offers some resistance to Kodo Amatsukami, it won't last long. Mr. Nie Yun, please let me go support Sasuke. Fugaku pleaded anxiously. Beside him, Mikoto looked worried, almost on the verge of tears. Fugaku, don't panic. I'll use the Flying Thunder God to take you there. Mr. Nie Yun, please. The warm-hearted Minato also chimed in. He had a good relationship with Fugaku, and they had fought side by side during the Third Shinobi World War. If Minato hadn't died during the Ninetales incident, there might have been a chance to ease the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha. Nie Yun pressed his hands down, gently signaling them to stay calm. Have a bit of faith in the boy, don't you think? Look, hasn't he already come up with a solution? Fugaku quickly turned to the crystal ball of the telescope technique. He saw Sasuke pull out a gourd of sake from his lower back, which was the Chinkun gourd that Nie Yun had given him. Sasuke twisted the mouth of the gourd and drank all the shadow sake in one go. After drinking, he even let out a belch. Sasuke, having consumed the shadow sake, instantly felt refreshed and invigorated. The Kodo Amatsukami that had been invading his mental state could no longer penetrate him. Ha ha ha, Kodo Amatsukami isn't all that impressive, is it? Danzo, is this your hidden trump card? If so, you might as well think about how to die. Sasuke, slightly tipsy from the sake, was laughing uncontrollably. You. How is it possible that you're not affected? Danzo was bewildered. Could it be that the Sharingan he had taken was a fake? Or was it that the Kodo Amatsukami of Shirsue's eyes was a ruse from the very beginning? But that doesn't make sense if the Uchiha clan had wanted him to become Hokage. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You must be pretending, don't kid yourself. You must be using your Mangekyo Sharingan to hold on, and soon you will be under my control. Danzo shouted frantically, unable to accept this outcome. For many years he had regarded Kodo Amatsukami as his trump card, but now it was of no use against the enemy. The disparity left him shattered. Meanwhile, Fugaku was equally perplexed. Mr. Nie Yun, what exactly is going on? Why didn't Kodo Amatsukami take effect? Is it related to that gourd? Nie Yun smiled gently. Indeed, my gourd is the nemesis of all illusions, and Kodo Amatsukami is no exception. Hiss. Fugaku gasped. This is not just a counter to illusions, but a nemesis to my Uchiha clan. Thankfully, this nemesis is in the hands of our own While being shocked, Nie Yun, who possessed such a treasure, seemed more and more mysterious in Fugaku's eyes. Moreover, he could prompt the Sharingan to evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan autonomously. He was simply a savior for the Uchiha clan. It was a great fortune for his son to encounter such a teacher. Fugaku's heart had been unsettled for a long time, yet the battle between Sasuke and Danzo continued. Rather than a battle, it was more like Sasuke was mercilessly beating Danzo. Faced with the formidable Susanoo, Danzo exhausted all methods but could not break through its defenses. Every attack from Susanoo required him to respond with all his strength. The outcome was already clear, yet Danzo continued to rely on the Sharingan and Izanagi to hold out. He was waiting for Konoha's rescue to arrive. Konoha would never allow a low-ranking ninja to slaughter an elder. Indeed, as he said when the commotion first broke out, Mito Kazumi and Toka Kamachi had received the news and were preparing to mobilize the Umbu and ninjas to support Danzo. Although they did not like the gloomy Danzo, he was still an elder of Konoha. However, Tsunade blocked their way and took them to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen Uchiha Kagami and their teacher Tobirama. Upon understanding the evil deeds Danzo had committed, they were utterly shocked, drenched in cold sweat and feeling fearful. Danzo had harmed his fellow clansmen, conducted human experiments with villagers, and exterminated the Uchiha clan for the sake of unlocking the Sharingan. Thank goodness they had not pushed for Danzo to become Hokage at that time. If such a person had become Hokage, one could only imagine where Konoha would end up. Thus the two advisors chose to stand by and ordered the Umbu and ninjas not to provide support, waiting for the Uchiha to judge Danzo. Danzo waited and waited, but he did not receive the support he had hoped for. What were Konoha's ninjas doing? Why had they not come to support him for so long? Hahaha, Danzo, I've said it before, the higher-ups of Konoha already understand your disgusting nature. You have no support now. Just accept your fate quietly. Danzo could not believe that he would be abandoned by Konoha like this. No, I have done so much for Konoha, how could they abandon me? Danzo shouted in despair. Ha! For Konoha. Don't use such excuses to cover up your disgusting actions. Sasuke questioned loudly while attacking, shattering Danzo's inner resolve. For Konoha. Did Konoha send you to kill your fellow clansman Uchiha Kagami? For Konoha. Using the children of your own village to support Orochimaru's human experiments. For Konoha. At the time of the Nine Tails incident, everyone was fighting. What were you doing when the fourth Hokage died? For Konoha. Where were you when Orochimaru attacked? You're just a petty person. If it weren't for the Uchiha's great enmity, I wouldn't even bother to kill you, soiling my hands. Sasuke looked at him with disdain, a deep-seated hatred for Danzo. No. What do you know, you little brat? I walk the path of darkness for Konoha. Danzo continued to make his last defense. How you dare to say you walk the path of darkness? Some people walk the path of darkness, yet their hearts remain bright. Sasuke thought of Itachi, his anger flaring even more. And you're just a petty person using high-sounding excuses to satisfy your own desires. Just accept your fate. No, I refuse to accept this. I haven't even become Hokage yet, no one can kill me. Then let's die together. For symbol seal. Danzo's right arm had all his Sharingan closed, indicating that he had been killed by Sasuke more than a dozen times. Cornered, he tore open his shirt, revealing the 4 symbol seal tattooed on his chest. This guy had the 4 symbol seal permanently tattooed on his body, ready to activate it at any moment to take his enemy down with him. The 4 symbol seal unleashes immense power, capable of sealing everything within a radius of several hundred meters. Coupled with Danzo's almost instantaneous activation from his body, it was extremely difficult for ordinary people to evade. In the original story, Danzo used this move, but Obito, who had been watching from the sidelines, noticed it in advance and brought Sasuke into the Kamui dimension, leaving only a bridge sealed. Now, although Obito was not present, Sasuke had already learned of Danzo's lethal move from Nie Yun. I told you this move is useless. Why do you still use it? Foolish. Sasuke did not forget to taunt Danzo again. Then Susanoo suddenly spread its wings and took flight. Danzo was completely dumbfounded, since when could they fly? But the 4 symbol seal had already been activated and could not be stopped. In the final dark light of the sealing technique, no one knew what Danzo said. The dark light dissipated and Danzo, along with a 100-meter stretch of forest, vanished without a trace. I wonder whether sealing a bridge or sealing a pile of trees gave Danzo a greater sense of accomplishment. Sasuke's Susanoo landed right after. For Susanoo to fly, it had to be in the Tengu armor form for sustained flight. Just now it had barely opened its wings and lasted less than half a minute. In the Lingyun Tavern, Minato stopped his flying thunder god technique and gave Nie Yun a deep look. Throughout this battle, Nie Yun had predicted everything, and Sasuke had almost perfectly countered all of Danzo's trump cards. This young man was terrifyingly formidable. Although several encounters had convinced Minato that Nie Yun was not evil, he still felt a shiver looking at the boy who always wore a gentle smile. Minato was not the only one with this thought. Everyone present was a powerhouse and could see that Sasuke had perfectly countered Danzo with just the right amount of danger and ease. It was so perfect that it felt like a prearranged play. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Nie Yun asked in confusion. No one else spoke. Only Hashirama, being the most senior, said seriously, Nie Yun. Little brother, may I call you that? I heard from Tsunade that you also know wood style. How about we have a spar sometime? Hashirama rubbed his hands excitedly, obviously looking forward to the rare wood style user. Nie Yun was also delighted. He had wanted to do this for a long time. I wouldn't dare ask for better. When Sasuke and the others return, I'll have a match with Lord Hashirama. Everyone's eyes lit up. Nie Yun actually dared to accept the challenge from the first Hokage, and he seemed quite confident. Perhaps they would soon witness an extraordinary battle. Naruto, covered in a deep crimson-tailed beast cloak, half-crouched on the ground with 4 chakra tails swaying behind him. But now Naruto's 4 tails mode did not burn his own skin like in the original story, nor did he lose his sanity. In fact, it was very similar to the Golden Naruto during the 4th Shinobi War, except that currently Naruto could not withstand such a massive amount of chakra, so he could only open the beast form 4 tails mode. Naruto's rapid progress was due to both Jiraiya's teaching and more often to Nie Yun. First, the illusionary wine Nie Yun had given Naruto not only put Naruto under genjutsu but also trapped the 9 tails inside him. The relationship between Naruto and the fox had greatly improved in the illusion. Additionally, when Minato was summoned by Nie Yun, he would occasionally guide Naruto, strengthening his control over the 9 tails. However, Naruto's talent was indeed impressive. No wonder he was the reincarnation of Ashura. In less than a year he had reached the 4 tails mode. The 4 tails Naruto moved agilely, weaving through the root ninjas. Whenever his claws or tails touched a root ninja, that person would be sent flying backward, their fate unknown. Facing incoming jutsu and kunai, Naruto didn't even dodge. His tail suddenly lengthened and swept away all the attacks. But Naruto was still Naruto. He didn't kill ruthlessly. After all, these were Konoha ninjas, and killing them all would be a loss to the village. While having fun, Naruto suddenly saw a large group of root ninjas running toward him with panicked expressions, not like they were coming to fight. Sure enough, those people knelt down in front of Naruto before speaking. We surrender. We surrender. Please accept our surrender and tell that person to stop killing us, he's gone berserk. Naruto then noticed Kimimaro drenched in blood, almost killing one person with every step. Each swing of his bone sword took the life of a root ninja who was still resisting. Yet Kimimaro was expressionless like a robot. Hiss, is this the same gentle, handsome, smiling Kimimaro I knew? Naruto couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Brother Kimimaro, stop killing those who have surrendered. Right. Kimimaro looked back at Naruto and grinned. I know. Brother said so. He took another life with his bone sword. Naruto was speechless but couldn't say much. Against 2 strong opponents like them, those who still dared to resist were Danzo's loyalists, so killing them was not a problem. He decided to ignore the bloodthirsty Kimimaro and said to the newly surrendered ninjas, take me to Danzo's laboratory. Collecting evidence of his evil experiments will count as your merit for reporting him. After a long while, Naruto returned with a pale face. Danzo deserves to die 10,000 times. Those human experiments are absolutely disgusting. Even children were immersed in cultivation tanks, no longer looking human. By then Kimimaro had stopped fighting. Somehow he had changed into a new set of clothes and reverted to the gentle, handsome older brother. Beside him a bone prison held some root ninjas. Brother Kimimaro, it's horrifying inside. We need to notify the Umbu to handle it. I wish I could kill that scumbag Danzo with my own hands. Even the optimistic Naruto's mood had turned gloomy. At that moment Sasuke also returned. Naruto and Kimimaro knew that Danzo was dead. After hearing Naruto's description of the horrors in the laboratory, Sasuke frowned deeply. Truly, we let him off too easily. The Umbu directly under the Hokage soon took over the place. The 3 chose to leave quietly as their families were waiting for them at the tavern. The 3 youths laughed boldly. Their first mission had been completed perfectly, marking the beginning of their fame throughout the shinobi world. Master Father Danzo is dead and Sasuke has not failed his mission. Sasuke stood proudly in the courtyard gazing at Nie Yun and Fugaku. Fugaku's expression was quite emotional. He wanted to say something complimentary to Sasuke but held back after glancing at the still silent Nie Yun. The elder hasn't spoken yet, why should I be in a hurry? Nie Yun revealed a smile of satisfaction and nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. As expected of my disciple, you can continue to train with me in the future. The Mangekyo Sharingan is powerful but will consume the user's eyesight. Carry the Kyokai Sake gourd with you. After each use of the Mangekyo, use the power of Yin Yang to nourish it, which can greatly delay the deterioration of your vision. Until I find a way to allow your Sharingan to evolve once more. With Nie Yun's current strength, the Kyokai Sake gourd is almost useless to him aside from its pleasant taste. With Yang release at a rank, his physique, self-healing ability and chakra recovery have surpassed what Yang Sake can offer. At the same time, a rank Yang release has also increased Nie Yun's resistance to illusion techniques. According to Danzo's original plan, once he captured Nie Yun, he would use the Koto Amatsukami technique to forcefully alter Nie Yun's will to make him loyal. However, even if he had managed to capture Nie Yun through underhanded means, Koto Amatsukami would have been utterly useless against him. If it was Shisui using both eyes simultaneously to activate Koto Amatsukami, there might have been some effectiveness. Therefore, Nie Yun simply gifted the Kyokai Sake gourd to Sasuke. Future descendants of the Uchiha clan could use the yin-yang power of the gourd to nourish and activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hearing Nie Yun's evident concern, not only gifting him such a treasure as the Kyokai Sake gourd but also seeking a way for his Mangekyo Sharingan to evolve again was deeply touching for Sasuke. Which teacher in the world treats their disciple like Nie Yun does? How could Sasuke not be moved? His eyes grew red with emotion. Thank you, Master. Sasuke will certainly strive to train hard and live up to your teachings. Many thanks to Mr. Nie Yun for not only teaching me but also bestowing such a precious treasure. Our Uchiha clan will forever remember your kindness. Fugaku understood very well what benefits the Kyokai Sake gourd would bring to the Uchiha clan. Even though he was already deceased, he still thanked Nie Yun for the future of the Uchiha clan. Tobirama furrowed and then relaxed his brow, realizing that the Kyokai Sake gourd had become a powerhouse manufacturing device for the Uchiha. Fortunately, there were only Sasuke and Itachi left in the Uchiha clan. In the future, the bloodline would only become thinner, making it unlikely to see a family with a dozen or even dozens of Mangekyo Sharingan. However, this treasure could ensure the Uchiha clan's everlasting prosperity. Now Sasuke, go spend some quality time with your parents. After today, who knows when the next chance will come. Sasuke, Fugaku and Mikoto, upon hearing this, bowed deeply in gratitude to Nie Yun, and then the family happily went off to play. Nie Yun glanced at the obediently standing Junmaro beside him. Since Sasuke, this disciple, had received a gift, Junmaro, this brother, couldn't be left out. Junmaro. Brother, I'm here. Junmaro reflexively responded as soon as Nie Yun called him. You won't blame me for not summoning your family today, will you? Nie Yun indeed thought about it, but there was no way if he didn't know them. Having a brother is enough. Junmaro quickly shook his head, indicating that he didn't mind. Family. He has long lost all memories of them. To him, Nie Yun was his only family, even if he shouldn't be his cousin. Seeing Junmaro behave like a well-behaved little brother, Nie Yun felt very pleased. Well, good child. Today, on the anniversary, I will gift you the Dragon Bone Blade. Junmaro smiled even more brightly. Whatever Nie Yun gifted him, he was happy, especially with a treasure like the Dragon Bone Blade. One reason Nie Yun gifted Junmaro the Dragon Bone Blade was that it had little use for him anymore. Another reason was that the Dragon Bone Blade's capabilities perfectly matched the characteristics of the Shikatsu Myaku. It could not only enhance bone quality and reduce the chakra and physical strain from the Shikatsu Myaku, but also had a good effect on alleviating Junmaro's bloodline illness. Nie Yun had long thought of this idea and decided to take this opportunity to gift it to Junmaro. With the Dragon Bone Blade, Junmaro's strength would definitely rise to another level. Although others did not quite understand the function of the Dragon Bone Blade, they all applauded to show their support. Junmaro, with a shy blush, returned to Nie Yun's side. Just as Nie Yun was about to announce for everyone to continue the unfinished banquet from noon, he noticed Naruto's hand raised high. The meaning was clear: where's my reward or gift? Kushina also waved her arms alongside Naruto, trying to secure something good for her son. Minato turned his head away, covering his face. He felt somewhat embarrassed by what his son and wife were doing. Nie Yun awkwardly slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about Naruto. Although Naruto was not his disciple, he had at least guided him for a month. But having given away his two most precious items to Sasuke and Junmaro, what could he give Naruto? Nie Yun's mind raced, and suddenly he thought of a brilliant idea. Naruto, how about I teach you a set of ninjutsu I created? They are all advanced versions of the Rasengan, strong and varied enough to handle different situations. You should be able to learn them quickly. Great. Great. Thank you, brother Nie Yun, I get to learn new ninjutsu. Naruto was not picky, he was content with a reward. Seeing Naruto so happy, Nie Yun felt a bit shy. Teaching Naruto the ninjutsu he would inevitably develop later, does that count as tricking him? Forget it, teaching him is much faster than Naruto developing it himself. Naruto, look. This is one of them wind release Rasengan Shuriken. Nie Yun said as wind chakra suddenly gathered wildly in his palm, quickly forming a continuously rotating shuriken. The onlookers, all powerful individuals, could distinctly sense the power of wind release contained within, feeling a stinging sensation on their exposed skin from a distance. Naruto was overjoyed. He exclaimed, so this is how you can use the Rasengan. I want to learn, I want to learn. Kushina and Minato responded, thank you, Mr. Nie Yun. Nie Yun nodded, then casually squeezed, causing the powerful wind release Rasengan Shuriken to explode and dissipate, yet his hand remained completely unharmed. This display astonished everyone, only Hashirama's eyes lit up. The physical ability Nie Yun just exhibited was not inferior to his own. He was increasingly looking forward to the upcoming sparring match. Ever since Madara, no one had made him feel so excited like today. Nie Yun also felt the ardent gaze of Zhu Jian. To have the god of shinobi regard him with the eyes of an equal made this journey not in vain. Everyone, I have an arranged battle with Mr. Zhu Jian. Those interested can watch at the Zhongjia Valley, those not can stay here and enjoy the reunion. Nie Yun addressed the crowd, then felt as if he had stated the obvious. This was a battle of the god of shinobi, and against a mysterious young powerhouse like Nie Yun, no ninja would miss it. Tobarama Senju, it's been a long time since I've seen my brother so passionate about a fight. I must go watch. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I am a guilty man, but I hope Master Tobarama and Lord Hashirama will allow me to observe. Minato Namikaze, Lord First Hokage, Mr. Nie Yun, my family and I will also watch. Naruto, learn well. Fugaku, our family as well. Might Guy and his son and disciple, this is the battle of the first Hokage. Burn our youth. Gangsho shot a deep sidelong glance at Nie Yun and said with a regretful tone, I still have to deal with Danzo's affairs. I'll have Xiaoyin go watch. Baya and Kakashi, father and son, were no exception. And the ever-present Riri Richa and his son. Finally, Minato Namikaze and Tobarama Senju the fastest used the Flying Thunder God technique to transport everyone to the Zhongjia Valley. This Zhongjia Valley was formed by the terrain alteration caused by the great battle between Zhu Jian and Yuzhibo Ban back then. Zhu Jian gazed at the statues of himself and Yuzhibo Ban, lost in recollection. Coming back to his senses, he realized everyone was waiting for him. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, when we unleash our jutsu later, move far back, at least 3 kilometers. Everyone nodded. Nie Yun added, there are 2 of us. 3 kilometers won't be enough, make it 6 kilometers away. Everyone nodded again. Zhu Jian thought it over and said, then let's make it 10 kilometers and be careful to protect the My village from being caught in our battle. Everyone nodded, mechanically accepting whatever the 2 masters said. Zhu Jian took the initiative to stand atop Yuzhibo Ban's statue, yielding his own statue to Nie Yun. Ninja battles typically begin with taijutsu exchanges to probe the opponent, followed by ninjutsu. Zhu Jian and Nie Yun both thought the same and charged at each other almost simultaneously. The 2 kunai clashed, shattered by their immense strength. They swiftly drew another kunai from behind, engaging in close-quarters combat as sparks flashed continuously in the air. Within just a few breaths, several kunai had been broken and both displayed near-identical reaction speed and attack speed. Mr. Nie Yun, I didn't expect your combat experience to be so rich, completely at odds with your age. Moreover, the technique you just used was a kunai fighting style from the Warring States period. Nie Yun smiled without explanation. He owed it to the past year of practical sparring with various impure world reincarnated masters. If he still hadn't learned, well, he might as well find a tree to hang himself. Zhu Jian wasn't seeking an explanation. He now truly regarded Nie Yun as a worthy opponent deserving his full strength. He was going to get serious. He was going to unleash his colossal wooden avatar. He clasped his hands together and Nie Yun did the same. Would release with golem technique. Would release with golem technique. The onlookers saw them clasp their hands and Tobarama shouted, retreat 10 kilometers toward the My village. 200 turtle wooden golems appeared like majestic arhats and vitra. This was actually only the second time Nie Yun had used the wood golem technique, but the golem manifested just as quickly as Zhu Jian. The 2 wooden golems collided like gladiators while Zhu Jian and Nie Yun, standing atop their heads, briefly exchanged blows. Zhu Jian gradually realized with astonishment that his golem was on the losing end in a contest of strength. He looked at Nie Yun, who revealed a triumphant smile and explained, Mr. Zhu Jian, my wooden golem has bones. Zhu Jian suddenly understood. Nie Yun had used the dead bone pulse to forge bones within the golem during its summoning. A golem with bones was naturally stronger than one without. Of course, forging bones for such a colossal golem could only be accomplished so effortlessly by someone like Nie Yun, who had Yang release at the level. Even for the current Junmalu, doing this would likely cause him to collapse from a sudden relapse of his bloodline disease. The fundamental reason was his physical constitution couldn't keep up. The younger generation is formidable. Wood release will surely flourish in your hands. Zhu Jian laughed heartily. But you have your dead bone pulse and I have my sage art. Patterns appeared on Zhu Jian's face, a sign of entering sage mode. Haha, but my sage mode is time limited, it only lasts half an hour at most. Mr. Nie Yun, you'll have to hold on. Nie Yun's mouth twitched. Zhu Jian was being too humble. Sage mode. And only half an hour. Still, he was delighted to witness many of Zhu Jian's sage techniques. Sage art would release true several thousand hands. Dead bone pulse would release true several thousand hands. Thousands of arms emerged behind the wooden golems, simultaneously striking each other. The collision of thousands of wooden hands caused the land of the Zhongjia Valley to crack inch by inch, the river to be cut off and the waterfall to flow backward. Each blow shook the distant Mai village as if an earthquake had struck. If not for Gang's house, reassurance turmoil would likely have erupted. Gang's Ho sat in a fire shadow office listening to reports from various ninjas, but her mind had already drifted to the battlefield she couldn't see. That guy Nie Yun can actually fight evenly with Grandpa for so long and cause such a commotion. What an interesting little fellow. Unbeknownst to herself, Gang's house mind was filled with images of Nie Yun, yet she was completely unaware. Even the distant Mai village had felt such intense tremors, the onlookers at the scene were utterly stunned. Except for Tobirama, everyone else was frozen in shock, feeling the wind from the center of the battle stinging their faces. But Tobirama's heart was also shaken, astonished that Nie Yun wielded the same ninjutsu as his elder brother with near equal strength. Nie Yun, what kind of monster are you and where did you come from? So this is Master's strength. Sasuke murmured. Originally he thought he was already strong enough, but now he realized he still had a long way to go. But that was fine, one day he would surely become as strong as or even surpass Master. The younger generation present almost all shared the same thought. This battle had been an immense stimulus, broadening their horizons and making them understand that a ninja could be this powerful. Of course, there was a single exception: the Ninetales inside Naruto. It curled up in a corner of the seal, trembling, recalling the fear of being beaten like a dog by wood release back then. Now there were even two identical wood releases. The Ninetales expressed that it just wanted to go home and would behave itself from now on. The battle continued with both far from exerting their full strength. Wood-style advent of a world of flowering trees. Wood-style advent of a world of flowering trees. As their voices faded, countless giant trees bearing enormous flowers instantly sprouted from beneath the earth. It had become impossible to distinguish whose technique was whose as they intertwined and wrestled with each other. Within moments, the entire area spanning several kilometers transformed into an ocean of trees and flowers. The pollen released by the giant flowers, imbued with hallucinogenic and hypnotic effects, was carried by the shockwaves of the battle, spreading over a dozen kilometers, with some drifting toward Konoha. The onlookers could no longer see the center of the battle and could only use various wind-style techniques to blow the pollen away from Konoha. Since everyone present was a formidable ninja, their coordinated efforts prevented the villagers of Konoha from being affected. This once again made them realize the vast gap between themselves and Hashirama and Nie Yun. The third Hokage in particular had been called the strongest Hokage for half his life and now felt somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, no one else noticed. Sage Art Gate of the Great God. Countless red wooden gates descended from the sky, binding Nie Yun's wood golem, which struggled in vain to break free for a time. Sage art is indeed formidable. It seems I'll have to find time to learn sage mode myself, Nie Yun thought with admiration. He then leaped off the wood golem and began forming hand seals midair. Summoning Jutsu. A massive red figure flew out of the smoke in an instant, catching Nie Yun. But almost at the same time, Hashirama's jutsu followed in quick succession. Wood-style all-encompassing bag technique. Countless giant hands surged toward Nie Yun, forming a sack-like enclosure. Just as the sack was about to close, Chihua carried Nie Yun out through the last gap. What a fast summoning beast. I've never seen one like it before, Hashirama exclaimed in surprise. His sudden all-encompassing bag technique had actually been dodged. My name is Chihua Senju Hashirama. I have heard of you from the Slug Sage, said Chihua. Nie Yun was surprised that Chihua knew Hashirama. Young Nie Yun, you truly surprise me. I never expected you to be able to fight Senju Hashirama to such an extent. So it's Senior Chihua. Please guide me well, Hashirama said politely, then immediately began forming hand seals. The battle was not over. Young Nie Yun against Senju Hashirama, I'll have to give it my all. Coordinate with me, said Chi-Hua, who rarely showed such seriousness. With a flap of his wings, powerful wind and fire forces incinerated the surrounding trees and pollen into ash. Suddenly many gates of the great god descended from the sky, about to bind Chi-Hua. But Chi-Hua flapped his wings again, instantly increasing his size several times, rendering the gates ineffective. Seeing Hashirama's surprised expression, Nie Yun chuckled. He was about to counterattack. The wood golem, previously bound by the gates of the great god, suddenly thrust bone spikes from various parts of its body, breaking free from the gate's restraint. At that moment Hashirama, who had carelessly approached, failed to react in time. His wood golem was tackled to the ground by Nie Yun's wood golem and immobilized. Wood style wood dragon technique. Wood style wood dragon technique. Both of them used the wood dragon technique almost simultaneously, and several wooden dragons instantly entwined the two wood golems tightly together. At this display of mutual understanding, Hashirama and Nie Yun exchanged smiles. The prolonged battle lasted over an hour, finally ending in a draw as both stopped simultaneously. The terrain of the Valley of the End had been completely transformed. The valley and waterfall had become a flat plain, and the original statues were nowhere to be seen. The flames had reduced the original forest to a ruin, but Hashirama and Nie Yun joined forces to restore the trees. The others surrounded them, staring at Hashirama and Nie Yun as if they were monsters. Brother Nie Yun, I always thought you were strong, but I never imagined you were this strong, Naruto said with an exaggerated expression, and the others nodded in agreement. To them, Nie Yun was indeed incredibly strong, able to match the first Hokage. Moreover, he was only just 20 years old, while Senju Hashirama had been over 30 at his peak. Such a comparison naturally made Nie Yun seem abnormally powerful. Nie Yun smiled and waved his hand, saying, I think you and Sasuke are very talented. By the time you reach my age, you will surely surpass me as I am now. Fugaku and Minato took Nie Yun's words as encouragement for the two children and didn't take them seriously. Only Nie Yun knew that without his own presence, Sasuke and Naruto would have become quasi-six paths level powerhouses at 17 or 18, indeed stronger than he was now. But now with his own presence, Naruto and Sasuke would only unlock their potential faster, becoming 6 paths level, even surpassing their original peak. However, 6 paths level would likely be their limit. Nie Yun, however, was different. With the system and his knowledge of the plot, he would surely go further, reaching the strongest position in the Naruto world. After all the chaotic affairs were settled, the New Year festival continued. Everyone returned to the Yun Tavern, drinking heartily and enjoying themselves. Nie Yun also introduced some recreational activities from Earth, such as mahjong, landlord, poker, and billiards. The adults were fond of mahjong and landlord. The most popular was mahjong, mainly because the two super gamblers Hashirama and Tsunade took a liking to it, finding that a game requiring both luck and skill suited them perfectly. They pestered Nie Yun to teach them, and after he taught them, he found that it indeed suited them. After a dozen rounds, they were always the ones giving others the winning tiles. But the grandfather and granddaughter were still having a great time. Nie Yun didn't let the little kids play mahjong or landlord, so he sent them to play billiards. After teaching them the rules, they enjoyed themselves well enough. The only trouble was that they always used too much force, breaking the cue sticks, damaging the tables, or even shattering the balls. It drove Nie Yun crazy. After a night of revelry, the New Year festival ended amidst laughter, and it was time to part. However, no one felt too sad, not the ones about to leave nor those staying behind. Those who stayed had originally been alone in the world, accustomed to a solitary life. Being able to reunite with their families for one night was already a blessing. What more could they ask for? Those who were leaving felt the same. They were already dead. To see their families one more time and know they were doing well was already more than enough. Everything that needed to be said or instructed had been said last night. One by one, Nie Yun readily sent their souls back to the Pure Land. Finally, only Hyuga Hisashi remained. He said to Nie Yun, Mr. Nie Yun, thank you for allowing me to see Niji again. Seeing that he has so many friends, I am very gratified. Originally I should have no more extravagant hopes, but I still want to ask you to guide Niji in his training. Nie Yun sighed. It had come after all. Hisashi had held back all night and stayed until the end, so Nie Yun had already guessed what he wanted to say. Niji, Naruto's future brother-in-law, should he teach him or not? Hinata was sent away and Nie Yun did not respond directly to him. It was not that Nie Yun looked down on Ningxi. Indeed, Ningxi's personal talent is quite impressive, and he is not inferior to Sasuke. If it weren't for Sasuke being the reincarnation of Indra and the protagonist, things might be different. Ningxi was sacrificed by Kishimoto to advance the romance between Naruto and Sakura during the Fourth Great Ninja War, so Ningxi's achievements might not be any less than Sasuke's. I must say, Kishimoto, do you even understand what you're doing with Naruto? Moreover, Ningxi has far fewer troubles than Sasuke, making him easier to teach. But the problem is that Nie Yun doesn't have much to teach him. They are not a suitable master-disciple pair. Ningxi is a taijutsu-type ninja, and while Nie Yun's taijutsu is strong enough to compete with Hashirama, it has been honed through battles with strong opponents, making it instinctive and not something he can impart as experience to Ningxi. The taijutsu of the Hyuga clan heavily relies on the Byakugan, almost entirely revolving around its functions, and Nie Yun only knows how to use the Byakugan for defensive maneuvers, making him unqualified to teach. Ningxi, I am not the most suitable teacher for you. Guy is much more fit to instruct you. Nie Yun expressed his regret to Ningxi. It's alright, brother Nie Yun. I haven't even mastered all of Guy Sensei's teachings yet, so I shouldn't be overly ambitious in seeking your guidance. Ningxi appeared mature, which made Nie Yun nod in agreement. Such a good child. Although I would love to teach, I shouldn't delay his progress. If fate allows, I will definitely guide you in the future. Then I must thank you, brother Nie Yun, in advance. Ningxi politely bid farewell to the people in the tavern. Nie Yun, I will also assist Lady Tsunade in dealing with the aftermath of Danzo's death and will come back to work part-time later. Kakashi also took his leave from Nie Yun. Alright, everyone who wants to leave can go. No need to say goodbye one by one, need to rest after such a noisy night. The tavern will be closed for 3 days, so don't bother me unless it's urgent. Nie Yun muttered to himself. Although with his current physique, not sleeping for a month would have no effect, he just wanted some peace and quiet. The tranquility following the lively chaos is the most enjoyable. Thus, apart from Kimimaro and the tavern staff, everyone else scattered, returning to their homes or finding their buddies. Nie Yun returned to his room and hung a no-entry sign. Just as he was about to enjoy the tranquility, the voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on fulfilling the special sign-in conditions. Evaluation perfect. Reward unlocked. The Yin release entry enhanced the system's version of Impure World Reincarnation. Impressive. This reward nearly blinded Nie Yun's eyes with excitement. The Yin release entry finally appeared. The emergence of Yang release had already propelled his strength to a qualitative leap, so what surprises would the Yin release bring him? Nie Yun couldn't help but rub his hands in excitement. Host Nie Yun strength super shadow level. Chakra amount 600000 SS Fire release A Earth release S Lightning release S Wind release S Water release S Yang release A Yin release B Genjutsu S Kekiai Genkai Shikatsumiyaku. Fusion acquired Kekiai Magnet release Wood release. Other stealth technique Impure World Reincarnation technique. The emergence of Yin release did not significantly increase his chakra amount, unlike Yang release. However, its effects manifested in another aspect: spiritual power. Nie Yun felt his mind was exceptionally clear and his mental energy was abundant. Even with his eyes closed, he could see everything in the room, including the dust floating in the air. This sensation closely resembled the divine sense perception seen in cultivation novels. As his spiritual power expanded outward, Nie Yun felt as if his soul had left his body, yet it was different. He observed the newly appointed chef Gyuki directing the staff to clean up the mess left from last night, quietly picking up a leftover pastry and tasting it. The external manifestation of spiritual power not only allowed him to see but also to hear. He saw Gyuki smiling foolishly, murmuring, "The pastries from last night were all made by me and everyone enjoyed them. I'm so happy. I hope I can learn a few more skills from the boss so I can return home and open my own tavern. It would surely be more profitable than being a ninja." As his spiritual power extended once more, every passerby's face and expression on the street outside the tavern, along with every subtle movement of the wind, flooded into Nie Yun's mind. Yet it did not hinder his brain's normal thought process. Nie Yun could instantaneously analyze the information that piqued his interest from the chaotic influx. For instance, the idle chatter about which households' prices rose a few dimes, which man's infidelity was exposed, and who was wearing a green hat. Nie Yun quickly chose to selectively block out these gossiping conversations, and indeed the amount of received information decreased significantly. Some useful information became clearer, particularly the Leaf Village's evaluations of the events from yesterday. "Old Wong, do you know? I heard from my wife's second uncle's third cousin that our village's elder Danzo was secretly engaging in these abominable activities. So he was that kind of person. The Hokage should arrest him." The Hokage has already done that, but Danzo still wanted to resist stubbornly and was eliminated by the Hokage's swift methods. Tisk, no wonder it was so noisy last night. I thought it was an earthquake. Nie Yun tested his current spiritual power and found that the maximum range he could perceive was 500 meters. Don't underestimate these 500 meters, it's an all-around nodiadangle radius of 500 meters. Once he withdrew his spiritual power, all these streams of information were instantly cut off and he no longer received them actively. This sensation resembled the divine sense from cultivation novels. Let's call it divine sense technique for convenience. Ding, naming successful divine sense technique added to the list. This seems to be something that has not appeared or been demonstrated in the Naruto storyline, which is why the system granted Nie Yun the naming rights. Nie Yun summarized that the emergence of Yin release currently granted him abilities in the realms of divine sense technique and genjutsu. The divine sense technique, which allows one to perceive everything around them with their eyes closed, is something that no reconnaissance ninjutsu in the ninja world can achieve. Both Byakugan and Sharingan utilize mental energy, but they rely on the eyes, which means they have blind spots in their vision and cannot be considered perfect. Moreover, the genjutsu entry appeared alongside Yin release, and even a mere grade Yin release directly elevated the genjutsu entry to grade. Furthermore, Nie Yun did not require any medium to release genjutsu, he only needed to make contact with the target using his mental energy to directly cast genjutsu on them. While this range is not as extensive as divine sense technique, it still spans 50 meters. There's no need for the target to gaze into his eyes like with the Sharingan, nor to consume something like with the Dream Wine. Within a 50-meter range, he can unleash genjutsu on a target without any signs or indications, which is ridiculously overpowered. Of course, the effectiveness depends on the target's resistance to genjutsu. For example, if Nie Yun attempted to use genjutsu on Obito from afar, it would likely only affect him for a fraction of a second. However, that is sufficient. The moment can allow a lot to be done in the hands of a powerful individual. Besides these abilities, Yin release also possesses a most crucial ability, the power to create the tangible from the intangible. For instance, when a person dies, their soul becomes an intangible entity, and Nie Yun can use Yin release to create a physical body for them out of thin air using their soul. Then by infusing life force into that body using Yang release, a person can be revived just like that. It's simply an extraordinary and sophisticated ability. Of course, to reach the level of resurrecting the dead, the Yin Yang escape must be at least grade S, and with Nie Yun's current ability it is still far from enough. Nie Yun was very satisfied with the effects brought by the Yin escape, which led him to shift his attention to the system's second reward. The enhanced version of the Impure World Reincarnation technique sounded a bit convoluted, but its effects were quite clear. Enhanced version of the Impure World Reincarnation technique Ultimate Edition. The host can use spiritual power to search for the specified deceased souls in the Pure Land with no quantity or strength limits, and then revive them through Impure World Reincarnation with no time limit on revival. TSK searching and summoning souls from the Pure Land. An interesting gameplay mechanic. Does this mean I can summon whoever I want in the future? Moreover, the Pure Land is a unique underworld belonging to the Naruto world, and Nie Yun was also curious about what kind of place it is. He decided to give it a try. Hand seals. Impure World Reincarnation technique. Nie Yun only felt his spiritual power being drawn by the system floating towards an unknown direction in the air. Could it be that the Pure Land is in heaven? Just when Nie Yun thought he would drift far away, a strange vortex appeared in midair. It captured and absorbed his spiritual power. Nie Yun immediately became vigilant, avoiding the risk of being careless and failing. But in the end he worried too much. No danger arose. The spiritual power passed through a twisted space and arrived at a hazy expanse. In this realm, Nie Yun's spiritual power seemed capable of infinite expansion. He quickly captured the souls of some familiar faces. It was his old friend Baya. His current state was quite strange, eyes half open, standing in place with a blank expression. Nearby Baya were other familiar figures from Konoha: Hinata, Hizashi, Uchiha Fugaku, and Mikoto the second Hokage Tobarama, as well as some unfamiliar Konoha ninjas. However, he did not see the first, third, and fourth Hokages. It seemed their souls were restricted in the Pure Land. Nie Yun's purpose for this journey was to explore the Pure Land, not to summon anyone, so he continued as more familiar faces appeared, including the popular antagonists who have been beaten by the 6th and 7th Hokages, such as Momochi Zabuza, and by, along with the unknown number of mist ninjas, the 3rd Mizukage and the 2nd Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Mangetsu, etc. It seemed that ninjas from the same faction or village were grouped together. Nie Yun felt like they were action figures collected by an otaku on Earth, categorized and placed together. Could it be that there is a master of the Pure Land? Nie Yun continued to explore out of curiosity. He wanted to find the souls of Hashirama or Madara, which would help him confirm some theories. Strangely, Nie Yun searched through the gathering place of deceased ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages, but found no Hashirama or Madara. It seemed someone had specifically hidden them away. But Hashirama had been successfully summoned just yesterday. His soul should not have returned to the Pure Land. Just when Nie Yun was puzzled, he discovered something different in the Pure Land. There were 2 houses. The only 2 houses in the hazy expanse. When Nie Yun entered, he indeed saw Hashirama and Madara sitting quietly inside. They remained dazed and unresponsive. What the hell? The Pure Land even has VIP treatment while others are standing in the open. Why do you two have houses to live in? Nie Yun couldn't help but voice his thoughts. But he already had a suspicion in his heart that this Pure Land should be the territory of the Sage of Six Paths. And Hashirama and Madara, as the reincarnations of his two sons Ashura and Indra, were treated specially, unlike others who stood outside. Nie Yun attempted to use his spiritual power to draw and summon the souls of the two. However, just as he was about to touch them, the Pure Land space suddenly surged. A voice shouted from the void. "Hey, you want to seize the souls again?" Nie Yun was startled, but he found that his spiritual power was not affected. It seemed the system's power provided protection. Nothing happened. The voice seemed surprised. Nie Yun tried to communicate. "Are you the Sage of Six Paths?" This. "Am not. I am not. Don't misstate." The voice frantically denied. This confirmed to Nie Yun that the other party was undoubtedly the Sage of Six Paths. "Ha ha ha, it really is you. Humph, the power on you. You're not from the ninja world." The Sage of Six Paths seemed to want to regain some dignity, sternly exposing Nie Yun's identity. "That's right, I'm not." Nie Yun admitted without any cover. After all, the Sage of Six Paths is the creator of the ninja religion, the source of all ninjas. It was not surprising that he could see Nie Yun was not from the ninja world. It would be strange if he couldn't. This left the Sage of Six Paths momentarily speechless, as Nie Yun had directly admitted it. "Are you sent by the Otsutsuki clan to rescue Kagaya?" The Sage of Six Paths suddenly shouted in anger. Nie Yun didn't know what to say. The Sage of Six Paths actually knew about the Otsutsuki clan in the universe. Did he not know that Kagaya created White Zetsu to fight against the Otsutsuki clan? Then why did they seal Kagaya? "You actually know about the Otsutsuki clan?" "Humph, my mother Kagaya's kin, the invaders who plant divine trees everywhere in the universe. How could I not know?" Seeing Nie Yun surprised, the Sage of Six Paths said with some pride. "Then why do you still want to seal Kagaya?" "Because my mother has become extremely extreme, turning humans into monsters to fight against the Otsutsuki, which is unacceptable, and her power is so strong that she could bring about great calamities to the world at any moment. We also hope to bestow hope upon the future descendants of ninjas." Cough cough, "It's been too long since I've communicated with anyone, and I ended up telling you so much as an enemy. My descendants will defeat you invaders." Nie Yun could clearly feel that the Sage of Six Paths seemed reluctant to fight him, and he was unaware of the changes in the ninja world over the years. He should now be lingering on in the Pure Land in the form of chakra, guarding against Kagaya's resurrection, looking for a suitable heir to reseal Kagaya. Cough cough cough, "Whether you believe it or not, I am not from the Otsutsuki clan, nor am I your so-called enemy." "I don't believe it." The Sage of Six Paths was old and proud. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Nie Yun had no interest in explaining a ball of chakra to an old man. Indeed, this is actually a ball of chakra left by the Sage of Six Paths, similar to the chakra left by Kushina and Minato in Naruto's body during the sealing of the Nine Tails, possessing the will of its original self and ready to assist Naruto at critical moments. However, this chakra from the Sage of Six Paths is far more powerful than that of Minato and Kushina, capable of existing for 1,000 years. It's as if the Sage of Six Paths left behind a shadow clone. Yet this shadow clone can only remain in the Pure Land as a contingency against Kagaya's resurrection, only appearing in the shinobi world when Kagaya revives to find the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, granting them the power to reseal Kagaya. Although he was in this Pure Land, his territory, he couldn't touch Nie Yun in the slightest, so Nie Yun couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. He directly forced the souls of Hashirama and Madara. The Sage of Six Paths became anxious. Although he was merely a ball of chakra, he was still the Sage of Six Paths, and this person was not respecting him at all. To actually steal souls right in front of him. In the past, the Sage of Six Paths had ignored the summoning of Madara and Hashirama's souls by others in the shinobi world. This indicated that many talents had emerged in the shinobi world, having developed techniques to manipulate souls. His appearance this time was triggered by the foreign aura he sensed from Nie Yun, assuming him to be an enemy, hence he sought to stop him. "Humph, no matter who you are, you shall not take any souls from me today." The Sage of Six Paths tightly gripped the souls of Hashirama and Madara. "You old fool, you can't dictate that," Nie Yun said, increasing his strength. The two tugged at the souls of Hashirama and Madara, each pulling equally like a tug-of-war. Fortunately, both had the intention to protect their souls from harm, which prevented them from being torn apart. Nie Yun continuously output spiritual energy, gradually feeling somewhat strained. He secretly thought it was bad. Could he actually lose this time? If he offended the Sage of Six Paths again, it seemed he wouldn't be able to use the Edo Tensei technique until he surpassed the sage. This time he was likely to lose a great deal. Just as Nie Yun thought of giving up the struggle, he suddenly felt a violent tremor in the surrounding Pure Land. At that moment the Sage of Six Paths also abruptly reduced his strength. A figure with horns and the eyes of the Rinnegan appeared in the void. The hidden Sage of Six Paths finally revealed himself. It seemed he was exerting all his effort to maintain the stability of the surrounding Pure Land. After a while the Sage of Six Paths let out a sigh, scolding Nie Yun, "You brat, do you know that just now you nearly destroyed the Pure Land?" Nie Yun also focused his spiritual energy to form his body from the shinobi world, appearing indifferent. "If you let me take Hashirama and Madara's souls out to play for a couple of days, wouldn't that solve everything?" I'm not going to argue with a punk like you, just hurry up and take them away." The Sage of Six Paths waved his hand helplessly, having to relent and let go of Hashirama and Madara's souls to avoid affecting the larger situation. Nie Yun however became intrigued that the Pure Land was filled with oddities and the Sage of Six Paths seemed deeply connected to it. From the previous situation it was evident that the disturbance in the Pure Land was caused by the struggle between him and the Sage of Six Paths, and the Sage had to show up to maintain the stability of the Pure Land. He seemed very concerned about the stability of the Pure Land. Although the current Sage of Six Paths was just a ball of chakra, if it weren't for the ties to the Pure Land, Nie Yun would have already lost the struggle, and although he had system protection and wouldn't be harmed, he would never be able to use the Edo Tensei again. "Why did you create this Pure Land in the first place, and why do you care so much about it? Is it important to you?" Nie Yun asked with great interest. No comment. The Sage of Six Paths turned his head away. Nie Yun, unfazed, began to ponder and analyze based on the plot. The ultimate purpose of the Sage of Six Paths leaving this ball of chakra was to deal with Kagaya's resurrection, to reseal her. Thus everything he did was aimed at achieving this goal. In pursuing this goal there was a significant challenge to overcome: time. Kagaya's life is eternal, but even the Sage of Six Paths, though immortal, has a time when he will perish. Even leaving behind a ball of chakra that can exist for a long time with its own will, there will come a time when it is exhausted throughout the long years. And since Kagaya could be resurrected at any time, the Sage of Six Paths needed to ensure that his ball of chakra could last even longer, perhaps even longer than Kagaya herself. Thus the reason for creating the Pure Land was likely to allow the Sage of Six Paths chakra to remain here to endure for a longer time. Sage of Six Paths, even if you don't say it, I can guess that this Pure Land was created for you to exist longer, so its stability is crucial. The Sage of Six Paths widened his Rinnegan eyes, as what Nie Yun said was almost entirely correct. The birth of the Pure Land was indeed for this reason. The Pure Land is not the true underworld. The underworld is a more chaotic world. The Sage of Six Paths merely guided powerful souls into his Pure Land before they entered the underworld. By harnessing the power of these souls, he made the Pure Land a complete little world, allowing his ball of chakra to remain untouched by the passage of time in the shinobi world. But how does this brat know these secrets that only I should know? The Sage of Six Paths even momentarily felt a murderous intent, but upon realizing he couldn't harm Nie Yun, he thought that if the Pure Land were to become unstable or damaged, that would be disastrous. Nie Yun sensed a fleeting murderous intent from the Sage of Six Paths. This indicated that he was getting anxious. Nie Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I guessed right, didn't I? Ha ha ha." The laughter echoed throughout the Pure Land, but to the Sage of Six Paths it sounded quite unpleasant. "Brat, don't get too carried away. Since you say you are not an enemy, then stop causing trouble here and quickly leave with the souls you want." The Sage of Six Paths felt utterly exhausted, waving his hand, wanting Nie Yun to leave quickly. If he said any more he might really explode. "Ha ha ha, then I'll take my leave. I'll come to chat with you when I have time." "You." Hearing this, the Sage of Six Paths felt his heartbeat slow down slightly. Nie Yun contentedly returned to the shinobi world with the souls of Hashirama and Madara. After summoning them using Edo Tensei, Nie Yun suddenly felt an unprecedented wave of fatigue wash over him, even struggling to control these two powerful souls. Damn it. The souls of Hashirama and Madara, who had just arrived in the Naruto world, regained their consciousness. They glanced at each other, astonishment flickering in their eyes. Before they could react, Nie Yun kicked them back into the Pure Land, where they returned to a state of oblivion. The Sage of Six Paths was about to rest, trying to calm his troubled mind after being vexed by Nie Yun. Suddenly he saw the souls of Hashirama and Madara flying back. The Sage of Six Paths was taken aback. What trick was this reckless boy playing now? He had just taken the souls away only to send them back. Was he mocking the old man? Unable to fathom Nie Yun's intentions and unwilling to show himself in the ninja world, the Sage of Six Paths could only sit in meditation, fuming with resentment. In the ninja world within the room of the Lingyun Tavern, Nie Yun's chamber. Despite his discomfort, Nie Yun sent the souls of the two back to the Pure Land. If they remained in the real world without his restraint, who knew what chaos they might cause? He understood that his struggle with the Sage of Six Paths had drained his spiritual energy, and summoning two great figures like Hashirama and Madara through Edo Tensei had exhausted the little chakra he had left. With both his spiritual energy and chakra depleted, all he wanted was to sleep. Then Nie Yun collapsed onto the bed, losing consciousness instantly. He slept for an unknown duration. Since arriving in the world of Naruto, Nie Yun had never slept so soundly, so deeply. Finally he had a dream. In it he felt as if he had returned to Earth, but everything around him, cars, roads, tall buildings, was blurry, indistinguishable. Only his tavern was clear, still bearing the sign of Nie Yun Tavern. When he pushed open the door, the guests inside were all people he knew from the Naruto world. Sasuke, Naruto, Kimimaro, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi. Even Uchiha Itachi, Obito, the Sage of Six Paths, Orochimaru. In the dream, Nie Yun realized that this place seemed to be his true home. So he walked toward the crowd of drinkers. In his dream, Nie Yun completely failed to notice the system's prompt. In the Naruto world within Nie Yun's room, Tsunade was kneeling beside Nie Yun, attempting to heal him with her medical ninjutsu. Beside her, Kimimaro was so anxious his face was flushed red, while Sasuke stood calmly by the bed, his brow furrowed. Sasuke, how long has Nie Yun been asleep like this? Who else knows about this besides me? Tsunade asked while treating him. 3 days. After Kimimaro found me, I immediately came to you. No one else knows, Sasuke replied methodically. Well done. Tsunade nodded in approval of Sasuke's actions. She then continued her treatment with peace of mind, but the more she treated, the more astonished she became. Her chakra flowed into Nie Yun's body like a mud cow entering the sea, causing not a single ripple. How could this be? Tsunade felt incredible. The chakra she used for treatment was not insignificant, yet it vanished. Although Nie Yun's bodily functions were all normal, as if he were merely asleep. Strangely, Nie Yun was still like a bottomless pit, frantically absorbing the chakra she used for healing. Could it be that he fell into a coma because he summoned so many deceased souls during the New Year's festival and fought with her grandfather, consuming too much chakra? Tsunade was moved. Nie Yun had gone to such lengths to give her such a grand surprise, the happiest New Year's festival in years. Grandfather, grandmother, second grandfather, and Nawaki had all been by her side. And Nie Yun had ended up in this state, making it impossible not to be touched. Tsunade felt that the only thing she could do now was to do her utmost to wake Nie Yun. Since he had fallen into a coma due to chakra depletion, she would replenish it for him. Even if it meant revealing that side of her, she hoped he wouldn't disdain her when he saw. When it came to chakra reserves, Tsunade had never feared anyone. As a member of the Senju clan, her chakra reserves were far greater than those of ordinary ninja, and the Yin seal on her forehead contained the chakra she had accumulated over more than 20 years. This chakra, when released, was enough to protect over 100,000 people in Konoha. Awakening Nie Yun, Tsunade believed, should be a breeze. Tsunade increased her chakra output. Her thoughts were optimistic, but as she put them into practice, she realized something was wrong. After outputting nearly half of her total chakra, Nie Yun showed no signs of waking. His body was still frantically devouring chakra. Alright, let's try this. Tsunade gritted her teeth and released the Yin seal. Kimimaro and Sasuke felt a sudden gust of wind emanating from Tsunadesima. Looking over, they saw that patterns had appeared on Tsunadesima's face and her aura had changed abruptly, startling them both. Sasuke thought to himself, I never imagined Tsunadesima was hiding such immense chakra. It seems I still underestimated those who become Hokage. He had thought his strength was close to that of a Hokage, but after witnessing the godlike battle between the first Hokage and his teacher Nie Yun, the various bug-like jutsu developed by the second Hokage, the third Hokage's mastery of all 5 elements, and the fourth Hokage's ghostly speed. Now even the seemingly weakest fifth Hokage possessed such formidable chakra. This made Sasuke calm down once more. To become the Hokage who would change the ninja world's perception of the Uchiha, he would have to be stronger and do better than the previous Hokage. Kimimaro's thoughts were simpler since Tsunadesima was so serious, Big Brother would be fine. Tsunade, however, was suffering in silence. The chakra stored in her Yin seal was rapidly decreasing, yet Nie Yun showed no response. This shouldn't be. Could she have guessed wrong? Despite her hesitation, Tsunade gritted her teeth and persisted. After consuming 1/10 of the Yin seal's chakra, Nie Yun remained motionless. 1/5 still no response. 1/3 still nothing. But Tsunade could sense that Nie Yun's chakra was recovering. Halfway through, Tsunade felt she could barely maintain her youthful appearance. But she didn't care, her gaze was resolute because Nie Yun was showing signs of waking. Even if she turned into an old hag, it would be worth it, just as long as she didn't scare him. After 2/3, Tsunade's face flickered between aged and youthful form. Tsunade was almost in tears. Why wasn't he waking up? She had nearly replenished Nie Yun's chakra. Just then Nie Yun finally opened his eyes. What greeted him were Tsunade's face and her magnificent chakra. Facing her so close, the newly awakened Nie Yun couldn't help but blush. Was he still dreaming? But the next second Tsunade's soft body crashed heavily into his arms. It hurts, so it's not a dream. As soon as Tsunade saw Nie Yun awake, her tense mind relaxed and she fainted into his embrace. Nie Yun woke up while Tsunade fainted again. Nie Yun could tell that Tsunade had exhausted too much chakra. Therefore it was his turn to use Yang Release Chakra to help her recover. However, the recovery power of Yang Release Chakra is not comparable to medical ninjutsu. Before long, Tsunade awakened and discovered that not only had her chakra completely recovered, but the chakra sealed within her also returned to 2/3 of its capacity. You're awake. Nie Yun sat beside the table staring at Tsunade. Tsunade instinctively lowered her head to check herself, finding nothing unusual, then looked at Nie Yun in confusion. Nie Yun, what are you looking at? Tsunade habitually wanted to shout, but her voice softened as the words reached her lips. She felt strange about her reaction. What was wrong with her? It's nothing, just admiring my benefactor who saved me. Nie Yun spoke lightly, completely oblivious to the dark expression that flashed across Tsunade's face. Tsunade felt that Nie Yun was mocking her, claiming to be her benefactor for waking her up, clearly ridiculing her inferiority. What an infuriating guy. What's there to look at? I saved you and you saved me, neither of us owes the other anything. Tsunade stood up abruptly and walked outside. Hey, why are you angry? Next time I'll personally cook for you and treat you to a feast. Nie Yun shouted at Tsunade, who was quickly jumping out of the courtyard. After Tsunade left, Sasuke and Junmaru walked in. Teacher. Brother. You two don't need to keep frowning, see, I'm fine. Nie Yun laughed while ruffling their heads, messing up their hair into a nest. Seeing that both of them still looked unhappy. It's my fault for making you worry. How about this? I'll give you both a few days off. Not interested in a break? Come on, Sasuke give the teacher a cool smile. If you don't want to smile, fine. Junmaru, you come and smile for my brother. Junmaru showed an obviously reluctant smile. So obedient. Over the next 3 months, Nie Yun began a simple yet interesting daily routine. Since that day, apart from the occasional visit from Tsunade to the tavern, Nie Yun and she had no deeper exchanges. They each had their own matters to attend to. After Danzo's death, Konoha had a slew of issues for Tsunade to handle. As for Nie Yun, he practiced with his disciples Sasuke and his brother Junmaru every day. Of course, while his disciples worked hard, Nie Yun was just slacking off, shopping and having fun. Regarding the tavern, one of Hunglian's subordinates, a burly minotaur, had been trained by Nie Yun into a successful chef. Now he was responsible for all the work at Yun Tavern. The other staff had also completely mastered their roles and were thriving in their work. As former criminals who invaded Konoha, they had now earned the trust of the Konoha people through their efforts, and Nie Yun had long since unsealed their chakra. Now, even if they were given the strength and position of a shadow, they would not want to leave Yun Tavern. It is worth mentioning that Jiraiya had left Konoha and entrusted Naruto to him. Having lost the task of mentoring the child of prophecy, he was relieved and set off on a true journey to gather material for his writing. But Nie Yun knew he secretly wanted to investigate the Akatsuki organization, especially since he knew Itachi was an undercover agent within it, causing him to eagerly seek contact. He always had a premonition that the Akatsuki organization would pose a huge threat to Konoha. So Nie Yun had one more thing to teach, but it didn't really impact him. After assigning the task, he left to go shopping. One day Shizen came to find Nie Yun. Mr. Nie Yun, Lady Tsunade is waiting for you in the Hokage office. The tall Shizen stood respectfully in front of Nie. Seeing Shizen, Nie Yun always thought of the little piglet she held in her arms. Because the piglet was pink, Nie Yun would always associate it with the globally famous pink pig from Earth. And that catchy phrase, the applause for Peppa Pig, is dedicated to the people. Nie Yun pushed the catchy voice out of his mind and smiled at Shizen, nodding, I understand, I will go. Shizen's face turned red and she ran away as if escaping. Mr. Nie Yun is just too handsome, he looks so good when he smiled. Nie Yun didn't know why Shizen ran off. After arranging training goals for Junming and the others, he headed to the Hokage office. Nie Yun strolled leisurely to the outside of the Hokage building, where the guarding ninja immediately opened the door for him to enter. Clearly they recognized him and had received orders. Then Nie Yun saw Shizen waiting for him with the pink piglet. I have been here before, you don't need to show me the way. Nie Yun said with a strange expression. This was arranged by the two advisors if they value etiquette very much. Shizun explained helplessly. Those two old men and women always fussing over these trivial formalities. Nie Yun muttered as he followed Shizun while Shizun wanted to laugh but dared not, so she could only stifle it and pretend she didn't hear. Who made Nie Yun a big shot? Even if the two advisors knew they were being ridiculed, they still had to respond with smiles. After circling around, they arrived at the door of the Hokage office. Before they could push the door open, they heard arguing from inside. No way, I absolutely disagree with this. Naruto is currently growing rapidly and cannot leave the village. It was the voice of Shikamaru Nara. Naruto must go. He has a good relationship with Gaara the Kazekage and has particularly emphasized in his letter that he wants to invite Naruto. No, Tsunade, this is even more inappropriate. Don't forget that they were also involved in the attack on Konoha a year ago. Although they have signed a new agreement, we cannot let our guard down by sending our Jinchuriki over. Mitsukato Hayashi spoke in a deep tone. This is a rare opportunity. Tsunade continued to argue her point. At that moment the door opened just in time and a clear, powerful voice came through. What's going on? Why are you arguing so loudly? Tell me so I can have some fun. How absurd, what? Mitsukato Hayashi was about to reprimand, but upon seeing Nie Yun enter his voice dropped significantly. So it's Nie Yun. Sir. After hesitating, he still called him sir. Not for any other reason but for Nie Yun's strength that could stand toe-to-toe with the god of shinobi, which warranted this title. Hayashi was polite. One does not strike a smiling person, and Nie Yun was relatively polite as well. Tsunade looked at the two advisors who had just been furious but were now silent, and her heart couldn't help but feel delighted. I didn't expect Nie Yun's deterrent power to be so strong. That's quite impressive. The situation is as follows. Tsunade and our Konoha have decided to jointly hold a Chunin exam. The first reason is to strengthen our strategic alliance, and the second is that the last Chunin exam ended without results and there were no genin promoted to Chunin this year. Therefore a test of the genin's comprehensive abilities is necessary. Tsunade explained to Nie Yun. Nie Yun was taken aback. Another Chunin exam, and memories flooded his mind. He quickly recalled that after Sasuke's defection and Naruto's departure with Jiraiya, Konoha and Tsunade indeed seemed to have jointly hosted another Chunin exam. However, this belongs to an original episode created by the animation team and the plot leans towards entertainment. Few are aware of it. If Nie Yun had not happened to see it, he would not remember. To think that the plot he had already altered would still have such a segment, it truly is strangely marvelous. Seeing that Nie Yun did not speak, Tsunade continued. Although there was some unpleasantness last time, a significant part of the reason was due to Orochimaru's instigation. This time the 5th Kazekage Gaara sent a special invitation to Naruto to show his sincerity, choosing the location at the desert outskirts of Tsunade. The conflict between me and the two advisors also arises here. The two advisors believe that Naruto should not be sent to Tsunade for the exam, suspecting ulterior motives. Tsunade pointed to the two advisors and then with a meaningful glance at Nie Yun continued. The reason I invited Mr. Nie Yun here is to ask him to act as our honorary elder from Konoha and lead the team to participate in the Chunin exam in Tsunade, since Naruto is also considered Mr. Nie Yun's disciple. Thank you, Mr. Nie Yun. Tsunade bowed deeply to Nie Yun. Nie Yun was slightly taken aback, realizing that Tsunade had this intention. To think that Tsunade with her thick eyebrows and large eyes could be so scheming and cunning. Nie Yun's mental strength was exceptionally strong, and he quickly discerned Tsunade's true intentions. Firstly, although Nie Yun had always stayed in Konoha, made friends and took on disciples, he was not a Konoha ninja. Tsunade intended to use the title of honorary elder to strengthen the relationship between Nie Yun and Konoha. Given Nie Yun's strength, not to mention as an honorary elder, even as the Grand Elder would pose no issue and no one would dare oppose him. Thus the position of honorary elder would not make Konoha appear weak in front of Nie Yun. Of course, Tsunade's actions were also meant for foreign eyes to prevent them from trying to lure Nie Yun away. She was well aware of Nie Yun's character, valuing loyalty and friendship, so the relationship between her, the people of Konoha, and Nie Yun would ensure that he would not be swayed by other nations. The second point is, who is Nie Yun? He is the one who captured the 4th Kazekage during Tsunade's invasion of Konoha. Having him lead the team will definitely deter Tsunade from acting recklessly and adequately display Konoha's status. This is clearly leveraging Nie Yun's influence. Tsunade quickly blinked at Nie Yun while the others were not watching, signaling him to agree promptly. Nie Yun did not expect her to show such a girlish expression, and he couldn't help but smile. Agreeing to Tsunade's request is quite reasonable. I also want to see the scenery of other countries in the ninja world. Tsunade in the Land of Wind is a good choice. Thus Nie Yun said seriously, Naruto and Sasuke are already quite strong, remaining as genin is not a solution. Since Konoha has made a request, I will join your team. As for leading the team and the honorary elder title, let's forget about that. Cough cough cough, the honorary elder cannot be overlooked, the team leader must also be Mr. Nie Yun. Tsunade's advisor Nara Shikaku suddenly changed from a strong opposition to supporting Tsunade's approach, her face beaming with joy. Of course, while Mr. Nie Yun will be the team leader, Kakashi and Sakura will also accompany us, and the specifics will be handled by them. Mr. Nie Yun only needs to oversee the big picture. Mito Gaten also emphasized. Seeing the advisors suddenly change their stances, Tsunade laughed and teased, what's going on with you two? Suddenly coming around. Mito Gaten and Nara Shikaku smiled awkwardly, but how could they not come around? If they could bind this super deity Nie Yun closer to Konoha, they would even be willing to resign their advisory positions for him. Of course they came around. Tsunade, if you had mentioned that Mr. Nie Yun would agree to go, we wouldn't have been so worried. Yes, let's go, we can finally relax. Shizun with her keen perception saw the two advisors off, leaving only Nie Yun and Tsunade in the office. The atmosphere instantly became relaxed. Tsunade stretched her back, which made her already voluptuous figure appear even more graceful. What a tiring day. I spoke with those two advisors for so long, yet it was still less effective than you just showing up. It's truly infuriating. Who told you to be the Hokage? Advisors are supposed to manage the Hokage, they can't dare to control me. You can't compare. Tsunade waved her hands repeatedly and suddenly said. This is considered a public-funded trip for Konoha. I thought of you first, I must be quite loyal. I don't believe your nonsense. The two enjoyed their conversation, but unfortunately Tsunade worked in the Hokage's office, otherwise they would have had a few drinks by now. On the way back, Nie Yun contemplated what fun things might be in Tsunade and what high-quality ingredients could be found. He even considered opening a branch of Yun Tavern in Tsunade, but ultimately decided against it for now. Tsunade, no matter how one looks at it, seems impoverished. If they probably can't afford the food from their own tavern, and opening a branch would definitely lead to losses. After returning to the tavern, Nie Yun called back the three who were diligently training. You three go gather the Konoha 12 Young Strong to come here tonight. Nie Yun mentioned the title 12 Young Strong without thinking. Sasuke and Kinmur both asked which 12. Naruto, however, had a different focus. What is Young Strong? Nie Yun stared at Naruto, who had the same vitality and resilience as the Young Strong. Why do I feel like hitting him? Naruto felt a bit uneasy under Nie Yun's gaze and hurriedly asked Nie Yun, big brother, what are you staring at me for? Nie Yun smiled kindly, I think you're really cute. After calming himself down for a moment, he suppressed the urge to give Naruto a good punch. After explaining who the Konoha 12 Young Strong were, he sent them off to find people. It seemed that Tsunade had deliberately arranged it, since the Konoha 12 Young Strong had no tasks at the moment. Their only task was to follow Nie Yun to Tsunade. Nie Yun also wanted to take this opportunity to have some fun with the 12 Young Strong. In the evening, the 12 young ninjas of Konoha assembled at Yun Tavern. Moreover, those from the secret technique clans were personally escorted by their parents and elders. The reason was simple, they knew Nie Yun was an extraordinarily powerful master, and they had also received news that he would lead the team to the Sand Village for the examination. Thus they all hoped their children could be closer to Nie Yun, learn more from him, and ideally become his disciples. So they incessantly gave instructions along the way. However, most of the young ninjas remained unimpressed. Though they knew Nie Yun was strong in their eyes, he was still the warm smiling brother Nie. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Neji, Tenten, Rock Lee, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba. The young ninjas were not particularly restrained. They sat together in small groups chatting about the upcoming Chunin exam. Shikamaru, what a hassle, why do we have to go so far for the Chunin exam? Originally Shikamaru would have been promoted to Chunin for his calm command during the invasion of Konoha and would have led the subsequent Sasuke retrieval mission. But because of Nie Yun's presence he had no chance to shine, so he remained a genin like the others and had to take this exam. Kiba, Shikamaru, you really have no drive. Don't say such discouraging words that hinder my path to becoming Hokage. Passing the Chunin exam is the first step. As soon as Kiba spoke, Naruto immediately retorted, Kiba, don't even think about becoming Hokage. Sasuke will be the next Hokage. When Naruto said this, aside from Sasuke, Sakura, Lee, and Neji, all the other young ninjas were stunned. Kiba thought he had misheard and even cupped his ear. Naruto, what are you saying? Hinata gathered her courage. Naruto-kun, wasn't becoming Hokage your dream? Shikamaru, giving up the dream of becoming Hokage. Could this be a fake Naruto? If so, that would be trouble. Choji put down his chips and prepared to subdue the fake Naruto. Shino released a few bugs flying toward the imposter. Tenten, could he have trained his brain too hard? He's been training like crazy every day lately. Ino Sasuke-kun, do you really want to become Hokage? I support you. Her inner monologue, however, was that she would become the Hokage's wife. You don't believe me? Ask Sasuke, he said it himself. Naruto is right. I am indeed striving to become the next Hokage. Kiba suddenly slumped down in defeat. Damn it. If I had to compete with that idiot Naruto, I'd still have some hope. But against Sasuke, forget it. Idiot Kiba. That's ridiculous. Even if it were me, you'd still lose. Don't forget you're my defeated opponent. Naruto stood up to rebut, feeling underestimated. Kiba, unwilling to admit defeat, took a nose plug from his pocket and put it on himself and Akamaru. This time you won't be able to defeat me with that terrible weapon. Kiba clearly had a vivid memory of the last time Smell carrying a nose plug with him. Watching these energetic youths, Nie Yun smiled softly, cleared his throat and began to speak. Ahem, alright. Now for the serious matters. As you should know, the Chunin exam is about to begin and it will be held in the Sand Village. As the honorary elder of Konoha, I will accompany you. So. Before Nie Yun could finish, Kiba excitedly interrupted. Brother Nie Yun, I know. This time we're going to the Sand Village to take revenge and execute a Sand Village collapse plan, right? Kiba obviously hadn't listened to his sister's instructions before coming, indulging in his own fantasies. I'll use my new ultimate technique to take on 10 opponents. Woof woof woof. Haha, Akamaru, you think so too? Nie Yun was stunned. This Kiba Inuzuka, you're a damn genius. Truly a match for Naruto. He naturally veered off course. Sure enough, after Kiba spoke, Naruto also wore a look of sudden enlightenment. So that's what we're doing. But Gaara. Shut up, both of you. What are you thinking? Nie Yun used his head-rubbing technique, turning both of them and the dog into a froze before stopping. The others instinctively touched their own hair. Especially Ino with her long golden hair. Brother Nie Yun is terrifying. Don't ever provoke him. Nie Yun picked up where he had been interrupted. Don't interrupt when I'm speaking. Wait until I finish before asking questions. So I've made a decision. Before this Chunin exam ends, I will train you all for a period. During this time you are all my nominal disciples. I might also consider taking formal disciples among you, but that depends on your performance. Nie Yun expressed his idea, which originated from the day after the New Year's festival when Hyuga Hizashi had asked him to take Niji as a disciple. At that time Nie Yun hadn't agreed because he felt he had nothing to teach Sasuke. Now 3 months later he had a new idea. If he couldn't teach them, he could invite outside help. The Pure Land was filled with all kinds of experts, a ready-made educational resource. Previously, because the impure world reincarnation was random, he hadn't thought of this. Now with the ultimate impure world reincarnation, he could reincarnate anyone according to his own will. Moreover, there were no longer time or quantity limits. In theory, as long as Nie Yun had enough chakra, he could reincarnate all the souls in the Pure Land. However, that would probably make the Sage of Six Paths come out and fight him. This time Nie Yun decided to let the young ninjas fight against experts every day, then provide guidance to rapidly improve their strength. Even though we're already familiar, I must emphasize I am the leader, but don't come to me for every little thing. Except for training issues, go to Kakashi and Kurenai for everything else. Nie Yun finally emphasized, then waved his hand. Eat quickly. When you're done, go home and pack. Well, head to the Sand Village tomorrow. Although the exam is still a month away, I'll conduct special training on the way. The young ninjas nodded repeatedly. Having Nie Yun guide them was an opportunity they would not miss. Seeing Naruto and Sasuke's rapid progress, their companions for whatever reason did not want to fall behind. Outside the gates of Konoha village an unusual crowd had gathered. Today was a very special day, as the genin preparing to participate in the joint Chunin exam hosted by Konoha and Tsunade were about to set off. The families of these genin had come to see them off. Normally the journey from Konoha to Tsunade only takes 2 days, but these genin had set out more than a month in advance. This was because they were accompanied by Konoha's most mysterious powerhouse Nie Yun, the owner of the Nie Yun Tavern, who was going to conduct a special training for them along the way. Nie Yun was not accustomed to such occasions, so he straightforwardly declared. Alright everyone, get ready to depart. I will be waiting for you at Wancho Mountain 50 miles away. Anyone who does not appear before me within an hour can return to Konoha on their own. Then with a flash he disappeared. The crowd exchanged glances, taken aback by how sudden it was. While others were still processing this, Juemingzwa and the others who were more familiar with Nie Yun had already started to run. Naruto shouted back as he ran, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up. If you're late you won't get to eat the dinner that Brother Nie Yun makes. Only then did the others realize that Nie Yun's special training had already begun. Lee was the first to catch up, exclaiming, "Burn with all your might. My youth." Surprisingly, it was Dingxi who reacted next. He stuffed the chips he was holding back into his father Ding's hands and hurriedly followed in Lee's footsteps. There was no way around it. If the delicious food Nie Yun made was more tempting to him than anything else. Next were Niji, Tenten, Hinata, Sakura, Ino, Kiba, and Shino. The last to set off was Shikamaru, who under his father's urging lazily made his way. This was quite a troublesome affair. It seemed there would be no chance to slack off this month. He clearly had no interest in this Chunin exam heading to Tsunade, as it was just a desolate land of yellow sand with no appealing features. After all, he no longer had that mutual attraction with Temari. At the foot of Wanqiu Mountain, Nie Yun had already arrived. Covering 50 miles in an hour was a considerable challenge even for ordinary Chunin. However, although these young ones were still nominally genin, none of them were weaker than a Chunin. Not to mention Naruto and Sasuke, who were at the top tier. Even Niji and Lee were among the first rank. Both of them had graduated a year earlier than the other strong ones, with one being a genius in talent and the other a genius in hard work. With Niji's Byakugan and the Hinata family's secret techniques, and Lee, who had opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates, both were already on par with or even stronger than ordinary Jonin. Next were Tenten and Sakura, the two girls. Tenten and Niji and Lee had also graduated a year early, but due to personal talent and effort they were slightly weaker than those two. Sakura, on the other hand, had apprenticed under Tsunade, learning not only medical ninjutsu but also Tsunade's devastating strength, and had achieved some accomplishments. These two girls had reached the level of Jonin, but they were a bit weaker than ordinary Jonin. Following them were the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akamichi trio, as well as Shino and Kiba. All 5 of them came from prominent ninja clans in Konoha, and were all children of the clan heads, solidly part of the second generation of ninjas. Thus, with guidance from couples like Asuma and Kurinai as well as strong family members, their strength grew rapidly, already surpassing ordinary Chunin but still not reaching Jonin. Last in line was undoubtedly our Princess Hinata Hyuga. Due to her personality, she remained at the bottom of the 12 strong until the very end of the original plot. However, being at the bottom among the 12 strong still made her stand out in the entire ninja world. As the heir to the Hyuga clan, she was forced to train and now possessed the strength of a Chunin. With this group attending a Chunin exam meant for genin, they could easily crush their way through. However, the last time Tsunade sent Kankuro, Temari, and Gaara to Konoha's Chunin exam, they were not genin level either. Thus this was also a case of Tsunade's disregard for martial ethics, with Konoha merely following suit. Moreover, the political significance of this Chunin exam far outweighed its practical significance. It primarily served as a symbol of the reconciliation between Tsunade and Konoha, and no one cared about the strength of the participants. Even if Tsunade had objections with Nie Yun present, they would not dare to voice a single complaint. Nie Yun directly started preparing to cook at the foot of the mountains. Soon those kids would definitely find their way here by scent. On the way, the trio of Kimimaro, Naruto, and Sasuke, who had taken off first, did not leave the others behind but instead waited for them to catch up. Dingxi panted heavily. "Huff huff, I didn't bring any food at all." Shikamaru replied, "Dingxi, stop thinking about food. We should focus on Brother Nie Yun's special training. I have a bad feeling about this." Hinata asked, "Could it be? Brother Nie Yun doesn't seem like a particularly fierce person, right, Naruto?" "Naruto-kun." Naruto scratched his head. Well, I can't really say. I can never guess Brother Nie Yun's thoughts." "You know Sasuke." Sasuke replied calmly, "I never try to guess my teacher's thoughts, I just follow his orders." "I'll listen to Sasuke." Sakura and Ino said almost simultaneously, and then quickly gave each other a big eye roll. Niji interjected, "I think we have time, so we might as well hurry along. I don't want to return to Konoha in disgrace." With that, Niji gathered his strength and dashed forward. Following Nie Yun's teachings was his father's wish, and he was determined to succeed. Thus the young strong ones ended their brief conversation and swiftly set off towards their destination, arriving just in time, panting heavily an hour before the deadline. In addition to the imagined feast that Nie Yun had prepared, there were actually 13 coffins waiting for them. Was this Brother Nie Yun preparing a headless feast for them? Were those who didn't arrive on time to be stuffed into coffins and buried? No. Surely not. Oh, not bad, they had indeed arrived together, showing great team spirit with no one trying to show off. Nie Yun smiled and cast a look of approval at them. "Do you see these coffins? This is the content of the special training I prepared for you. Each of you will face one as your opponent. Your task in the coming days is to find a way to last longer against them." Nie Yun snapped his fingers, and the undead strong ones inside the coffins began to emerge. There were the watermelon pufferfish demon Momochi Zabuza White Fang Hanzo the salamander and Kagaya Otsutsuki. The weakest among them was at least at the level of a Quasi-Kage. Looking at this formidable lineup, the young strong ones from Konoha exchanged glances. No wonder Nie Yun had said that their task for the next few days was to last longer against them. Nie Yun casually assigned opponents to them. Of course, the 3 cage-level powerhouses were deliberately reserved for Naruto, Sasuke, and Kimimaro. Naruto was pitted against Hanzo of the Salamander, Sasuke against White Fang, and Kimimaro against Kagaya Jianlei. Given their formidable strength, Nie Yun sent them to other locations to battle, honing their combat prowess. The remaining were quasi-cage-level experts, 1 for each of the 10 young warriors. Then at the foot of Wancho Mountain a continuous string of groans and screams echoed. The prodigies of Konoha faced what could be called the darkest moment of their lives. The girls fared slightly better as Nie Yun ordered the reanimated warriors to show some restraint, at least sparing their faces. As for the tougher boys, Nie Yun was less merciful, commanding the reanimated warriors to use every technique at their disposal short of delivering fatal blows. They were made to fully experience the cruelty and ruthlessness of their enemies. The stronger ones like Miji and Rock Lee could barely manage a few exchanges, maneuvering briefly before being thrown to the ground. The weaker ones like Kiba Shino and the Inoshikacho trio were subdued almost instantly by these quasi-cage level experts. When dinner time arrived, except for Naruto, Sasuke, and Kimimaro, everyone else looked like wilted eggplants, utterly dejected. "Hey, what's with all the long faces?" Nie Yun continued to provoke them. Kiba lifted his face, already swollen to the size of a pig's head, and said pitifully, "Brother Nie Yun, this isn't fair. Imogenin and you made me fight one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, a big fat guy. All night long Akamaru, and I couldn't even touch a single hair on him. I've never seen such a nimble fat man." Akamaru, arf, Nie Yun was amused. He had to admit Kiba's expression was utterly comical. "Aren't you the one who's always clamoring to become Hokage? Just like this?" Nie Yun's smile felt unbearably sharp to Kiba, who hung his head in defeat. "Brother Nie Yun, we're all injured now. Do we have to continue tomorrow?" Shikamaru asked a crucial question. "Of course, well, continue, or else all the beatings today would be for nothing. Also, tomorrow your opponents will randomly change." "Ah." The group let out a collective groan, realizing that most of the combat experience they had painstakingly accumulated today would become useless. Indeed, experience was important, but battles often threw up more complex situations where relying solely on experience might not suffice. Only by honing the ability to think on one's feet and combining it with experience could one make the most correct decisions in critical moments. Understood. The young warriors all grasped the principle behind Nie Yun's words. Though painful, the effect was remarkable. They just didn't know how long these grueling days would last. Sakura, supporting her injured left arm, stood up and volunteered, "Let me heal everyone." Nie Yun was deeply satisfied with Sakura's awareness. To heal others even while injured herself, medical ninjas were as noble as doctors on Earth. However, there was no need for her to sacrifice herself just yet, as Nie Yun had already prepared for this. After all, if these youngsters went into battle tomorrow with their injuries, the practical training would lose much of its effectiveness. Nie Yun brought out the pills he had prepared, healing medicines refined using yang-release chakra renowned for their potent effects. 2 pills per person. Don't take more, you'll burst. Nie Yun was not threatening them lightly. Taking these pills was almost equivalent to infusing yang-release life force into them, aiding cell recovery and growth. If they ate too many, Nie Yun wasn't sure what the consequences might be, perhaps even growing an extra hand. Miji and the others exchanged glances, seeing a gleam of determination in each other's eyes. "Since we're already here, no matter what Brother Nie Yun gives us to eat, well, go all in." Then each took 2 pills and swallowed them. To their astonishment, before the pills even reached their stomachs, they transformed into a stream of warmth in their esophagus, flowing gently into their limbs and bones, healing their internal injuries and rapidly restoring their chakra. "Tiskim not trying to poison you, you know." Nie Yun waved his hand helplessly. "Finish your dinner and go to sleep." Suddenly, as if remembering something, he sat up again. Wood-style grand villa technique. Amidst the shocked expressions of the young warriors, a grand villa in Earth-style architecture materialized before their eyes. Wood style. Shikamaru rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Brother Nie Yun can actually use wood style. This is a Kekkei Genkai only the legendary first Hokage possessed. Brother Nie Yun is clearly not from the Senju clan, so how? And he also has the Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiyaku. The appearance of such anomalies left Shikamaru the cerebral ninja feeling deeply unsettled. In the end, he gave up thinking altogether, resigned to accepting the reality, the truth that Nie Yun was a monster. Great. No more sleeping in the wilderness tonight. While the others were still stunned, the more informed Naruto eagerly rushed forward. Sasuke sensed something and tried to stop him, but it was too late. The doors suddenly transformed into a wooden whip, sending Naruto flying out of sight. No respect for elders. I haven't even entered yet, and this guy Naruto, 3 days without a beating and he gets itchy. Having gloated all day over the others' misery, Naruto now became the target of their mockery. With the training routine established, the days that followed flew by. Of course they flew by only for Nie Yun. For the other young warriors it remained a grueling, agonizing daily grind, getting beaten in new ways each day, healing and recovering at night, and returning to face the beatings the next day. However, such arduous training yielded remarkable results. Half a month later, the young warriors could hold their own against quasi-cage level experts for extended periods. Even Niji, Rock Lee and Tenten could now cause some trouble for the quasi-cage level fighters. Even the timid Hinata not only saw her strength skyrocket but also grew more resolute and cheerful in the collective training, mainly thanks to the presence of Naruto, the ever-cheerful Joker. Seeing that the results were satisfactory, Nie Yun initiated the advanced training mode random team formation against enemies of varying numbers. The battle could be 3v3 or 6v12, anything was possible. This time Naruto, Sasuke and Kimimaro also joined the other young warriors. Consequently, the cage-level opponents they faced were also added to the enemy roster. For the other young warriors, the difficulty level skyrocketed. But by now, feeling their rapid improvement, they harbored no complaints about Nie Yun's arrangements. Moreover, this time they were no longer fighting alone, they had comrades to coordinate with, which greatly boosted their confidence. Within the Tsunade village there stood a house that was clearly more luxurious than the others. This was the residence of the 4th Kazekage Raza. A year ago, Raza had made a grave mistake by trusting Orochimaru's temptations, launching a surprise attack on Konoha during the Chunin exams. Not only was he captured, bringing shame to Tsunade, but it also forced the village to pay a hefty compensation to Konoha. This further compounded the already difficult living conditions of Tsunade. Thus, upon being redeemed back to Tsunade, he was impeached by the elders, choosing instead to step back and pushing his son Gaara, the Jinchuriki of One Tail, to the forefront as the 5th Kazekage. He retreated behind the scenes and did not intervene in Gaara's governance, focusing solely on researching his magnet release, aiming to become stronger and challenge Nie Yun, seeking to avenge his previous humiliation. Report to Lord 4th Kazekage: the Konoha Genin led by Nie Yun has reached the border of our land of wind. A Sand Umbu knelt on one knee to report Nie Yun's movements to Raza. Since a month ago, when he learned that Nie Yun was responsible for leading the team to Tsunade, Raza had been in a state of excitement. He had endured humiliation and diligently trained for a year. His strength had improved significantly, no longer comparable to the past. Moreover, this time he was in his own territory, the desert, where the swirling sands would be his weapon. In short, this time Nie Yun was bound to lose, for Raza was determined to rise again. Understood. Tell those who are going to greet them that we will handle the welcoming duty. As the hosts, we should personally welcome them. Raza chuckled sinisterly. At the border of the land of wind, Nie Yun and his 12 companions took a break. The land of wind is predominantly a desert region, and Tsunade is located in the center of a vast desert, making navigation quite troublesome. Fortunately, Tsunade is quite hospitable and has informed that someone will come to greet and guide them. This terrain effectively prevents large-scale invasions of Tsunade by other countries, but it also severely restricts the village's own development. In a word, it's poor. Nie Yun: why is there a direct boundary between the land of wind and our land of fire, consisting of desert and forest? Dinksy, munching on chips, asked innocently. He always found ways to conjure up snacks. I know it's quite clear when you see it like this, right, big brother Nie Yun? In response, Inazuka Kiba jumped in. Nie Yun smiled lightly. They were still too young to realize the harsh realities of the ninja world. Which country would want to have their land entirely covered in desert rather than possessing vast forests? Isn't it due to the prosperous economy of the land of fire and the military strength of Konoha that such a boundary exists? This principle holds true everywhere, even on our home planet Earth. That is also why Tsunade attacks Konoha during every ninja world war. They wish to redefine boundaries and gain valuable resources for development. Unfortunately, Konoha is the protagonist, with powerful figures appearing in every generation. Nie Yun did not elaborate further. They were not yet of the age to understand such truths. Nie Yun closed his eyes, expanding his spiritual sense to its maximum, searching the surrounding desert for suitable ingredients. Suddenly he noticed someone rapidly approaching from a distance. Initially, Nie Yun thought it was someone from Tsunade come to greet him, but upon seeing the person's appearance he revealed a strange expression. Raza was clad in combat attire, clearly not there to welcome him. Tisk tisk, is this another humiliation coming my way? As Raza appeared before Nie Yun, his first words were a threat. Nie Yun: we finally meet again. After our battle in Konoha I have endured and trained in magnet release. My strength has greatly improved. Do you dare to fight me? Kankuro and the 12 companions instantly became vigilant, readying themselves for defense, not expecting to encounter the 4th Kazekage seeking revenge right upon their arrival. However, Nie Yun remained silent, frowning not out of fear of Raza, but rather pondering how such an idiom as enduring humiliation and training hard could exist in this world. It was rather absurd. Is this world a creation of Kishimoto, or did such a world originally exist merely coincidentally inspired by Kishimoto's creative storytelling due to the quantum entanglement of the infinite universe? What then is the purpose of his own village? What is the truth of the universe? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? The more Nie Yun thought, the deeper he delved into these thoughts, completely overlooking Raza beside him. Seeing Nie Yun frowning and remaining silent for so long, Raza assumed he had fled, becoming even more excited. If you are afraid, just say it publicly. I won't make it difficult for you. You can continue leading the team to participate in the Chunin exams, just don't be too arrogant. Raza could not help but laugh. He had been waiting for this day for a year. No one knew how he had spent that year. A year ago Raza had been publicly humiliated, all caused by Nie Yun. Now he had to put on a facade of generosity, striving to reclaim the respect he had lost. Kankuro and the 12 companions glared at Raza, ready to strike, but without Nie Yun's command they dared not act rashly. Nie Yun, captivated by Raza's unpleasant laughter, was suddenly jolted awake. Oh right, Raza, what did you just say? This was a blatant humiliation. After saying so much, Raza had not taken in a single word, which showed how little he regarded him. Nie Yun, you scoundrel. I will challenge you to a duel. Facing Raza's impotent rage, Nie Yun sighed. Ah, it seems experience is coming my way. Nie Yun then signaled to the 12 companions, who understood instantly. Kankuro, Naruto, and Sasuke stepped back while the remaining 10 moved forward 2 steps, blocking Raza's path. What does this mean? Oh, it means I'm going to disregard martial ethics and gang up on you. Can't you see that? Kiba taunted. Alright Nie Yun, if you don't dare to fight, sending a bunch of genin to take your place is pointless. Just admit you're afraid of losing face. Raza subconsciously believed Nie Yun couldn't afford to lose, feeling much better inside. What a hassle. Though I really don't want a 4th Kazekage, we will have to offend you. After Shikamaru spoke, the 10 members assumed an attacking stance. Humph, Nie Yun, this is what you chose. Don't blame me if you get hurt and it affects the Chunin exams. After holding back for a whole year, Raza finally decided to retaliate, seeking to relieve his pent-up emotions. Raza will take on 10 today. White eyes activate. The 5th gate of 8 gates open. As a taijutsu ninja, Shaoli and Miji launched their attacks first, unleashing their full power. They were originally the strongest 2 apart from Naruto, and after nearly a month of intense training under Nie Yun, they had already gained the strength of elite jonin. Moreover, they possessed rich combat experience against shadow-level powerhouses. One could say their experience fighting various shadow-level opponents far surpassed that of Luo Sha. Shaoli was the fastest. He approached the enemy first. Luo Sha attempted to use his gold sand to block, but was astonished to find that his naked eye could not capture the opponent's movements at all. How could he be this fast? Is this a genin from Konoha? Luo Sha had no choice but to rely on his instincts to fend off the attacks, while surrounding himself with a layer of gold sand to prevent Shaoli from getting too close. Amidst the swirling gold sand, a green figure danced wildly in the golden light. It was often only when the golden light was about to touch the green figure that one realized it was merely an afterimage. Luo Sha felt a sense of frustration, realizing he couldn't subdue this genin for the time being. Meanwhile, his teammate, resembling a watermelon rind, was already closing in. He had to quickly take him down, otherwise he would have to split his focus to handle the disturbances. Resolutely, Luo Sha unleashed a technique he had originally prepared for Nie Yun. Sand Sea Burial. When Nie Yun heard Luo Sha call out this technique, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He was really just copying his son's technique. Luo had Sand Waterfall Funeral, and you just had to come up with Sand Sea Burial. Nie Yun laughed because although this move was useless against him, it still posed a significant threat to Shaoli. Underneath Luo Sha's feet lay a vast desert, which appeared like a giant bag sweeping in from all sides towards him and Shaoli. Luo Sha knew that since he couldn't match Shaoli's speed, he would use this wide-ranging ninjutsu, taking advantage of the terrain to block their escape route and then strike decisively. However, Nie Yun was not too worried. During this month's training, Shaoli had faced enemies far stronger than Luo Sha and in situations much more perilous. Shaoli had long since learned to remain calm in the face of danger. Moreover, he was not alone. He had his comrades from Konoha with him. As the giant bag continuously compressed inward, Xiao Li's range of movement grew smaller, and he also had to contend with Luo Sha's relentless pursuit. The situation became increasingly perilous as Xiao Li exerted all his strength to evade the gold sand controlled by Luo Sha, his fists and feet creating afterimages as he scattered the ever-encroaching gold sand. Yet Xiao Li remained calm inside, believing that his teammates were already taking action. Sure enough, at the moment the bag was about to close, Luo Sha suddenly felt his body stiffen. Even the gold sand and the giant sand bag experienced a momentary pause. What was happening? It was those strange shadows on the ground. Seeing the dense shadows on the ground as an old adversary, Luo Sha instantly thought of the Nara clan's secret technique, shadow imitation technique. The shadows generated by this wide-ranging ninjutsu actually left him nowhere to hide, falling into a trap. It seemed that the watermelon-headed kid was about to escape. However, Luo Sha completely underestimated the craziness and tactical ability of Konoha's little strong ones. In that brief moment of hesitation, instead of retreating, Xiao Li charged forward, kicking at Luo Sha. Luo Sha never expected Xiao Li to be so bold. He didn't run away from such a great opportunity but instead dared to attack him. Caught off guard, he took the kick squarely. Even though his body was protected by a layer of gold sand, Xiao Li's kick, powered by the fifth gate, made him feel as if his organs had shifted and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Ah! This is such a humiliation and absolute disgrace. How could he, the mighty wind shadow, be injured by a bunch of genin? Luo Sha's mind was in turmoil and he lost his composure. The giant sand bag had completely sealed, transforming into a half-dome structure, rapidly compressing downward. If nothing unexpected occurred, it would crush Xiao Li within seconds. However, surprises often occur in places they shouldn't. For some unknown reason, a large section of the sand dome suddenly collapsed. Xiao Li leaped out in an instant, reuniting with his teammates. Luo Sha was taken aback at what was going on. He saw many small bugs flying out from the fallen sand, their color identical to that of the sand. These were the Oil Girl clan's secret techniques. When Oil Girl Shino learned they would soon head to the Sand Ninja village for the Chunin exams, she had already begun preparing bugs that could lurk in the sand to counter the Sand Ninja who would be fighting on their home turf. Nie Yun had only recently learned that Shino had already started preparing ahead of time. Such a calm and intelligent mind was certainly no less than the lazy Shikamaru. Before the battle began, he had already released all these bugs into the desert, waiting for Luo Sha to use ninjutsu that leveraged the environment. Just when Xiao Li was about to be caught, the bugs bit through the chakra connection between Luo Sha and the sand, causing the sand bag to instantly turn into a pile of loose sand. Luo Sha was so furious that he nearly passed out, feeling utterly foolish for being played with like this. In a fit of rage, he ceased to hold back and unleashed his magnetic technique with all his might. The metallic substances in the desert were magnetized and surged towards Luo Sha. Little by little, the metal from the entire desert coalesced together, forming a giant metal figure over 10 meters tall. The metal giant was clad in imposing armor, looking remarkably strong in defense. Luo Sha had completely merged with this metallic behemoth, which he had specifically prepared to defend against Nie Yun's corpse bone pulse and wind release Rasengan shuriken. Yet he was unaware that Nie Yun had long since eliminated these two forms of attack. How pitiful it was to strive so hard just to defeat Nie Yun from a year ago. Even Nie Yun felt speechless at his stubbornness. But what left Nie Yun even more speechless was that in the world of Naruto, the final showdown indeed involved giant robots, and even Luo Sha piloted a metal robot. TSK. This is just ridiculous. However, even if Luo Sha piloted a robot, Konoha's little strong ones had ways to counter it. Of course, they would use a robot to defeat another robot. Super enlargement technique. Under Shikamaru's command, Ding Ci directly activated his technique, transforming into a giant over 20 meters tall, even taller than Luo Sha's metal giant. Originally, Ding Ci could only enlarge parts of his body, but with the assistance of Nie Yun's yang-released chakra pills, his body could now withstand the burden of the super enlargement technique. Though he was opposing metal with flesh, under the support of the other little strong ones, Ding Ci was surprisingly able to hold his own. Meanwhile, a group was rushing towards the battlefield in the desert. It was Iai Luo who had received the news, along with Kankuro and Temari, as well as the Sand Ninja Umbu, coming to stop Luo Sha from doing something outrageous. Seeing that metal giant from a distance, Iai Luo and his companions felt a heavy weight in their hearts. To hasten his pace, Iai Luo left the Umbu behind, using his sand to lift Shouju and Kinjio Lang as he hurriedly flew toward the battlefield. The current situation left him no choice but to be anxious, for this Chunin exam was a golden opportunity to thoroughly mend relations with Muyi. It was also the goal he had tirelessly pursued since becoming Kazekage. After experiencing the power of bonds with Ming Ren and his companions in Muyiville, coupled with Ming Ren's persuasive speech, Iai Luo was utterly transformed. He understood that times had changed. The era of endless warfare and deceit among ninjas no longer aligned with the trend of the age. Only bonds and trust could propel the ninja world toward a new path of development. Wei Luo, who had grown up amidst hatred and solitude, realized that this might be the objective he should pursue for a lifetime. With a grand vision, Wei Luo rapidly matured from a vengeful youth into a steady and reliable kage of his village. The Chunin exam hosted in Sha-Ren was a crucial step he had personally championed to improve bilateral relations. Whether from the perspective of Wei Luo's personal ideals or the future development of Sha-Ren village, it was imperative for Sha-Ren to foster good relations with Muyi. The Land of Wind and Sha-Ren village were situated in a barren desert inherently lacking resources. The former strategy had always been to wage war and plunder supplies or fertile land from Muyi, but what was the result? In several ninja world wars, Sha-Ren clashed with Muyi. Yet the more Muyi fought, the stronger its foundation became, while Sha-Ren grew poorer, trapped in a cycle of poverty and war. Eventually, even the daimyo of the Land of Wind, their patron, grew weary and sought to cut military funding. This provoked the 4th Kazekage Luo Sha to ally with Orochimaru in anger and attack Muyi. And everyone knows the outcome: the already impoverished village was dealt a further blow. If the previous strategy continued, they would only sink deeper into the mire, unable to extricate themselves. Thus Wei Luo believed it was time for a change. That meant building good relations with Muyi, taking a long-term view, developing economic trade, and solidifying Sha-Ren village's foundation. This was the true path. It was evident that Wei Luo placed great importance on this Chunin exam. So when he learned that his troublesome father Luo Sha had intercepted the envoy he had dispatched to greet the delegates and personally gone to the border to cause trouble, he immediately brought Shouju and Kinjio Lang to stop him. After all, Nie Yun's identity this time was the honorary elder of Muyi village, the highest-ranking representative visiting Sha-Ren, symbolizing Muyi's prestige. Not to mention whether Luo Sha could win, the mere act of intercepting Muyi's delegation was enough for Muyi to hold leverage over Sha-Ren village. So Wei Luo was extremely anxious. He only hoped his father Luo Sha would lose so that Muyi's face would be somewhat preserved, making things easier to handle. However, when Wei Luo arrived at the battlefield, the scene before him was entirely different from what he had envisioned. How could this be? Wei Luo, Shouju, and Kinjio Lang were all dumbfounded. The one fighting Luo Sha was not Nie Yun but a Muyi genin who had once participated in the Chunin exam with them in Muyi. And they were exchanging blows with considerable vigor and skill. This was absurd. A year ago these people were at most genin or Chunin level, and they should have come here to take the Chunin exam. But how had they become so powerful in just 1 year? A mere 10 individuals could actually fight to a standstill against their own 4th Kazekage, who had been further strengthened by a year of hatred. It must be known that a cage-level powerhouse like Luo Sha could not be matched by 10 genin, let alone 10 jonin. Moreover, this was Luo Sha's home turf, the desert. Were Muyi's genin all this formidable? Shouju, Kinjio Lang, and Wei Luo exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Was this the true depth of Muyi's power? At this moment the decision to mend ties with Muyi seemed utterly correct. But the awkward question now was, what should they do? Originally they had prepared a set of dialogues and diplomatic rhetoric assuming Luo Sha was fighting Nie Yun. But now those words were completely unusable. Should they step in to stop the battle? If they stopped it, Luo Sha was clearly at an advantage and would claim victory in a short while. Intervening would give the impression that the 4th Kazekage Luo Sha couldn't even defeat Nie Yun, let alone these Muyi genin, severely damaging Sha-Ren's image and standing. If they didn't stop it, even if Luo Sha won, the story of a Kazekage spending so long to defeat 10 Muyi genin would hardly sound flattering. If he could expel Luo Sha from the village, Wei Luo would not hesitate for a moment. His goal was the development of Sha-Ren, and he was unwilling to see excessive damage to Sha-Ren's image and interests. What was even more worrying was the absurdly high level of strength among the Muyi participants in the Chunin exam. This Chunin exam was likely to become a showcase for Muyi. Wei Luo had carefully selected a group of capable genin from Sha-Ren, forming the Sha-Ren 9 strong, to create an illusion of parity with Muyi. But now that hope seemed dashed. While Wei Luo was still hesitating over whether to stop the battle, Nie Yun approached. The main reason was that Mingren, upon seeing Wei Luo, became ecstatic and cheerfully ran over, completely forgetting that Suozhu was right beside him. His enthusiasm even gave Nie Yun the impression that Mingren and Wei Luo were like lovers reunited after a long separation. That kid Mingren. Truly a cunning fox. So Nie Yun, along with Suozhu and Jun Ma Lv, also walked toward Wei Luo. Wei Luo, I heard you become Kazekage. Congratulations. Mingren waved his hands excitedly at Wei Luo. Seeing Mingren Ai Luo's stern face relaxed and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Thank you Mingren. It's all because of you that I became Kazekage. Oh my Nie Yun couldn't help but facepalm. No wonder there were so many fanatical CP shippers back then. Now I see it, it's really easy to ship. Nie Yun discreetly glanced at Sua Zhu who though expressionless had flickering eyes that betrayed his contemplation of the scene before him. TSK. A strange triangular relationship had just been added. At this moment Kinjil Lang and Shou Ju standing beside Ai Luo also noticed Nie Yun. They had already memorized all relevant information about Nie Yun. Both held a mixture of awe and curiosity toward this mysterious powerhouse. Shou Ju the eldest sister spoke first. Hello Mr. Nie Yun, I am Shou Ju. I apologize for any trouble my father Luo Sha has caused you. Looking at the polite Shou Ju, Nie Yun forced himself to drive those chaotic CP thoughts out of his mind. He sized up Shou Ju with a gaze that seemed to appraise a future daughter-in-law. Feeling the scrutiny, Shou Ju sensed a trace of unease. One must admit Shikamaru in a black long robe with an alluring figure could easily be described as having the face of an angel and a body of a devil. His wise and calm eyes matched perfectly with Shikamaru. That kid Shikamaru really is fortunate, but I wonder if he still has that luck in this life. Ahem. Nie Yun coughed lightly, realizing that such behavior was inappropriate, hoping not to be misunderstood as a pervert. Although Shikamaru is already 16 years old, he still seems too young for Nie Yun. He should be left for the young ninjas of Konoha to see if they have the ability to take Shikamaru home. Thus Nie Yun immediately stopped his impolite scrutiny. He glanced at the battlefield and said, it doesn't matter, look at them, they're having a great time, aren't they? Seeing that Nie Yun spoke lightly and did not seem upset, Shikamaru, Kankuro and Gaara all breathed a sigh of relief. Playing? You call this kind of battle playing? Forget it, after all Nie Yun is a guest, and a guest that one cannot offend as long as he is happy, that is enough. This was the simultaneous thought that arose in Gaara's mind. Nie Yun pulled out a lounge chair from the ceiling scroll and casually lay on it, basking in the desert sunlight while saying, since we're here, let's sit back and observe, shall we? Gaara nodded that the strategic goal of friendly cooperation with Konoha was not affected, which was already a stroke of luck. So he simply sat beside Nie Yun and began watching the battle. This kid is really good, obedient. Nie Yun sighed inwardly but did not speak. The others followed suit, sitting on the ground to watch the battle. In the midst of battle, Kankuro also noticed the arrival of his 3 children. It was embarrassing for them to see that he couldn't even take down a low-ranking ninja from Konoha. Kankuro, eager to quickly end the battle, wanted to salvage a bit of his reputation. But the more anxious he became, the more chaotic it got, and he fell into numerous traps set by Shikamaru and Lee. Meanwhile, the 3 siblings of Gaara watched everything unfold, feeling astonished by the growth and coordination of the young ninjas from Konoha. Lee's super-fast movements made it impossible for the bulky metal giant to catch his trace. However, if Kankuro ignored Lee, although Lee's punches and kicks could not harm him, he would still follow Shikamaru's plan to stick explosive tags on the metal giant's limbs, catching him off guard. Sakura also used her incredible strength against the metal giant, dealing significant damage. Meanwhile, the rich girl kept summoning explosive tags from the ceiling scroll. Because her ninjutsu controlling ninja tools was restrained by Kankuro's magnet release, she did not jump into the fray but provided assistance from the rear. Niji's Byakugan always helped to perfectly block Kankuro's attacks for his support-type teammates. Kiba and Akamaru were clearing away the tentacle-like sand, preventing them from interfering with their allies. Hinata used her Byakugan in conjunction with Shino's insects, identifying the weak points of the metal giant's chakra flow, while Shino commanded the swarm to launch surprise attacks on the metal giant, inflicting massive damage. As the main tank, the supersized Choji's role goes without saying, attacking, shielding his teammates from damage, drawing attention and controlling the enemy. He excelled in all aspects. Shikamaru and Ino stood together, overseeing the entire situation and discussing strategies, occasionally using the shadow imitation technique to restrict the giant's movements. Ino nodded seriously, preparing to seize the opportunity to showcase her skills. With a well-coordinated division of labor, Gaara cast a deep glance at Nie Yun beside him. He heard that Nie Yun had trained them intensively for a month. Is this what success looks like? This is terrifying. In the battlefield, Kankuro became increasingly anxious. He struggled to find an opportunity and became more passive. Finally, he was simultaneously struck by Sakura and an explosive tag, causing the giant's body to lose balance. In almost an instant, Shikamaru seized the opportunity to bind him with the shadow binding technique, briefly affecting Kankuro's mobility. The enlarged Choji then embraced the metal giant, restraining him. Shikamaru, Ino. Understood. The trio of Inuzuka, Nara and Akimichi had developed an incredibly perfect synergy. Ino instantly grasped Shikamaru's intention. Mind transfer jutsu. This was not the first time Ino had used the mind transfer jutsu on a shadow-level powerhouse. During a month of intense training and collaboration with her teammates, she had even invaded the mind of a strong opponent like the White Fang's Hanzo. Compared to them, Kankuro's will was weaker, and with his own disarray, Ino was confident she could invade Kankuro's heart. The other teammates knew what Ino was about to do. As long as Ino succeeded, it would mean their victory. This would be their first time defeating a shadow-level powerhouse while still being genin. How proud would it be to spread the word? Their parents and families would surely be proud of them. Thus they exerted their utmost effort to disrupt the metal giant, providing assistance for Ino. Kankuro realized something was off, but before he could react, he suddenly felt his heart being invaded by some force. As he had to divide his attention to fend off the attacks from the other young ninjas from Konoha, Kankuro, whose mental focus was scattered, was successfully occupied by Ino's consciousness. His consciousness then found itself in Ino's body. What the hell? How could a dignified Kazekage end up in such a situation? Ino, occupying Kankuro's body, quickly performed hand seals skillfully, then released the metal giant. The metal giant instantly scattered into grains of sand, and Ino returned to her own body in the blink of an eye. Returning to his own body, Kankuro had no time to feel happy before he uncontrollably began to freefall. Fortunately, the ground was soft sand. Falling from a height of over 10 meters would not cause significant harm to a ninja. However, he was left in an embarrassing position, face planting into the sand. Kazekage-sama. The hurried sand ninja Umbu, upon seeing this scene, rushed over, and Shikamaru and Kankuro both looked worried. Conversely, Gaara remained expressionless. Even with his personality changed, he still could not bring himself to like Kankuro, his father. Training his son to be a weapon of war and then trying to assassinate him out of fear of his power was quite a bewildering operation. If this were on Earth, he would be waiting to have his oxygen tube pulled out in old age. Gaara thought this was already a pretty good expression. The sand ninja Umbu worked together to dig Kankuro out from the sand. Kankuro lay there expressionless in the sand, unresponsive no matter how the Umbu called out to him. Because his heart had turned to ashes. He might as well change planets to live. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. Go back and comfort him well, do not let him lose hope. Nie Yun watched as Luo Sha was carried away, unable to help but shake his head and sigh as he spoke to Sho Yuri. Sho Juris' expression was strange. Clearly everything stemmed from the man before her, yet he maintained an attitude of indifference. What are you looking at? It's not like I was the one who knocked him silly. Nie Yun innocently shrugged his shoulders. Mr. Nie Yun. There are 3 days left until the Chunin exam begins. You all can explore the land of wind and experience our local customs. Sho Yuri made an effort to adjust her expression and smiled at Nie Yun. She now possessed the demeanor of a future Tsunade diplomatic envoy. Of course, to express the sincerity of our Tsunade, I will be your guide. There is a famous scenic spot of our village just a few miles away. That sounds perfect. Nie Yun did not refuse. Training these guys for a month had nearly bored him to death. Although the land of wind was a vast and barren desert, it still had its unique charm. So Sho Yuri took on the role of guide and slowly led Nie Yun and the others towards Tsunade. As for Gaara and Kankuro, after bidding farewell to Nie Yun, they returned to Tsunade first. They not only had to prepare for the upcoming Chunin exam but also needed to find a way to comfort the grumpy Luo Sha. After wandering for a while, it was already the afternoon of the second day. Nie Yun was seated cross-legged in the inn, practicing his spiritual sense technique. He compressed his mental energy into a line, flying in a direction that allowed him to sense everything within several kilometers that his spiritual energy touched. This is a common method of using spiritual energy in literary works, and Nie Yun was merely following the example. Suddenly he scanned a particularly special location. Or rather, a special seal. This suddenly reminded him of a place that appeared in the Naruto movie, The Lost City of Lulan. If it truly is the ancient city of Lulan from the movie, it would greatly expand the worldview of the Naruto universe. It should be noted that the plot of Lulan involved the outrageous concept of time travel. Now this is interesting. Nie Yun grew curious. With his current strength, he could venture far and wide within the ninja realm. He planned to go take a look. Let's go. Nie Yun called for Shikamaru. Shikamaru, you will be responsible for leading Sho Yuri and the team to Tsunade. Kurenai and Kakashi are already waiting for you there. Me? I have some matters to attend to and will be away for a few days. Don't worry, I will make it to Tsunade before the Chunin exam. Stop the nonsense, you always find this troublesome and that troublesome. I'm giving you an opportunity and you still find it bothersome. Make good use of it, or when I come back I will teach you a lesson. Nie Yun kicked Shikamaru several meters away, feeling he had made himself clear enough. If this kid couldn't seize the opportunity, Nie Yun wouldn't help him. He deserved to be single. The others looked at Shikamaru, who was holding his bottom with curious expressions. Especially Sho Yuri, who had long noticed this calm boy who commanded the Konoha genin to defeat her father Luo Sha. Strangely, he always seemed to be talking about trouble and appeared lethargic, not at all like a boy. It was quite vexing. If I were his mother, I would beat him every time he acted like this. Sho Yuri was thinking bad thoughts about Shikamaru when she noticed he was walking directly towards her. Sho Yuri inexplicably felt a little flustered and blushed. Mr. Nie Yun said he has matters to attend to and that I should lead everyone to Tsunade with you. Where is Mr. Nie Yun? Sho Yuri asked in surprise. He should have already left. Well then. Alright, we will wait for Mr. Nie Yun's grand arrival in Tsunade. Back to Nie Yun. After kicking Shikamaru away, he summoned Chihua, directly heading towards the location his spiritual energy had locked onto. For a distance of several kilometers, it was merely a warm-up for Chihua. Can't you just walk this little distance yourself? It's not easy to come to the ninja world, Chihua complained, wanting to soar freely in the ninja realm. I'll give you a chance to soar well. I discovered an interesting secret realm. Are you interested in exploring it with me? Upon hearing about an interesting secret realm, Chihua's eyes lit up. After living for thousands of years, I'm already bored. My interest in new things is definitely stronger than Nie Yun's. Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go, hurry up. Chihua shrank down and landed on Nie Yun's shoulder, constantly urging him. Nie Yun jumped onto a crumbling, towering stone pillar, taking in the entire view of the Lulan ruins. A large part of the ruins was buried under the yellow sand, with only the tops of a few buildings peeking out. A sense of desolation swept over him. Nie Yun activated his spiritual sense technique, pinpointing the location of the seal right in the center of the city. This place should have once been a plaza, but now it was completely buried by the wind and sand, rendering it invisible. And the seal was located beneath the yellow sand. The city's seal lay below, but these sands posed a bit of a problem. Indeed, a bit of a problem Nie Yun directly used would release birth of the trees. Countless giant trees and vines erupted from the ground, pushing all the yellow sand from the city outwards, revealing its full appearance and forming a tree wall to withstand the wind and sand. Having accomplished all this and created such a vast forest, Nie Yun didn't even break a sweat. Chihua watched in astonishment, marveling at the stark difference between humans and summoned beasts. When he first met Nie Yun, he could barely hold his own against him, but now even 10 of him would not stand a chance against Nie Yun. Haha, Tsunade should be grateful to me for turning their desert into an oasis. Nie Yun looked around at the suddenly transformed environment, revealing a self-satisfied smile. The joy of afforestation is something those without would release cannot imagine. If this were still on Earth, what would it matter to him, Jack Ma? Nie Yun surveyed the fully revealed city and found that its area was indeed considerable, about the size of more than half of Konoha. Such a large independent city-state probably predates the Land of Wind, otherwise neither the Land of Wind nor Tsunade would allow such a force to exist in their territory. As for the ambitious antagonist from the movie, Nie Yun had not seen him, nor did he know if he would encounter him here. Having bragged enough, Nie Yun focused his attention on the well that had emerged in the center of the plaza, which bore a chakra seal unlike any he had seen before. Chihua, can you unlock this seal? Nie Yun placed his hopes on Chihua, hoping its longevity would be of assistance. No, I'm not good at this. How about I forcefully break this seal with the power of wind and fire? Chihua gave a rather poor answer, and Nie Yun rolled his eyes. You. Besides being good at eating, what else are you good at? Humph, I have lived for several thousand years. I am considered a celestial being. Could you not show some respect for this celestial being? Chihua felt its pride wounded, flying off on its own to wander around the ruins. Nie Yun shrugged, knowing that Chihua would soon return. Ignoring it, he continued to study the seal. Sensing the considerable amount of chakra beneath the seal, Nie Yun was slightly astonished. Is this what they call a dragon vein? There should be good things present. Nie Yun began to recall the plot of this movie version, trying to find a way to unlock the seal. The Lost City is the fourth movie of Naruto. It was Tsunade who ordered Yamato to lead the new Team 7, which consists of Naruto, Sakura, and Sai, to pursue the rogue ninja Baiju. Baiju somehow learned about the underground of Lolan, which was sealed by the fourth Hokage and contained a massive dragon vein rich in chakra, intending to unseal and utilize this chakra. When Naruto chased up to this point, Baiju had unsealed the dragon vein, and the immense chakra caused a distortion in time and space. Recalling this, Nie Yun couldn't help but scoff, saying, while the amount of chakra here is substantial, it's not even half as much as the Nine Tails. How could this cause a distortion in time and space? Then wouldn't Naruto be able to go wherever he wanted? The writer's old trick resorting to quantum mechanics when faced with a dilemma. But when such things happen in a real world, what underlying principles are at play? Nie Yun couldn't figure it out for now, but he was already curious to investigate further, so he began to recall again. Naruto unexpectedly returned to Lulan 20 years ago, encountering an attack from an unknown puppet. Then he met the female lead of this movie version, Queen Sarah of Lulan. After being rescued by Sarah, he encountered Minato, who had come from Konoha 20 years ago to carry out a mission, resulting in a touching scene of a father and son working together to defeat the boss. Then the writers used various reasons to erase the memories of both sides to tie back to the main plot. Cliché to the extreme. As for this seal, oh dear, I'm all confused. Nie Yun slapped his forehead, cursing himself. Since this seal was sealed by Minato, why not just summon him from the impure world to ask directly? Impure world reincarnation. Because Minato's soul was sealed with the Shiki Fu, and his soul was directly pulled into the underworld by that death god and did not remain in the Pure Land. Nie Yun had also asked the Sage of Six Paths why he didn't intercept and bring Minato's soul back to the Pure Land. The Sage of Six Paths was vague and unwilling to converse with Nie Yun. However, it was evident that the Sage of Six Paths with his current fragmented strength harbored a deep aversion and even fear towards this underworld. Although the Sage of Six Paths is currently incomplete, it still indicates that this death god and the underworld possess some power, so Nie Yun would not choose to enter the underworld lightly without proper preparations. He could only wait until he was stronger to explore the underworld. Thus Nie Yun did not venture into the Pure Land to trouble the Sage of Six Paths this time, but instead had the system directly pull Minato's soul out from the underworld. Now Nie Yun was using impure world reincarnation, essentially summoning whoever he wanted. Of course, he only used impure world reincarnation when necessary. After all, it wasn't a true resurrection, and keeping them in the present world for extended periods would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. Mr. Nie Yun, is Naruto still behaving well recently? The first thing Minato said upon opening his eyes was to ask about Naruto's situation. Oh, that kid Naruto has been quite obedient lately. If he misbehaves, I will teach him a lesson. Nie Yun told the truth. Thank you very much, Mr. Nie Yun, for your concern. Minato, like many parents, did not reject Nie Yun's disciplinary methods. Absolutely, absolutely. I mainly came to see you for this seal. This place feels so familiar. Minato finally noticed the surrounding environment, and a wave of familiarity flooded his mind, causing him to furrow his brows in contemplation. What? You've been to this place? Did you seal this seal? Nie Yun immediately became interested, as it seemed Minato indeed had carried out a mission in Lulan back in the day. So did he meet the grown-up Naruto? Yes, I remember now. If this was a mission before I became Hokage, when I came here. At that time, the third Hokage arranged for me and the others to come here. It was said that someone was establishing an extremist nation here, wanting to use the abundant chakra to invade other countries. Do you know how to unlock this seal? I know about this. Is Mr. Nie Yun interested in it? Minato furrowed his brow, slightly puzzled with Mr. Nie Yun's strength. This chakra here is trivial to you. Hey. What nonsense are you talking about? Nie Yun replied bluntly, then added ahem, it's not that I'm interested in the chakra below, but I have some thoughts about this place and want to confirm them. Then I'll open this seal and explore it with Mr. Nie Yun. Minato said no more and directly began to unlock the seal. As the blue seal disappeared, an incredibly peculiar chakra surged up from the ground. Nie Yun frowned. It felt like moldy rice left in a kitchen, emitting a foul odor. However, the amount of chakra that surged out was not as much as Nie Yun had sensed. There must be a deeper space and seal below. This chakra still felt the same as it did back then. Decayed and dilapidated. Minato voluntarily explained. When we came here back then, we noticed something was off. The clothing and behavior of the people living here were like those from hundreds of years ago. Moreover, they could control a strange puppet. Back then we almost suffered a great loss due to our lack of understanding, but fortunately someone saved us. Alright, let's go down and see. Nie Yun's divine sense technique had already explored a massive underground space below. Upon hearing this, Minato nodded, then actively jumped down first. This was because he had been here before, and secondly, he was an immortal body of impure world, so any danger could be withstood by Nie Yun. This was entirely Minato's own thought and did not involve any constraints of impure world reincarnation. Because Nie Yun was not only his son's teacher but also Minato's close friend. It was just that the living and the dead could be friends, which Minato understood that way. After falling for over 10 meters, they saw a spiraling staircase leading down into the darkness. I remember this place. If this leads to their palace's underground plaza. Minato did not forget to remind. As Nie Yun landed, he felt the decaying chakra around him affecting his mental strength, even inducing hallucinations. Fortunately, Nie Yun's chakra was powerful, and after activating the ninjutsu his mental strength became even more formidable. A mere bit of mental interference was nothing to him. As the one who was resurrected from the dirt, the influence of this decaying aura on Minato was even more negligible. Minato, please continue. Tell me about the details of your mission. The two descended the stairs with Nie Yun urging Minato to go on. It was like this: after being attacked by unknown puppets we escaped and were brought to a hideout by a girl. We talked a lot and she told us that she was actually the queen of Lulan named Sarah. The one controlling Lulan was a power minister named Baiju and the puppets were his subordinates. Then while we were trying to evade the pursuit of the puppets we searched for Baiju to help Sarah liberate Lulan. In the end, with Sarah's help we successfully found Baiju. He was not my opponent, but he wanted to harness the power of the dragon vein. Finally I discovered his weakness and defeated him with a single Tai Chi spiral pill. Nie Yun listened thoughtfully. In the movie version Minato did not have this plot, it was Naruto who was saved by Sarah. Why is the story Minato told completely different from the movie's plot? Not only was there no trace of Naruto's involvement, but even the rescue by Sarah had turned into a situation involving Minato's team. In the end, the special spiral pill used to defeat Baiju, the Tai Chi spiral pill, was all crafted by Minato himself. Could it be that just like the ending of the movie, Minato made himself forget the events that happened here to avoid altering the future? Minato, did you cast any restrictions on yourself back then? Something to make you forget or misremember certain events? No, I didn't. Minato shook his head, firmly indicating that he had never placed such restrictions on himself. Nie Yun also checked Minato's soul through the connection of the dirt resurrection and indeed found no traces of such seals or restrictions. What is this Tai Chi spiral pill like? It's like this. Minato immediately gathered a spiral pill in his left hand and created another spiral pill spinning in the opposite direction with his right hand. Then Minato gradually brought the two spiral pills closer together. Nie Yun instinctively took a step back, wondering if this would cause an explosion. Both spiral pills vied for dominance, and after a fierce struggle they surprisingly formed a wonderful dynamic balance. Even the color changed from blue to emerald green. As the wind attribute chakra from both directions stirred in a rhythmic manner, Nie Yun could feel the destructive power contained within. Unexpectedly, the emergence of the Tai Chi spiral pill had nothing to do with Naruto. It seemed that time travel and such were unlikely to exist. I am somewhat disappointed. I wanted to go back and play a bit. Minato noticed the disappointed expression on Nie Yun's face and thought he was disappointed with the Tai Chi spiral pill. The Tai Chi spiral pill, due to the completely opposing two types of wind attribute chakra, indeed has great power, but successfully merging them is quite troublesome. I only used it out of necessity at that time. Nie Yun nodded noncommittally. He had lost much interest in this so-called ancient city of Lulan. But adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed. No, he decided to continue exploring for the sake of archaeological investigation. Hey you, how could you enter alone without waiting for me? That's really inconsiderate. Chihua flapped its wings and flew in. I knew you were powerful and could find your way here. Nie Yun casually flattered this proud foodie. That's more like it. Chihua was pleased to see the compliment. Greetings, immortal Chihua. Oh, it's you, Minato. You are so polite. Chihua smiled even more happily. As they walked past the long corridor of stairs, they came to a massive stone door. This stone door was also a formation, and it was in an activated state. Minato, who had considerable knowledge of seals and formations, observed it for a moment and spoke. I can sense that the decaying chakra inside is at least 10 times denser than outside. Nie Yun said with slight excitement, indicating that there were likely good things inside. Although he had possessed many treasures worth a fortune, those had all been gifts from the system. This experience of obtaining treasures through exploring a secret realm was a first for Nie Yun. So he was somewhat excited. However, there was someone more fortunate, or rather someone more excited. Haha, how difficult can this formation be? Let me break it. As Chihua spoke, it gathered the power of wind and fire and slammed into the stone door. The violent explosion caused countless dust and debris to fall from above. As the smoke cleared, nothing happened according to the law of having smoke without injury. The stone door shattered into pieces, revealing a vast space inside. A gigantic plaza appeared before their eyes. Upon seeing what was in the plaza, Nie Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Rows and columns of robust puppet soldiers were neatly arranged in the plaza, totaling over 10,000 units, resembling an iron army guarding something in the center. Just these iron lumps would fetch quite a bit if sold as scrap metal. Not to mention the mysterious puppet techniques they contained, which would likely rival those of Chiyo and Sasori, making them quite the interesting toys. Nie Yun had already begun to ponder how to handle these things in his mind. Mr. Nie Yun, be careful with these puppets. If they are alive and with such a large number, they could easily dominate half a country. Minato cautiously reminded Nie Yun. Don't worry, these puppets are just enough for me to fill my teeth gaps. Alright, then I'll pretend I didn't say anything. Minato shrugged, indicating that he had been overthinking. Nie Yun, I feel like I've seen this type of chakra and puppet somewhere before. Chihua finally spoke, finally showcasing its long experience. Where did you see it? I forgot. I can't remember. Nie Yun rolled his eyes, realizing it was still that useless foodie. He almost wanted to send it back to the summoning beast realm. Sensing Nie Yun's unkind gaze, Chihua hurriedly added, oh, don't rush me. I'm thousands of years old and I can't remember many things. Let me think carefully. Nie Yun gave it a threatening look that suggested it should climb away if it couldn't come up with anything. While Chihua was reminiscing, Nie Yun and Minato approached the puppet army. Indeed, when Nie Yun was within 10 steps of them, the puppets opened their eyes. Clank, 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 the sound of mechanical gears turning echoed throughout the underground plaza. The steel puppet army had fully revived. Mr. Nie Yun, these puppets are not controlled by chakra strings, so we cannot stop them by cutting the strings. They must be completely shattered to halt their actions. Minato reminded. Another difference from the movie version, but it didn't matter anymore. These Naruto movies were always full of bugs anyway. However, puppets not controlled by chakra strings meant there was no puppet master nearby manipulating them. They should be acting like robots, following some kind of input commands. I don't know what the operating principle is. It's likely that the real secret here is these puppets and the manufacturing principles behind them. Rather than the so-called huge chakra of the dragon vein, which is less than half of the Ninetales chakra and is a non-renewable resource. How could it dominate the world? In Nie Yun's view, this dragon vein chakra seemed more like a guardian of the puppet army, and what the puppet army guarded was in the center of the plaza. Minato. It seems there's a huge secret hidden in the center of the plaza, guarded by so many steel puppets. Exactly, I'm also curious. Back then I was only focused on defeating the rogue ninja Baizu and then sealing this place. Now it seems there are many things we didn't notice, such as why Lolan, once so prosperous, disappeared overnight. As Minato spoke, he threw a flying thunder god kunai. A flash of golden light appeared and vanished, and several puppets that attacked were shattered into pieces. Immediately countless steel puppets charged toward Nie Yun and the others. Some wielded sharp claws, some held steel shields, and some fired kunai from a distance. There were quite a variety of melee and ranged types. Some could even fly at low altitudes, and their speed was not slow. No rush, let's first test their strength. Nie Yun said, wanting to determine the value of these puppets. Leave it to me. Minato did not use Flying Thunder God this time, because otherwise he couldn't gauge the strength of these puppets. Killing them all in one hit would be meaningless. Wood-style wood prison wall. 4 wooden walls rose from the ground, isolating countless steel puppets outside, leaving only one puppet of each type. At the same time, it also isolated the surrounding chakra filled with a decaying aura. When doing experiments, one must be rigorous. Minato rushed toward these puppets with a kunai in hand. Sparks flew and the sound of metal clashing rang out continuously. Minato deliberately controlled his strength, exchanging a dozen blows with the puppets. Half a minute later, as if their chakra was about to run out, the steel puppets' movements became extremely slow. Minato could almost dodge them just by walking. As Nie Yun had guessed, the surrounding so-called dragon vein chakra provided energy for the steel puppets. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a battery, if left uncharged for decades or even longer, it would have long run out of power. With the experiment results, Minato retreated to Nie Yun's side and said very seriously, their strength is about the same as what I encountered on missions back then, just a bit weaker than an average chunin. But their advantage lies in overwhelming numbers. There are over 10,000 puppets in this underground plaza. No wonder that Baizu guy boasted about ruling the world. Mastering this technology and mass-producing it could indeed bring a great disaster to the entire ninja world. However, their power source seems to be a problem. After isolating the decaying chakra, their kinetic energy lasts at most about 3 minutes. 3 minutes, indeed too short. But there should be other solutions. Nie Yun also agreed with Minato's words. If this puppet manufacturing technology was still very valuable to him. Indeed, but there's no such possibility now because they belong to me, hahaha. Minato also nodded noncommittally, thinking that letting Nie Yun take them was much better than letting some ambitious person get them. Nie Yun laughed. He often thought about confronting the Yetoapir Detongmu clan. Since Hui created by Ju as cannon fodder for an army, it shows that this cannon fodder is somewhat useful against the Daetongmu clan, otherwise why would she go to such trouble? Previously Nie Yun's plan was to unite the forces of the ninja world to fight against the Daetongmu clan, but such a war inevitably involves casualties. But now there is clearly a better choice. These puppets are excellent cannon fodder. Alright, the test is over. Let's go see what they are guarding. Wood prison wall release. The huge wooden walls melted away like spring snow. As the wood prison wall disappeared, the blocked puppet army surged forward like a tide, and the momentum was quite terrifying. But momentum does not represent strength. Nie Yun quickly formed hand seals. Wood-style tree world birth. Countless vines and giant trees burst out of the ground, growing wildly, sweeping up all the puppet army along the way, entangling them all in trunks and vines. The puppet army that had been so imposing just a moment ago all vanished in an instant. The entire underground plaza seemed to become a paradise of trees and plants. Cleared the screen in 3 seconds, no residue, no mess. Let's go. With this junk he wanted to rule the world. I don't know what that Baizu was thinking. Nie Yun clapped his hands lightly as if he had done something very trivial. Chihua circled among the trees for a while and then landed back on Nie Yun's shoulder. Can you not show off like that, kid? Haha, I can't help it. My strength is just there and every move naturally becomes like this. It's really not intentional. Nie Yun joked as he and Minato approached the center of the plaza. The decaying chakra here was extremely dense, taking on a physical form looking like a gray mist. Even the giant trees and vines generated by the wood style appeared somewhat wilted. As soon as he arrived, Nie Yun frowned. But it didn't have much effect on him. When he reached the very center, he saw a red-haired girl lying on a huge crystal asleep. Gray mist surrounded the crystal as if guarding her. Could this be that Lulan Queen Sarah? Sarah. Minato's call then gave Nie Yun the answer. Indeed, it's the heroine from that movie. Minato, is she the Lulan Queen you met? Nie Yun asked knowingly. Yes, she is Sarah. After I defeated Baizu and sealed the dragon vein, she stayed in Lulan to continue ruling. I never expected Lulan to be buried by sand soon after. I thought she had. Then wake her up. After Nie Yun spoke, his yang release chakra burst forth instantly and the grey mist scattered like mice fleeing from a cat. A mass of consciousnessless chakra could not normally linger in the ninja world for long. Even the sage of 6 paths with his mass of chakra could only hide in the Pure Land, not daring to emerge recklessly. Yet this decayed chakra had existed for at least 2 decades, not only undissipated but so dense it had taken form. This indicated that some formation or object was concentrating it. Nie Yun surmised that it was the massive crystal upon which the slumbering Sarah lay. He could clearly see the grey mist of decayed chakra becoming more solid after passing through it. Once Sarah was awakened, Nie Yun intended to study the crystal thoroughly. Gazing at Sarah, who resembled a sleeping beauty, he gently touched her forehead with his finger, channeling both Yin release and Yang release chakra into her body. Yin release awakened her will and spirit, while Yang release awakened her body. The sleeping Bowtie's brows twitched slightly, then her beautiful eyes lifted gently, a sign of stirring. Nie Yun did not hurry, he waited with a smile for her to fully awaken. Sarah opened her eyes drowsily, and the first thing she saw was a strikingly handsome man with black hair and black eyes wearing a gentle smile. So handsome. So warm. Am I still in eternal slumber? Am I dreaming? Sarah gently pinched her fair tender cheek. Ouch, that hurts. So it's not a dream. How did I awaken? Could a descendant of Lulan have come to revive the kingdom? Sarah rubbed her sleepy eyes and then noticed Shuemen standing beside Nie Yun. Brother Shuemen. Sarah, you're awake. Shuemen also wore a warm, gentle smile. 2 handsome warm men before her made Sarah feel her body grow much warmer. Did you come back for me? Sarah looked at Shuemen with hope. Sorry Sarah, but it's already 20 years later. I've also died. This time I'm merely accompanying Mr. Nie Yun here to explore Lulan's secrets. The information Shuemen provided was overwhelming. It took Sarah a long moment to process it. So that much time has passed again, and even you, brother Sherman, have died. But wait, if you're dead, Sherman, why are you here? Am I dead too? Sarah looked a bit frightened. Don't be afraid, no. I was temporarily revived by Mr. Nie Yun through a secret technique. Shuemen quickly comforted her. Ahem, well, have you finished catching up? If so, could you tell me about Lulan's history? Nie Yun interrupted their reunion and voiced his curiosity. Although Nie Yun was handsome and warm, Sarah remained wary of him, instinctively looking to her old acquaintance Shuemen. Shuemen vouched for Nie Yun. Don't worry, Sarah. Mr. Nie Yun is a good man. Nie Yun rolled his eyes. What nonsense handing out good person cards, that's worse than saying nothing. Despite Nie Yun's displeasure, Sarah trusted Shuemen greatly and began to recount the story of Lulan. Through Sarah's narration and his own analysis, Nie Yun gradually pieced together the truth about the lost city of Lulan. Lulan was a closed ancient kingdom that existed at least 800 years ago before the Feng country even existed. They mastered a formidable puppetry technique capable of creating puppets that moved on their own without chakra strings or a puppeteer's control. The development of this puppet technique allowed many tasks in Lulan to be performed by puppets, much like robots on Earth, greatly liberating human labor. Then, with nothing else to do, the ruler of Lulan at the time, Sarah's father, decided to pursue something extravagant, researching immortality so that the ancient kingdom of Lulan could endure forever. But researching immortality required vast resources and funds, which gradually led Lulan into decline, nearly to the brink of destruction. Finally, when Lulan was on the verge of collapse, they discovered that the core crystal of the puppets, the same type of crystal Sarah lay sleeping on, could convert chakra into decayed chakra, which could preserve one's youthful appearance, but at the cost of falling into a deep slumber from which one could not awaken for a long time. The dream of immortality could not be realized, but by then Lulan was in imminent danger due to environmental degradation. The Lulan king summoned a portion of his people, including his daughter Sarah, into the underground plaza beneath the palace, put them into slumber, and sealed them there. He then led the remaining people in a final effort to save Lulan. If they failed, the hope of reviving Lulan would rest on Sarah. Sarah and the others slept for several centuries. Then 20 years ago, Baizu somehow heard of Lulan's legend, entered the underground plaza and awakened the slumbering Sarah and the Lulan citizens. He then posed as a descendant of Lulan, even becoming a powerful minister, and began to cause trouble. He mass-produced puppets to fulfill his ambition of world domination. Sarah sensed something was wrong, and then Shuemen led a team to capture Baizu. After Sarah helped them defeat Baizu, she intended to join the remaining villagers in reviving Lulan once more. But Lulan was no longer habitable. Within half a month, a sandstorm engulfed it. This time only Sarah, under the desperate protection of others, re-entered the underground plaza and fell into slumber once again. And so it came to the present. Nie Yun speculated that without his intervention the original plot would unfold during the time of the movie. Naruto would chase the renegade Baizu here, experience time-space travel, meet his father Shuemen, and embark on an adventure to defeat the final boss. It was very likely that after Baizu broke the seal of the so-called dragon vein, the decayed chakra, Naruto, exposed to a large amount of decayed chakra and influenced by its illusionary effects, would experience nothing more than a fleeting dream. Only this could explain the movie. Nie Yun felt he was foolish to even bother finding justification for a movie riddled with plot holes. He was simply bored out of his mind. Moreover, this Lulan and the one from the movie were completely different except for the name. They could be regarded as two entirely separate places. And it seemed that countries in the desert all loved to pursue immortality, a cliché endeavor. Nie Yun couldn't help but remark dryly. By the end of her story, Sarah was weeping uncontrollably. After all, a once mighty kingdom now left only her alone. This millennium-spanning loneliness was something ordinary people could never truly understand. Shuemen looked at the grieving Sarah and comforted her. Then go with Mr. Nie Yun. He is a very kind person. Nie Yun was speechless. Shuemen really knew how to stir things up. Shuemen, should I summon Kushina to keep you company? Nie Yun smirked mischievously. The warm sunlight illuminated Sarah's face. She squinted her eyes, adjusting to the long-lost light, breathing in the fresh air. She had finally escaped the decay and ruin of a millennium-long slumber. Thank you all. You have awakened me, otherwise the difference between my deep slumber and death would have been negligible. Sarah expressed her heartfelt gratitude. It was merely a small effort. You should take a good look at the scenery of Lulan. Soon these sights will only exist in your dreams. At that moment, Nie Yun stood with his back to the sunlight, the interplay of light and shadow enveloping him, giving him an aura of sacred brilliance in Sarah's eyes. She smiled lightly. Well, it no longer matters. The Lulan in my heart perished a millennium ago, and even the citizens left Lulan 20 years ago. The Lulan that appears in dreams will only be the one with my father and compatriots from 1,000 years ago. Her carefree demeanor made Nie Yun regard her with newfound respect. As Nie Yun's journey in Lulan came to an end, so did Sarah's long dream of her homeland. Once again, Nie Yun invoked the birth of the tree realm. This time the scale was unprecedented. From the depths of the earth to the heights of the sky, every building in Lulan down to the last brick and tile was crushed by countless giant trees and vines. Moments later there were no remnants of Lulan left, only a vast expanse of lush forest oasis. As Sarah gazed at the miraculous jutsu displayed by Nie Yun, memories flooded back. If Lulan had such a strong warrior in the past, it would not have faced destruction by the sands. Unfortunately, everything cannot be brought back. It's over, let's go. Having completed this, Nie Yun turned and left, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Kushina, following closely, didn't intend to accompany Nie Yun to Suna to meet Naruto. Firstly, the sudden appearance of the deceased fourth Hokage couple in Suna would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Secondly, they feared their presence would affect Naruto's participation in the Chunin exams. Although Naruto had already attained the strength of a shadow in the eyes of Kushina and Minato, he was still a child, which made Nie Yun understand their cautiousness. After Minato and Kushina released the Edo Tensei and returned to the afterlife, only Sarah remained silently following Nie Yun. Oh right, there's also the so-called gourmand sage who is still pondering where he has seen such decayed chakra. Hey. If you can't remember, just stop thinking about it, Nie Yun kindly advised. Don't try to dissuade me, I will remember it. The proud gourmand sage would not take Nie Yun's words lightly. Fine, you might as well return to the spirit realm and think about it slowly. Take care in not seeing you off. Nie Yun shrugged helplessly. Given Chi-Hua's current distracted state, he wouldn't dare let it fly with someone aboard. With countless roads to choose from, safety must come first. Flying in a distracted state could lead to tears from loved ones. TCH him off. I'll notify you once I remember. Chi-Hua simply said goodbye and lifted the summoning technique. Such a powerful summoning beast can dismiss the summoning on its own, especially when there is a significant power gap with the summoner. For instance, when Naruto first summoned Gamabunta, he left on his own after Naruto exhausted himself. Of course, with Nie Yun's strength, if he were to intentionally restrict it, even our gourmand sage would be unable to return on its own. Once Chi-Hua departed, only Nie Yun and Sarah remained. Under the setting sun, the two walked one after the other across the vast endless desert, their shadows stretching long. Ahem. Nie Yun cleared his throat. Sarah, as Minato said, you should follow me from now on. You can work at my tavern where meals and lodging are provided along with a salary. Once you're familiar with the current ninja world, I won't stop you from going wherever you want to. Nie Yun's decision to accept Sarah was not solely due to Minato's request, but also because of some matters at hand. A book detailing the ancient Lulan puppet technique, the crystal cores of all the iron puppets in the underground plaza, including the massive crystal Sarah was lying on. Moreover, within that massive crystal, Nie Yun had sealed all the dragon vein chakra from the underground plaza. It contained a third of the chakra of the nine tails, more than that of the one tail. Of course, tailed beast chakra can continuously regenerate, while this is a consumable. Once it's gone, it's gone. Additionally, the amount of chakra does not equate to strength as seen with the nine tails and Hashirama. The nine tails chakra is certainly more than that of Hashirama, who possesses at most 1/5 of the nine tails chakra. Yet the result is that the nine tails was suppressed by Hashirama. It ultimately depends on the user of the chakra and its application. I will listen to you, Nie Yun. Big brother. Sarah did not display the petulance of a royal princess. She often enjoyed the company of the people. Thus she did not see working in the tavern as an insult. After this period of contact, she held Nie Yun in high regard. There could be no better choice. I can do many things, please don't treat me as an 18-year-old girl, big brother Nie Yun. Sarah raised an eyebrow, confidently stating. Although I have been asleep for centuries, it wasn't a complete slumber. Sometimes I would dream. You know, dreaming for hundreds of years can also lead to maturity and growth. With a radiant smile, Sarah spoke of her past, which was indeed not very pleasant. Her mentality, however, was commendable. Nie Yun nodded in approval. Let's go, I will show you the current ninja world. As they walked, Nie Yun explained that since Sarah was not a ninja, their pace was slow, but their conversation was plentiful. The current ninja world is mainly composed of 5 great nations and many small ones. The 5 great nations and various ninja clans cooperated to establish a ninja village which holds an equal relationship with the 5 great nations. Nie Yun also asked some questions regarding the ancient Lulan puppet technique. Sarah may not be a ninja, but she was an excellent puppet designer, well versed in puppet techniques, and had many wonderful ideas. The core crystal of the puppet technique should be modified in this way to maximize chakra energy. I also want to create a puppet that can help the people of Lulan with cleaning, planting trees, and growing food. The two continued their journey, exchanging ideas. Under Sarah's guidance, Nie Yun mastered the ancient Lulan puppet technique in just 2 days and began to devise how to use the available resources to form a powerful puppet army. Of course, Nie Yun primarily considered whether to design their shapes as Transformers or Ultraman. Meanwhile, Sarah gained a general understanding of the current framework of the ninja world. She was filled with curiosity about the harmonious and friendly Konoha ninja village where the greenery thrived. Outside the sand ninja village, in a place that is quite picturesque, 2 elderly men, both frail and aged, are leisurely fishing by the lake. Xiao Hai, have you heard? Luo Sha has lost again. The wrinkled old lady said to the old man beside her, of course I've heard, sister, and the defeat was quite. The old man organized his words, thinking for a long time before coming up with a term. Embarrassing. Luo Sha, a renowned elite ninja for many years, actually fought against a group of Konoha's lower ninjas participating in the Chunin exam. This was already a breach of martial ethics. If word gets out, it would imply that our Sand Ninja village only bullies the weak. What's even more outrageous is that he was defeated by this group of lower ninjas from Konoha. Our Sand Ninja village's reputation has been thoroughly tarnished by him this time. The old man called Xiao Hai was evidently very angry about this matter, and once he started talking he couldn't stop. The two elders spoke of the fourth Kazekage Luo Sha as if they were discussing a disappointing junior of their own family, and among the elders in Sand Ninja village there were only those two long-retired advisors. Chiyo and Hai Lao Zong, the two siblings. Luo Sha's performance this time is indeed too inconsistent with the demeanor expected of a former Kazekage. Chiyo sighed, then continued with a serious expression. Luo Sha's loss reflects poorly on the Sand Ninja village, but what is more concerning is the information revealed by this incident. Sister, do you mean that Nie Yun? Hai Lao Zong understood his sister's meaning with a little thought. Having cooperated for over 70 years, they had developed an extraordinary tacit understanding. Exactly, this young man named Nie Yun is no ordinary person. Last year I heard that he captured Luo Sha alive. At that time I only thought he was a gifted young man. The intelligence said he was a tavern owner with elite ninja strength and could even summon the dead to fight, but he is not from Konoha, just as good relations with some people from there. Unfortunately, when I went to Konoha to rescue people I couldn't move around freely, so I didn't get to see him. A year later he has surprisingly become an honorary elder of Konoha and led the team to this Chunin exam. According to Konoha's usual style, it would be impossible to appoint such an important honorary elder to an outsider. Even if he possesses elite ninja strength, it shouldn't be possible. But this time the exception was probably because this young man possesses something that Konoha values even more. Chiyo analyzed slowly. Sister, what do you think this young man has that Konoha values so much? Hai Lao Zong, once the head of intelligence in the Sand Ninja village, also recognized the problem Chiyo mentioned. I heard they set out a month ago. Yes. I've heard that Nie Yun is conducting special training for those talented lower ninjas from Konoha. And then those lower ninjas defeated Luo Sha this time. This is related to their individual talents, but in my view what is more important is Nie Yun's guidance. Moreover, he is currently the teacher of the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Even Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, entrusted his disciple to him, which indicates that Nie Yun has excellent teaching abilities. Education represents the future, which explains why Konoha values him so highly. After listening to Kiyo's analysis, Hai Lao Zong nodded in agreement. Konoha places great importance on inheritance and bonds, and making such choices for the future is not surprising. It seems that Xiao Ai Luo's choice this time is correct, having a talented kid with so much potential plus a teacher who understands education. This is enough to ensure that the next era of the ninja world will still be dominated by Konoha. Our Sand Ninja village can only develop better by improving relations with Konoha. After Chiyo finished speaking, she stood up to stretch her stiff limbs. Let's go, Xiao Hai, it seems we can't live in peace anymore. Sigh, we are destined to labor all our lives. I really envy those two advisors in Konoha who are not like us. Hai Lao Zong also stood up, understanding what his sister intended to do. Who let our Sand Ninja village have such a shortage of talents? Only we two old fellows can step up to support Xiao Ai Luo. Indeed, if Xiao Xie were still around with his talent, we wouldn't have to do this. Hai Lao Zong realized he had brought up a sensitive topic for Chiyo and quickly shut his mouth. It's fine, so many years have passed. Let's go. The Sand Ninja village is currently gathering lower ninjas from Konoha Sand Ninja and a few small neighboring countries, just like the last Chunin exam. However, this time there are no sound ninjas and the location has changed to Sand Ninja village. Nie Yun Gij. It's so lively here. Sarah shouted excitedly as she looked at the brightly lit streets of Sand Ninja village at night. It's indeed quite lively, different from what I imagined about Sand Ninja. Nie Yun was also somewhat surprised. The original work depicted very little about Sand Ninja village, focusing more on the desolate feeling. This made Nie Yun subconsciously think that Sand Ninja village was very desolate. But upon closer thought, as one of the 5 great ninja villages, although its strength is somewhat inferior to Konoha and its economy is also poorer, it is still a major ninja village equipped with the necessary entertainment and living facilities. Moreover, due to geographical factors, it has developed a set of unique customs. If it were not for the continuous turmoil in the ninja world making it impossible to develop tourism, Sand Ninja village could definitely become prosperous through tourism. Nie Yun, didn't you say your disciples are here? Yes, look, aren't those few gathered around the barbecue stand? The one with yellow hair is Naruto, the chubby one is Choji, the one with the round hair is Shikamaru, and the one holding the puppy is Inuzuka Kiba. Nie Yun pointed in a direction where Naruto, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Choji were gathered. These four had been involved in various troubles since the ninja school and had formed a very close bond. So they had arranged to come out to experience the charm of Sand Ninja Village just a couple of days after arriving. They aren't even 1/10 as good-looking as you, Nie Yun, Sarah said jokingly, but she quickly walked up to greet them, eager to make new friends. Loneliness was her greatest fear. Ha ha ha, you hit the nail on the head. Nie Yun laughed heartily, pleased with Sarah's words. Just as he was about to follow, he suddenly noticed a figure passing by. A figure in a black cloak with red clouds. An old hunchbacked man. Is that Scorpion from the Akatsuki organization? What is he doing back in Sand Ninja Village? Nie Yun was somewhat curious, so he pulled Sarah aside to explain a few things before following behind Scorpion. As Naruto was devouring his roasted meat, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw a beautiful girl smiling at him. Hello, Naruto. My name is Sarah. Naruto was stunned and the piece of roasted meat in his mouth fell to the ground. Naruto, aren't you going to give it to me? It fell on the ground. Wow. Hello, Ding Ci. My name is Sarah. Ding Ci almost dropped the roasted meat in his hand, but he managed to catch it just in time, driven by his love for food. Hello, Shikamaru. My name is Sarah. Shikamaru exclaimed, wow. Hello, Kiba. My name is Sarah. Kiba exclaimed, wow. What's wrong with you all? Is my appearance really that scary? Sarah smiled sweetly, her tone very earnest. After all, she rarely interacted with others, making her seem a bit awkward, but this awkwardness only made her appear more adorable. The four boys quickly moved to a corner, forming a circle with their heads huddled together to whisper. Naruto, do you know her? Shikamaru, do you know her? Kiba, do you know her? Ding Ci, do you know her? The four of them babbled questions, and then seeing their companions' bewildered expressions, they realized that none of them recognized this beautiful sister. Kiba said, so what's going on? Is it my charm that attracted her? Ding Ci replied, I think she's more attracted by our roasted meat, she probably wants to eat it too. Naruto exclaimed, you two idiots, how is that possible? Didn't you hear her calling our names? We just arrived in Tsunade a day ago, could it be someone sent by Temari? Shikamaru looked surprised as he hadn't expected Naruto to be so clever, his eyes wide with disbelief. Shikamaru asked, why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing, I just think what you said makes a lot of sense. Of course. So what's next? Next we should definitely ask her. Shikamaru sighed, knowing Naruto would always make the most straightforward choice. Then you go. Shikamaru, Ding Ci and Kiba said in unison, then pushed Naruto in front of Sarah. Naruto looked at Sarah, who was eagerly waiting for their response with her sparkling eyes, hesitated for a moment and then asked. Who are you? How do you know our names? As I mentioned, my name is Sarah and I was sent by brother Nie Yun to find you. Nie Yun. Where is he? As soon as Naruto heard Nie Yun's name, his eyes lit up and he began looking around. It wasn't that he missed Nie Yun that much, but rather that he hadn't had Nie Yun's cooking for several days and the food in Tsunade was hardly edible for him. He was just here, but he had to leave for something. He asked me to come find you first to bring you back with me to be with Sakura, Hinata, Ino and the others. So that's how it is then, let's go back together. Naruto was pulled back into the corner by Shikamaru and the others. Shikamaru said, Naruto, we can't just take her back based on what she says, remember the Chunin exams are coming up and we don't know what tricks ninjas from other villages might use. Shikamaru's doubts were understandable and Naruto caught on, so he asked Sarah, how can you prove it? Well, brother Nie Yun told me that you guys once secretly drank his moon god brew at his tavern and after just a couple of cups you all got drunk. Then you insisted on becoming sworn brothers with Akamaru and then... Naruto interrupted, Sister Sarah, stop. I believe you. Ding Ci added, Sister Sarah, please stop talking. Hurry up and eat the roasted meat, it's so delicious. Kiba chimed in, Sister Sarah, please don't say any more, I'll let you play with Akamaru. Akamaru barked, woof woof woof. Shikamaru, looking dismayed, said, Brother Nie Yun, we agreed that this was our little secret, how can you tell others? Sarah watched as the boys suddenly became so polite to her and her heart blossomed with joy. Brother Nie Yun was right, all she needed to do was mention the previous events and they would surely believe her. At the same time she was curious about what they had done to make them so scared. Hee don't worry, this will be our little secret from now on, I promise not to tell anyone else. Sarah took advantage of the situation and was then surrounded by them as they walked away. In the night market of Tsunade, Nie Yun walked among the crowd, constantly trailing behind the figure of a hunchbacked old man at a certain distance. He was eager to know what purpose the Akatsuki Sasori had in suddenly returning to Tsunade. Could it be that their plan to capture the tailed beasts had been expedited? But it shouldn't be the right time to strike. With the Chunin exams approaching and with Raza still alive, not only does Tsunade have both Raza and Gaara as two cage-level powerhouses, but also Kakashi and other strong ninjas from outside, making it very unwise to act at this moment. Moreover, the Akatsuki members need to act in pairs to capture tailed beasts, and Nie Yun, using his divine sense, did not find any trace of Daigara, the other half of the artistic duo. Could it be that he was just bored and came back home to take a look? The Akatsuki does not restrict the freedom of its members when there are no missions, so it's possible that Sasori returned on a whim. Nie Yun pondered, and before he knew it he had followed Sasori outside of Tsunade. But he clearly hadn't passed through the main gate just now. However, as Sasori grew up in Tsunade, it's not impossible for him to unconsciously lead himself out through the back roads. Moreover, Nie Yun hadn't deliberately hidden his presence, and Sasori had clearly noticed he was being followed. It would be even stranger if he hadn't. Sure enough, Nie Yun pretended to follow for a while longer when suddenly a cold light shot towards him. Nie Yun gently sidestepped to avoid it. It was a metallic tail. Emerging from the shadows was Sasori, who slowly retracted his tail made of crimson threads and said with a sly laugh, "I deliberately walked past you and you indeed followed me." Nie Yun hadn't expected that Sasori would recognize him, and judging by his demeanor it was clear he was after him. "There's no need to be so surprised, my target this time is you. I find you quite interesting. If you were made into a puppet becoming one of my artworks, it would be even more fascinating." Nie Yun suddenly understood that Sasori intended to turn him into a puppet. So he continued to feign surprise and asked, "How did you know I would definitely follow you? You fought with Itachi, right? You must be quite impressed by this outfit." Sasori answered all of Nie Yun's questions like a typical villain in a TV show. What he didn't realize was that while he was plotting against Nie Yun had already set his sights on him. The Scorpion of the Red Sand was once the most talented puppet stylist of the Sand Ninja Village, a true master of puppet design. The various puppets currently used in the village all originated from his hands. Even the three ace puppets used by the most gifted puppet master Kenjiro, namely the spicy fish, the crow, and the black ant, were merely toys he crafted during his childhood. Therefore Nie Yun also valued his puppet design abilities and was contemplating how to win him over. Of course, subduing him by force was the simplest method, but to ensure he wholeheartedly created a puppet army for him, some tactics and time were still needed. Rest assured, no one will disturb our joyous play here. Moreover, I have specially designed some unique little gadgets just for you. The corpse bone pulse, powerful wind release, and the ability to summon the dead to battle. These abilities are all incredibly intriguing. I hope your performance won't disappoint me next. The shell of the Scorpion of the Red Sand, the Scarlet Flow, stepped closer to Nie Yun as if it had him completely under its control. "Since you think you have me at your mercy, I shall see what surprises you have prepared for me." Nie Yun was also quite curious about how a technical player like the Scorpion of the Red Sand would respond to his abilities. "Then let's cooperate for your performance." Nie Yun pretended to be angrily shouting, "You Akatsuki organization, are you still targeting the tailed beasts?" As I said, I am currently interested in you. The time for tailed beasts has not yet come." Confident in his preparations, the Scorpion believed that Nie Yun could not escape, so he calmly explained his plan to him. Nie Yun drew a long bone knife from the palm of his left hand, ready to engage in battle. The corpse bone pulse is of course a bloodline limit. I wonder if turning it into a puppet would have any impact. The Scorpion spoke as if to himself, and suddenly the shell of the Scarlet Flow opened, unleashing countless hidden weapons towards Nie Yun. After all, the Scorpion is a scorpion, not a chatty villain. Ambushes are executed cleanly and efficiently. "You'd better have some skill," Nie Yun said as he deflected the incoming tail of the Scarlet Flow with his bone knife, and his left hand instantly transformed into a bone shield, blocking all the hidden weapons. The sound of clanging metal echoed. The bone shield left not a single crack, but had turned black on its surface, clearly showing that the hidden weapons were coated with poison. Poison is another synonym for the Sand Ninjas. As expected, the Scarlet Flow cannot deal with you." The Scorpion's voice suddenly changed from an old sinister tone to a youthful and fervent one. "But this is better. If the Scarlet Flow could capture you, it would truly disappoint me. Ha ha ha. Now let me show you true art, eternal art." With a series of mechanical sounds, the shell of the Scorpion of the Red Sand opened a hatch, and a shadow suddenly shot out, charging towards Nie Yun. Nie Yun saw clearly that it was none other than the third Kazekage, renowned as the strongest wind shadow. However, he had been killed by the Scorpion and turned into a human puppet. The human puppet was the Scorpion's proudest creation, which he called Eternal Art. This puppet not only retained the jutsu it wielded in life but could also be equipped with various traps and hidden weapons like a puppet. Its combat abilities were elevated to another level. Despite knowing all about this human puppet, Nie Yun had to feign immense shock to confuse the Scorpion. Nie Yun acted as if possessed by a dramatic spirit, blocking the human puppet's attacks with his knife, then retreating 3 large steps, almost slipping on the last step, taking a deep breath. This person, how is this possible? The Scorpion seemed quite satisfied with Nie Yun's performance. Haha, it seems you have recognized who he is. That's right, I killed the 3rd Kazekage. Not only did I kill him, but I also turned him into a human puppet. And I did it bit by bit while he was still alive. Ha 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 ha. Don't think me cruel, he dragged the village into the depths of war, causing countless deaths. This is merely a small punishment for him. Iron Sand Thrust. The Scorpion, while hiding within the Scarlet Flow and controlling the 3rd Kazekage to attack, frantically explained. Nie Yun was passively defending against his assaults while continually attempting to attack the Scarlet Flow or the chakra threads controlling the 3rd Kazekage, appearing somewhat flustered. Of course, all of this was an act. He was not flustered at all and even felt like laughing. The Scorpion, however, took no notice. Did you see that? This is my pride and joy, the human puppet, a kind of eternal art. You should feel proud to be able to dedicate yourself to such eternal art. Rest assured, I won't treat you like him. I will do my utmost to preserve your face. Your arms can be modified so that fighting will appear more aesthetically pleasing. Nie Yun found it strange if this blabbering Scorpion was nothing like the silent one from the anime. But perhaps it's because he was talking about his beloved art. Of course, the Scorpion might also want to use words to disrupt Nie Yun's focus, causing him to lose concentration. If the Scorpion truly had such a plan, then he had succeeded. Nie Yun was almost dozing off, nearly letting out a yawn. Fortunately, he held back in time, fearing the Scorpion would misunderstand. To make his performance more convincing, Nie Yun couldn't just take hits, he would occasionally counterattack with ninjutsu as if seizing an opening. Corpse Bone Pulse Dance of the Ferns. Countless bone spikes shot up from the ground towards the Scorpion of the red sand. The clumsy Scarlet Flow couldn't dodge in time and was shattered by the bone spikes, but a shadow jumped out from inside, leaping onto a floating mass of iron sand to avoid the continuously emerging bone spikes. Iron sand can carry me through the air, your ground-based attacks are ineffective. Nie Yun stepped on a wildly rising bone spike and leaped up, swinging his bone knife towards the Scorpion, revealing his youthful face. The Scorpion shielded himself with iron sand. Crack. The bone knife in Nie Yun's hand unexpectedly broke after scattering a mass of iron sand. Nie Yun was slightly surprised. It was rare for his bone knife to break while using the corpse bone pulse. Hahaha, your bones are tough enough to withstand even the 4th Kazekage's gold sand. Although the 3rd Kazekage's iron sand is powerful, it might not match up, so I added a poison that softens bones into the iron sand specially prepared for you. Hahaha. Nie Yun secretly nodded, recognizing that the research capabilities of the Scorpion of the red sand were impressive. Uncle Snake and the Scorpion, one researching biotechnology and the other machinery. If the Akatsuki organization could learn to utilize them well, they could make a fortune funding their research. Unifying the ninja world isn't impossible. After all, technology is the primary productive force. Although bones are hard, they are still part of the flesh of life, always possessing flaws. Humanity is too fragile. If blades, fire, venomous creatures and insects can all threaten life just like you, now wary of my poison. Scorpion's voice was somewhat deranged. His twisted views on the value of life stemmed from an unfortunate childhood. During the Second Shinobi World War, his parents perished on the battlefield against Konoha, killed by White Fan. However, Chiyo feared that the young Scorpion would not be able to accept it and continuously deceived him, claiming his parents were on long missions. Chiyo also began to teach Scorpion the art of puppetry, in which he showed astonishing talent and rapid progress. He soon surpassed most of the Sand Shinobi, even outpacing his grandmother Chiyo, who had taught him the puppetry techniques. Lonely and yearning for his parents' company, Scorpion created a pair of puppets named Father and Mother, resembling them. They accompanied him day and night, but puppets lack warmth, just as the truth is cold. In the end, Scorpion learned the truth. He held the 3rd Kazekage responsible for dragging the village into war, thus assassinating him. After turning him into a puppet, he defected from the Sand Shinobi village. At that time, Scorpion was only 15 years old. On his way out, he encountered Conan. He initially intended to turn the beautiful, elegant and powerful Conan into a puppet to collect. However, he was defeated by Conan's restraint. She promised to help him create the perfect human puppet and recruited him into Akatsuki. After joining Akatsuki, Scorpion began to transform his own body into a puppet, leaving only a heart that provided chakra, and continually beat with his appearance forever frozen at the age of 15. He believed that humans are too fragile and too easily perish. Even if this puppet body were damaged, he could insert his heart into another puppet to continue living, achieving a form of alternative eternity. Through this transformation, Scorpion not only discarded his human body but also most of his emotions. Now he was only interested in perfecting the art of creating human puppets. He sought stronger beings to create the most perfect human puppet. If I obtain your body and turn it into a puppet, I will add a metal fusion organ. Each time I use the corpse bone technique, I will incorporate several unique metals, significantly enhancing the strength of the bones. As Scorpion attacked, he introduced to Nie Yun how he would transform his body. Originally disinterested and nearly asleep, Nie Yun perked up at Scorpion's words. "Isn't what Scorpion said akin to Wolverine? You really are a genius," he praised. Scorpion, unable to understand Nie Yun's meaning, only caught the curse word and assumed Nie Yun was angry. Such useless emotions like anger will only hasten your demise. Though Scorpion spoke these words, a trace of anger emerged within him. Scorpion was somewhat surprised that he could still experience such a useless emotion belonging to humanity. Was it because he insulted my mother? The appearance of this emotion made Scorpion feel uneasy. Was he not perfect enough? Not being perfect now is fine. Once I acquire this guy's body, my research will advance further and I will become even more perfect then. As one of the few researchers in the shinobi world, Scorpion understood how to boost his morale and quickly adjusted his mindset. He felt he had wasted too much time and increased his offensive. Magnet release iron sand world technique. Iron sand quickly formed a barrier in the air, then shot countless iron sand spikes towards Nie Yun within. Due to the presence of poison targeting the corpse bone technique, this was to prevent Nie Yun from using the bone shield for defense, forcing him to dodge frantically. However, with such dense iron sand spikes, there was no way Nie Yun could escape. So Scorpion confidently declared, "Although I wanted to witness your wind release technique, you no longer have the chance. Once I turn you into a puppet, I'll personally experiment with your wind release and surely improve it." Moments later, the iron sand filled the barrier and Nie Yun, seemingly unable to evade, was pierced in the shoulder by an iron sand spike. Seeing the outcome sealed, Scorpion laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, how does it feel to be pierced by iron sand? My poison stings, you'll have to endure it." Pucci. Suddenly Nie Yun, pierced by the iron sand, burst into laughter. "Sorry, I just couldn't hold it in, ha 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 ha." Seeing Nie Yun, who couldn't stop laughing, startled Scorpion. Scorpion quickly regained control of the third Kazekage puppet and continued to stab Nie Yun a few more times. With Nie Yun's heart and brain pierced, his laughter finally ceased. Scorpion sighed in relief, not fully understanding Nie Yun's uncontrollable laughter before dying. Had he gone mad? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly a series of laughter echoed from the shadow of the rocks. "Scorpion, you truly are a genius, I like you so much." "I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. I didn't want to interrupt your splendid performance." Another Nie Yun walked out from the shadows, his face expressing embarrassment, but the way he held his stomach clearly indicated he was laughing too hard. Scorpion looked at the Nie Yun he had killed, now a pile of wooden statues. "Is this a wood clone? When did this happen?" Scorpion's heart was filled with shock, his mind swirling with questions. Clearly just moments ago Nie Yun had been right under his nose. When did this clone complete? Was it from the very start? But it was impossible. How could a clone tangle with me for so long? Seeing Scorpion dumbfounded in place, Nie Yun kindly explained, "Just now when I used the dance of the fern. Your talk about puppet modifications made me so sleepy that I could only let a clone keep you company." Nie Yun's nonchalant tone displeased Scorpion, but he knew now was not the time for dissatisfaction. Everything had exceeded his plans, and Nie Yun was far stronger than expected. Having spent so long just dealing with a clone, his true self must be even stronger. Furthermore, that clone was a wood clone. Thus Scorpion immediately summoned the third Kazekage puppet back to protect Fei Lu Hu. "What's this? Are you preparing to stop playing and want to flee?" Seeing Scorpion suddenly become tense, Nie Yun realized he was planning to escape. Without wasting words, Scorpion directly threw out a summoning scroll and hundreds of puppets flew out. Some attacked Nie Yun while others fled in all directions. In an instant Nie Yun understood his intentions. Was he planning to use a tactic similar to Orochimaru's to create confusion? But Nie Yun was no longer the Nie Yun of the past. Would release Vine kill? The Scorpion believed that Nie Yun did not know that his heart was his true body and even discarded Filiu as a sacrificial pawn. Although this would cost him almost all of his puppets, as long as he could escape safely he could remake as many puppets of the grade used in the 100 puppet performance as he wished. In truth, Xie did not use the 100 puppet performance because he had only created over 100 puppets, rather his limited energy meant that controlling too many at once would severely degrade precision, doing more harm than good. As long as the third Kazekage human puppet was not lost, all other losses including Filio were acceptable. Xie thought that sacrificing so many puppets would be enough to buy him some time against Nie Yun. Then confident he turned to look back, only to see 2 green vines shooting toward him while all the other puppets had already been restrained by even more vines. He had no chance to switch bodies. Xie knew that this time he had fallen to his own blind confidence and his lack of clear intelligence on the enemy, yet he was not willing to give up easily. A steel blade sprang from his puppet arm, slashing at the vines behind him. A sharp crack, the steel blade snapped. Shocked, Xie used the recoil to retreat a few paces. How could it be so hard? Was this even a plant? Just as he prepared to flee again, more vines having finished off the other puppets surrounded him completely. Then Xie was bound up like a dumpling, unable to move even a finger. Creak, 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 hundreds of puppets under the vine's control could only groan helplessly. This included Xie's true body, the puppet with the heart inscribed with the character for Xie. With a wave of Nie Yun's hand, the vines dragged Xie's true body in front of him. The vines parted slightly, revealing Xie's head and heart for Nie Yun to see. Using the 100 puppet performance to cover your escape, sacrificing the pawn to save the king, not a bad idea. You actually know about the 100 puppet performance and you can use with style. Xie's puppet mouth moved mechanically, but the voice that came out was his original one, filled with shock. Seeing such a large scale with style, Xie's heart, to be honest, still flickered with a desire to obtain Nie Yun's body. That was with style, the legendary Kekkei Genkai of the first Hokage, the god of shinobi. If he could possess it. But Xie quickly came to terms with reality. If he had known that Nie Yun commanded such formidable with style, he would never have rashly come to assassinate him. It was too late for regrets. He had fallen into Nie Yun's hands and could not even kill himself. At that moment Nie Yun was curious about how the vocal apparatus inside Xie's puppet worked. Surely the heart wasn't speaking. Interesting. You are nothing but a heart now, how can you make a puppet body speak like a human? Nie Yun poked at Xie's heart casing, it made a hollow crisp sound. Having such a vital organ exposed before Nie Yun freely toyed with made Xie deeply uneasy. What puzzled him even more was how Nie Yun knew this secret that belonged only to him. This secret concerning life and death Xie had never told anyone. Who exactly are you? How do you know so much? I know more than this. Don't rush, I'll tell you slowly. Nie Yun smiled a sincere smile. He was about to start coaxing, no attempting to recruit Xie. Xie, however, did not find Nie Yun's smile sincere at all. As a captive he only felt that Nie Yun harbored ill intentions. Yet soon his anxiety gave way to shock. Sasori of the Red Sand, grandson of Grandma Chio, the prodigy puppet sculptor of Tsunade. Crow, Black Ant and Salamander were your childhood toys. Humph. Xie didn't understand the point of Nie Yun's words, but he was certain it wasn't praise, so he snorted coldly. Nie Yun, unruffled, continued. At age 15 you assassinated the third Kazekage and turned him into your first human puppet. On your way out of the village you met Konan of the Akatsuki. You couldn't defeat her and she persuaded you to join the organization. After joining the Akatsuki, due to your childhood experiences, you realized the fragility of humans, so you transformed yourself into a puppet, leaving only a heart to supply chakra. Xie fell silent, for what Nie Yun said matched his own experiences exactly, with many details perfectly aligned, as if Nie Yun had been watching him from the sidelines at the time. The thought made Xie's blood run cold, if he had any. In your Akatsuki everyone has a code name. Yours should be Jade, right? It suits you. In Shogi the Jade General sits in the rear and commands the battle, matching your combat style of controlling 100 puppets alone. The Akatsuki operates in pairs. Your first partner was Orochimaru, but you two didn't get along. Can you tell me why? Is it because you felt that the path of biological evolution was inferior to your path of mechanical ascension? What a pity. If you two had gotten along and collaborated on research, the Akatsuki wouldn't need to collect tailed beasts. Within a few years you might have built a nuclear bomb. Xie didn't fully understand what Nie Yun was saying, but he was nonetheless deeply shaken. Ahem, I digress. You two are quite interesting. After Orochimaru defected from the Akatsuki, you volunteered to hunt him down, hoping to defeat him with the third Kazekage human puppet. But Orochimaru summoned a third Kazekage of his own. Xie was already numb. He felt that nothing he heard from Nie Yun's mouth would surprise him anymore. Later you met a younger artist like yourself, Deidara. Unfortunately he pursues the art of beauty in the instant of explosion, which is the exact opposite of your eternal art. Yes, you're right. Xie nodded mechanically. It doesn't matter anymore. Since I can't escape, let it be. It turned out that the fool was always me. From the very beginning the other side had thoroughly studied me while I thought I had the upper hand. I've said all this to let you know that I Nie Yun understand you well, and thus I know very well what you desire most. A strange emotion flickered in Xie's heart, anticipation. He vaguely hoped that Nie Yun would speak the answer that had long been buried deep in his heart, the one he had been yearning for. Nie Yun, unable to read Xie's emotional change from the puppet's mechanical eyes, continued on his own. Ahem. If you join me I can let you see your deceased parents and even let them stay with you forever. Father and mother. Scorpion originally thought he had abandoned human emotions and would no longer feel anything for these two words. But when Nie Yun uttered that sentence, his heart was still overwhelmed by a tumultuous wave. You stop joking. I no longer care about them. I can't even remember what they looked like. Scorpion's voice grew smaller and more unconvincing, proving he was speaking insincerely. Scorpion. Do you think that by discarding the puppets of father and mother you can rid yourself of your feelings for them? You even know that. Puppet. Scorpion lowered his head, unable to meet Nie Yun's gaze, fearing the other would see through his heart. But some things cannot be avoided. Nie Yun pressed on, intensifying his assault on Scorpion's psychological defenses. Do you think you have abandoned all human emotions? You are only deceiving yourself. Nie Yun's voice boomed, striking at the depths of Scorpion's heart, gradually unearthing the emotions he had buried. As long as you still have a human heart you will never escape human emotions. All you can do is suppress them, and after long enough you will think you have forgotten. Nie Yun could feel Scorpion's heartbeat quickening, becoming increasingly erratic. This indicated that he had lost his composure and could not calm down. Impossible, you are lying to me. They have been dead for decades, even their corpses have turned to dust. Scorpion could not refute the true feelings within his heart and could only escape from a different angle. Nie Yun must be saying this to deceive himself. Although he could use the impure world reincarnation to battle the dead without corpses or cells, how could he possibly resurrect the deceased? Such a feat even Orochimaru, who has studied impure world reincarnation for over a decade, could not accomplish. How could he possibly do it? I wonder, when you saw Orochimaru use impure world reincarnation to bring back the third Kazekage, did you ever have the thought of wanting to resurrect your parents? Nie Yun had guessed that Scorpion would say this and continued calmly. What was the name of the undercover agent beside Orochimaru? Kabuto Yakushi. You must have learned about Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation from him, which is why you said that. But if I tell you that my impure world reincarnation is countless times stronger than Orochimaru's and does not require the deceased cells or even offerings, I can still bring back the dead. Nie Yun suddenly leaned closer to Scorpion's heart, speaking in a seductive tone. I've said enough. The rest depends on whether you, as the Scorpion of Red Sand, are willing to believe. The reunion of life and death is all in your hands. Scorpion struggled to calm his emotions but failed. Emotions suppressed for decades would not easily be soothed once they erupted. Now Scorpion's heart was filled with memories of his parents. The warm embrace before they went to battle, the gentle calls and smiles, the tight yet cold embrace of his parents' puppets. Scorpion initially thought these long-forgotten images had blurred. Now he realized he still remembered them vividly, as if they were deeply engraved in his heart. It turns out he was still a human. Forget it. In fact, the feeling of being human should also be quite nice. I believe. After uttering these 3 words, Scorpion seemed to exhaust all his strength. You have indeed not abandoned your true human heart. Nie Yun nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Scorpion's answer. But in my current state they would surely feel sad if they saw me. Scorpion's mood suddenly sank as he regained the feeling of being human, yet he also let go. You don't need to worry about that. If you serve me well, I have a way to let you become human again. What do you mean? Scorpion instinctively thought Nie Yun was deceiving him. How could such a thing be possible? It means exactly what it says. I can help you reshape your body and let you become human again. How can this be possible? I don't believe it. Ha ha ha. Have you heard of the Sage of 6 Paths? Have you heard of the Yin-Yang release technique? Yin release can transform the formless into the tangible, while Yang release can imbue life into all things. Scorpion nodded stiffly. He had certainly heard of these 2 Yin-Yang release techniques. But how could Nie Yun possibly use these ancient techniques from a millennium ago? Perhaps he really can. While Scorpion was uncertain, he also felt a glimmer of hope. If Nie Yun could really use the yin-yang release, then perhaps his parents could also be resurrected, not just existing in this world through impure world reincarnation. As Scorpion thought this, he suddenly felt a powerful life force surge into his heart. This life force seemed to strike at the very core of his heart. It healed all the hidden wounds left by the transformation into a puppet fundamentally. Scorpion saw Nie Yun place one hand on his heart, the palm glowing with green light. Is this a medical ninjutsu? No, it is a power even stronger and more fundamental than medical ninjutsu. Could this be yang release? Scorpion found that his heart was only slightly surprised, as if it was only natural for Nie Yun to use yang release. Damn it, Nie Yun's repeated shocks had been too much for him, so much so that he felt numb. In an instant the color of the energy in Nie Yun's palm changed from green to blue. Scorpion felt his spirit lift, even more delightful than waking up from a deep sleep. Yang release has appeared, so yin release must be here too. Scorpion was truly left completely numb. Alright, what do you want me to help you with? Of course, to do what you are best at, crafting puppets. Nie Yun smiled as he saw Scorpion had begun to trust him. Puppets. Scorpion was somewhat surprised. With the combat power Nie Yun displayed, he would not need puppets at all. However, the puppets he referred to were not the mainstream chakra-controlled puppets of today. Rather a kind of puppet that could fight and even perform other daily activities without human control. Are there puppets that don't require chakra strings for control? As the most talented and powerful puppet master of this era, Scorpion had long been accustomed to the mainstream puppets. Even those incredibly powerful human puppets were controlled by chakra strings. He was unable to accept the concept of wireless controlled puppets that Nie Yun proposed. Nie Yun was not in a hurry. It was akin to trying to convince an ancient person of the existence of future robots. Initially they would not believe. So Nie Yun directly took out a small gadget he had crafted for practice. A hound-type puppet. When Scorpion saw this hound that could run and jump without chakra strings, he was utterly dumbfounded. What shocked him even more was that Nie Yun simply input a chakra and the puppet hound began to patrol as if it possessed intelligence. Is this still puppet technique? It's actually the puppet technique of ancient Lulan from 800 years ago. No wonder it's so extraordinary. Nie Yun calmly accepted the explanation given by Nie Yun. After all, Nie Yun was someone who could even use the yin-yang escape technique of the 6 paths immortal from 1,000 years ago. Isn't it quite reasonable to know the puppet technique of ancient Lulan from 800 years ago? Although the recognized founders of puppet techniques in the ninja realm are the second wind shadow Sabaka no Kaze and Manzueman, that only traces back to the era of ninja villages and chakra-controlled puppetry. It's also plausible that there existed a more extraordinary form of wireless puppetry 800 years ago. Are you asking me to help you create such a puppet? The ancient Lulan puppet technique completely piqued Scorpion's curiosity. Indeed. Nie Yun directly tossed Scorpion a booklet detailing the ancient Lulan puppet technique. You just gave this to me so easily. Scorpion was somewhat surprised if his secret technique, which could be considered a national treasure, was casually handed over by Nie Yun to someone who had just attempted to assassinate. Of course. Since I chose you to help me create puppets, I will give you my full trust. As he spoke, Nie Yun released the wood release technique, loosening Scorpion's puppets. Moreover, I believe you won't make foolish decisions anymore. Nie Yun half threatened, having explained the pros and cons. Scorpion was a genius, a clever one who would make the most correct choice. That is to stay and follow Nie Yun's orders. Both working for others and working for the Akatsuki organization, yet not working for Nie Yun. How could one gain so many benefits? Not only is there a chance to resurrect his father and mother, but there's also the possibility of becoming a person again alongside studying the mysterious and special ancient Lulan puppet technique. Besides, Scorpion had no special feelings for the Akatsuki. If he had any feelings towards the organization, it might be that he regretted not turning those powerful beings into his own puppets. Moreover, Scorpion was already clear about the disparity in strength between himself and Nie Yun and would not choose to court death. Pack up your puppets, let's go. Nie Yun waved his hand and led the way back. Scorpion was not slow either. After sealing all the puppets into a scroll, he sat back inside his hunchbacked old man puppet, only shedding the Akatsuki's red cloud black robe for an ordinary one. Then he slowly followed in Nie Yun's footsteps. The two returned to the bustling night market of Tsunade. Scorpion had already disassembled Nie Yun's puppet hound for research, and combined with the records of the ancient Lulan puppet technique provided by Nie Yun, had drawn some preliminary conclusions. The external design of the puppet wasn't anything special. In fact, some aspects were even inferior to the puppet-making techniques popular in the ninja world. The key lay in the core crystal that drove its movements. If this crystal should be one that harmonizes well with chakra and mental energy. When chakra is infused into it, the crystal absorbs the accompanying mental energy, which is the will of a person. It then uses this to drive the puppet's actions. However, the issue lies in the chakra storage and dissipation of the crystal. Currently the chakra inside can only sustain for 3 minutes at most. You want me to help you solve this problem, right? How to maximize chakra storage and utilization so that the puppet can operate for a longer time. I have some ideas, but I still need time for research and more crystals as samples. Once Scorpion began discussing puppetry, he regained his previous calmness and composure. Nie Yun sighed inwardly. Scorpion was indeed a professional, immediately grasping the key points. However, the key point does not mean it must be resolved first, and Nie Yun still had something very important for Scorpion to do. This isn't urgent, we can take our time. As long as it can be successfully researched in 3 to 5 years, that's good. I will also provide you with many crystal samples later. Right now what I want you to do is design a puppet with a very special appearance and very special functions. What kind of puppet? Tell me the specific requirements. Scorpion was quite straightforward. Since he decided to follow Nie Yun, he would take it seriously. First of all, it needs to be big. Nie Yun's first request made Scorpion's heart sink, as it seemed too unprofessional. Encountering an unprofessional boss who constantly meddled with the design would certainly be a painful experience. In the past, Scorpion had faced such people and their outcomes were quite tragic. But this time there was no way out, he simply couldn't win. Nie Yun also pulled out a sheet of paper showing several sketches he had drawn. This is a chimpanzee, this one is a rhinoceros, this one is a yellow leopard, and this one is a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Also, note that they need to be large, at least twice the size of a human. Scorpion looked bewilderedly at the sketches Nie Yun presented. Some of the animals he recognized, while others he had never seen before. Dinosaurs. Tyrannosaurus Rex. What kind of nonsense is this? Scorpion's heart sank. The boss task seemed rather bizarre, and earning a bonus was likely going to be difficult. The second point is that they need to be able to transform into humanoid forms. Nie Yun's statement plunged Scorpion into deep thought. Transform. A puppet that can change from an animal into a human seems like a good idea. Different forms of puppets would have vastly different functions. If they could transform during battle, it would definitely yield surprising effects. It seems Nie Yun is not just an outsider, he has some ideas. I'll give it a try. Scorpion could only nod in agreement. The third point is that they should be able to merge. Merge. Another term that Scorpion didn't quite understand. It means that 5 puppets can combine into one larger and stronger puppet, preferably one that can fly. Nie Yun excitedly explained to Scorpion. Ah. Scorpion's momentary goodwill towards Nie Yun instantly evaporated. This is clearly not about creating combat puppets, it's more like making toys. Are you kidding me? Scorpion felt an urge to just walk away, but he couldn't. Are you sure you want me to create combat puppets that are so flashy and oversized? They likely won't have much use in battle. Scorpion attempted to persuade Nie Yun earnestly. I have 100 better designs that would save a lot of materials. Scorpion, you don't understand. In the near future everyone will be in an era where they all pilot giant robots, so our puppets must keep up with the times. Large is a must. Nie Yun gave Scorpion a little teaser, making him realize that the times had changed. Trust me, you don't need to worry about material costs. I plan to mass-produce these puppets. Each type of puppet needs to be produced in the thousands. If this workload should be manageable for you, right? So many. Scorpion was somewhat surprised. Each type required thousands, at least tens of thousands in total. What does Nie Yun intend to do by creating such a vast army of puppets? It can't just be for fun, right? To conquer nations. To unify the shinobi world. With Nie Yun's strength he might actually be able to achieve that. If Nie Yun truly intends to do so, even the Akatsuki organization can't stop him, as Scorpion said. But if Nie Yun really harbors such ambitions and aspirations, then the puppets he creates should be primarily powerful. He wouldn't make puppets that seem frivolous, would he? I really don't understand. Is it because I haven't been human for too long that I no longer understand the current humanity? Is this too much? Our future may very well involve formidable enemies to face. If it weren't for the lack of crystal, I would want to create an army of 100,000 puppets. 10,000 is still too few. Nie Yun once again revealed an important piece of information. Future. Enemies. Even you need to be cautious. Scorpion found it hard to believe that there were still enemies in the shinobi world that Nie Yun had to be wary of. Are there such people or organizations in the shinobi world? Even with the Akatsuki joining forces, they shouldn't pose a threat to you. Perhaps only the legendary sage of the 6 paths Hashirama could accomplish something like that. It's not that Scorpion is deliberately demeaning his former organization the Akatsuki. With Nie Yun's mastery of Yin-Yang release and pure world reincarnation would release and other powerful jutsu, he has indeed reached another level. You mentioned Hashirama, it was possible some time ago, but now he can't stop me either. Nie Yun casually stated while munching on snacks from a street vendor. I won't buy it for you, you can't eat it anyway. I don't need to eat. Scorpion was rendered speechless, no longer questioning Nie Yun's words. Alright, that makes sense. You Nie Yun are the boss, whatever you say goes, and the cup is for you to finish. Then who are the enemies you mentioned? Nie Yun pointed to the sky with the bamboo stick he had just finished eating from, saying the enemies may come from the Starry Sky aliens. Starry Sky. Scorpion was taken aback. Being a believer in science, he quickly accepted the concept of aliens. Aliens. Very powerful. They dominate countless planets similar to the shinobi world, with their strongest being on par with the Sage of the Six Paths, while the weaker ones could rival Hashirama. Cough cough cough. Scorpion was completely stunned that these aliens are too outrageous in their strength. Scorpion fell silent and began pondering the meaning of life. In the vast starry sky countless other races and powerful beings existed. What significance does the existence of humanity hold? Nie Yun did not disturb Scorpion if the reason he shared this with him was that Scorpion was a clever person who could help devise strategies regarding the puppet army. Knowing a few things would be beneficial for his work. After all, understanding the enemy's strength is essential for making greater breakthroughs in puppet creation. Sure enough, after a while Scorpion spoke up again, his voice filled with determination. Is there any other information? Currently that's all the information I have. I will handle the strong ones among them if the puppet army is meant to serve as cannon fodder. I understand. I will ensure these cannon fodder make the most significant impact. Very good, very spirited. What have you come to realize? Nie Yun asked curiously. Humanity is too insignificant. Even the powerful ninjas we believe in are nothing in the vast starry sky. But perhaps I can use puppets to establish humanity in this starry sky, allowing us to venture far and endure longer. I will use my puppets to ensure that the entire starry sky forever remembers the name of Scorpion. Nie Yun's concepts regarding planets and aliens not only expanded Scorpion's worldview but also awakened his ambitions as a scientist. Excellent, very spirited. Nie Yun was pleased with Scorpion's response. He could sense that Scorpion wasn't merely speaking empty words. I will work on the puppet designs you requested as soon as possible and will modify them after testing. First let's meet at the gathering place in Konoha. There's a puppet designer from the ancient Lulan there who you can exchange ideas with. Upon hearing this, Scorpion's eyes lit up. The gathering place of Konoha, this time in the Sand Shinobi Village, is a rather luxurious inn. The entire inn has been booked by the Sand Shinobi Village for Konoha personnel to reside. At this moment all the Konoha ninjas in the inn were gathered around Sarah listening to her story. Wow, Sister Sarah, you were actually the princess of Lulan Kingdom from 800 years ago and knew my dad. If we calculate it this way, should I call you my ancestor? Naruto, you idiot. Sakura's iron fist instantly swung at him and Naruto ducked in fright. With a missed punch, Sakura huffed in frustration and threatened with 2 quick punches in the air. Sister Sarah has been asleep and is still only 18, how could you call her such an old and ugly name? You're really an idiot, Hinata, don't you think so? Yes. Hinata nodded shyly and then quickly glanced at Naruto. Seeing that he still had a carefree expression, finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Naruto-kun isn't angry, that's good. Kakashi stepped forward to interrupt the idle chatter. Miss Sarah, has Mr. Nie Yun encountered any issues? I'm not sure, he just suddenly told me he had to leave for a while, as if he had encountered something of great interest. Kakashi nodded. It shouldn't be anything bad given Nie Yun's free-spirited nature, which they were all aware of. Moreover, Nie Yun's strength could be said to be the best in the world, so nothing unexpected should happen. Oh, Kakashi, you're all here. Nie Yun appeared at the entrance. Teacher. Mr. Nie Yun. Brother Nie Yun. Everyone in the room looked over, greeting him in a chorus. Then they noticed the Scorpion following closely behind Nie Yun. In an instant Kakashi felt a strong killing intent emanating from him. He warily asked, Mr. Nie Yun, this is... Nie Yun then realized that Scorpion and Kakashi had a long-standing grudge from a previous generation. Scorpion's parents were killed by Kakashi's father White Fang during the Second Shinobi World War. Although it was in the heat of battle, this had ultimately led to Scorpion's tragic life. No wonder Scorpion would harbor a killing intent, but it was only a fleeting feeling. One reason was that Nie Yun was by his side and Scorpion didn't dare to act. The second reason was that Scorpion now had grander goals and the hope of reuniting with his parents, so he wouldn't destroy everything for a Kakashi. Humph. Scorpion snorted coldly, leaving the bustling hall and casually finding a room. Let me be the chief examiner of the Chunin exam. Nie Yun looked at the three visitors, Chiyo, Ebizo and Temari, who had personally come to his door with some surprise. Yes, this exam is a joint venture between Konoha and Suna, so naturally we need a Konoha examiner. You with your strength and prestige are perfectly suited. Ebizo laughed so hard his eyes narrowed and his wrinkles bunched up, making Nie Yun's obsessive-compulsive tendencies almost flare up. He wanted to smooth them out. No, it's not interesting. Nie Yun refused bluntly. As an examiner he would have to sit in the examiner's seat for every exam and couldn't wander around. It's a bit boring. Nie Yun had also planned to throw some tricks at the Konoha examinees during the exam, otherwise the test would be too easy for them. If he became the chief examiner it wouldn't be easy to do that. Ebizo was taken aback. As a veteran of the ninja world he had waited for Nie Yun for 2 days, and upon hearing that Nie Yun had returned he immediately visited him, giving him face and flattering him in every word. Normally a young man would appreciate being flattered like that, and Nie Yun should have happily accepted. But he simply refused flatly. Ebizo turned to his sister grandmother Chiyo, who was the one who suggested inviting Nie Yun to be the examiner. The two of them came to Nie Yun in such a humble manner, not because they had any schemes to trap him, but purely to give him face and to smooth over the unpleasantness caused by Raza. Moreover, according to their speculation, since Nie Yun was the teacher of Sasuke and Naruto and had been guiding Konoha's genin in training, he must enjoy teaching. Being an examiner, which is like being a teacher to all the examinees, should be something he wouldn't refuse. Ebizo looked at grandmother Chiyo for help, only to find that she seemed distracted. Sister Chiyo. Are you okay? Ebizo poked Chiyo and she snapped out of it. I'm fine, Chiyo replied absently. She had sensed a very familiar aura the moment she entered. It was Sasori's aura. When he was immersed in the puppet room researching and making puppets he always carried a special scent. But how could Sasori be here? Chiyo knew very well that Sasori would never return. Yet she couldn't help but sink into the past, into the happy memories of when she accompanied little Sasori in making puppets. Where were we? Nie Yun doesn't want to be the chief examiner. If he doesn't want to be, then let's not bother him. Let's go. Chiyo prepared to leave this place that reminded her of the past. Wait. Nie Yun suddenly called out. What's the matter, Nie Yun? Temari, who was about to help the two elders leave, turned back in surprise. I've changed my mind. I'll be the chief examiner. Nie Yun's expression was strange. Chiyo, Ebizo and Temari were all puzzled. Why did Nie Yun, who had just dismissed the idea, suddenly change his mind? Nie Yun was also helpless. What could he do when the system suddenly issued a special check-in? Ding. Special check-in activated. Condition: serve as the chief examiner of this Chunin exam and successfully complete the exam. Reward: unlock the Sealing Jutsu skill tree. 13 Sage level ninja tool blind boxes. The more perfect the Chunin exam, the richer the reward. The system's daily ordinary check-in only increased a bit of chakra and enhanced physical fitness slightly. For the previous Nie Yun such growth was noticeable. But for the current Nie Yun this enhancement was a drop in the bucket, slower than his own training. So sometimes he didn't even bother with the daily check-in. To increase his power, besides training himself, Nie Yun relied on waiting for special check-in missions. So he was determined to complete this special check-in, especially since the reward was so generous. The Sealing Jutsu skill tree was quite good. Although Nie Yun already knew some sealing techniques, they were only basic ones, sealing items in scrolls and the like. But once he unlocked the Sealing Jutsu branch, even at the initial rank his sealing techniques would be among the best in the ninja world. If he could upgrade it to a rank, he might even be able to seal that disgusting black set. That guy was the will of Kaguya. Although his combat power was absolute trash, his life rank was high, making him unkillable. He could only die if Kaguya died. Therefore the best option for now was to seal him. The last time Nie Yun encountered him he had temporarily trapped him inside a tree with wood release, but had no other way to deal with him. He could only bluff and bamboozle him for a while before letting him go. But if his sealing techniques were advanced enough, the next time he met Black Zetsu, Nie Yun would definitely seal the troublemaker of the ninja world without a second thought. Only then could Nie Yun prepare in peace for the possible appearance of the Otsutsuki clan. The other reward: 13 Sage level ninja tool blind boxes. Well, not bad either. Sage level ninja tools sound impressive, but it ultimately depends on the user. In the hands of the Sage of Six Paths they're Sage level, in Nie Yun's hands they're peak super cage level, in Kakashi's hands they're near cage level. Take the dumb brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku, who wielded so many sage treasures but could only capture people with word spirits, and the process was especially troublesome. But if the Sage of Six Paths used them he wouldn't need such trouble, he could capture a large number at once. Otherwise why would the Sage bother to craft such complicated tools? These ninja tool blind boxes were just icing on the cake. Since I'm going to be the chief examiner, give me the exam list and procedures. Let me see if there are any changes needed. Nie Yun said solemnly. Chio and Ebizo exchanged a glance. They had prepared for this. If Nie Yun agreed to be the chief examiner, he might modify the schedule. As long as the changes weren't too outrageous or too biased toward Konoha, they could accept it. Temari, Chio said, as the Suna examiner you will be responsible for liaising with Nie Yun on exam matters. I understand, grandmother. Temari took a stack of documents from a prepared folder and handed it to Nie Yun. Brother Nie Yun, I'll send the elders back first. The documents are here, take a look. Temari bid Nie Yun farewell gracefully, then led the party to escort Chio and Ebizo away. After they left, Nie Yun spoke to the window. Come out, Sasori. I know you've been spying outside. Sure enough, Sasori jumped in and said in a tsundere tone, I was originally planning to discuss my research results from yesterday with you. I just happened to be here. I don't believe you for a second. This time is an exception. Next time you spy on my place, you know the consequences. Then I shall take my leave. Xia turned around and walked away. Aren't we supposed to discuss the research results? Why leave so abruptly? Nie Yun teased. I suddenly remembered I have a few more questions to ponder. Xia walked away without looking back. Nie Yun shook his head with a smile, finding Xia amusing at times. Nie Yun had also mentioned arranging a meeting between him and Chio. As for his betrayal of the shadow, as long as he doesn't produce the puppets from the third generation wind shadow, no one would know and would simply think he had left the village. However, he outright refused and had just eavesdropped outside the window. Now it seemed he was completely being hypocritical. Nie Yun decided to ignore him and started contemplating his role as the chief examiner for the upcoming Chunin exam. Many people misunderstand the Chunin exam, thinking that only by winning can one be promoted to Chunin, but that's not the case. Although it is nominally an examination, it is not a selection process like the Gaokao, where only those who pass can advance to Chunin while failures remain unqualified for the rank. Instead, it is an examination that allows genin to showcase their overall abilities akin to various job interviews on Earth. Even if eliminated midway, as long as one performs well enough during the exam, they can still qualify as a Chunin. There is a possibility of receiving a recommendation from the chief examiner, after which the respective villages' leaders will independently decide whether to promote them to Chunin. Ultimately, it is still the villages that determine their own affairs. Thus, the political significance behind the joint Chunin exam far outweighs its practical implications. For example, in the original plot, Shikamaru stood out during the collapse of Konoha, and even though he lost to Temari in the third round of the exam, no one questioned his status as a Chunin. Later, during the second Chunin exam, he and Temari served as examiners without any complaints, and the other Konoha rookies willingly accepted his leadership. Now Nie Yun was determined to conduct the Chunin exam well, even perfectly ensuring that the vast majority were satisfied and convinced. As for the specifics of how to operate it, Nie Yun needed to consider deeply. Thus he began reviewing the materials at hand. First, the list of participants for the Chunin exam. This Chunin exam was co-hosted by Tsunade and Konoha, and both countries invited Kirigakure, Wagakure, and Kumogakure, but all three declined, leaving only a few small nations to participate. Rain, Takigakure, and Kuzugakure among others. Thus the main forces were still Konoha and Tsunade. Aside from the 12 Konoha rookies, Konoha did not send anyone else, with most remaining being the ninjas from the host village Tsunade. The situation was similar to when Konoha hosted, except there were no sound ninjas who had been wiped out. Of course, the destruction of the sound village was not due to Konoha's retaliation, but rather they disbanded on their own after Orochimaru went into hiding. What caught Nie Yun's attention on the Tsunade side was the young ninjas from Tsunade who appeared in the anime. They were around the same age as the Konoha rookies, all 15 or 16-year-old boys. Moreover, they each possessed their own remarkable abilities. Zira Yemu Chio Suna Yuno Koji and Shishio. Another interesting fact was a 3-person team from Takigakure. The dark-skinned girl Fu is actually the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, accompanied by 2 teammates who are disguised elite ninjas from Takigakure. Originally, Takigakure did not intend to participate in this Chunin exam, but the playful Fu privately accepted the invitation, leaving Takikage no choice but to send 2 elite ninjas disguised as genin to accompany her, as protecting a Jinchuriki is never too much to ask. In fact, this highlights the nature of the Chunin exam. If it were truly a selection exam, strict identity verification would be enforced to avoid any unfair manifestations. Looking at the Gaokao on Earth, one can see how stringent selection exams are. While it's understandable for an elite like Orochimaru to infiltrate, it would be difficult for the elite ninjas from these smaller villages to sneak in. Nie Yun decided to keep an eye on these 3 during the exam. He then turned to the exam process and related questions. Like the previous exam in Konoha, it was divided into 3 parts. The first part is a written test which actually assesses foundational theory, teamwork, psychological resilience, and perceptual abilities, among other things. The second part is a survival challenge testing the team's overall combat capabilities. Finally, there will be a unknown duel assessing the individual combat abilities of the ninjas. Of course, the specific details are different from the Konoha exam. Nie Yun glanced at the questions for the first written test. Assuming an elite ninja has a chakra capacity of 10000 if he uses the fire-style Great Fireball technique, and then at this point half of his chakra has been consumed, and then he engages in a taijutsu battle with the enemy. Finally, please calculate the psychological shadow area of Nie Yun at this moment. What in the world is this? Nie Yun expressed that he completely couldn't understand. No wonder, after all, he is not a graduate of a legitimate ninja school but was directly sent on the ninja path by the system. Usually using ninjutsu is as easy as breathing for him. As for these foundational theories, not even Nie Yun, not to mention a legitimate ninja school graduate, could guarantee getting them all right. Moreover, this differed from what Nie Yun remembered. The assessment method in the original plot for this Chunin exam was not the same. After thinking for a while, he recalled that it was due to Shikamaru. In the original plot, the first part of the Chunin exam was overseen by Shikamaru and Temari, and the questions and assessment methods were also devised by Shikamaru. Now that Shikamaru has changed from examiner to examinee, the questions must naturally differ. Nie Yun then thought about it and felt that the questions and assessment methods used by Shikamaru were much better than those used by Tsunade, so he decided to adopt Shikamaru's approach with some modifications. As for the second part's team survival challenge, there were no issues with Tsunade's arrangements, and Nie Yun decided to adapt as needed during the exam, adding some flair for the candidates. Originally it was prepared for the Konoha rookies, but now as the chief examiner he naturally wanted all candidates to enjoy the benefits equally. Not long after, Temari returned to Nie Yun and he informed her of the changes made to the first part of the exam. Temari's eyes lit up after hearing this. Nie Yun, your method is really good. The assessment is very comprehensive. Hearing Temari praise him, Nie Yun felt a bit shy and scratched his head, as he had borrowed Shikamaru's idea. Thus Nie Yun decided to properly compensate Shikamaru during the exam. After Temari recorded Nie Yun's suggestions, she left to prepare. Meanwhile, Nie Yun's eyes were rolling around thinking about how to create opportunities for Shikamaru and Temari during the event. He couldn't help but wonder how they had been getting along on their journey these past 2 days. 3 days later, the Chunin exam officially begins. The first exam takes place at a location in Tsunade that resembles the Konoha Ninja Academy. Nie Yun and the Konoha team arrived here while Sarah, Kinmaru and Scorpion stayed at the inn researching how to create the puppet that Nie Yun desired. Sarah admired Nie Yun's imaginative thinking and faithfully executed his ideas, constantly conducting experiments. Although Scorpion had some complaints at first given Nie Yun's strange requests, he gradually realized that Nie Yun's ideas might represent a completely new approach to puppet creation as the research progressed. Slowly he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the puppet-making process, collaborating well with Sarah, leading to rapid progress in the development of the new puppet. The examination venue for the first exam consists of 3 connected independent classrooms, with each member of the lower ninja team entering a different one. Each classroom is equipped with a large television screen through which Nie Yun, as the chief examiner, will oversee the students. The technology tree of the Naruto world is quite peculiar, featuring cameras, televisions and monitoring equipment, as well as movies and headset communicators. However, most of these devices have not yet been put into civilian use and are primarily applied in ninja combat. It wasn't until the era of Boruto that the probability of war decreased, allowing these technologies to gradually enter the civilian market, which actually presents a significant business opportunity. Moreover, perhaps due to the existence of ninjutsu, the Naruto world has not developed firearms. Otherwise the imagery would be too beautiful for Nie Yun to imagine. Returning to the Chunin exam, Nie Yun sat in another room with Temari, Garachiyo, Kakashi and others. The camera faced Nie Yun as he announced the exam rules to the students in the 3 classrooms. Everyone, I am your chief examiner for this Chunin exam, Nie Yun. Some of you may know me while others may not. But regardless of whether you know me or not, I will ensure that you all experience an extremely unforgettable Chunin exam. The Konoha team members in the same classroom exchanged glances, sensing an ominous premonition. Fu tilted her head, blinking her big eyes at the screen, thinking to herself that the examiner was quite handsome. If she could become friends with him, this trip would not be in vain. Fu had already added Nie Yun to her friend list. Now, sitting back in their seats, the proctor would distribute the exam papers. The Jonin proctor from Tsunade quickly distributed the exam papers to all the candidates. However, when the candidates received their papers, they were stunned. The exam questions were too simple and there were only 3. Did they receive the wrong exam papers? But when someone tried to ask, they found that the proctor had already left the classroom and locked all the doors and windows from the outside. Alright, don't be surprised. The papers you hold contain only 3 questions worth 30, 40 and 50 points respectively. However, you do not need to answer all of them. Each person can only choose 1 question. After the exam ends, any team with a total score exceeding 100 points will have all its members disqualified. The remaining teams will have their average scores calculated, and any team scoring below the average will also be disqualified. You may move freely within the classroom, but you cannot leave it, and the classrooms have been soundproofed. 2 connected classrooms cannot communicate verbally. Alright, you can begin answering now. Good luck, young ones. After Nie Yun finished speaking, he turned off the camera and everyone watched the reactions in the 3 classrooms through the monitoring system. After hearing the exam questions, Shikamaru frowned. This exam question is too brilliant. No wonder it's from brother Nie Yun. If I were to set the questions myself, they would certainly be similar. Shikamaru called over the Konoha team members in the same classroom, Tenten, Sakura and Kiba. They all knew Shikamaru was sharp-minded, so they waited for him to analyze. The question set by brother Nie Yun is truly impressive. The reserved Shikamaru rarely praises someone like this, but this time he felt Nie Yun's question resonated deeply with him. How should I put this? Sakura also found Nie Yun's questions very meaningful, but she couldn't quite grasp the comprehensive analysis Shikamaru had. You see, these 3 questions are all quite simple. I believe most people should be able to solve them. So it's not really a test of our ability to solve problems, although the first written test in previous Chunin exams has never been about that. However, brother Nie Yun's method this time is quite comprehensive. The first requirement is that the total score of the 3 must not exceed 100, and many people will think of each person solving a 30-point question. But the second requirement states that teams scoring below the average will also be eliminated, which significantly raises the difficulty. If your team scores 90 points and another team scores 100, your team will definitely be eliminated. So the safest approach is for the team's total score to be exactly 100 points. This is testing the teamwork of the 3 members and their ability to coordinate and cheat. After Shikamaru finished speaking, he looked at Tenten and the others, only to find Tenten and Kiba were furrowing their brows in deep thought, while Sakura had already started writing her answers quickly. Sakura, have you already received intel? Shikamaru wondered, as Naruto and Sasuke didn't seem to possess any perceptive skills for conveying information. No, I haven't. Sakura shook her head and continued answering. Then why have you already started? Tenten asked curiously. Because I'm sure Naruto, that idiot, will definitely score 0. Why? Because he wouldn't be able to solve any of these questions, but he's also a smart fool. He definitely won't copy others' answers because he knows Sasuke and I would know he would score 0 and choose all the 100-point questions. Fine. I wish Lee were also such a clever fool. Then I wouldn't have to worry. Tenten said, helplessly holding her head, as their team consisted of taijutsu ninjas. Shikamaru, the synergy between you guys is truly speechless. Just as Sakura said. In another classroom, Hinata was sitting next to Naruto, blushing as she said, Naruto-kun, I can tell you the answer to this question. Ha, Hinata, don't worry. I'm deliberately aiming for a 0. Sakura and Sasuke will definitely choose the 50-point questions. Naruto laughed heartily, thinking the Chunin exam was nothing much. During the last Chunin exam's first round, he had submitted a blank paper and still passed smoothly. During the past month of special training, Nie Yun deliberately worked on Hinata's gentle yet fragile personality. Furthermore, after spending every day together with Naruto for a month, Hinata was able to express such words that nearly resembled a confession. Then with a flushed face she ran back to her seat. However, Naruto was completely oblivious, failing to grasp the underlying meaning of Hinata's words, scratching his head like a simpleton. If Nie Yun had been beside him, he would have definitely slapped him and scolded him for being such a blockhead. Because with Naruto the clever fool, Sakura and Sasuke quickly finished their problems, achieving a perfect score. Meanwhile, the other teams began to showcase their skills. Hinata's team had 3 bugs crawling on the hands of Kiba and Hinata, which Shino had placed there in advance for emergency use. Shino could remotely control these bugs to form characters on Kiba and Hinata's hands to convey information. Seeing the 3 bugs appear, Kiba and Hinata understood that they only needed to answer questions worth 30 points. Shikamaru's team. Ino utilized the mind transfer technique of the Yamanaka clan, quickly connecting to the inner worlds of her 2 teammates. Similar to the ninjutsu used by Yamanaka Inoichi during the 4th Shinobi War, enhanced by external devices, it could connect the inner worlds of all the Ninja Alliance members on the battlefield to issue commands and exchange intelligence. Although Ino's mind transfer technique wasn't as powerful as her father's and lacked external enhancement, it could still connect to her teammates through 2 walls. Shikamaru, you take care of the questions worth 40 points while Chuji and I will handle 30 points. Shikamaru and Chuji had already been waiting for Ino, so they immediately began to write. Tenten Lee. Niji asked me to tell you that he will handle the questions worth 40 points. Ino did not forget Niji's request and simultaneously connected with Tenten and Lee to relay the information. The Konoha young ninjas helping each other out had already ensured their entry into the second exam. The Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails Fu also informed her two Jonin teammates through the unique phosphorescent powder of the Seven Tails. Special characters began to appear in the sandy area by the window as the ninjas from Tsunade notified their teammates. Additionally, some attempted to knock on the wall to convey information to their neighboring team. In the original storyline, this method of knocking on the wall was also used to pass this stage. 3 knocks meant the other 2 teammates should answer questions worth 30 points, 4 knocks indicated the individual would answer 40 points, and 5 knocks signified the other 2 teammates would answer questions worth 50 points. It was a simple and crude method lacking any technical sophistication. However, here this approach was very difficult to implement, even though Nie Yun had intentionally left a gap for them to knock on the wall. Since ninjas from different villages and teams lacked the ability to sense ninjutsu, they all began to share the same thought. Consequently, everyone started to knock on the wall, resulting in chaotic signals that were impossible to decipher. It even nearly led to a fight. In the surveillance, Nie Yun and the others observed everything. Gaara coldly remarked, "Without unity and cooperation one will forever remain weak." After being used by Naruto's jutsu, he became an unwavering believer in bonds, even starting to attempt reconciliation with the one-tail Shikaku, which had tormented him for over a decade. He had already placed several troublesome Tsunade genin on the blacklist of Chunin. Most of them came from different ninja villages and teams. Having sat in the same classroom for less than half an hour, it was natural that they couldn't trust each other. If only there were someone capable of maintaining control over them. Temari was speaking, but her gaze was fixed on the surveillance screen in Shikamaru's classroom. She was clearly hoping that Shikamaru would step up to take charge of the situation. Nie Yun caught this and couldn't help but smile to himself. It seemed that these two had a chance, and thus his carefully prepared act for the second exam could come into play. But if someone were to step up to take charge, wouldn't that mean a large portion of these people would pass the exam, which could affect the subsequent exams? What do you think, Chio? When Hozuki asked for her opinion, he deliberately sought Kyo's input since she had been absent-mindedly staring at Nie Yun. Hozuki found it strange that his sister had been so absent-minded in recent days, especially when with Nie Yun this state had become even more pronounced. He had asked Chio about her recent behavior, but she merely waved her hand despondently, saying nothing. After all these years, it was the first time Hozuki had seen Chio look so lost. If he didn't know his sister well, Hozuki would have almost thought that Chio had developed feelings for Nie Yun, but due to the age difference it was unrequited. Chio furrowed her brows and came back to her senses. She too felt that she had been somewhat entranced lately, always sensing the familiar aura of Sasori. Perhaps she should ask Nie Yun for clarification after the Chunin exams. Regardless of whether Nie Yun had any connection with Sasori, she needed to find out. It's fine no matter how many people advance to the second exam, it doesn't matter, the more the merrier. As the chief examiner, Nie Yun had already considered this issue during the theme. In the original storyline, Shikamaru had added an additional question. During the mission, one teammate had to be left behind as bait with the stipulation that the bait would undoubtedly die. The 3 members of the team had to make the same decision to pass the exam. Naturally, the Konoha youths chose not to make a choice at the same time. They would not abandon their teammates. In contrast, many other genin from different villages had been educated from the moment they became ninjas that the mission was always the top priority, leading many to choose to use their teammates as bait. The teams that chose to abandon their teammates regardless of whether they provided the same answers were eliminated. However, Nie Yun did not intend to do this because he had prepared something far more interesting for the second exam, and the more participants there were, the more engaging it would be. However, the chaotic knocking on the wall continued until the end of the first exam. Without sensing abilities, they could only randomly choose to answer a 30-point or 40-point question, hoping to score a total of 100 with their teammates. However, the odds were slim. Less than 1 in 5 teams without sensing abilities achieved a perfect score of 100. The others either exceeded or fell short. Clearly, they had already lost their chance. These guys were lucky. Sometimes good fortune is part of strength. Hopefully they can have such luck in the second exam as well. Nie Yun left, leaving Temari and the others in confusion as they still had no idea what Nie Yun had prepared for the second exam. The second exam of the Chunin exam will take place in the desert, a 3-day survival battle for the scroll. This area, known as the Black Desert, is a well-known death zone within the Land of Wind, where there are no oases or water sources within hundreds of kilometers, and dangerous creatures like sandworms and desert scorpions lurk beneath the sand. The exam will be held 2 days after the first round, providing ample preparation time for the candidates. Many contestants planned to scout the area in advance, but the ninjas from the Rain Village angrily withdrew from the exam. That place is extremely arid. No matter how hard they try, they cannot utilize the rain ninja techniques adapted from water release. Even with their utmost effort, they can only produce a drizzle. What a joke. Thus they collectively approached Temari to withdraw from the exam as a form of protest. Temari reported this to Niji, Gaara and Chiyo. To Temari's surprise, she received the same response from all three. Niji let them leave. If they can't use their jutsu, it's only because they are too weak. Even in the Death Desert, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama could turn it into a vast ocean. Gaara, a ninja, is not merely one who can use ninjutsu, illusion techniques, taijutsu, sensory abilities, traps. All are crucial. If they abandon the mission because they cannot use ninjutsu, then let them go. Chiyo, a ninja, must endure what ordinary people cannot. If they give up at the slightest setback, they do not deserve the title of a ninja. I'm sure their leader will not allow such lower-ranked ninjas to be promoted. Then these rain ninjas actually withdrew, catching the other contestants off guard. Although the number of competitors decreased, they approached the survival challenge in the Death Desert with much more caution. What was even more surprising was that after withdrawing, these rain ninjas did not leave Tsunade immediately. They even started wandering around the village. Though the people of Tsunade found it strange, out of diplomatic courtesy they did not drive them away as long as they left before the Chunin exam concluded. In the gathering place of the Rain Ninja village, 9 lower-ranked Rain Ninjas were assembled, and one of them was holding a strange piece of paper with utmost respect, while the others looked on with reverence. The leader holding the paper, though withdrawing, is embarrassing. It is the will of Lord Angel. Do you have any complaints? The group of Rain Ninjas displayed fervent expressions. How could we have any complaints? Is there anything Lord Angel needs us to do? Lord Angel needs us to secretly search for a puppet named Sasori in Tsunade. This is what he looks like. Remember, this matter must not alert the ninjas of Tsunade. The leader emphasized again. The group of Rain Ninjas responded vigorously. Understood. We will die for Lord Angel. Suddenly a black and white head with 2 aloe leaves appeared from the corner of the room. It was Black Zetsu, sent by Konan to Tsunade to look for news about Sasori, who had been missing for several days. Though the Akatsuki organization does not interfere with its members' freedom when there are no missions, this time Sasori had indeed gone missing. Sasori's partner Daidara reported the situation to the apparent leader Pain after waiting too long without seeing Sasori return. In response, Nagato immediately controlled Pain to use the body flicker technique and summoned everyone for a meeting. Boss, is there a new mission? I haven't killed anyone in a long time. My scythe is already itching for action. Haydn immediately began his usual chatter. Shut up, Haydn. Pain sternly reprimanded. This meeting does not involve any missions. It is about the disappearance of Sasori of the Red Sand. Upon hearing this, the members of Akatsuki were all surprised. Sasori has gone missing. Is he dead? Or has he defected? Daidara, Sasori is your partner. What do you have to say about this? Daidara shrugged his shoulders, the mouths on his hands helplessly sticking out their tongues. After we completed our mission, Sasori told me to wait for him at the border of the Land of Wind. He wanted to go find that guy named Niji, hoping to turn him into his own puppet to fulfill his so-called eternal art. That old guy art should be a moment of brilliance. What nonsense, eternal. Daidara stopped digressing. Cough cough, that guy Sasori actually dislikes waiting and doesn't like being kept waiting either. I thought he would be back in less than 2 days. After all, he had made ample preparations this time. But now 6 days have passed and there is still no news. Daidara's words carried a hint of concern for Sasori. After hearing Daidara's words, Zetsu fell silent. Sasori of the Red Sand is probably already dead. He was very clear about Niji's strength. The vast amount of chakra still made him tremble. Mainly he was terrified of being caught by Niji, who almost killed him. Itachi also fell silent but was very worried about Niji. Sasori had entered the Akatsuki organization earlier than him, hiding every day within the puppet Hiriko, shrouded in mystery, and Itachi did not know all of his abilities. Now preparing to find trouble with Niji. Niji must not get into any trouble. After all, he is Sasuke's teacher. Moreover, it seems that Sasuke trusts him quite a bit. Enough. Regardless of whether Sasori is dead or has defected, we must find out the truth. Zetsu, take Konan's paper and notify the lower-ranked ninjas in Tsunade to work with you in locating Sasori. We must see him alive or his corpse dead. Black Zetsu's heart screamed in refusal. He did not want to go to Tsunade because he did not want to face Niji again. For the powerful Niji, Black Zetsu had chosen to continue observing. After the last encounter, he was still convinced that Niji was not a native of the ninja world but a messenger from the Otsutsuki clan from the universe. But after all, he had previously deceived Niji, and Kagaya had not betrayed the Otsutsuki clan. With Niji's strength, once he learns about that history, his plan to resurrect his mother would be completely ruined. Moreover, this time it was Sasori who proactively sought out Niji, and he had previously informed that the Akatsuki organization dressed in red clouds and black robes was his subordinate. Sasori's reckless actions might deepen Niji's distrust of him. Just thinking about it made Black Zetsu want to choke Sasori to death for causing him trouble. Therefore at this moment Black Zetsu was very unwilling to face Niji. Regarding this, Black Zetsu could only choose to quickly resurrect his mother Kaguya and let Kaguya of the Six Paths level eliminate Niji. The plan to collect the tailed beasts might need to be advanced. Thus on the surface Black Zetsu could only choose to follow Pain's orders and head to Tsunade. After all, he also needed to lurk within Akatsuki monitor Obito and Nagato and start collecting the tailed beasts to successfully carry out the plan of resurrecting Uchiha Madara and then resurrecting his mother Kaguya. This time he could only act with extreme caution. He must not let Niji discover him. Daidara, you will also search for Sasori within the Land of Wind, but for now do not get too close to Tsunade. As it turned out, Heiju's worries were entirely unnecessary. Over the past few days Nie Yun had paid no attention to anything else, nor had he detected any trace of Heiju's activities in Suna village. He was completely immersed in developing new puppets with Xie and Sala. Inside Xie's secret puppet laboratory in Suna village, Nie Yun gazed at the rudimentary forms of the Black Gorilla Commander and the Tyrannosaurus Warrior with great satisfaction. Xie, tapping away with his tools, remarked, "Following your blueprints, I finished the outer appearance. The transformation capability is still being calibrated if there are occasional glitches." "How is their transformation ability triggered in combat?" "I've enhanced their running speed in beast form and added various weapons and combat abilities in human form. In battle, once they encounter an enemy, the core crystal selects the appropriate form based on the situation." Xie pointed towards Sala, indicating that she would handle the subsequent questions. "Sala, can the core crystal really be that intelligent?" "Of course it can. Brother Nie Yun, you know that chakra is generated from the combination of physical and spiritual energy, right? When producing chakra, one can infuse it with a portion of their thoughts. This way that part of the chakra carries a certain consciousness of the original, much like a shadow clone." Sala explained earnestly. "I know that. When a shadow clone disperses, it brings back pain and memories to the original. That's why I rarely use shadow clones." Nie Yun was naturally aware of this phenomenon. He had seen many examples, like the chakra of the Six Paths Sage, which had lingered for 1,000 years, or the chakra of Minato and Kushina on the Nine-Tails seal within Naruto, which would manifest with their will to help Naruto control the beast's power. "Go on." "Pouring chakra into the core crystal is like placing a shadow clone inside the crystal to control the puppet's operations." "What about the puppet's operational duration?" "Speaking of that, I have to credit him. Brother Nie Yun, that little Xie you found is truly a genius." Under the relentless efforts of Comrade Xie, he added a throttle between the puppet and the core crystal, extending the operational time to 10 minutes. If only our Lulan had possessed such technology back then. Xie's movements suddenly halted. Though he was 35 years old, his perpetually youthful appearance as a 15-year-old made Sala still regard him as a younger brother. "Ahem, well, Xie is actually over 30, Nie Yun explained on his behalf. "Otherwise Xie would never speak of his own affairs." "What? How is that possible?" Sala exclaimed in disbelief. This young man she had worked with for days was already an old man. He looks only 15 or 16 with a cute, handsome face. "Brother Nie Yun, you're handsome too, but don't fool me." "Why would I lie to you? Xie is indeed 35. He modified his body into a puppet, so his appearance remains forever 15. "What?" Sala was utterly stunned. She never imagined anyone would turn themselves into a puppet. In Lolan, puppets were mere servants. How could anyone do such a thing? Sala's eyes were filled with disbelief and curiosity. Perhaps for the sake of so-called eternity. Eternity again. What meaning does eternity hold? Sala recalled the fall of ancient Lulan in its pursuit of eternity, and a pang of sorrow struck her. Sensing the somber mood, Nie Yun gave a light cough. "Ahem, Xie, show Sala your disassembly trick." "Boring." Xie turned away, feeling a sudden aversion to his own puppet body for the first time. "Don't be discouraged, little Xie. Work with me and I promise you'll become human again someday." Nie Yun patted Xie's shoulder. Xie showed no reaction, but Sala was intrigued. "Brother Nie Yun, is that really possible? To turn from a puppet back into a human?" "Of course. Now let's continue developing our new puppets. You'll need them for the upcoming Chunin exam." Nie Yun waved his hand, ending the topic. "Xie, show me a transformation." Without a word, Xie silently began infusing chakra into the formidable Black Gorilla Commander. It took only a minute to fully charge the chakra. They could transform autonomously based on the situation or on command from the one who infused the chakra. Transform. The massive steel gorilla instantly sprang into action, its armor plates detaching and reassembling. Though the transformation sequence differed from Nie Yun's imagination, it possessed a unique striking elegance, smooth and fluid. Within 3 seconds the transformation was complete. Nie Yun applauded in admiration. Not bad, not bad. But it still feels like something's missing. What? What's missing, brother Nie Yun? Both researchers were curious, believing the puppet to be perfect. And it had been built exactly to Nie Yun's specifications. Maybe it lacks some presence. Presence. The two exchanged puzzled glances. What presence did a puppet transformation need? Yes, presence. Nie Yun frowned in thought, then had a sudden inspiration. It seems like you have to shout while transforming, or else it lacks soul. Yell something like Black Gorilla Commander transform during the transformation. How about that? Xia and Sala exchanged glances and shook their heads without hesitation. Good heavens, after all that deep thought, Nie Yun comes up with this. How embarrassing. If you want yell, then Xia, you know how to install a voice module on puppets, put one on each of them. Pointless equipment. Xia refused. Sala. I also think it's unnecessary, brother Nie Yun. After much persuasion, cajoling, and even threats, Nie Yun finally got the two to agree to add voice modules to the Black Gorilla Commander and the Tyrannosaurus Warrior. As for the voice recordings, Nie Yun suggested they pick the voices of their most despised people. Let their Chunibu spirit blaze across the ninja world. 2 days later, the second stage of the Chunin exam officially began. All the Genin teams that had passed the first stage were led by Suna Jonin or Chunin to different entrances of the Death Desert. The Suna Genin naturally thrived in this environment, but the Konoha Genin, having undergone field reconnaissance, were also well prepared and quickly adapted to the harsh conditions. Utilizing their extraordinary stamina, the Nijile team headed straight for the Death Valley at the center, planning to intercept other teams along the way and seize their scrolls. However, no sooner had they set off than another team spotted them. The trio of Jiraiya, Yemu, and Shana from Suna village observed Niji and his team from a distant dune. Strange, why do I feel like we've been here before? Little Lee glanced at the familiar surroundings, muttering to Niji and Tenten as he ran forward. Tenten, yeah, something's off. We've been running for half an hour and the scenery all looks the same. Niji stopped upon hearing his teammates' doubts. Byakugan activate. Veins bulged around his eyes. He surveyed the area with his Byakugan, then shook his head. There's nothing unusual for miles around. It's probably just the Death Desert's monotonous landscape. Since Niji said so, Little Lee and Tenten dropped the matter. The three-man team resumed running. Guy's squad, though not exceptional in other ways, boasted remarkable stamina. Far off, Shira's team. Yom, did they notice anything unusual? Shira, with purple hair, gray vest, and solid muscles, asked the girl with 2 prominent blush marks on her cheeks. The girl's dark pupils nearly filled her entire irises, expanding and contracting like a lens adjusting focus. Her name was Yom, gifted with night vision that saw as clearly as day and could see great distances, surpassing the Byakugan in range though lacking its X-ray and chakra sensing abilities. That was how they kept watch undetected by Niji. Brother Shira, they stopped for a moment but didn't realize they're under Suna's genjutsu. They think they're moving forward, but they're actually going in circles. Their stamina is incredible. They've been running for nearly an hour without showing signs of fatigue. My eyes are getting tired. Yom pouted, complaining about the tedious work. Haha, take a break, Yom, but stay alert. They're the ones who teamed up to defeat the 4th Kazekage, don't underestimate them. Shira patted Yom's head affectionately. No rush. Our goal is to stall Konoha's strong team, giving our Suna Genin more chances to advance. Another purple-haired woman, more mature-looking, shook her head upon hearing Shira. Shira, you're too naive. Have you forgotten how they treated you? Why help them? Shira's expression dimmed. Of course I haven't forgotten. But this is the Chunin exam, it's about Suna's honor. I can set aside personal grudges and help them this once. He fell silent, recalling his past. Because of his unique constitution, he couldn't learn ninjutsu or genjutsu and was rejected from the ninja academy since childhood. Yet that didn't stop him from pursuing his dream of becoming a ninja. Even alone, he trained tirelessly in taijutsu, hoping to become a ninja through physical prowess. But he was still mocked and looked down upon by the so-called geniuses of the academy. But what of it? Those geniuses had fallen before him. He had proven with his strength that he was a formidable taijutsu ninja. The insults that constantly echoed in his ears, they no longer mattered. He had to train alone on the giant boulders that protected the village. Suna sighed again. She knew Shira's character well, once he decided something he wouldn't change his mind. She would focus on helping him deal with this Konoha team. Another hour passed. Yom, who had been monitoring Niji and the others, suddenly spoke. Brother Shira, they seem tired, they've stopped to rest. They really are remarkable ninja, running for 2 hours straight before resting. Shira's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Let's go meet them. Let's see what made them worthy of defeating the 4th Kazekage. Don't disappoint me. Yom and Suna followed Shira toward Niji's team. Niji's team. Little Lee sat on the sand stealthily picking up a kunai he had dropped as a marker. Niji, are you sure they'll show up if we pretend to collapse? Niji nodded solemnly, eyes closed. Though the Genjutsu blocks might be a Kugan, I can sense 3 people approaching with battle intent. They think we're exhausted and want to take us out. We just need to wait. Little Lee, keep your voice down. Act convincing and get ready. Tenten warned. Sure enough, before long a strange gust of sandstorm swirled before them. 3 figures appeared. Niji opened his eyes and stood up with Little Lee and Tenten. So you're here. We've been waiting. Shira's trio was visibly stunned. This was completely unexpected. Had they already realized they were under Genjutsu? Even if they knew, they'd still run for 2 hours straight. That was real exertion. How could they look so fresh? Despite his surprise, Shira stepped forward with a glint of fervor in his eyes. You're truly extraordinary. I underestimated you, thinking such a cheap trick would hold you down. Little Lee stared at Shira, especially the light in his eyes, and felt a kindred spirit. That must be the light of youth. Shira noticed Little Lee's gaze and even smiled. You must be Rock Lee. Lord Gaara often speaks of you, how you impressed him greatly in Konoha. Little Lee was taken aback. Gaara speaks of me. Brother Shira is Lord Gaara's taijutsu teacher. Yom eagerly introduced. Lord Gaara only pitted me for not being able to use ninjutsu or genjutsu and gave me a chance to become a ninja. Shira smiled bitterly, cutting Yom off. When I was training on the village's guardian boulders, I accidentally broke one. Lord Gaara happened to be inspecting the village's defenses and discovered me. After learning my story, he invited me to be his taijutsu teacher, really just helping me prove myself to the villagers. Little Lee, however, felt a strong connection to this man who shared a similar fate but was less fortunate. He shouted, how about a duel of youth? A duel of youth? I don't quite understand, but I accept your challenge. I have a self-created taijutsu technique called the 7 heavenly breaths. Please enlighten me. Niji and Tenten exchanged glances and chose to step aside. As teammates of Shaoli, no one understood better than them how much effort Shaoli had put in to become a ninja. If you don't jump 5,000 times, then do 10,000 push-ups. If you can't do 10,000 push-ups, then hit the wooden post 20,000 times. Not enough hitting the wooden post. It was this horrifying intensity of training that Shaoli underwent day after day, year after year, that brought him to where he is today. Now he encountered someone with a fate similar to Shaoli's, perhaps even more tragic. Niji and Tenten could also imagine the sweat he had shed. So they proactively handed the duel stage over to the 2 of them. Zira's 2 teammates also tacitly stepped back, clearly not intending to intervene. They could sense the unprecedented excitement radiating from Zira. Shaoli placed one hand on his back and the other in front, striking his most iconic battle stance. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the Genin Shaoli. In the Sand Shadow Village, the Genin Zira. Zira also respectfully introduced himself with a serious demeanor. This was a show of respect for his opponent and for himself. You just ran continuously for 2 hours, so your stamina must be quite depleted. I can wait for you to recover. Zira was a very principled young man. No need. Shaoli waved his hands repeatedly, stating that he had only consumed less than 1/10 of his stamina, and after sitting for a while he had already recovered. Seeing that Shaoli was not joking, Zira no longer hesitated and immediately assumed a combat stance. The battle was about to commence. Both were taijutsu ninjas relying on basic punches and kicks to gauge each other. Their punches and kicks collided continuously, and at first their speed was not very fast. This was both sides warming up and adapting. Once the warm-up was complete, their speed began to increase rapidly and soon shadows could be seen. In an instant they could exchange nearly 5 to 6 blows. Leaf Hurricane. Shaoli seized the opportunity to unleash the Leaf Hurricane, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Zira's lower body. Zira surprisingly remained calm and even laughed loudly, welcoming the challenge. Without dodging, he lowered his stance and met Shaoli's Leaf Hurricane with his shoulder. Iron Sand Technique. Shaoli felt as if he had kicked a steel plate. Bang! A muffled sound echoed instantly, evoking a sense of pain. However, for the two taijutsu ninjas such pain was nothing, they had long since become accustomed to this level of discomfort through their daily training. Both suddenly stopped at the same time, pulling away from each other. "Remove your weights, I know you have at least 200 kilograms of weight on you." Niji and Tenten. Damn, Shaoli has secretly added more weight again. Yemu and Tsunade is terrifying carrying such heavy weight. Boom. A series of loud noises erupted as the weights they removed created massive clouds of sand in the desert resembling an explosion from a detonating talisman. Swish. The two moved like lightning, leaving behind a lingering shadow on the ground while they were already engaged in battle in midair. Now, aside from Niji and Yemu, who could barely keep up with their movements due to their special eyes, Tenten and Suna could not see the actions of the two at all. Yet this was far from their limits, and neither had yet unleashed their ultimate techniques. Shaoli, unleash your 8 gates. Zero, let me see your 7 days breathing technique as well. 8 gates. 5th gate, opening of the door of bewilderment. Shaoli directly opened the 5th gate. Previously, during the 3rd round of the Chunin exam, he had to exert all his strength just to open the 5th gate, and he could only open 1 gate at a time. But now he could directly open the 5th gate without needing any preparation, and the damage to his body was minimized. This was entirely thanks to Nie Yun's special training over the past month. Although it often left them bruised, the essential healing pills made from yang release chakra had not been skimped on. While healing, it also improved their physical condition, significantly enhancing Shaoli's strength. With a better physique, the duration of the 8 gates opening could also be extended. As Shaoli radiated a red chakra, Zira's eyes sparkled. This was precisely the duel of a taijutsu master he had longed for. Such an opponent deserved to face that technique. 7 days breathing technique. This was Zira's unique creation, which could stimulate the Bodhi's potential by regulating breathing in the lung. A massive wave of yellow chakra flames appeared around Zira's body. His current momentum was not weaker than Shaoli, who had opened the 5th gate of the 8th gate. When the two chakra forces merely made contact in the air, a strong gust of wind surged around them. Their punches collided, and the surrounding air pressure even broke the sound barrier, creating a deafening sound. Now, even with Niji's Byakugan activated, he couldn't see their movements clearly and could only rely on the sound of the sonic booms to determine the rounds of their encounter. Yemu covered his ears. Wuwu Sunani, am going deaf. Suna, equally uncomfortable, retreated even further with Yemu. Having given up on watching, Tenten glanced at Niji beside her. Niji, do you have confidence in defeating Shaoli in this state? I don't know. Everyone has made significant progress during this time. Perhaps we should find a time to have a proper match. Niji smiled, happy for his friend's growth while also looking forward to facing the now strong Shaoli. The contest between the 7 days breathing technique and the 8 gates continued. One burned the heart while the other exploded the lungs. In the end, their momentum became a contest of physical prowess. In this regard, Shaoli, who had been trained by Nie Yun, was clearly superior. After about 10 minutes, Zira's punches and kicks began to scatter, showing obvious signs of fatigue. Shaoli's fist stopped right in front of Zira's face. The red chakra and yellow chakra on their bodies simultaneously dissipated. Zira, unwilling to accept defeat, fell directly into the large sand pit created by the shockwave from their battle. Ha ha ha, that was exhilarating, too exhilarating. Zira, who chose to lie down, burst into laughter. Shaoli, it's my greatest honor to duel with you in this Chunin exam. I can hardly hold on any longer either. Here, take this. Eating it can restore your stamina. Shaoli took out a recovery pill that Nie Yun had given him and generously tossed half of it to Zira. Nie Yun, who had been watching the battle through the telescope technique, was furious. Such precious pills were just given away half at once. Zira, however, accepted it without hesitation and then pulled out a scroll from his pocket, tossing it to Shaoli. You won, this is your trophy. Zira indeed conducted himself with integrity. In the Valley of Death, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura have arrived here. Within just 3 hours since the survival challenge began, they have already completed the collection of the Heaven and Earth scrolls and reached the destination. This was a special request from Nie Yun. Naruto and Sasuke were not allowed to use their tailed beast transformation and Mangekyo Sharingan, otherwise it would be too discouraging for the other participants. Naruto looked around the desolate Valley of Death where not even a bird could be seen. We came here so early, what are we going to do for the next 3 days? Since there are 3 of us, why don't we play the landlord game that brother Nie Yun taught us? Sakura quietly pulled out a deck of cards from behind her. Naruto's eyes lit up. It was indeed a good idea. Curiously, he added, but Sakura, you actually carry something like this with you? Well, actually, it's because Lady Tsunade loves to play, so I brought it along. Sakura explained somewhat shyly. Actually, I quite enjoy this card game too. Seeing Sakura's eyes sparkle with excitement as she stared at the cards, Naruto couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. He recalled Tsunade's wild demeanor at the gambling table. Sakura had learned under Granny Tsunade, mastering not only her medical ninjutsu but also her great strength. He wondered if she had inherited her gambling addiction as well. If I end up with Sakura in the future. That life, I can't even imagine it. I need to quickly instill good values in Sakura, just like myself. Despite having a lecherous sage as a teacher, I never picked up any of his lascivious traits. Absolutely not, Naruto firmly believed. Thus he awkwardly retreated. Let's forget it, Sakura. After all, this is still during the Chunin exams. Just like brother Nie Yun said, we need to showcase the positive spirit of our Konoha ninjas. Sakura, confused, replied, but you just said this was a good idea. Sakura showed a disappointed expression. I also think this isn't a good idea. Even though we are strong now, we must still be cautious. Teacher Nie Yun said that even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength, and only the dead enemy is a good enemy. We can only relax after passing the exam. Until then we cannot be careless. Seeing Sasuke also reject the idea, Sakura became even more disheartened, her entire demeanor seemingly deflated. Noticing Sakura's state, Sasuke surprisingly added, Sakura, after the exam ends, Naruto and I will make sure to play with you. Sakura, who was feeling down, instantly jumped up in joy, nearly hugging Sasuke in a whirl. Sasuke had never said such things before. Even though he cared for his teammates, he had never expressed it openly. It was the first time he had said such heartfelt words. Sasuke also realized how suddenly he had revealed his feelings, feeling a bit awkward. My character has collapsed. Sasuke even used a term he learned from Nie Yun. Forget it, it seems like it's already been ruined long ago. Sasuke pretended to look around at the scenery. Naruto was also taken aback, then realized it was over. He knew Sakura liked Sasuke, but in the past Sasuke had always been an ice-cold demeanor towards her. Naruto felt he still had a chance, but now even Sasuke was starting to care for Sakura. He instantly felt he had no chance left. Of course, none of this was something Naruto had come up with himself. It was something he learned during the occasional reunions with Minato and Kushina. Ah. Naruto let out a cry of despair, internally his expression resembling one wearing a mask of pain. However, Sasuke was too busy feeling awkward and Sakura was too busy being happy, not noticing his expression. It's clearly a three-person movie. Naruto recalled a line from a song Nie Yun often sang which seemed to fit his current situation perfectly. Fortunately, the awkwardness among the three did not last long. Shortly after, another small team arrived at the Valley of Death. They were flying. It was the Fu squad from Takigakure. The petite Fu, with two pairs of transparent wings appearing behind her, flew swiftly over the Valley of Death. She held on to two strong teammates with one hand while the two teammates clung to each other tightly, trembling in fear of Fu letting go. Hey, someone actually arrived faster than me flying. Fu rapidly dove towards Naruto and the others. Wow. The two teammates shouted, completely forgetting their status as Jonin. This sound immediately caught the attention of Naruto's trio. It's that girl from Takigakure. Kurama told me she is also a Jinchuriki, the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails Shoten. Naruto explained with a hint of envy. She seems to have a good relationship with the Seven Tails and can utilize its power to a great extent. Unlike my own Nine Tails, before I met brother Nie Yun and teacher Jiraiya, it was just a tyrant. Not only did it refuse to provide its chakra, but it also suppressed me with its chakra, resulting in me being the laughingstock. Meeting the lecherous sage allowed me to communicate with the Nine Tails. Then brother Nie Yun helped me reunite with my father and mother, which finally taught me how to use the power of the Nine Tails scientifically and rationally. Ultimately, it was also because of brother Nie Yun's strength that the Nine Tails obediently listened to me. Truly, it's just a fox that knows how to take advantage of the wind. Hey. Kid, I heard everything you said in your heart. I'm not afraid of Nie Yun, I respect the strong. The Nine Tails protested vehemently against Naruto's complaints. I know you've said that countless times before, but every time you see brother Nie Yun you still hide in the corner. I didn't. The Nine Tails fumed. Humph, with my power you're jealous of a mere Seven Tails Jinchuriki. I could send the Seven Tails flying with a sneeze. But she can fly. I can launch tailed beast balls. The Seven Tails can too, and she can fly. I can absorb resentment and hatred, possessing endless chakra. Oh. But you still can't fly. Kid, you. The Nine Tails, enraged by its incompetence, ignored Naruto and curled up in a corner sulking. Just you wait, one day I will also take flight. The exchange of thoughts often only requires a moment. In the real world, Fu had already landed in front of Naruto. Hello Naruto, my name is Fu and I'm from Takigakure. Naruto scratched his head and grinned. How did you know my name is Naruto? Fu displayed a smile even brighter than Naruto's. You're a prominent figure in the Chunin exams. It's because Lord Takakage heard you were coming that he let me come, hee hee. Naruto, if I'm this awesome, how could I not know? By the way, your little fox seems to be unhappy. Fu leaned her face close to Naruto. How fragrant. Naruto could even smell the scent coming from Fu. He quickly shook his head to dispel the strange thoughts. How could he be infected by the lecherous immortal? He chuckled, not caring about it. Hee hee, you must have a good relationship, right? Humph, this lord has a bad relationship with this brat. Take him away quickly, he envies your little bug. QB, do all foxes hold grudges like this? Naruto smiled, trying to soothe. This lord won't bother with a little brat like you, but you think too highly of yourself. Fu smiled even brighter, her lively and friendly nature making her enjoy this friendly scene the most. Then she turned to Sakura and Sasuke. Hello Sakura, Fu, you are really beautiful. Hello Fu. Sakura blushed when complimented like that. Hello Sasuke, Fu, although you're very handsome, you should smile more. Sasuke's lips slightly twitched, wanting to smile but holding it back. Then Fu introduced her two companions to the three of them. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged glances. Fu gave them the feeling of being a livelier and more naive Naruto. Sure enough, Fu and Naruto quickly hit it off, filling the entire Valley of Death with their laughter. The two felt like they had met too late, they were just short of becoming sworn siblings right on the spot. With the energetic girl Fu joining, the boring wait passed by quickly. Soon more and more people arrived at the valley. Most of the first arrivals were other little ninjas from Konoha. By the next day, everyone had reached the Valley of Death. There were also familiar sand ninjas who arrived basically the next day, gathering all the scrolls before entering the valley to rest and wait. Those who didn't gather all the scrolls set traps outside the valley to ambush others preparing to snatch scrolls. As long as time had not yet run out, everything was still possible. As a result, battles outside the valley surged fierce and exceptional. Team Ji Luo lost to Lee and gave their scroll to Niji's team. They also arrived early outside the Valley of Death with the intention to intercept other ninja teams. Ji Luo clasped his hands towards Yi Mu and Sha Nai, saying, "I'm sorry, this time I insisted on intercepting them, which resulted in us losing our scroll." Yi Mu replied, "Ji Luo, we don't blame you. Well, wait here and we can definitely snatch a pair of scrolls." As he spoke, Yi Mu activated his ocular technique to search for other teams approaching the Valley of Death. The older sister Sha Nai comforted him. "Yes, Ji Luo, those two teammates of the watermelon skin are indeed much stronger than us. If we meet them heat-in, we won't have much chance of winning. If this isn't your fault." Ji Luo was very touched and firmly clenched his fist, vowing in his heart that he would help his teammates pass the exam and become a Chunin. Even if he couldn't become a Chunin, it didn't matter. "Ji Luo, there's a team of ninjas approaching. They happen to have a pair of scrolls." Yi Mu suddenly reminded, and Sha Nai began to prepare to cast a genjutsu. Ji Luo's spirit lifted, then he asked, "Which village's ninjas are they?" "Ji Luo, this." Yi Mu hesitated and didn't say it out loud. But Sha Nai had already guessed it, and her hand movements for the seals stopped. Ji Luo sighed, "It's probably sand ninjas. Sha Nai, don't use genjutsu, let them go." "Thank you, Sister Sha Nai. It's fine, there will be other ninjas from different villages." A moment later, a sand ninja team rushed past Ji Luo and the others. After running a distance, they seemed to finally see Ji Luo and stopped to look back. But instead of greeting, they mocked him. "Oh, isn't that the famous Ji Luo? Why are you waiting here? Aren't you going into the valley? Didn't you know that those waiting here are all teams without scrolls? So that's how it is, the famous Ji Luo hasn't obtained a scroll yet." "You've got it wrong again, it's the famous good-for-nothing Ji Luo. Maybe he even lost his own scroll, huh?" The three sand ninjas mocked Ji Luo, who turned his head away, ignoring them. He had long been accustomed to such mockery from fellow villagers. But this time he was not alone, he had two friends. The cute Yi Mu's face flushed red. "You few are not even enough for Ji Luo to use a finger against." Sha Nai coldly looked at the three. "You three, what can you do with a scroll? Lord Gar won't let people like you become Chunin." "Yi Mu, Sha Nai, it's already this time, why are you still speaking for him? You two should have been Chunin long ago, yet Lord Gar made you accompany such a good-for-nothing to participate in the Chunin exam. Look, now you're about to be eliminated in the second round. You might as well give up on him and come with us, you can definitely pass the exam." "Yi Mu, you bad guys don't know how powerful Ji Luo is. Ji Luo is only letting you pass because he vowed to protect the village. Sha Nai, Ji Luo let you pass, yet you don't appreciate it. Then Yi Mu and I won't be polite to you." The three sand ninjas, however, remained unconvinced. "Oh, we're so scared. You two may be strong, but the three of us are not to be trifled with either." Ji Luo clenched his fists, trembling, his nails had already dug into the flesh of his palm as he struggled. He had vowed to protect the village, but it seemed the people in the village always treated him like this. Meanwhile, Sha-nai and Yimu, unable to contain their anger, were about to take action. Suddenly a person appeared beside them. Yimu was startled. When did this person get close? She hadn't noticed at all. When they saw the person's face, they were even more shocked. It was the examiner for the Chunin exam, Nie Yun from Konoha. Nie Yun raised his hands in a gesture of apology. Sorry, I was just about to go into the valley when I didn't expect to see such a good show. Is it alright if I watch for a while? The three sand ninjas felt a bit intimidated upon seeing the examiner, but they also thought that leaving like this would leave a bad impression on Nie Yun, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. Yimu whispered, this examiner Nie Yun is good looking but not a good person, just watching the fun and not managing those three bad guys. Nie Yun, however, had sharp ears and naturally heard Yimu's quiet mutter. He instantly moved over and vigorously rubbed her face, which had two cute rosy cheeks. It's really not bad. Yimu screamed, trying to break free, but she heard Nie Yun say, while rubbing, a ninja must endure what ordinary people cannot endure. However, sometimes when you can no longer endure, you must stop enduring. Otherwise you'll become a coward. Ji Luo trembled all over and suddenly turned around, staring at the three sand ninjas. Yimu ceased his struggles, his inner evaluation of Nie Yun rising. Seeing that you are still a decent person, let me indulge a bit longer. Perfectly obedient. Yimu happily received Nie Yun's head pat. Zilluo spoke in a low voice. I grew up in Sand Ninja Village and I love this vast desert. I lack talent, cannot use ninjutsu or illusion techniques, and even struggle with puppet techniques, having never attended a ninja school, yet I still strive to become a ninja. I want to protect the village and its people. I don't understand why you who have better talent and are more suited to be ninjas treat your fellow villagers this way. Zilluo took a deep breath and assumed a battle stance. Those who are unwilling to protect the village and their companions do not deserve to be ninjas, so I will defeat you now. Shanei and Yimu both smiled, preparing to assist Zilluo. The three sand ninjas exchanged glances, surprised that Zilluo, who usually wouldn't retaliate, had actually exploded with fury. Humph, just a useless one who only knows taijutsu. Even with that Konoha examiner present, he wouldn't dare openly help Zilluo. Yimu, a sensing ninja, reassured them, although Shanei's illusion techniques are impressive, we have prepared, so there's no need to fear. Zilluo is just a useless one who only knows taijutsu. What is there to be afraid of? Right. The three reached a consensus and prepared to fight. Zilluo, today let me show you the gap between you, a useless one, and a true ninja. A useless one will always remain a useless one. The three continued to taunt. Zilluo, however, responded, you don't need to worry. Yimu and Shanei won't intervene, I alone can defeat all of you. Although it's 1 against 3, the awakened Zilluo's momentum is no less than that of Yi Yun, who could take on 10. Yimu pouted, brother Zilluo, I'll help you. Shanei said, Yimu, let Zilluo handle this alone, his strength is enough to deal with these three. But Yimu actually just wanted to escape from Nie Yun's clutches. Little Yimu, would you be interested in coming to Konoha? My tavern is in need of a cute waitress like you. Nie Yun felt a bit like he was luring a little girl. I don't want to go to Konoha. Yimu angrily crossed her arms. How could she be made to work as a waitress? What a bad guy, she is still just a child. Zilluo ignited golden chakra flames, directly activating the 7-day calling technique. He aimed to show them with his strongest stance that he is a ninja capable of protecting the village. How could Zilluo possess such powerful chakra? Don't panic, it's just bravado. What good is chakra? He is still a useless one who cannot even perform the shadow clone technique. The three felt a bit anxious but chose to charge in anyway. However, within 5 seconds they were knocked down by Zilluo. Each of them had suffered at least 5 or 6 blows, heavily injured despite their reckless approach. How could you be so strong? They lay on the ground, Zilluo appearing immensely powerful in their eyes. Because I want to protect the village and my companions within it, this wish drives me to constantly grow stronger. If you also possess such a heart, you can surely become stronger than me. Zilluo, not forgetting to impart wisdom, did not take the scrolls from the sand ninjas. Instead, he sent them into the Valley of Death to prevent them from being picked off by other teams while they were heavily injured. He continued to squat outside the valley with Yimu and Shanei. Neither Shanei nor Yimu complained, they truly admired Zilluo for his unwavering conviction. Nie Yun shrugged. Someone like Zilluo had his own way of life and he didn't need to interfere too much. He intended to head into the Valley of Death to give those teams who thought they had passed the exam a huge surprise. Before leaving, he pinched Yimu's cute face again, which naturally earned him a series of adorable eye rolls from her. Inside the Valley of Death there were not only the lower ninjas from Sand Village and Konoha, but also a couple of teams from other ninja villages advancing. Seeing Nie Yun arrive, everyone looked at him thinking he was here to announce their successful completion of the exam. Instead they heard some bad news. Ahem, candidates, I have an announcement to make. There is an additional project for this exam. I have placed some specially crafted puppet enemies in the Death Desert. In the next day you can choose to go out and find these puppets, defeat them and obtain their core crystals. Of course you can also choose to stay here and wait for the second round of the competition to conclude. Faced with the unexpected additional project proposed by Nie Yun, the crowd was filled with confusion. Even a fool would choose to stay here, right? Only the Konoha kids knew it wouldn't be simple. Shikamaru raised his hand directly. That boy with the round head and green hair, do you have a question? Shikamaru helplessly pouted and Nie Yun was too mischievous. Sir Examiner, I want to ask, what will those who successfully obtain the core receive? Good question. Since there are too many people advancing in this second round of exams, I initially intended for you to battle Unknown and determine the list for the third round, but that would be too boring, so I added this project. Everyone who obtains a puppet core will be directly promoted to Chunin. What? How is that possible? This must be a lie. The ninjas in the valley were in an uproar. Even the Konoha kids found it hard to believe. Being promoted to Chunin just by obtaining the core. That sounds like boasting. A lower ninja raised doubts, claiming it must be a lie. Although the promotion of Chunin is recommended by the examiner, the final decision still rests with the Kage. How can you just say you'll be promoted? Don't the Kages of each village care about their reputation? Of course, I Nie Yun guarantee that if you can obtain the core you will be promoted. That's what I say. If your Kage disagrees, I will personally negotiate with them. Nie Yun crossed his arms, speaking with immense confidence. As for those who do not obtain the core, they can continue participating in the subsequent competitions. Whether they can be promoted to Chunin I won't concern myself with. No one expected this maneuver from Nie Yun, directly opening a shortcut. Of course this shortcut is definitely not ordinary. Nie Yun was not blindly doing this, it was specifically for candidates with excessively strong abilities such as the Konoha kids and Team Fu, to prevent them from squeezing out the promotions of other ordinary candidates. For all candidates this is both an opportunity and a risk. With only one day leaving the valley may mean missing out on obtaining the core and subsequent opportunities. The stronger teams began to waver, debating whether to take a risk and transform their situation drastically or to continue participating in the exam as planned. In contrast, the weaker teams remained resolute. They chose to stay without hesitation, fully aware that staying put was their best option. Of course, some small teams decisively opted for the nearby project. Leading the charge was not the mighty Konoha ninja nor some strong figures from Tsunade, but the lively girl Fu. Hooray! Let's go find the puppets and we can directly become Chunin. Nie Yun, dear examiner, you must personally come to our Takigakure and persuade our leader. Fu cheered at Nie Yun, who stood on a giant rock. Nie Yun cast an admiring glance at her and smiled. Of course, if you can obtain the core of the puppet, I will personally go to Takigakure and recommend you for Chunin. This girl who understands how to boost morale made Nie Yun's favor for her soar. Hooray! Let's set off. Fu jumped up excitedly, her transparent wings unfurling as she took her two teammates and flew out of the valley. Only the screams of her teammates echoed in the valley. How energetic! With someone leading, others with ideas also began to take action. Next came the Konoha team, who streamed out of the valley. When Shaoli encountered the Ji Luo team, he casually informed them of this news. Nie Yun did not restrict the choice of this additional project to only those teams that entered the valley. Thus Ji Luo and their team immediately decided to choose this additional project. Other capable ninja from Tsunade also exited the valley. Some weaker teams wanted to try their luck, ensuring they could return to the valley in time. Moments later, only two teams of lower ninja lacking confidence in their abilities remained in the valley. Nie Yun did not belittle or look down on them, but he also couldn't be bothered with them. Instead, he took out a crystal ball to use the telescope technique to observe the battlefield. At the same time, in the Wind Shadow office, Temari Kankuro along with other key Tsunade figures like Chio and Hayu gathered together. They were also looking at a large crystal ball. Temari said Nie Yun plans to use his specially made puppets to add an extra question for these examinees. I didn't expect so many would choose to participate. Kankuro remarked Nie Yun is quite arrogant. The promotion to Chunin cannot be swayed by just his words. Kankuro deliberately spoke this way to provoke Gaara's dissatisfaction with Nie Yun. After his failed attack on Konoha last time, Kankuro's reputation suffered greatly and he naturally felt unhappy towards Nie Yun. He often opposed Nie Yun regarding the Chunin exam. Captain Kankuro, I agree with Nie Yun's promise to the examinees. What if the puppets he creates are easily defeated by these examinees? Are we to allow all of them to become Chunin? Wouldn't that make our Tsunade a joke? If they could easily defeat Nie Yun's puppets, promoting them all to Chunin would actually be a blessing for Tsunade. Kankuro as a puppeteer rebutted Gaara's concerns. Indeed, although Nie Yun's puppets are strange, their strength is beyond doubt. Chiyo then spoke up. She hadn't mentioned that Nie Yun's puppets were definitely not his creations. She could clearly see the craftsmanship and techniques belonging to her grandson Sasori. Chiyo was certain that Nie Yun had a connection with Sasori, and she had confirmed that her feelings from a few days ago were not mere illusions but real and tangible. Although anxious internally, Chiyo remained calm and did not expose Nie Yun. His identity and strength were secondary. What truly mattered to her was Sasori's intentions. If he didn't want to meet her, what was the point of seeing him? Kankuro was stunned. If Kankuro could let it go, why did even Chiyo acknowledge Nie Yun's puppets? With these two puppetry masters backing Nie Yun, Kankuro wanted to say something further. But how could one person control so many puppets from such a distance? Kankuro felt he had found a flaw in Nie Yun. This was exactly what made Nie Yun admirable. He utilized a wireless puppetry technique from the ancient Lulan kingdom. Puppets that do not require chakra threads for control are a discovery that could completely overturn the current puppetry system. Kankuro's voice trembled, his admiration for Nie Yun palpable in every word. Indeed, the ancient Lulan kingdom can be said to be the progenitor of puppetry. The puppetry techniques we currently use may have stemmed from this. Kankuro was dumbfounded. How could Nie Yun become increasingly impressive and outrageous in his claims? Even tying in the ancient Lulan kingdom from 800 years ago. Kankuro chose to remain silent, finally understanding the gap between himself and Nie Yun, deciding it was better not to seek discomfort. This additional project was not merely for Nie Yun to showcase these puppets. It was also Sasori's suggestion to test the puppets. If it were only their own, testing the scenario would be too monotonous and controlling the intensity would be quite troublesome. In the Chunin exam there were ninjas from various villages like Konoha, Tsunade, Takigakure, and Kyuzugakure. Illusion ninjas, taijutsu ninjas, ninjutsu ninjas, bloodline limit ninjas, and various element ninjas, even Jinchuriki, all contributed to a rich combat scene, making the data collected from the tests more valuable. Thus Sasori suggested that Nie Yun conduct the tests under the guise of exam questions. Nie Yun, eager to fulfill the system's sign-in task, readily agreed. Nie Yun only mentioned that there were puppets scattered throughout the Death Desert and provided no further information to the examinees. This was also a test for them, but it would not challenge these exam participants. They all began to display their unique abilities, with Fu being the first to utilize the power of her 7 tails. She soared into the sky, scattering countless phosphorus powders which allowed her to sense any object that came into contact with them. Before long the phosphorus powder spread across the entire Death Desert, and Fu was able to locate nearly half of the puppets that Sasori had set up. Fu led her teammates towards a puppet she sensed was particularly strong, even encountering other ninja teams searching for puppets along the way, and she would guide them regardless of their village. There's a puppet 2 kilometers at 6 o'clock. No need to be polite. I'm Fu and I'm here to make friends. Nie Yun watched this scene with a smile, choosing not to intervene, considering it a reward for Fu's efforts. However, with Fu's delay, the team that first engaged the puppet became someone else. It was the sensory ninja team from Konoha, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba. Good job, Chiwan, Ye said, fondly stroking his head. Chiwan had begun to grow up and you could no longer keep him hidden in his clothes. Chiwan, you're truly amazing, Hinata commented with a gentle smile. Really impressive, ya. Even the usually silent Shino spoke with delight. They hadn't expected to find a puppet so quickly. Gazing at the massive puppet half buried in the sand not far away, they realized it was all thanks to Ya's cleverness. As soon as they left the valley, Ya had Chiwan search for Nie Yun, sent hoping to follow the trail to the puppet's hiding place. Even in the harsh environment of the Death Desert, where Chiwan's sense of smell was severely impaired, he ultimately did not disappoint their expectations. They had indeed found a puppet. Although it appeared bizarre and misshapen, the three did not approach recklessly. Chiwan tells me that aside from brother Nie Yun sent, there is no one else's around, said Ya. My insects also detected no one, added Shino. Even the Byakugan can't see anything, said Hinata. Doubt welled up in the three of them. Why was there no puppet master? In the ninja world, even a child knows that a puppet without a master is just a pile of scrap metal. However, these three were now excellent ninjas who had survived a month of Nie Yun's grueling training. They knew all too well how deep his schemes could be. Approach carefully. Brother Nie Yun wouldn't let us get the core so easily, Shino warned. He usually served as the core of the perception team. I remember that vividly, Ye said, shuddering involuntarily as if recalling something unpleasant. Yeah, indeed. Hinata nodded in agreement, keeping her Byakugan active to observe the situation. There's chakra flow inside the puppet, but only at one point. It doesn't seem like there's a person inside. Hinata reported her findings to Shino. Don't get closer. Leave it to me, Shino said, spreading his hands and speaking in a low voice. Secret technique, destructive insect. Countless tiny black insects flew out from his sleeves, forming a dense swarm that covered the sky. This was the Aburame clan's secret technique, insect control. He didn't actually carry that many insects on his body at all times. Instead, he only needed to carry a few breeding insects like queen and king bugs, feeding them with chakra. When necessary, he could catalyze the queen's reproduction with chakra, producing a large number of insects in a short time. Moreover, he could cultivate insects tailored for special situations, such as the sandworms he used when fighting Raza. They were perfectly suited to the desert environment and played a crucial role in that battle as well as in this Chunin exam. Now he was using the same kind of insects which could burrow into the sand and lie in ambush. The insects surged toward the puppet and quickly excavated it entirely from the sand, revealing its full appearance. It was the first time the three had seen such a uniquely shaped puppet. It was a humanoid puppet standing 7 or 8 meters tall, a rare size as most puppets were about the size of a person for easy carrying and concealment, sometimes catching enemies off guard. They had never seen such a large puppet before. Moreover, the iron plates on its body were arranged in overlapping layers like a magnificent suit of armor. This armored giant looked imposing and majestic. Even lying quietly in the pit, it exuded a sense of pressure. What a cool design, you couldn't help but exclaim. Woof woof. Chiwon echoed. This was another peculiarity. Ordinarily, puppets were designed for practicality, featuring bizarre shapes and various weapons to enhance lethality. Few people would craft such a neat and even aesthetically pleasing puppet. Nie Yun, using the telescope technique, admired his own design. Optimus Prime. Unlike the mass-produced Black Gorilla Leader and Trek's Warrior, Optimus Prime was a medium-class puppet. Nie Yun had divided puppets into 4 grades. Mass-production type Chunin level strength. Medium type Elite Jonin level strength. Large type Ordinary Cage level strength. The Yedobe conceived Supreme type Cage level peak strength. For the Supreme type, Nie Yun planned to use the largest crystal as the core, but it had yet to be designed. Although Optimus Prime with Elite Jonin level strength could be defeated by Hinata and her team, it would require considerable effort, and they had to be wary of others swooping in for the spoils. Meanwhile, Chio and the others also took notice of this first emerged puppet. Maki thought he had found a flaw, flashy and impractical. Even if it doesn't need a puppet master, how much combat power can it really have? Chio and Kankuro remained silent this time, watching the puppet's performance intently. This puppet was smaller than the one Nie Yun had shown them and presumably weaker. How will it perform? Maki thought he was talking too much and was about to say more, but Chio stopped him. Shut up and watch carefully. It turned out that Shino was about to use his insects to damage the puppet and retrieve the core, but he activated it instead. Autobots rise. A resounding voice echoed. The puppet is moving. Watch out. Shino quickly warned. Hinata strained her Byakugan but still couldn't detect a puppet master. However, the mass of chakra inside the puppet was being transmitted throughout its body. How strange. That meant it was a puppet that operated without a master. Ye and Chiwon dropped to all fours, ready for battle. I remember now. Sister Sarah mentioned that their country Lolan could create puppets that moved on their own without a puppet master. Hinata recalled some casual chats with Sarah, who was reluctant to talk much about her homeland. After a few more exchanges, Hinata finally remembered. In any case, be careful. Yeah, I'll cover you, Shino said, using his insects to disrupt the puppet's movements. Got it. Beast human clone. Ye replied. Chiwon transformed into a copy of Ye. Fong over Fawn. The 2 Yans leaped high and spun in the air like drills, charging toward the Optimus Prime puppet. Nie Yun had not equipped Optimus Prime with gun or cannon weapons, first because he didn't know how to make them and second because they were useless. So Optimus Prime simply drew the giant sword from its back and swung it down at the incoming Ye. The Fong over Fong was agile enough. Ye and Chiwon quickly dodged, avoiding the blade and colliding with the flat of the sword. Ye thought he could at least break the giant sword or at least disarm the enemy. But to his surprise, the giant sword only cracked slightly, not breaking. What kind of metal was this? Even his Fong over Fong couldn't break it. However, there was no time for surprise, as Optimus Prime's attack was already upon him. Ye hastily retreated with Shino using his insects as cover. Brute force wouldn't work if they needed to devise a new strategy. The Fu squad was the second to spot the target puppet. Look, that puppet looks so cool. Fu pointed towards a massive shadow in the desert. It was a humanoid giant iron puppet with red, blue, and white colors intricately depicted on its body. Behind it were 4 pairs of enormous wings, adding to its extraordinary charm. Fu's eyes lit up instantly. It was just too cool. She desperately wanted to possess this puppet. She flew above it and found no puppet master but instead noticed some small characters on the puppet's shoulder armor. Assault Freedom. With such a cool name, Fu could no longer contain herself. She dashed towards the puppet, eager to observe this treasure closely. Just as she approached, the puppet suddenly moved. A red light flashed in Assault Freedom's eyes and its shoulder armor opened, launching a barrage of shurikens at Fu at an astonishing speed, sealing off all her escape routes. Fu was startled by the suddenly animated Assault Freedom. The transparent wings behind her fluttered and her body gracefully evaded all the shurikens in the air. Phew. Fu let out a long breath. Thank you, Xiao Chongming. It was clear that her 7 tails within had just helped her. Ah, Fu, be careful. You can't always be so reckless. A clear female voice within Fu communicated with her. Got it, Xiao Chongming. Fu quickly retreated to a safe distance and Assault Freedom ceased its movements. Fu took a serious look at the handsome Assault Freedom. Ah, Fu, this puppet is not controlled by a puppet master. Just now its chakra surged from a single point inside its body to its entire being, which initiated its actions. Chongming analyzed for Fu. Moreover, the flowing chakra is identical to that of the man who made me feel danger today. It must be his creation. Without a puppet master, how did this giant move? Fu tilted her head, pondering with her not-so-smart brain. Forget it. I can't figure it out anyway. That Nie Yun brother who can make Xiao Chongming feel danger and create such a cool and unique puppet must be a formidable character. I definitely want to be friends with him. Ah, Fu, let's talk about making friends later. We should first deal with this puppet. Chongming reminded her. I can sense that the chakra within it is limited and its activity time must also be limited. Don't force it to exhaust its chakra. Understood. Though Fu was a bit foolish, her battle intelligence was quite high. She utilized her flying ability to harass Assault Freedom, continually depleting its chakra. Assault Freedom's attacking methods were not limited to just shurikens. Its body concealed various unexpected traps and hidden weapons. Moreover, it could unleash various ninjutsu which Scorpion had developed in just one night under Nie Yun's guidance using the ninjutsu release mechanism. It could utilize chakra from the core crystal as a driving force to release ninjutsu. Of course, it could currently only unleash relatively simple crank and brank ninjutsu. However, since it was driven by Nie Yun's chakra and activated by mechanisms, it could simultaneously unleash techniques of all 5 nature attributes. Thus, even the simplest ninjutsu when combined had extraordinary power. Besides its endurance and intelligence, it surpassed ordinary elite Jounin in most other aspects. Even though elite Jounin's strength was nothing to Fu, aided by the 7 tails Chongming, she approached the situation with a playful mindset. Her 2 Jounin teammates could only cheer her on from the sidelines, watching Fu showcase her skills. Meanwhile, the Perception Squad was also struggling in combat. Their current output was almost entirely focused on Ya. Shino, are you ready yet? Ya gasped, covered in bruises. Just a moment, Ya. Shino frowned, continuously manipulating bugs to burrow into the joints of the Optimus Prime puppet. This was their prepared tactic to immobilize the puppet by jamming its joints. This was a unique strategy from the Oil Girl clan to deal with puppet masters. A year ago, during the collapse of Konoha, Shino used this method to disable Kankuro's puppet, stalling him long enough for Naruto to use the forbidden jutsu to persuade Gaara. However, this puppet was simply too large and the strength between its joints was immense. Shino had no idea how many bugs would be needed to stop this puppet. Yet the bug assault was still effective. Optimus Prime's movements had slowed significantly. Ya could barely keep up. With the danger reduced, Ya called out to Hinata, "Hinata, let's go together now." Hinata nodded and charged forward, executing the twin lion fist technique, looking fierce. But the effectiveness? Well, it was hard to describe. It was completely akin to giving Optimus Prime a massage. It wasn't that Hinata was slacking, rather the Hyuga family's taijutsu was designed for human targets, attacking acupuncture points to disrupt chakra flow. However, although chakra flowed within Optimus Prime, it was separated by thick steel. No matter how hard Hinata tried, her strikes had little impact on Optimus Prime's operations. The only thing she could do was use the hack to help you withstand some of the attacks. Hinata inwardly sighed. Thankfully, she had learned to use hack during a month of special training, which made her feel less useless. Even though she was injured, Hinata gritted her teeth and endured the pain, gradually revealing her resilient side. Shino's face grew increasingly pale, sweat pouring down his forehead. Due to constantly urging the bugs to breed and cultivating harder bugs, his chakra was nearly depleted. I can't fall yet. Shino constantly reminded himself that if he fell, both Hinata and Ya would be in danger. The puppet wouldn't show mercy just because they were Konoha ninjas or Nie Yun students. Moreover, there was a chance that even though they were faced with such a dangerous situation now, the three of them did not regret leaving the valley. They knew their strength. They were the weakest in the Konoha small strong class among 4 teams. Although they were in the sensory specialization class, they were unwilling to remain under the protection of their comrades. They also wanted to protect their friends. After a month of special training with Nie Yun, they mostly stood behind their comrades to assist. Although their strength had grown, they were not satisfied with this. Having significantly improved, they had far surpassed Genin and even ordinary Chunin, so this Chunin exam posed little pressure. The first round was a breeze for them as sensory ninjas. The second round was also easy as they quickly collected 2 scrolls and arrived at the Valley of Death without any issues. They needed an opportunity to truly prove themselves. We sensory ninjas are strong too. Do you remember that special training session? The 3 of us against that water person. Of course I remember. What was his name again, from the Ghost Lantern clan? While fighting, Ya answered, feeling much less pressure with Hinata's presence. He didn't pay attention to the enemy's name, but he had a vivid memory of that battle. That was to date the toughest battle that he, Hinata, and Shino had encountered. They had to endure 10 minutes under the full force of a shadow-level powerhouse or seize the bell he held. Yes, once the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen Ghost Lantern Manu. Shino recalled that battle. The water transformation technique of the Ghost Lantern clan rendered them powerless. However, the opponent's water-style ninjutsu inflicted tremendous damage on them. Moreover, right from the start the enemy swallowed the bell whole. Knowing they couldn't possibly last 10 minutes, the 3 of them exerted all their strength, getting severely injured just to obtain the bell. When Shino spoke of this event, Hinata and Ya understood his meaning. They needed to employ the tactics from that battle. Hinata, remember to pull us back later. Ya forced a smile, knowing they would need to use that move again. Emenya, I understand. Hinata nodded vigorously, her Byakugan activating fully. The core of the puppet is located at the left waist behind, and the outer armor is at least 50 centimeters thick, reinforced with chakra, making it incredibly defensive. Can you handle it, Ya? Hinata asked with concern. Hahaha, there's nothing I can't handle in the face of that move and going in. Ya gritted his teeth, dodging the slash from the Titan while Hinata actively drew attention. Ya quickly formed hand seals. Shadow clone. Orochimaru, prepare. Inuzuka clan's human-animal transformation 3-headed wolf. After the smoke cleared, a massive 3-headed wolf appeared on the battlefield. With a colossal size of 5 to 6 meters, its every move was filled with power. This was one of the strongest techniques Ya had learned during training with Nie Yun's assistance. But the energy consumed was Ya's own stamina, which surged exponentially. With his abilities and physical condition, even if he successfully merged, he wouldn't be able to move an inch. However, during this month of learning from Nie Yun had almost daily used yang-release chakra to heal them, significantly enhancing their physical condition. The most evident change was their physical development. In just 1 month they achieved what would normally take 2 years. They reached the level of the Shippuden period with physical abilities far surpassing the beginning of Shippuden. Otherwise, mastering such a secret technique would have been impossible for Ya without at least 2 or 3 years of practice. The giant 3-headed wolf lunged at the Titan, who, sensing the threat from the intelligent beast, abandoned Hinata and charged at the giant wolf. The giant's sword slashed down but was bitten by the 3-headed wolf. Crack, 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 the giant's sword began to crumble. Yet the Titan's assault was far from over, increasing the chakra output and starting to use ninjutsu. Lightning crackled around the Titan, striking the 3-headed wolf through the crumbling blade. Ugh. Ya let out a muffled groan, barely managing to maintain the giant wolf's form due to his weakened state. Ya endured the lightning as he engaged in close combat with the Titan, waiting for Shino to get ready. Shino, hurry. Hinata shouted with teary eyes. Just a little longer, Ya, hold on. Shino's eyes were already darkened, his robe soaked in sweat. He was channeling chakra at full force, generating a large number of parasitic bugs. All right. Shino shouted loudly. Secret technique, parasitic bugs, great bug ball. A tide of parasitic bugs surged forth, enveloping the giant wolf and the Titan, then spitting out the giant wolf. Under the pressure of the giant wolf, the Titan couldn't move, pinned to the ground, exposing his back. Ya, now's your chance. Hinata shouted with all her might. Ya wolf, ya. The 3-headed wolf leaped high, spinning in midair, creating sharp wind blades. The Titan sensed danger, overloading his lightning release to try to escape the control of the parasitic bugs. But Shino desperately directed the parasitic bugs in the air, restraining the Titan. Moments later, the powerful Ya wolf, ya took shape. Then it struck heavily at the Titan's lower back, dealing an immense critical hit. The parasitic bugs had long exposed their position, and steel fragments began to fly. Ya spun with all his might, his speed reaching its limit. But that was still not enough, he needed to surpass his limits. Ah. Break for me. He roared in his heart, his spinning speed accelerating again, even stirring up a sandstorm around him. The exhausted Shino finally collapsed to the ground and Hinata hurried to support him. Healing technique. Hinata treated Shino. Cough cough, it's up to you now. If he can't do it, then Hinata, you'll have to take us and run. Shino forced a bitter smile. Fortunately, this puppet only guarded this spot and they could escape 200 meters away. It was as if Shino was making his last arrangements. Shino, don't talk. Tears streamed down Hinata's face. Moments later, the sandstorm finally subsided. Shino and Hinata anxiously looked towards the center of the battlefield. They saw that the ground had formed a massive pit over 10 meters deep. Yeah, and the puppet lay motionless at the bottom of the pit. A 1-meter-wide hole appeared in the back of the Titan, revealing its internal structure and a crystal shining with white light. Crack, 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 the Titan surprisingly began to stir and Shino was startled. Hinata prepared to rush to the bottom of the pit to protect the injured and unconscious Ya. Ya exerted his utmost strength to break through the Titan's outer shell but ultimately fell short, unable to destroy the Titan's core crystal. Wait, Hinata. Shino hurriedly called out, then took out a fist-sized bug from his sleeve. Throw it at the core. Is that really the queen bug? Hinata understood and took the queen bug. Bagua air palm. The queen bug was sent flying by chakra into the Titan's hole, precisely landing on the core crystal. The Titan, who was just about to crush it, instantly halted its movements. Countless parasitic bugs surged from the hole, frantically absorbing the chakra from inside the core. Boom. The Titan, now devoid of power, finally fell to the ground, completing its mission. Subsequently, the satisfied queen bug flew back to Shino's sleeve, returning the absorbed chakra to him. This was the symbiotic relationship between the Oil Girl clan and the bugs. So much powerful chakra. Shino was nearly fully revived. No wonder it's Nie Yun, big brother. Shino and Hinata rushed to the bottom of the pit to rescue the unconscious Ya. Ya's face was so swollen that even his own sister might not recognize him. Hee, we won just as I expected. The three of them supported each other, exchanging smiles. Pat, pat, pat. Well done indeed. The three looked up to see Nie Yun standing at the edge of the sand pit, apparently having arrived at some unknown time. I was just about to step in, but I didn't expect you to pull through. Nie Yun had been observing for a long time already, because the three members of the Perception Squad were the weakest in combat ability. Even though a month of special training had made them much stronger, he was still uneasy. If the Crown Princess Ya or Ji Nai were to die here, he would have no face to return to Muyi village. After all, it was his own doing. He had to ensure the safety of his own people. Seeing Nie Yun, Ya actually felt a sudden urge to cry. Woo-woo, brother Nie Yun, I miss you so much. Please heal me quickly. Ya cried out pitifully, looking even more like a drowned dog than the nearby Chi Wan. Who is this? Looks so familiar. Nie Yun deliberately teased Ya. Wow. Brother Nie Yun, im Ya Chuanzhong, Ya the man who will become Huaying in the future. Ya completely broke down, crying out. Ahem, alright, I was just joking with you. You're a grown man, why are you crying? Nie Yun touched his nose. But this is still the exam. I'm just a proctor here. Don't let the people of Sha'in see you making a fool of yourself. Ya choked back his tears and instantly stopped crying. Are you kidding? He was going to become Huaying. If his political allies saw his embarrassing history, how could he maintain the dignity of the Huaying in the future? Nie Yun was right. Ai Luo and the others had been watching this battle all along. Ai Luo showed a warm smile. They have become much stronger. They didn't disappoint me. Showed you indeed. Back when we met them in Muyi, we could easily defeat them. Now it's probably difficult to even win. Kinjiu Lang, it's only been a year. The foundations of Muyi village are truly formidable. Ai Luo's choice was correct. Qian Dai Papa, it's not just the foundations of Muyi. This Nie Yun is also crucial. This month has had a great impact on these genin of Muyi. Hai Lao Zong sighed, we are really old now. The young generation is getting more and more powerful. Only Ma Ji remained silent, but his inner thoughts were exceptionally active. Oh my god. Those puppets just now, I don't think I could defeat even one of them. Yet those three genin from Muyi village actually managed to defeat them through sheer force. Just a year ago they were all weaklings. In the third round preliminaries of the Chunin exam, 2 of them were eliminated. The one with the dog was defeated by a fart. The girl with the Byakugan had it even worse, she was almost killed by her own clan members. Only the boy who used insects advanced to the third round, but it's only been a little over a year. How have they all become so strong? The cowardly girl of the Hyuga clan has become strong. The boy who uses insects, his insects have become more numerous and powerful. If not for being suppressed by this giant puppet, they would have been able to play an even greater role. And that final attack combined with the dog, even through the crystal ball one could feel its terrifying power. Is this a jutsu that a genin can use? This is just too insane. Why are all the geniuses in Muyi? Ma Ji shouted defiantly in his heart. Senior Ma Ji, why don't you say something? Kinjio Lang deliberately pressed. Well. Ma Ji cursed inwardly, his mind racing. He had to say something to ease the awkwardness. Then he said something that left everyone stunned. Well, that Jinchuriki from Longing Village is quite strong and has a good personality. I think we can also build a good relationship with Longing Village. Ai Luo and she are about the same age and both are Jinchuriki. Maybe we can make something happen. Ma Ji blurted out a long string of words without thinking, then looked at everyone's expressions and finally realized what he had just said. Ai Luo blushed and remained silent. Shouju covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Kinjio Lang laughed heartlessly. Meanwhile, Qian Dai Papa and Hai Lao Zhang's eyes lit up and they actually began to consider the feasibility of this idea. Ahem, Ma Ji, my boy, that idea of yours is quite an idea. The unserious Hai Lao Zhang gave a compliment. Ma Ji gave a sheepish smile and didn't answer. How did he manage to say something so lacking in substance? However, a Jinchuriki is a village's treasure. It's impossible for her to marry someone from another village so easily. We need to plan. How about letting our Ai Luo play the hero to save the beauty and win her heart first? Let's start with free love and see what happens. Hai Lao Zhang rambled on and on. The scene in the Feng Ying's office became very awkward. Qian Dai Papa noticed that Ai Luo's face was completely red, so she finally spoke up to stop this topic. Let's talk about this later. Let's continue watching the Chunin exam. Ai Luo almost spat blood. Even Qian Dai Papa was actually tempted by such an unreliable idea. To stop thinking about it, he turned to look at the crystal ball only to find that it was indeed showing fuss battle. Ah. This. The emotionally intelligent Shouju understood her brother's embarrassment. She helped Ai Luo by saying, let's switch to another one. This battle has no suspense. Ahem, well. Kinjio Lang, who was controlling the crystal ball, said helplessly. Mr. Nie Yun's puppets are very strong. The other battles either haven't started yet or have already ended. Many teams were crushed by the puppets without any suspense and fled in panic. Some were even picked off by other teams who snatched the scrolls they had already collected. The situation underwent a major reshuffle. Then we can only watch this one. Shouju looked helplessly at Ai Luo, showing a small expression of I can't help. The atmosphere in the office turned strange. Everyone was awkwardly chatting. Kinjio Lang sighed. This puppet is really beautiful. As a puppeteer, he sincerely liked such a cool-looking puppet. However, because previous puppets had to balance combat effectiveness, their designs were rather unconventional. However, these words sounded different to Ai Luo's ears. This puppet is indeed very beautiful. Ai Luo tried to focus on the puppet, but his eyes uncontrollably drifted to Fu's graceful flying figure. This is really BA. Ai Luo quickly stopped his wandering thoughts and tried to think of other places and things to distract himself. But sometimes a person's thoughts are not so easily controlled, not even the Feng Ying. Ai Luo soon thought back to the first exam, Fu's brilliant smile and her naive friendly personality. She's practically a female version of Ming Ren. Ai Luo unconsciously associated Fu with Ming Ren, who was very important in his heart. This is bad. The impression of Fu in his heart was becoming deeper and harder to erase. Ai Luo glared at Ma Ji. Ma Ji quickly lowered his head and dared not speak. Sometimes a young man's feelings arise from just a few words and are hard to calm down again. Even as a fully qualified Wind Shadow Gar was still merely a 16-year-old boy. Fu might unwittingly slip into his heart this way. Yet the Chunin exams continued and Gar forcibly redirected his focus back to the competition. His attention extended beyond his own talented genin from Suna village. He also closely observed the promising young shinobi from Konoha. After witnessing Hinata's Kiba's and Shino's remarkable growth, he eagerly longed to discover how far the others had advanced. Meanwhile, Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke had already effortlessly dismantled a puppet. The three now crouched around its shattered motionless remains, scrutinizing it intently. Look, the shoulder bears 3 characters. Sakura pointed excitedly at the inscription on the puppet's shoulder as though she'd unearthed a new continent. Optimus Prime. Could this be the name Brother Nie Yun gave it? How awe-inspiring. Naruto exclaimed with reverent admiration, though it remained unclear whether his awe belonged to Nie Yun himself or to the name Optimus Prime. Though the name sounds imposing, its actual power isn't particularly formidable. It crumbled after barely 2 exchanges between me and Sasuke. I wonder what Brother Nie Yun intended with these puppets. Naruto, ever slow to catch on, blithely ignored Sakura's presence beside him, delivering his remark with unself-conscious nonchalance. Sakura had played little more than a passive role throughout the battle. Indeed, since the very beginning of the Chunin exams she had remained largely sidelined. Every obstacle had been effortlessly resolved by Naruto and Sasuke, leaving Sakura overwhelmed by profound frustration. After all, they were nearly the same age, she trained no less diligently than either of them, yet the gulf between them remained staggering. Being teammates with such exceptional individuals truly weighed heavily upon her. Sakura pressed her palm to her forehead, dismissed the bumbling Naruto, and hurried over to kneel beside Sasuke, joining him in examining the puppet's intricate construction. Sasuke, are you interested in puppetry? Not at all. I only seek to reverse engineer the teacher's true intentions through this puppet. Sasuke replied without lifting his gaze. Sakura fell speechless. Ever since joining Brother Nie Yun, everyone seemed to have lost their bearings. Why analyze it all? Why not simply ask him directly? So have you deduced what Brother Nie Yun intends to do with these puppets? No. Sasuke answered bluntly. His thoughts shift like mist, profound, inscrutable, always beyond my grasp. Then why not just ask Brother Nie Yun outright? Sakura urged him gently. Impossible, I've been told explicitly not to rely constantly on the teacher. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, Choji and Ino spent considerable time searching and finally located a puppet just before noon. At last, we found it. What an oddly designed puppet. The shoulder armor bears characters, Bumblebee. Indeed, it suits its color perfectly. After observing it from afar for a moment, Shikamaru spoke. Let's proceed cautiously, first assess its capabilities. I suspect we'll dispatch it easily, then return to the valley in time for dinner. Choji, you first. As he turned, however, Choji had already vanished. No need for testing, I can grow even larger. Let's end this quickly and get to dinner. With fiery resolve, Choji charged straight at the puppet, shouting multi-size expansion technique. Shikamaru sighed, pressing his palm to his brow. When would Choji ever hear the word dinner without instantly losing composure? Shadow imitation technique, Ino added with a wry, resigned smile. If he weren't like this, would he even be Choji? She then bound explosive tags to her kunai and rushed forward as well. Enlarged Choji dwarfed the 8-meter-tall Bumblebee by several magnitudes, towering like a colossus over an infant. Shikamaru halted his technique, scratching his head. It seems we won't need to lift a finger. Ino paused beside him. Indeed, it appears so. Minutes later, Bumblebee lay in scattered fragments, while Choji himself looked rather worse for wear, his clothes singed and torn. Though the Akimichi clan's garments possessed uncanny durability, akin to the Hulk's indestructible briefs, they still sustained damage under Bumblebee's relentless assault. Niji Lee and Tenten likewise triumphed effortlessly. Their opponent was a towering first-generation puppet. Their strength, already the greatest among all genin aside from Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura, proved decisive. Lee, having activated the 6th gate, sent the first-generation puppet flying with sheer force, leaving it unable to stabilize or mount any coherent defense. Niji's unparalleled rotation deflected every physical and ninjutsu strike alike. And Tenten, the prodigious heiress, rained down an overwhelming barrage of weapons from above, nearly burying the first-generation puppet beneath their sheer volume. Nie Yun watched, deeply impressed. Perhaps Tenten's family could sponsor future mass production of puppets. Each wielded power rivaling that of a seasoned jonin. Together their synergy enabled them to challenge even cage-level opponents. Elite jonin tier puppets posed little challenge to these Konoha prodigies, but such ease did not extend to other genin teams. Only Team Purple succeeded in severing the steel limbs of their puppet and seizing its core crystal. All other examinees fell decisively before Nie Yun's creations. Failing the challenge was relatively benign. Examinees could still return for the 3rd round. But sustaining injury risked disqualification from the final stage altogether. Some teams suffered further misfortune, having their scrolls stolen by opportunistic rivals who lacked scrolls themselves, thus forfeiting all eligibility. Others, overconfident and reckless, perished at the puppet's hands. Nie Yun harbored no particular sentiment towards such outcomes. The Chunin exams had always carried a mortality quota, especially during the 2nd round, whose tradition demanded survival under extreme conditions. Such trials were inherently perilous if those who entered did so fully aware of the stakes. As the 3-day duration of the second round expired, Gaara and Temari arrived at the Valley of Death. Witnessing Konoha's genin successfully complete Nie Yun's supplementary trial, Gaara and Temari exchanged weary glances. The joint examination had been promised, but now only Suna's teams and a few minor villages remained performing a solitary awkward pantomime. Fortunately, Suna's Team Purple had passed the supplementary trial, otherwise the situation would have been profoundly embarrassing. Gaara held deep respect and satisfaction for his taijutsu instructor Nie Yun surveyed the murmuring crowd below and announced aloud, the second stage of the Chunin exams is officially concluded. As previously stated, any team passing the supplementary test shall be promoted directly to Chunin. Honorable Kazekage, does your village not also have a qualifying team? Gaara grasped Nie Yun's implication and produced the pre-prepared commission documents. Gaara raised the Chunin appointment letter high in his hand and announced loudly to the examinees in the valley. According to the rules of the second round of the Chunin exam, any team of examinees that obtained a puppet core would be directly promoted to Chunin. Now, in the name of the 5th Kazekage of Tsunade, I hereby appoint the Tsunade genin team consisting of Zyro, Yemu, and Sanai as Chunin of Tsunade. Upon hearing Gaara's announcement, Zyro and the others were overwhelmed with excitement, especially Zyro, who finally proved to everyone that even without the use of ninjutsu and genjutsu one could still become an excellent ninja and protect the village through sheer physical prowess. This time those from the village who had looked down on Zyro were left utterly speechless as they witnessed him systematically dismantling the mechanical puppet that had instilled fear in them, turning it into scrap metal. At the same time, these individuals harbored resentment towards Nie Yun, feeling it was madness to pit a group of genin against a puppet of elite jonin level during the Chunin exam, an act devoid of humanity. After announcing the appointments, Gaara, acting as the examiner for this Chunin exam, continued speaking through Shigure. The third round of the Chunin exam will be held in 3 days, please prepare yourselves. Nie Yun nodded in approval at Shigure, acknowledging her good work, and entrusted her with the next third round. Then, Nie Yun simply walked away, leaving Shigure to handle the remaining tasks that didn't interest her. Shigure, however, was filled with complaints about Nie Yun's irresponsible behavior. You are the main examiner. After causing such a stir in the first 2 rounds, you just walk away. Despite her grievances, she had no choice but to endure silently, for he was Nie Yun. Can't afford to mess with him. After Nie Yun left the Valley of Death, he returned directly to the secret base of the Red Sand Scorpion. Scorpion, Sarah, and Kankuro were all there collecting and analyzing the testing data of the puppets. So how did it go? As soon as Nie Yun entered, he asked. Scorpion rolled his eyes at Nie Yun, saying, are you really asking that, you who just slacks off? Nie Yun ignored Scorpion's impatient glance and walked straight towards Kankuro and Sarah. Although Scorpion appeared cute, he was truly bothersome, always speaking bluntly. Kankuro and Sarah were much better. They were not only handsome and beautiful but also listened to him. Sarah quickly pulled out a stack of documents. Big brother Nie Yun, this time we deployed a total of 15 medium-sized puppets with 12 activated and 6 destroyed. The medium-sized puppets can reliably operate at the level of elite jonin, maintaining an average duration of about 20 minutes under moderate power consumption. Currently all the puppets and cores have been collected by Kankuro, who worked diligently and continuously without a break. Mr. Scorpion is also optimizing and enhancing the medium-sized puppets based on this data, and he is working hard as well. Sarah didn't forget to speak well of Scorpion, while Scorpion scoffed, pretending not to care. After hearing this, Nie Yun first patted Kankuro on the shoulder, saying, Kankuro, you've also worked hard to retrieve so many puppets. Kankuro shyly smiled, I don't find it hard to help my brother. Good boy. Nie Yun felt deeply moved. It truly was comforting, and his efforts were not in vain. He then approached Scorpion, who was pretending to be busy, and said, cough, little Scorpion, your work has received unanimous praise from the others. Scorpion turned his head unimpressed, so Nie Yun continued. The time you spent working overtime to create puppets led to the birth of these 15 puppets, which are equivalent to 15 elite jonin. Just think about it, who else in this world besides you, Red Sand Scorpion, could create 15 elite jonin in just 3 days? These words struck a chord with Scorpion, as initially Nie Yun had urged him to create as many medium-sized puppets as possible within 3 days. However, Scorpion had quietly resolved to surprise Nie Yun using the 100 machine manipulation technique to form a production line of 100 puppets, indeed managing to create 15 giant puppets in just 3 days. When Nie Yun saw the 15 puppets each towering at 8 to 9 meters, he was genuinely astonished. His praise for Scorpion was sincere. How about this, once this test is over I'll give you a few days off. What do you think? Scorpion replied calmly, I don't need a break at all. Sigh, although you as a puppet don't need rest, your father and mother need you to take a break to accompany them, right? Nie Yun directly played his trump card, causing Scorpion to lose his calm. What do you mean? It means that your work performance has earned the boss recognition, and the boss is pleased, so he wants to fulfill his promise to you. Really? I Nie Yun do not deceive my own people even if you are not a traditional human right now. Thump thump thump. Everyone present could hear the sound of Scorpion's heartbeat as if it were about to burst out of his puppet chest. Alright, let's continue working. Come find me at the inn tomorrow and prepare well. Nie Yun patted Scorpion on the shoulder and then stopped bothering him. Big brother Nie Yun, Mr. Scorpion is actually quite pitiful. You shouldn't always bully him. Sarah was filled with sympathy for Scorpion's plight. Although she initially couldn't understand Scorpion's actions upon learning he had transformed himself into a puppet after Nie Yun shared Scorpion's past, Sarah began to understand him and even started to sympathize with him. Of course it was just sympathy. However, when faced with Kankuro, who also had a tragic background, Sarah directly transformed into a protective mother figure. She treated Kankuro so well that Nie Yun envied her whenever he had the time. Ahem, Sarah, could you summarize the report on the core crystals we currently have? Sure. We currently have more than 18,000 small crystals, 50 medium crystals, 3 large crystals, and only the 1 giant crystal in your hand, big brother Nie Yun. Sarah immediately checked the data and reported to Nie Yun. Good, the formation of the puppet army will be a key focus moving forward, so I need you all to pay close attention to it. Don't worry, big brother Nie Yun. The technology from Lulan can still help this world and I am very happy about that. Although Sarah didn't know the specific purpose of the puppet army, she could guess it was to counter some kind of threat. Good child, you don't need to work overtime today. You and Kankuro come back to the inn with me and they'll personally cook you a delicious meal. Kankuro's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. He hadn't tasted Nie Yun's cooking in a long time. Sarah looked at Scorpion and asked, what about Mr. Scorpion? Nie Yun casually asked, Scorpion, do you want to eat? Scorpion. Nie Yun, it seems he doesn't need to eat, let's go. As Nie Yun returned to the inn, he was blocked at the door by someone. Granny Qian, what can I do for you this time? Nie Yun shrugged with a wry smile. After all, he was a good youth who respected the elderly and cared for the young. Being blocked at the door, he could only greet her with a smile. Please don't be angry, Mr. Nie Yun. I only want to know the answer to one question and I hope you can answer truthfully. Granny Qian's eyes, clouded by the passage of time, now sparkled with insight as if she sought to see through Nie Yun completely. Nie Yun understood that she was definitely here to inquire about Xia, and he guessed that he could no longer keep it a secret. You may ask. Did Mr. Nie Yun have any contact with my grandson Xia? Well, how should I put it? As Nie Yun hesitated, Granny Qian revealed a smile. Alright, Mr. Nie Yun, I already know the answer. Since you've come to ask, you must have been quite certain. Nie Yun's hesitation only confirmed her thoughts further. So Xia has really returned. Mr. Nie Yun, please tell that young man to come back and visit this old woman when he has time. After speaking, Granny Qian left, her steps seemingly lighter than when she arrived. For this old woman, half buried in the earth, as long as she knew that her only grandson was still alive, that was the greatest comfort. As for whether I can see Xia again, that depends on him. Granny Qian did not force the issue. Deep down she felt some guilt towards Xia. He always felt that it was his deception that led to Xia leaving the sorrowful Suna village. Watching Granny Qian's departing figure, Nie Yun felt helpless. It's hard for a righteous official to resolve family matters, and it was best for him to stay out of it. I might as well prepare a reward for Xia for the family reunion tomorrow. I really am a good boss. Impure Earth Rebirth. Nie Yun directly used Impure Earth Rebirth in the room. Xia's parents had died in battle as normal ninjas, so they should be in the Pure Land world of the Sage of Six Paths. Thus Nie Yun's spiritual energy entered the Pure Land world. Upon entering this gray world, Nie Yun saw the Sage of Six Paths floating in the air holding a staff surrounded by a colorful halo, looking quite cool, though he was unsure of what he was doing. After experiencing the last soul-snatching battle, Nie Yun had come here a few times, but the Sage of Six Paths had always avoided him. He never expected to encounter him again this time. Nie Yun immediately approached to greet him. Hey! Sage of Six Paths, what are you up to? The Sage of Six Paths was startled by this sudden greeting. He opened his eyes wide, his body formed of chakra flickering in and out of visibility. The startled Sage of Six Paths scolded, You again, brat. Who do you want to take away this time? Pick quickly and get lost. Facing the Sage's expulsion, Nie Yun felt intolerant. Hey, I have a temper. A mere ball of chakra dares to act so arrogantly in front of me. Rolling up his sleeves and stirring up his spiritual energy, he was ready to fight the Sage again. After all, with the system's protection, Nie Yun wasn't afraid of being hurt, and this time he felt good, not like last time when he had overexerted himself and fell asleep. To Nie Yun's surprise, the Sage of Six Paths did not engage this time, seemingly afraid of him. "You brat, don't cause trouble, just hurry and leave." Nie Yun was surprised by the sage's attitude and stopped his action, pressing, "Old man, why are you backing down this time? There's something off about you." Recalling the sage's earlier deep meditative state, Nie Yun figured he must be doing something unspeakable. "What were you doing with your eyes closed just now?" The Sage of Six Paths averted his gaze, not daring to look directly at Nie Yun. Nie Yun continued to pressure him. After a long while, seeing that Nie Yun was still unwilling to leave, the Sage of Six Paths suddenly sighed deeply. "Sigh. Do you know why I left a portion of chakra in the world? Why I went through the trouble of creating this pure land, allowing this part of chakra to remain for 1,000 years. The Sage of Six Paths seemed ready to share his inner thoughts, which made Nie Yun feel even more uneasy. He took a few steps back, adopting a cautious posture. "Did you take the wrong medicine today, Sage of Six Paths? We've only met twice. Suddenly acting so heartfelt, could it be that you have some kind of plot?" The sage, nearly spitting blood from anger, thought that his sincerity had been wasted. "Do you think I want to tell you these things?" The Sage of Six Paths said angrily, "Since the last time I have been consuming chakra, descending into the ninja world to observe you secretly. I found that you are indeed not from the ninja world, and your way of improving your strength is quite strange." Nie Yun's vigilance grew if this Sage of Six Paths had been observing him secretly all along and he hadn't noticed at all. Now he was saying these things to him with speech that seemed disjointed. What exactly was he trying to convey? "Don't be surprised, the Pure Land world has long since merged with the ninja world. I used the Pure Land world to observe you secretly, and you wouldn't notice unless you reached my former level of strength. But don't be nervous, I mean no harm. I just want to see what kind of person you are. Is that all?" Nie Yun expressed his disbelief. The Sage of Six Paths continued, "I found that you seem to know many secrets of the ninja world, yet you harbor no hostility towards it and have formed deep bonds with the people of Konoha as partners, friends, and mentors. It is clear that you have a strong attachment to the land of the ninja world. I must admit the Sage of Six Paths has indeed hit the nail on the head. So, your presence is a good thing for the ninja world, so I want to entrust some matters to you. Originally I intended to observe for a while longer, but now that you keep pressing, I can only speak." The Sage of Six Paths looked at Nie Yun with eyes full of hope. However, Nie Yun replied, "I'm not listening, goodbye. I'm leaving." Joking aside, Nie Yun was not some game player who would accept every main or side quest. He had many personal matters to attend to. The Sage of Six Paths felt that his enthusiasm had been doused with cold water. "This is a matter concerning the future and fate of the ninja world, and it also relates to you and your companions." Hearing this, Nie Yun adjusted his attitude. The only serious matter that could be so significant was the issue of Kaguya. "You mean the matter of Kaguya, your mother, right? You indeed know about this." The Sage of Six Paths was slightly surprised, gesturing for Nie Yun to continue. "You're worried about Kaguya-hime's resurrection. Don't worry, as long as I'm here I won't allow Kurizetsu to resurrect her. You know about Black Absolute as well. I have underestimated you." The Sage of Six Paths fell into contemplation. If I had known about Black Absolute's existence earlier, Azura and Indra would not have harmed each other. Nie Yun did not disturb the Sage of Six Paths, who was lost in sorrow. After all, it wasn't just Azura and Indra's generation, their reincarnations in the subsequent generations were also seduced by Black Absolute, leading to mutual harm. The Sage of Six Paths could only wait in the Pure Land, watching their souls return, yet he was powerless to intervene. Had he still possessed his original strength, sealing Black Absolute would have been effortless. However, in his current state, recklessly descending upon the shinobi world would only expose this precaution against Kaguya's resurrection, or worse, be disrupted by Black Absolute. Thus he could only watch Azura and Indra fight endlessly. The Sage of Six Paths' mood was understandably heavy. However, what he said next shocked Nie Yun profoundly. In truth, Black Absolute is not the crux of Kaguya's resurrection. Regrettably, I only grasped this point after years. Kaguya is the progenitor of chakra in the shinobi world, and as long as chakra exists she will not perish. And the sealing technique that my brother Yutsuan and I used to seal her, what do you think it was activated with?" The Sage of Six Paths retorted to Nie Yun, who promptly replied, "Of course the sealing technique is activated with chakra." Nie Yun also sensed something was amiss. "You have noticed, haven't you? The sealing technique we activated with chakra sealed Kaguya, who embodies chakra itself. Does that make sense? Even though this is my and Yukin's chakra, we are both children of Kaguya, everything still originates from her." "So what do you mean?" An audacious thought emerged in Nie Yun's mind. Indeed, our sealing of Kagaya can only be temporary, the Sage of Six Paths said with a bitter smile. The seal will only weaken over time. Eventually Kagaya will break free and return to the shinobi world. How long until that day arrives? Nie Yun asked solemnly. Not long, at least 3 years at most, not exceeding 10 years. I was just sensing the strength of the seal, which is already quite weak. Upon hearing this number, Nie Yun nearly cursed. Damn it, Kishimoto is such a bastard. 3 years' time is roughly after the 4th Great Ninja War, which means that even if Black Absolute is gone, Kagaya will still resurrect. Who can endure that? Nie Yun truly wanted to hang Kishimoto up for a beating, cursing himself for being too trusting of the plot he wrote. Kishimoto expressed his grievances, though he wrote that Black Absolute would resurrect Kagaya. It didn't mean Kagaya could only be freed through Black Absolute. Nie Yun tried to calm his agitated feelings and comforted himself. At least I have 3 years to prepare. In 3 years can I not reach the 6 paths level with the system? At that point I won't be afraid of Kagaya. Originally the only threat Nie Yun had to face was the Otsutsuki clan, which could appear at any time. Now suddenly there is also Kagaya, who will resurrect in as little as 3 years, making things quite trouble. Nie Yun had initially planned to gradually increase his strength and reach the 6 paths level during the Boruto era. Now a sense of urgency was necessary. Moreover, even if he couldn't reach the 6 paths level, there were still ways to deal with Kagaya's resurrection. At worst, let Naruto and Sasuke inherit the 6 paths Yang and Yin powers from the Sage of 6 Paths, and with his support use the 6 paths planetary devastation to seal Kagaya for a period. Then he would have enough time to strengthen himself. Thinking this way, Nie Yun suddenly felt it wasn't a big problem. Alright, Kagaya's resurrection is indeed a trouble, but isn't that why you left a backup plan? Hand over your 6 paths planetary devastation to Naruto and Sasuke and let them seal Kagaya again. Seeing Nie Yun return to a carefree demeanor, the Sage of 6 Paths sighed. Indeed, I have left such a move and it can indeed seal Kagaya, but the effect of the second sealing would be greatly diminished. It might last less than 100 years. Alright. So it was just a temporary solution. Nie Yun was extremely speechless. But the Sage of 6 Paths changed his tone. But your appearance has shown me that there may be a different turn in this matter. So what you're saying is, regardless of how people in the shinobi world train, chakra always originates from Kagaya. But you are different, your chakra does not come from Kagaya, so you might even seal Kagaya or kill her. Goodness, you're quite the filial child. Nie Yun stared wide-eyed at the Sage of 6 Paths. The sage could hear the sarcasm in Nie Yun's words and smiled helplessly. Once Kagaya is resurrected, the fury accumulated over 1,000 years will surely lead her to take revenge on the current shinobi world, even seizing all chakra. So I understand. So what you mean is... Nie Yun waved his hands to change the subject. The Sage of 6 Paths, when in a low mood, resembled a wilted old turtle, which was quite painful to behold. Before you reach the 6 Paths level, I can teach you the sealing technique. When Kagaya resurrects, seal her. If you reach the 6 Paths level before her resurrection, whether to seal or... it will be up to you. Moreover, I would like to ask you to properly train Naruto and Sasuke. Once the first 2 plans fail, or if you are unwilling, they will also serve as a backup. The Sage of 6 Paths had a clear and comprehensive understanding and did not force Nie Yun to act in any particular way. Alright, given your perceptiveness, if Kagaya resurrects, I can help you resolve this troublesome matter. Nie Yun patted his chest and assured him that even if the Sage of 6 Paths did not tell him this news or ask anything of him, he would still give his all when Kagaya resurrected, not only because he felt threatened but also for the bonds he had in the shinobi world. Sasuke Kinshiki Naruto Sarada. Well then, starting today I will teach you the sealing technique. Nie Yun interrupted the Sage of 6 Paths. As for the sealing technique, you don't need to teach me. Why not? Your sealing technique, although very basic, your strength is undeniably impressive. After the Sage of 6 Paths pointed out Nie Yun's shortcomings, he still managed to flatter him, which made Nie Yun nearly laugh. But he really didn't need the old man to teach him the sealing technique, the system would provide it soon. So he said, basic, yes, quite basic now. Give it a few days and you will see. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. The Sage of 6 Paths frowned, looking somewhat displeased. With himself being so humble, Nie Yun still failed to appreciate it being so arrogant. Even if the sealing technique is simple, can he really become a master in just a few days? What do you want to bet? Nie Yun had not expected that the old man of 6 Paths would actually bet with him, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He began to size up the old man, pondering what valuable treasures he could win from him. Seeing Nie Yun so joyfully laughing, the 6 Paths sage suddenly felt a bit uncertain. Could it be that he misjudged this young man who seems to be hiding his true abilities, or does he truly have the means to become a master of sealing techniques in just a few days? Quickly he dismissed this thought. Ridiculous, after all, he is the six-path sage. A being of chakra. But he was also a chakra that had lived for 1,000 years, well-informed and experienced. Based on Nie Yun's performance, he was merely a novice who had just begun to learn sealing techniques. There could be no doubts. However, to say that he could become a master of sealing techniques in just a few days, the six-path sage found it hard to believe. He had lived for a millennium and had seen many geniuses in the ninja world, yet he had never encountered anyone who could master sealing techniques in such a short time. Sealing techniques are profound, young man, you cannot grasp them so easily. Even if I teach you, it will take you at least half a year to reach a significant level. The six-path sage, with a tone of earnest advice, nearly moved Nie Yun. Whether the depths were as deep as he said, Nie Yun felt he had to try it himself. Nie Yun smiled and declined. In 5 days, if my sealing technique has not reached a significant level, I will handle all troubles in the ninja world for you. If I can succeed, then... well, there isn't anything you have that interests me. Let's leave it as a debt for now, and I'll come to find you when I need it. How about that? The six-path sage was almost spitting blood with anger. As a dignified six-path sage, how could he be looked down upon like this? Feeling a lump in his throat, the six-path sage angrily said, fine, I accept your challenge. Don't say 5 days, I will give you 10 days. If your sealing technique succeeds, I will owe you a favor. If not, you will obediently learn sealing techniques from me until you master it. No problem, then I will take my leave. See you in 5 days. Seeing Nie Yun insist on 5 days with such confidence, the six-path sage felt a bit uncertain, but after all, he was the six-path sage and could not let this young man bully him so easily. 5 days to learn sealing techniques. It was a pipe dream. The six-path sage constantly reminded himself, giving himself confidence. Nie Yun left the Pure Land and returned to the ninja world, of course not forgetting the souls of Scorpion's parents. 2 bodies of impure resurrection appeared before him. In their initial resurrection they were a bit bewildered, but as elite ninjas they quickly adapted to their current physical state. They understood that they were already dead, but why had they come back to life at this moment? Scorpion's father immediately embraced his wife and warily said to Nie Yun, who are you? I am the one who summoned and temporarily revived you. The two exchanged glances, sensing a connection between them and Nie Yun, and found themselves unable to take action against him. Why did you summon us? Their vigilance did not lessen. What if Nie Yun summoned them for an attack on Tsunade? It could be seen that these two were indeed not ordinary ninjas, they were definitely elite forces of Tsunade at the time. Unfortunately, they had encountered the ruthless White Fang and had long fallen on the battlefield. It is for your son Akasuna no Scorpion. Upon hearing Scorpion's name, the two instantly became agitated. After all, when they died, Scorpion was just a small child, and this was their lingering attachment before their demise. Scorpion's mother hurriedly asked, how is Scorpion now? How old is he? Tears began to fall as she spoke. As parents, their greatest regret and guilt was not being able to participate in their child's growth. He is doing well, and you will see him tomorrow. Nie Yun said casually, and Scorpion's mother finally calmed down. By the way, what are your names? Regarding Scorpion's parents, Kishimoto the old thief did not record their names, and Nie Yun had not dared to ask Scorpion about this before. Thus he asked. Akasuna no Imu. Chio no Kazu. Finally, Scorpion and his parents met in Scorpion's secret base, but it was not as emotional as one might imagine. Both sides were very restrained, still adapting to and accepting the reunion with their family. Ninjas seem to be able to endure many things. Nie Yun came to such a conclusion and then handed the time over to them. Scorpion, you have 3 days off. Remember to come back to work after 3 days. Understood. Scorpion nodded, his eyes seemingly urging Nie Yun to leave and not disturb his emotional outburst. Nie Yun also disliked watching a family cry together and left on his own. Back at the small inn, Nie Yun wanted to gather the Konoha little strong ones together for some fun. However, he found that hardly anyone was present. Only the training Jinmaru and the sleeping Shikamaru, and even Sarah was nowhere to be seen. Since they no longer had to participate in the 3rd exam, they could directly be promoted to Chunin, so they treated the remaining days as a rare vacation. Each one went out in small groups to find some fun. Well, how dare they go out to play without me? Nie Yun wore a face that clearly expressed his displeasure. Shikamaru, brother, Nie Yun going out to play is so troublesome, I might as well lie in the inn and sleep. He yawned as he spoke. Nie Yun cast a glance at Shikamaru. Why are you still here? Shikamaru, confused, asked, shouldn't I be somewhere else? Seeing him in such a lazy state, Nie Yun became even angrier. I've given you so many opportunities, why are you so unmotivated? At your age you should be sleeping, but what will you do when you're old? Don't you see that the proctor Temari is busy preparing for the third exam? Don't you know to go help? As he spoke he kicked Shikamaru in the rear. Shikamaru rubbed his sore bottom, feeling wronged and not understanding why Nie Yun suddenly exploded at him. But brother, I am also an examinee. What do you want me to help the proctor with? Still stubborn, can't you run errands? You can at least serve tea and water. Disappearing from my sight within 3 seconds, otherwise prepare to run all the way back to Konoha. Ah. Shikamaru, under Nie Yun's pressure, didn't even dare to utter a sound and ran off. He was very distressed about how to approach Temari. What should he say? Should he claim that brother Nie Yun forced him to help? Although that was the truth, who would believe it? It would only make Temari misunderstand more. Brother Nie Yun is really something. Shikamaru complained. Jinmaru leaned in, saying, bro, do you want to matchmake Shikamaru and Temari? The third round of the Chunin exams took place as scheduled in the plaza of Tsunade. The surrounding sea of spectators roared with fervor, for the villagers of Tsunade saw that all the candidates who had advanced to the third round were shinobi from their own village. Ignorant of the truth, the villagers naturally assumed that Tsunade had triumphed over Konoha and the other villages. The world had grown weary of Konoha's dominance for too long. As the host Temari and Gaara made no deliberate effort to clarify the matter, allowing the sentiment to spread among the villagers. The Konoha group for the most part just smiled without commenting. After all, they were outsiders, and it would have been unwise to dampen the spirits of an entire village. In this atmosphere of mutual goodwill, the third round commenced. Unknown battles unfolded in succession, and the entire tournament concluded without any surprises in less than a day. After all, as genin from the same village, most of them were already familiar with each other's strength. Who would win and who would lose was almost a foregone conclusion. As Gaara took the stage and announced the official conclusion of the Chunin exams, Nie Yun received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the special check-in condition. Evaluation interesting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, unlocking the Sealing Jutsu attribute and 2 6-paths level ninja tools. Nie Yun breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally he had acquired the Sealing Jutsu attribute. Host Nie Yun strength super cage level. Chakra amount 600000 SS. Fire release A, Earth release S, Lightning release S, Wind release S, Water release S, Yang release A, Yin release B, Gen Jutsu S, Sealing Jutsu A, Kekiai Genkai Shikatsu Miyaku. Fusion obtained Kekiai Magnet release Wood release. Other hiding Jutsu, Impure World Reincarnation Divine Sense Jutsu. Weapons and treasures 6 paths Ninja Tool Shuriken 6 paths Ninja Tool Fan of Wind and Fire. Having a system was truly wonderful. The Sealing Jutsu had directly reached a rank at least equivalent to a master level. Nie Yun could hardly wait to see the expression on the face of the old sage of 6 paths. But Nie Yun knew he must not be impatient. He would wait until the very last moment of the 5-day deadline to reveal himself, letting the old man be happy first, only to strike the best face-slapping effect at the final instant. So now he needed someone to test his newfound Sealing Jutsu. Nie Yun thought for a moment and had an idea. What could be a better experiment subject for a sealing technique than a Jinchuriki? After all, Tsunade now had 3 Jinchuriki. Hehe. Nie Yun's eyes swept over the 3 of them one by one. In an instant Shikaku, Komiai and Kurama all sensed a wave of malice. Kurama in particular found this malice very familiar. As their Jinchuriki, Gaara, Fu and Naruto also felt the disturbance. Shikaku, why did you suddenly shiver? Gaara, who was giving a speech on the podium, was severely disrupted and could barely speak coherently. This lord doesn't know either. I think we'd better leave Tsunade for a few days. Gaara frowned. What trick was Shikaku up to now? Don't be ridiculous. I'm a shinobi of Suna, how can I just leave the village? Did you sense danger? No idea, but leaving is definitely the best choice. Gaara did not commit, forcibly suppressing Shikaku's influence and continuing his speech. In the audience, Fu kept shivering. Her 2 accompanying jonin were startled. What was wrong with her in the blazing midday sun? Inside Fu's sealing space. Fu stared in astonishment as Chome flew around in panic. It was the first time she had seen it like this. Little Komiai, what's wrong? Danger. 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 So dangerous. I feel danger coming. Then what should we do? Fu was also a little frightened. I've decided to hide for a while. Hide. Where? Then under Fu's shocked gaze, Chome spat out countless white threads and quickly wrapped itself into a huge cocoon. Well. Fu was completely dumbfounded. Kurama, Naruto, you little brat, did you offend Nie Yun again recently? Naruto was bewildered. No. I've been on my best behavior lately. Brother Nie Yun even praises me often. Kurama, what's wrong with you? Why is your fur all standing on end? It's making me uncomfortable too. Naruto, you little punk, I think that Nie Yun is going to make a move on you. Go apologize or run away, pick one. Kurama was now completely restless. After speaking, he kicked Naruto out of the ceiling space. Three-tailed beasts were uneasy and their three Jinchuriki could not help but feel the same. In this state, Fu and Gaara each received an invitation from Nie Yun. They'll cook tonight and treat you to dinner. Are you coming or not? Gaara involuntarily swallowed. The Chunin exams just ended. There's still a lot to do. How about next time? Nie Yun pointed at Temari and Kankuro beside Gaara. You have Temari and Kankuro to help you. As the Kazekage, isn't it reasonable to give yourself a break? Temari and Kankuro nodded without understanding the situation. Yeah, Gaara. We think brother Nie Yun makes sense. You really should rest. Well, handle tonight's work for you. Gaara let out a long sigh, a bad premonition filling his entire body. When Fu heard the invitation, her eyes lit up, at first looking eager, then she showed a regretful expression. Brother Nie Yun, I really want to go, but... Nie Yun waved his hand. No buts. It's settled then. Tonight at the hotel in the Konoha camp. You must come. Alright. Alright. Chomei sighed in Fu's heart. Tonight would probably be inescapable. As for Naruto, the moment he heard that Nie Yun would cook personally, he wished evening would come immediately. He completely ignored the anguished howls of Kurama inside him. Naruto, you little brat, if you want to die, don't drag me along. Nie Yun was very satisfied and went back to prepare. He was sure they wouldn't dare to stand him up. At nightfall, Gaara and Fu nervously arrived at the inn where the Konoha group was staying. Nie Yun had already prepared a large table of delicious food. Naruto and the other Konoha rookies sat around the table drooling. If it weren't for Nie Yun's presence, the dishes would never have lasted until the two arrived. But they did not come alone. Gaara brought Chiyo, and Fu was accompanied by her two Jonin guards. Nie Yun didn't mind and said directly, sorry everyone, I didn't prepare seats for you. Chiyo, unbothered by formalities, walked straight over to Naruto, squeezed him aside and said, no problem. This old lady doesn't mind squeezing in. I've long heard of your cooking skills, Mr. Nie Yun. Today I must have a good taste. Fu's two guards, however, lacked such prestige and dared not take a seat at the table. They could only hold their bowls and squat in the corner to eat. Grandma Chiyo came here not out of worry for Nera's potential harm to Gaara, but purely to join in the excitement and see if she could gather any information about the scorpion. Seeing everyone gathered, Nera stood up and raised his cup, saying, first of all, the purpose of today's banquet is to congratulate everyone on their successful promotion to Chunin. The others quickly stood up and picked up their cups. Of course, there weren't many people at the table who could drink. Besides Neru and Sarah, only Grandma Chiyo remained. Even Gaara the Kazekage was drinking a beverage. Neru had always been principled, and he never allowed minors to drink in his tavern. Ahem. Of course, there are exceptions for special circumstances. Alright, everyone can start eating now. After saying that, Neru directly urged everyone to dig in, as it was important to fill their stomachs before the experimental Hansen session. Such humanitarianism. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Neru felt the timing was right. Alright, it's time to announce the second matter, which is that I have recently made significant progress in sealing techniques and need a few individuals as test subjects. Are there any volunteers among you young ones? The room fell silent instantly. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Naruto, Gaara and Fu all sensed trouble. It seemed there was indeed a scheme. Grandma Chiyo watched Neru with great interest, curious about what new tricks this young man had up his sleeve. Seeing no one respond, Neru could only shake his head and sigh, expressing his disappointment. Since you are all so unenthusiastic, I will have to call on names. All the young people instinctively lowered their heads, resembling students in a classroom afraid of being called on by the teacher. Naruto, Gaara, Fu. You three come forward. Neru called them out directly. The three stood up, trembling, their tailed beasts shaking like leaves. Neru first approached Naruto. The nine tails, wearing a mask of anguish, howled, don't come near me. Alright, don't make that face, it won't hurt. Neru comforted with a smile, but to the nine tails his smile seemed perverted. Neru swiftly formed seals, placing his hand over Naruto's abdomen. A blinding white light flashed from his hand, piercing into Naruto's abdomen. This was a new sealing technique specially prepared for tailed beasts and their hosts. Under everyone's gaze, red chakra surged from Naruto's belly. Everyone knew that it was the chakra of the Nine Tails, and Naruto, being the simpleton he was, stared curiously at his own stomach. He felt no other sensation. The red chakra flowed continuously, controlled by the white light, unable to spill out at will, only gathering along the white light into Naru's palm. Gradually the red and white lights intertwined, engulfing Naru's entire palm, obscuring what was happening inside. Everyone held their breath, fully concentrated on waiting for the result. Gaara and Fu were also holding their breath, as they were the next test subjects, making an effort to prepare themselves mentally. The Nine Tails inside Naruto was now in a complete panic, feeling its chakra being rapidly stripped away by Naru. Not only that, but its consciousness was also on the verge of being absorbed. Moments later the red and white lights reached their peak and slowly began to dissipate. The Nine Tails also stopped struggling, as most of its chakra and all its consciousness had been drawn away by Naru. Soon the light completely faded, and everyone curiously looked into Naru's palm, where a small fiery red creature with 9 tails was quietly lying. Wow! How cute! Fu was instantly enchanted, almost leaping forward to snatch it. The girls from Konoha also displayed expressions of extreme fondness. After all, who wouldn't want to hold such an adorable 9 tails? Even Naruto was stunned, realizing that this cute little fox was indeed his 9 tails. He instinctively touched his empty belly. The 9 tails was indeed gone, but the connection he shared with it remained. The creature before him was actually the 9 tails. The little fox opened its sleepy eyes, looking around, and to it everyone appeared as giants. Naruto was a giant, Naru was a giant, and everyone else was a giant, which frightened it. With its 4 short legs scrambling in Naru's hand, the 9 fox tails swayed wildly as it cried in a babyish voice, "Naru, what have you done to me? You jerk." Fu expressed a regretful expression. "Wow, its voice is so cute, simply perfect, too bad it can talk." The other girls nodded in agreement. "Naru, is there a way to make it stop talking?" Fu proposed a bold suggestion. Naru chuckled, "I can consider it." The little fox instantly shrank back. Not only had it become smaller, but it also could no longer use its chakra. If it couldn't even speak, it might as well be dead. "Can we discuss this properly, Naru?" "Sir." The 9 tails' pleading demeanor made everyone laugh, but they also curiously looked at Naru, hoping he would explain this situation. Naru nodded in satisfaction, saying, "That's more like it. I call this the tailed beast cutification sealing technique. Ahem, traditionally the sealing of tailed beasts binds them within their hosts, but I have innovatively modified this sealing technique, transforming the tailed beast's chakra into a physical entity sealed outside the host. However, the connection between the host and the tailed beast remains, allowing the host to continue using the tailed beast's chakra. This way the tailed beast also enjoys a degree of freedom, no longer needing to stay inside the host, but it cannot use its powers unless a consensus is reached with the host. Of course, the host can also choose to reclaim the cute tailed beast back into their body, as it is certainly more convenient to carry." As Naru finished his explanation, everyone indeed wore expressions of admiration for him. Even the well-informed Chio was stunned, sincerely exclaiming, "What an extraordinary and unique idea." Gaara and Fu also showed joy on their faces. If this were the case, the relationship between hosts and tailed beasts would greatly improve, and the tragic fate of the hosts would be completely rewritten. Even the tailed beasts inside them, Shomei and Shikaku, felt a sense of longing, as they too did not wish to be trapped in a cage forever. Even if they couldn't use their powers outside, it would still be better than the current situation. Only the proud 9 tails wore an expression of displeasure. After all, it was the mighty and dignified disaster fox, the 9 tails. How could it survive by relying on cuteness? This was completely unacceptable. Tailed beasts shall never be slaves. Then the 9 tails jumped down from Naru's palm onto the dining table. Without its strength in its physical form, it stumbled and accidentally bit into a piece of meat. "What is this? It smells so good." Next, Nie Yun repeated the previous operation on Gaara, but the chakra of Shikaku was different from that of the 9 tails, emitting a bright yellow light. As the white and yellow lights dissipated, the small and plump Shikaku appeared. No one expected that upon its emergence Shikaku would directly target the gluttonous 9 tails at the dining table. With a kick of its hind legs, it jumped towards the little milk fox, the 9 tails. Its plump body pinned the little 9 tails down. "Shikaku, how dare you sneak attack me?" The 9 tails, unwilling to part with the food in its mouth, cursed after swallowing it. Shikaku intended to chuckle, but its juvenile form made it appear rather silly. "Hee, in the past I was often bullied by you due to your large chakra. Today I've finally caught you off guard. Let's see who truly is more powerful now." Shikaku incessantly tapped the head of the 9 tails, whom it had pinned beneath its belly, venting the humiliation of 1,000 years. Thanks to the great Nie Yun, it finally had a chance to turn the tables. Shikaku was overjoyed, and its fondness for Nie Yun reached its peak. The 9 tails covered its head with its front paws, feeling immensely wronged and furious. Although at a disadvantage, it couldn't hold back its fierce words. Humph, don't get cocky. Don't think that just because I've shrunk him easy to bully. Today you'll see that your lord is still your lord. With that, the nine tails began to furiously swat at Shikaku's body with its 9 fluffy tails, trying to push Shikaku off. Unfortunately, apart from being a bit cuter, which made the girl's eyes sparkle, it was of no real use. With no other options, the nine tails could only seek help from Naruto. Naruto, you little brat, quickly get that bastard Shikaku off me. The nine tails spoke to Naruto in the same tone it always used, as if it were the lord and everyone else were its subordinates. Naruto, being quite clever, noticed the nine tails' embarrassing state and decided to play along. Naruto. Who's that? Sorry, I don't know you. You. The nine tails believed it could still hold on, so it turned its head away from Naruto. Naruto didn't mind it. After all, it wasn't him being restrained. Eventually the nine tails would realize who the true lord was. Next up were the seven tails and Komiai. Both Fu and Chomei were thrilled, and the entire process went smoothly. I really don't understand how brother Nie Yun managed to shrink such a large Chomei down to this size. Fu carefully cradled Chomei in her hands. Now you are the real little Komiai, hehe. Little Fu, from now on I can stay with you all the time. Chomei expressed her excitement, her voice still clear and ethereal. The three-tailed beasts had transformed into 3 adorable pets, and everyone present was amazed by Nie Yun's abilities. Of course, the Konoha ninjas were already accustomed to the surprises Nie Yun brought. However, the Sand Ninja and several from Takigakure deeply recognized Nie Yun's strength. The tailed beasts in his hands were like toys. Such power seemed achievable only by the legendary god of ninja. Chiyo observed with a heavy heart, sighing that Konoha was truly fortunate with strong ninjas abounding each generation, producing talented individuals, making one envious. Moreover, Scorpion knew him and should have a good relationship, considering he was helping him craft puppets. From their interactions, Nie Yun's character also seemed to be quite good. It seemed fortunate for Scorpion to follow him. The remainder of the banquet revolved around the 3-tailed beasts becoming small and cute. The battle between Shikaku and the Nine Tails ultimately ended without a clear victor. The Nine Tails was completely at a disadvantage. If it weren't for Gaara wanting to leave, the Nine Tails would still be pinned down by Shikaku. What puzzled Nie Yun was that during the banquet, Gaara seemed to be intentionally getting closer to Fu, and Chiyo also appeared to be creating opportunities. This seems quite good. In the original plot there was no official female lead for Gaara, which is clearly unreasonable. If these two can really pair up, that would be quite nice. After all, Fu was essentially a female version of Naruto, and she matched quite well with the taciturn Gaara. Moreover, when Fu was leaving, she specifically reminded Nie Yun not to forget to return to Takigakure with her to recommend herself for the Chunin exams. Nie Yun smiled and agreed. Fu, the precious gem of Takigakure, could easily become a Chunin with just a word. Participating in the Chunin exams was merely for her to have fun and make friends. Whether he personally went to Takigakure for the recommendation didn't matter, since he had already agreed to Fu. Nie Yun couldn't refuse. A trip to Takigakure wouldn't take much time, it was just like a vacation. Moreover, Nie Yun remembered that in the original plot Fu was captured by the Akatsuki on her way back to the village after participating in the Chunin exams, becoming the first Jinchuriki to be captured. Although the historical timeline had changed, this Chunin exam was a full year ahead of schedule, and the Akatsuki likely hadn't initiated their plan to capture the tailed beasts yet. However, it was more reassuring to personally send Fu back. Fu's 2 bodyguards wore grim faces. With such a powerful figure heading to Takigakure, they needed to quickly notify the village elder. Nie Yun also noticed a slight glimmer of envy in Gaara's eyes. As the Kazekage and a Jinchuriki, he couldn't easily leave the village. After everyone left, Nie Yun turned to the Konoha ninjas and said, "Alright Kakashi, Sakura, I need you to take them back to Konoha in 3 days. They'll make a trip to Takigakure first and then return." Kakashi and Sakura nodded in agreement. Since the leader had spoken, they couldn't say anything more. In the desert outside Tsunade, Scorpion's secret laboratory lay buried beneath the yellow sand. Scorpion was showcasing the results of his puppet research to his parents, as the art of puppetry was the bond connecting them. Watching Scorpion far exceed their mastery of puppetry, both of his parents felt a sense of pride. However, they were worried about Scorpion's current state, as he had transformed himself into a puppet, which they believed was a grave deviation from the path of a puppeteer. They both simultaneously thought of Nie Yun, who had revived them. Perhaps such a powerful individual could help Scorpion. Unaware of his parents' concerns, Scorpion continued to excitedly describe the new type of puppet he developed under Nie Yun's inspiration, utilizing the ancient Lulan puppetry technique. He hadn't felt this happy and relaxed in a long time. The warmth of his parents, even conveyed through the emotionless body of a reanimated corpse, had already penetrated deep into Scorpion's heart. Even if Nie Yun told him to die 3 days later, he would accept it. Just then a loud rumble suddenly echoed outside the base. Scorpion immediately became alert. Someone was attacking the base. Xia, what happened? Chinai Luiyue immediately shielded Xia behind her while Qisha Imu stepped in front of his wife and son. Xia was momentarily stunned. How long had it been since someone stood in front of him to protect him? In the past he had a swarm of puppets shielding him, but now only two figures stood before him, yet they brought an incomparable sense of safety. It's nothing. He'll go out and take a look. Xia stepped out from his parents' protection, striving to reveal a gentle smile. Let me go instead. Our bodies are special, we won't get hurt. Qisha Imu said as he moved forward, already heading outside. No, he'll go. But before the family could finish their debate, the base's doors suddenly exploded. A young man with yellow hair wearing the Akatsuki cloak walked out from the smoke. It was Dala, who had been searching for Xia for some time. Upon entering, Dala immediately saw the three of them. He was momentarily taken aback. After receiving the order from Chang Men to bring Xia back alive or dead, he had been scouring the phone country for traces of Xia. Yet after nearly 10 days of searching, he had turned the entire phone country upside down without finding a single trace of Xia. He had thought the organization would send Ju, who was skilled in reconnaissance, to provide some clues. But to his surprise, Ju had been completely useless since arriving, behaving as if he were sleepwalking. After days of gazing at the endless yellow sands of the phone country, Dala grew exceptionally irritable. As for Xia, his teammate who also pursued Art, Dala still cared deeply. If Xia were dead, he would surely avenge him. If he had defected, then he would kill him with his own hands. That day he inadvertently recalled an offhand remark Xia had once made about a secret base in the Shine village. So he decided to check it out on a whim, never expecting to actually find Xia. Enraged, Dala immediately roared, "Senior Xia, so you really are here. Why did you go silent? Are you planning to betray the organization?" Xia never expected Dala to find him here. This younger brother of his in the Shao organization, though their artistic views diverged, was still someone with whom he could occasionally communicate. Xia was well aware of the organization's stance on traitors' total annihilation. He had once been assigned to hunt down the Shiwan, but that cunning serpent had managed to escape. Thus Xia understood Dala's purpose, but he was reluctant to sever ties and engage in a bitter fight with this younger brother. So Xia reasoned, "I have defected from the Shao organization because there is nothing left there that interests me. You should leave. I don't want to fight you." "Humph, just for that. Then he'll have to take your corpse back." Dala roared with indignation, the feeling of betrayal flooding his heart, twisting him. "You know the rules." With that, Dala reached into the pouch at his waist. "I'm very eager to see which is more formidable, your so-called eternal art or my explosive art." The two had been partners for years and were well aware of each other's abilities. However, due to the Shao organization's prohibition on internal conflicts, they had never fought at full strength. Xia sighed and turned to his parents, who were already poised for battle. "Father, mother, this is my own affair. Let me handle it myself." Xia's parents exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. From the conversation they had just heard, it was clear the two shared a special bond. Young people should settle their own matters. So they stepped back but remained ready to support their son at any moment. "Xiaodi, let's fight outside. Don't wreck this place," Xia urged. "Humph, you should worry about whether you'll survive first before caring about these things." Dala, still seething with anger, paid no heed to Xia's words. He directly hurled countless tiny clay insect bombs which flew toward the puppet manufacturing facilities around them. Xia sighed and with a flick of his hand shot chakra threads toward several medium-sized puppets that were still under construction. In an instant the puppets activated and countless bolts of lightning surged from their bodies. The arcs of lightning connected, neutralizing all the clay bombs. Lightning release was the natural counter to Dala's explosion release. Dala's plan to destroy the experimental base was thwarted. He was startled. Xia had never exhibited lightning release chakra before. In their years as partners he had never seen Xia use or mention it, nor had any chakra test ever revealed a lightning affinity. Could Xia have been deceiving him all along with some special method? It must be so. The person he thought he knew so well suddenly revealed a secret, one specifically aimed against him. The overwhelming sense of betrayal instantly drowned Dala's rationality. But Dala knew he could no longer destroy the base. Moreover, in this confined space he was at a greater disadvantage against lightning release. So he roared, "I'll wait for you up above, you damn traitor." With that he turned and left. The moment he exited the base, Dala molded explosive clay into a giant bird, leaped onto it, and flew into the air. He intended to firmly secure the aerial advantage to avoid being countered. Before long, Xia also emerged from the base. Where's your red secret technique performance of 100 puppets? Where's your human puppet? Are you looking down on me? If you don't go all out, you'd better prepare to lose. D-Dala taunted when he saw Xie coming out in his original body. D-Dala sneered when he saw that Xie had come out in his true form. Xie did not want to use the third Kazekage's human puppet. He had not told his parents that he had killed the third Kazekage and turned him into a puppet to avoid worrying them. He planned to inform them later. No need for those. Just a few of these will suffice. Xie produced a sealing scroll and retrieved the puppets he intended to use. They were 4 medium-sized wireless puppets. Xie also connected their limbs with chakra threads to grant them a degree of artificial control. Seeing Xie bring out 4 more huge puppets he had never seen before, D-Dala grew even more furious. Since you don't treat me as a friend, I have no choice but to be ruthless with you. C2 Dragon. D-Dala immediately opted for a high-powered jutsu. The clay giant bird gradually transformed into a dragon's shape. Though the dragon did not breathe fire, it continuously spewed explosive clay, raining down a relentless bombardment on Xie below. Xie manipulated his puppets, dodging or neutralizing the attacks with lightning release, showing no sign of panic. D-Dala on the other hand grew increasingly excited and frenzied, launching meaningless bombardments. C4 Garuda. D-Dala molded a clay effigy of himself, which then began to expand rapidly. This was one of D-Dala's lethal techniques originally developed to counter Ujibuyu. After the clay effigy expanded and dissipated, minuscule explosive clay particles would scatter through the air. Once an enemy inhaled them, D-Dala could detonate them instantly. Xie naturally knew of this technique, but he sighed. Xiao, you forgot, I don't need to breathe. D-Dala. Didera was taken aback, realizing he had truly let his anger cloud his judgment. But so what? Even if he didn't explode within, the clay scattered in the air would be sufficient to cause a significant blast. Explode. Let it blow. Lightning release, lightning light. At the same time, Scorpion also used lightning release, causing Didara's explosive clay to lose its power once again. Little Didara, your explosive clay has too obvious a flaw. When fighting those who are unfamiliar with you, you can catch them off guard, but against those who know you well, it becomes easy to target. Didera hated being lectured by others the most. Aw. Scorpion, can you stop lecturing me with that childish face? It's truly annoying. In a fit of rage, Didera began hurling explosive clay, indiscriminately bombarding the surrounding environment, yet he caused not a single bit of harm to Scorpion. The commotion he created was not insignificant, drawing the attention of many. First was Black Setsu, who was slacking off and was startled by Didara's battle, immediately diving underground and racing to the battlefield. It would not easily miss any battle. As the most renowned battlefield reporter of the Hokage, it always provided commentary during major conflicts. For thousands of years, Black Setsu had behaved this way, mainly to record the outcomes of battles and the changes they brought to prevent any impact on its plan to resurrect Kagaya. Because of this habit, during the 4th Great Ninja War, Yakushi Kabuto was able to find so many deceased ninja corpses, becoming a master of resurrection, delaying the main cast's progress by 30 to 40 episodes. Who is Didera fighting? Could it be Scorpion? But no matter who it is, it definitely isn't Nie Yun. If it were Nie Yun, Didera wouldn't even have the chance to stick out his tongue. It was precisely because of this speculation that Black Setsu dared to approach the battlefield so boldly. Moreover, it only observed from a distance, never placing itself in any danger. Watching Didera's battle from afar, Black Setsu shook its head continuously. Didera had little chance of winning now. Oh dear. Little Didera is still too young, he. Although he was at a disadvantage, if he could stay calm, he still had a chance. Unfortunately, Black Setsu appeared to be talking to itself, but it was actually conversing with its other half, White Setsu. Although Black Setsu's combat ability was quite poor, easily taken down by Choji, it had been involved in battles for over 1,000 years, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a theoretical combat master. Meanwhile, the strong from Tsunade were also on their way, Orochimaru, Kankuro, and Chiyo among others. Nie Yun also learned of the situation on the scene through the connection of Edo Tensei. Thus Nie Yun specifically brought Sasuke along and headed to the scene to see the rock ninja kid with 4 mouths. However, just as Nie Yun was about to approach the battlefield, he suddenly felt a familiar malice. Apart from Black Setsu, there was no one else. Oh. I didn't expect this Chunin exam to be so lively. Nie Yun couldn't help but chuckle, having been thinking about how to seal Black Setsu not long ago, only to encounter him so soon. Just as the system unlocked the sealing technique for him and he had mastered it to a great extent, Black Setsu came knocking. Wasn't that a coincidence? So Nie Yun instructed Sasuke to observe the battle on his own while he turned and dashed toward the location of Black Setsu, sensed in his perception. Just as Black Zetsu was happily talking to itself, it suddenly felt a jolt of dread. A bad premonition instantly enveloped its entire being. This is Nie Yun. Black Zetsu instantly recalled the source of this feeling. The white Zetsu originally fused with Black Zetsu suddenly broke free from its control. Throwing Black Zetsu aside, it fell to the ground, turning into a puddle. Black Zetsu, taken aback by White Zetsu's unexpected lack of control, saw White Zetsu actually start to run, clearly trying to flee, and quickly shouted, "What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel?" Having separated from Black Zetsu, White Zetsu screamed, "Dangerous things are coming for you, I have to run." Black Zetsu, damn it. Black Zetsu then thought again, letting White Zetsu run first might attract Nie Yun's attention. Thus Black Zetsu hurriedly attempted to sink into the ground like mud and escape. Without White Zetsu's support, it could no longer merge with the trees and had to resort to this clumsy method. However, just as it had sunk halfway, it felt a powerful pulling force from behind. Damn it. No matter how hard Black Zetsu tried to escape, it was futile being pulled out. Then it saw Nie Yun's face, which was sporting a kind smile. "Why are you running from me?" "Lord Nie Yun, you have wronged me." "I wasn't running, I swear. It was just that half of my body." White Zetsu suddenly went crazy and ran off uncontrollably, so I. Black Zetsu, knowing it couldn't escape, hastily explained, shifting the blame onto White Zetsu. "It can run, just as long as you don't run, it's fine." Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu's heart sank. The newcomer must not be friendly. Could it be that he discovered I tricked him? So Black Zetsu tentatively probed, "How could I run upon seeing you, Lord Nie Yun? I was hoping for you to save my mother Kaguya from her seal." Nie Yun sneered inwardly. He was engaging in this lengthy conversation with Black Zetsu to prepare the sealing technique to seal it. As the sealing technique matured, Nie Yun could sense more clearly that Black Zetsu's life level was still quite high. After all, it was a product of Kaguya's will. Even with the current level sealing technique, sealing it would still be quite troublesome. The technique had to be innovative. One couldn't use the existing sealing techniques in the ninja world, otherwise Black Zetsu, as a living fossil of the ninja world, would definitely know how to break free. While Nie Yun analyzed Black Zetsu, he prepared a suitable sealing technique for it, hence he chatted a bit more with Black Zetsu to gather some information. "Since you still wish to free Kaguya, why haven't you provided any news in 6 months? Do I need to take the initiative to find you?" Nie Yun glared at Black Zetsu, causing it to shiver, but it inwardly rejoiced as it seemed Nie Yun had not discovered its deception. Thus it explained more humbly. "I wouldn't dare. I was just about to look for you, which is why I came to Tsunade." Black Zetsu's mind was racing. "Alright then, what business do you have to report? If it holds no value, humph." Nie Yun sneered with a threat. "If it's of no value, I wouldn't dare disturb you, Sir Nie Yun." Black Zetsu quickly drafted a script in its mind, preparing to say something to appease Nie Yun. "We have located all the tailed beasts and have formulated a corresponding capture plan capable of summoning the god tree in a short time." Nie Yun wore a face that asked, "And then? And then?" "Then I would like to ask you to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, to become the master of the divine tree, break the seal of the moon, and save my mother Kaguya. As long as I save my mother, everything else can belong to you." Heiju once again showcased his acting skills, earnestly pledging loyalty to Nie Yun. If it weren't for knowing the plot, Nie Yun might really have been deceived. The method Heiju proposed for saving his mother was more about resurrection than rescue. Furthermore, the process of resurrection is quite troublesome. First, one must gather Kaguya's sage eyes, which are essentially the Rinnegan. And to awaken the Rinnegan, one requires the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, the descendants of Ashura and Indra, which is the combination of the powers of the Uchiha and Senju clan. In this regard, Madara bit off a piece of flesh from Hashirama during their great battle, using one of his Sharingan as the price to activate Izanagi, rewriting his own death and surviving, eventually transplanting the bitten flesh into his chest, taking decades to finally awaken the Rinnegan. Although Madara lost one eye under the influence of Hashirama's powerful yang power from his cells, he was still able to awaken a pair of Rinnegan. The body of the sage must possess the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths with yin-yang power. Uchiha Madara, who had transplanted Hashirama's cells, perfectly meets this requirement. Next, one must gather Kaguya's chakra, which is extremely difficult to achieve. After Kaguya was sealed, her chakra was distributed by the Sage of Six Paths to all the shinobi in the world. Even the divine tree was forcibly divided into tailed beasts, leaving only a shell, which is the outer path golem. To collect Kaguya's chakra, one must gather the tailed beasts, summon the Ten Tails, fuse the Ten Tails chakra to awaken the Rinne Sharingan, and then use infinite Tsukimi to trap everyone in a dream and absorb their chakra. The last requirement is Kaguya's soul and will, which is the simplest part, as Heiju himself is a manifestation of Kaguya's will. Thus, for Heiju to resurrect Kaguya, he must have Uchiha Madara fuse with the Ten Tails, cast infinite Tsukimi, and then say something heartfelt. Having Nie Yun be the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails is sheer nonsense. Nie Yun naturally would not believe it. He even felt pity for Heiju, as Heiju had no idea that he could have spared himself all this effort. Once the time comes, Kaguya would break free on her own. Nie Yun scoffed, saying the Ten Tails is a divine tree. I am not of the Otsutsuki clan, how dare I dream of possessing it. The Ten Tails is indeed impressive, but without the Rinnegan it would be very difficult to control, so Nie Yun currently has no plans to gather the Ten Tails. Thus he scoffed at Heiju's proposal. Heiju quickly continued to flatter Nie Yun, saying, Lord Nie Yun, you have traveled a great distance to the ninja world to rescue the Otsutsuki clan and restore the fruit of the divine tree. This is a tremendous achievement for the Otsutsuki clan. At that time you will be a hero, surely able to succeed my mother Kaguya and become the steward of the divine tree. Nie Yun did not fully understand the specific circumstances of the Otsutsuki clan, so he was unsure how much of Heiju's words were true or false. But it is certain that there indeed exist powerful outsiders serving the Otsutsuki clan, as otherwise Heiju would not consider himself the messenger of the Otsutsuki clan. There is even a possibility that the Otsutsuki clan possesses the ability to transform other outsiders into Otsutsuki members. Of course, these are merely Nie Yun's speculations. Currently the one who knows the most about the Otsutsuki clan in the ninja world is Heiju, along with the sealed Kaguya Otsutsuki and the unknown Otsutsuki Urashiki, who is said to be sleeping somewhere. Nie Yun feels he has no means or assurance to extract any real information about the Otsutsuki clan from these three individuals. For now Nie Yun does not intend to delve deeper into this matter. He plans to focus on sealing Heiju first. The special sealing technique prepared for Heiju is already ready. With new ideas and designs, it will surely provide Heiju with a good sealing experience. Nie Yun smiled at the puddle that was Heiju. Heiju sensed something was wrong. Before he could react, he saw Nie Yun's hand pressing down towards him. The surrounding space suddenly became locked and the air was being compressed towards the center, leaving him unable to move. Heiju did not expect Nie Yun to suddenly attack him. He thought to himself that he hadn't said anything wrong just now. Lord Nie Yun, why? Heiju used all his strength to grab onto the ground, anchoring himself to resist the pulling force from Nie Yun's palm and the surrounding pressure. I find you quite eloquent, so I want to keep you by my side to hear you talk about your solo stand-up comedy. What solo stand-up comedy? If Lord Nie Yun wants me to stay by your side, I will obey. There's no need to go to such lengths. Heiju continued to act obediently, trying to deceive Nie Yun like last time. Nie Yun coldly laughed, directly interrupting him. Heiju, let me tell you the truth. I am not any messenger of the Otsutsuki. What? You're not? You clearly admitted it last time. Heiju exclaimed as the ground beneath it was already being pulled up, yet it remained immersed in disbelief. I never admitted it, I just didn't deny it. You assumed I was some messenger of the Otsutsuki. But your chakra clearly doesn't carry my mother's aura. You definitely aren't from the ninja world. Haha, so you concluded I'm not a native of the ninja world because of this. Then, what exactly are you? Heiju, ravaged by the surrounding pressure and chakra, continued to question Nie Yun. For centuries it had been deceiving others, but this time it was deceived. No, to be precise, it should be that it was deceived by its own mind. Nie Yun smirked. This question, you might as well ponder it slowly in the ceiling space. Nie Yun appeared relaxed, but in reality he was gritting his teeth and concentrating. Heiju was resisting the sealing technique vigorously, and any slight mistake could allow it to escape. No, I cannot be sealed yet. I have not rescued my mother yet. No, Nie Yun, you damned liar. Heiju's body had already been pulled halfway into the black hole of Nie Yun's palm. It was just a little more before the sealing could be completed. However, at that moment Nie Yun suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of crisis approaching from a distance. This sense of danger did not stem from his own peril, but from the threat to someone close to him. That direction. Could it be Sasuke, who went to observe the battle? But how could that be? Right now Sasuke cannot be harmed by ordinary people. How could he possibly encounter a life-threatening crisis? Could it be Deidara's technique? Art is an explosion. Minutes ago the battle between Deidara and Sasori had reached a fever pitch, with the conflict escalating continuously. The surrounding forest suffered greatly, trees toppled and the ground became pockmarked. Chio and Gaara arrived first along with Shikamaru. They were the first to notice Deidara soaring in the sky. The intense explosions created by Deidara caught Gaara's attention. He silently rejoiced, relieved that such a battle hadn't erupted within Tsunade. In normal circumstances Gaara was confident he could defeat the explosion-wielding ninja. The opponent could fly atop his giant bird, but he could also manipulate sand to fly, matching the speed with greater agility. Although the explosions created by Deidara appeared powerful, they were not fast enough to breach his sand defenses, especially since he possessed absolute defense techniques. Hiding within his absolute defense and manipulating sand for combat would be sufficient to keep the opponent at bay. However, if the battle took place within the village, Deidara's powerful sustained explosions would pose a tremendous threat. If even a single explosive clay bomb were to slip through, the resulting damage would be incalculable, a scenario Gaara would never allow. Thus during the battle he would have to exert considerable effort to protect the village, inevitably allowing the opponent to dictate the pace of the fight, making the outcome uncertain. In fact, Gaara's worries were valid. In the original story, Deidara exploited Gaara's identity as Kazekage, knowing he would never abandon the village, thereby constantly restraining him and ultimately forcing him to submit. So who was fighting alongside this person? Gaara looked down and saw a red-haired figure, handsome yet somewhat mechanical in appearance, with vacant eyes that appeared strangely unsettling. He seemed to be a puppet master controlling a type of puppet that belonged to Mr. Nie. Could it be that he was one of Mr. Nie's disciples? Gaara glanced at the people around him and noticed Kyo's excited expression, her eyes gleaming as she fixated on the red-haired puppet master. "Do you know this person, Granny?" Kyo took a deep breath, calming her emotions slightly. "Yes, I certainly do. He is my grandson Sasori, who left home 20 years ago." The name Sasori was known to almost every sand ninja, and Gaara certainly knew of him. A genius puppet designer, he surpassed Kyo, who was then hailed as the #1 puppet master at the age of 12. Unfortunately, he vanished from Tsunade at the age of 15 without a trace. Shikamaru was so excited he nearly shouted. Sasori was his idol and a symbol for all puppet masters in Tsunade. The 3 puppets he excelled at, the crow, the salamander, and the black ant, were all his masterpieces. Shikamaru had long admired such a figure, never expecting to encounter him today. Shikamaru, brimming with excitement, rushed forward, ready to fight alongside Sasori. He recognized that Sasori used the kind of puppets Mr. Nie had crafted and concluded he must not be an enemy, deciding to lend a hand. Moreover, to be able to fight alongside his idol was a dream come true. Shikamaru controlled 3 puppets, preparing to shield Sasori from some explosions. However, after the explosion, the 3 puppets were blown to pieces. Shikamaru attempted to reassemble them with chakra threads, but it was utterly impossible. This left Shikamaru astounded. If these were all Sasori's masterpieces, how could they be so easily destroyed? Sasori glanced back at him expressionless and said, "This is not a battle you can participate in. Don't embarrass me by using the toys I made as a child." Toys from childhood. These words struck Shikamaru like a thunderbolt, leaving him reeling. What had been called masterpieces were now merely childhood toys. Stunned, Shikamaru failed to notice a clay bomb bird flying toward him. Gaara sought to rescue him, but was a moment too late. Yet with a flick of his finger, Sasori commanded the recently shattered crow, black ant, and salamander puppets to suddenly spring to life, blocking the bomb at incredible speed, although they were completely destroyed in the process. "Young one, if you dare to lose focus on the battlefield, quickly get far away if you wish to live. After the battle I will make you some even better ones." Sasori, perhaps sensing the impact of his earlier words on Shikamaru, comforted him with a blank expression. Receiving care from the Great One, Shikamaru perked up and retreated under Gaara's sand cover. "Sasori, you have really changed. You can actually comfort someone now." Both Chiyo and Deidara simultaneously thought of this. However, for Chiyo it was with pleasure, while for Deidara it was frustration and anger. This was clearly no longer the Sasori he once knew. This made it all the more difficult for him to accept. Even if Sasori had rejoined Akatsuki, he was no longer the one who would debate art with him and despise being compared to others. Since I cannot have it, then I might as well destroy everything. Explode. Explode. Blow everything here to bits. Deidara was clearly descending into madness. He tore open his clothing, pulling out a large mass of explosive clay and placing it in the mouth on his chest. The mouth began to chew frantically, and countless black threads spread all over Deidara's body. Strangely enough, Deidara's body was also turning increasingly transparent. An eerie feeling enveloped everyone present. This was the technique that Deidara was preparing to use to take everyone down with him. "Sasori, it seems our debate about art will end today. You have never once used the puppets you once took pride in. It seems you have abandoned your concept of eternal art. In the end, my explosions are the true art. That fleeting moment is the most beautiful." Sasori smiled wryly. He too wanted to use the 3rd Kazekage's puppets to end the battle quickly. However, with his parents now watching along with the 5th Kazekage and Chiyo, he could never bring them out to disrupt the hard-won peace. He stared at Deidara, who was clearly in a bizarre state, remaining silent. He had never seen the technique Deidara was currently using. Seeing Sasori's silence, Deidara turned his gaze toward Gaara. "Oh. The one-tailed Jinchuriki, you were originally my target. It would be no injustice to blow you up, ha ha ha." Deidara was confident his technique could directly obliterate the one-tail. After all, since he was going to die anyway, he was not worried about affecting Akatsuki's plans. However, a few years later the One-Tail would be resurrected. Gaara frowned, and just then the One-Tail suddenly leaped onto his shoulder. Damn it, kid. If you don't want to die, run. His chakra is rapidly gathering toward his heart. This move is no joke. I can feel the threat already. Run, run. Temporarily release my seal and they'll get us out of here. Gaara hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly lifted the seal on Shikaku that Nie Yun had placed. Shikaku's body instantly swelled to 100 meters in size. With a flick of his tail he scooped up Orochimaru, Temari and Kankuro, placing them on his back as he turned to flee. Deidara, now reduced to just a head, grinned maniacally. Too late to run now. At the same time Deidara spotted Sasuke, who had just arrived. Sensing the danger, Sasuke immediately activated Susanoo, shielding himself while turning and sprinting toward Nie Yun. Deidara recognized it instantly, the Susanoo of the Sharingan. It reminded him of Itachi Uchiha, the man who had once defeated him and recruited him into the Akatsuki, elegant, aloof, confident, even arrogant. In Deidara's mind, Itachi was another target he longed to surpass, second only to Sasori. He had developed many techniques specifically to counter Itachi, including this ultimate move. Deidara vaguely thought the figure within Susanoo looked familiar. Wasn't that Itachi's younger brother Sasuke Uchiha? The two brothers really did resemble each other. Since you Itachi can't experience this technique, let your brother feel it instead. You little brat with the Sharingan, you're Itachi's brother, aren't you? Itachi once defeated me with his Sharingan. Arrogance runs in your clan. Today I shall put an end to your arrogance. Too late to run now, ha ha ha. Taste this move for Itachi's sake. Hearing Deidara mention Itachi's name, Sasuke frowned deeply, wanting to stop and demand answers. But instinct told him that stopping meant death. This impending sense of doom was even more terrifying than when he had faced Zabuza. Now Sasuke only wanted to reach his teacher Nie Yun as quickly as possible and warn him to be careful. Sasori hadn't expected Deidara to resort to such a crazy move. Realizing the danger, he immediately summoned all his puppets. Red secret technique performance of 100 puppets along with numerous mid-sized unmanned puppets formed a steel barrier that encircled and protected Sasori and his parents. Yet even so, Sasori felt enveloped by the sensation of death. Suddenly Akasuna no Itsumi pulled Sasori close and said, "Sasori, don't be afraid. This time mother and I will protect you." Kazuna no Yuzuki embraced Sasori from the left. "Sasori, this time we will stay by your side forever." They too summoned their puppets and joined the steel barrier. Suddenly Sasori could no longer feel the threat of death from outside. This feels so good. So I must not die and my family must not suffer a single scratch. Sasori roared. He then directly summoned the third Kazekage human puppet using iron sand to reinforce the core and further strengthen the barrier. There was no room to hide anymore. Sasori's parents understood the dire situation. They weren't too surprised by the appearance of the third Kazekage. Now they only wanted to protect Sasori. They held him tightly. They used their own bodies as Sasori's last line of defense. That was enough. In an instant Nie Yun learned of the battlefield situation through the impure world reincarnation of Akasuna no Itsumi. Deidara had indeed used that technique, the one that turned him into a starfish-like form. Nie Yun knew its power. Within a dozen kilometers nothing would survive. He estimated that even his own position would be affected, let alone Sasuke, who was much closer to the epicenter. If struck Hedon, even a tailed beast would be severely injured or blown to bits. In the original story, when Sasuke encountered Deidara using this technique, he had summoned Manda and taken refuge inside the snake's belly, reverse summoning himself to the Ryuchi cave. That was how he survived the attack while Manda was blown to pieces. But now, although Sasuke was stronger, he had yet to contract a summoning beast. Could he endure this with just Susanoo? Damn it, right in the middle of sealing Black Zetsu. Was he going to have to let Black Zetsu go? Nie Yun glanced at Black Zetsu, who was already more than halfway sealed. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly intensified the sealing technique. Black Zetsu was visibly forced and further, leaving only half a head outside. Then Nie Yun abruptly halted the sealing technique midway. He didn't know what the consequences would be, but he couldn't wait any longer. Sasuke was his disciple like family. When a disciple is in danger, the teacher must save him. He would have to deal with Black Zetsu later. That fool Deidara, a real pain in the ass. I feel like slapping him twice. Halting the sealing, Nie Yun pressed both hands to the ground. Wood-style sealing version forest emergence. A massive surge of chakra plunged into the earth, traveling through intertwining tree roots and instantly reaching the battlefield below. By now Deidara's eyes were vanishing. The explosion was imminent. Suddenly a giant tree rose from the ground, swallowing Deidara's remaining mouth, the one about to explode, into its trunk. Then layer after layer of wood grew and wrapped around the colossal tree. The giant tree along with the entire forest began to glow with an emerald light. Shikaku and Sasuke's Susanoo halted their flight, for they sensed an unparalleled sense of safety. Teacher, you are indeed this powerful. I thought that with effort I could catch up to you soon, but it seems the gap between us is still vast. Sasuke murmured, his eyes filled with excitement. Shikaku trembled, clearly sensing the immense energy collision erupting within the giant tree, a collision capable of obliterating him several times over. Yet the surface of the giant tree remained calm without a ripple. This meant that Nie Yun had suppressed it all, a terrifying display of power. Shikaku resolved in his heart that from now on in Nie Yun's presence he would be as obedient as possible. How wonderful it would be to be Nie Yun's cute pet. Kyo's eyes widened. This wood style was in no way inferior to the legendary Hashirama Senjutsu, perhaps even surpassing it. This young man named Nie Yun was excessively strong, frighteningly strong. Gaara said nothing, he had already understood everything through Shikaku's thoughts. Tsunade must maintain eternal friendship with Nie Yun. Far away, Nie Yun gritted his teeth slightly. The earlier sealing had consumed most of his chakra, and now sealing Deidara's self-destruction was proving somewhat taxing. Fortunately, he managed to seal the explosion in the final moment, preventing it from harming those around him. The intense heat and pressure had turned the center of the giant tree into a molten lava-like substance. Nie Yun was astonished to find that Deidara, who had self-destructed, was still alive. Or rather in a state between life and death. He was now in a state resembling a stone statue wrapped in a layer of rock crust, completely motionless. Perhaps because of Nie Yun's intervention his energy had not been fully released this time, and Nie Yun could sense him absorbing the life energy from the wood style, which was why he managed to survive. He needed to give him a good slap. The young man was so explosive that he had almost caused the seal to fail. Good heavens! Nie Yun then remembered that he had not yet finished sealing Heiju and quickly checked. If Heiju escaped this time and became wary, it would be hard to catch him again. Perhaps he would lie dormant for another 1,000 years, and with the ninja world so vast, Nie Yun would have no idea where to find him. Moreover, Kagaya's seal was about to be broken, and even if Nie Yun managed to suppress and seal her again, Heiju, that troublemaker, would surely cause more chaos. Nie Yun had no desire to compete with him in longevity. After a careful examination, Nie Yun finally relaxed. Heiju had been successfully sealed, but the seal's formation had changed because he had interrupted it to stop Deidara. To Nie Yun's surprise, his entire left hand and arm had turned pitch black, just like Heiju, and he could even see Heiju's 2 eyes in the palm. Ah, this! Nie Yun was speechless. He had intended to seal Heiju forever within his body, never to see the light of day, a seal that even his own death could not break. But now such a deviation had occurred. Fortunately, when Nie Yun tried to mobilize his chakra, he found that he could still use chakra to perform techniques with the left hand that sealed Heiju. This made Nie Yun sigh with relief. If this hand had been crippled as a result, it would have been a complete loss. He would have to find a way to adjust it. The sealed Heiju glared at Nie Yun with his 2 large eyes in the palm, sending furious glances. This was a tremendous humiliation. This human not only deceived him but also sealed him inside his own hand. Despicable. At this moment, Heiju could only rage impotently. Apart from blinking, he could do nothing. What are you looking at? If you keep staring, you'll poke your eyes out. Nie Yun gestured with 2 fingers of his right hand, and Heiju instinctively closed his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Nie Yun suddenly realized that teasing Heiju like this was quite amusing. Feeling humiliated, Heiju's eyes blazed with fury as he launched a fierce spiritual assault, trying to break through Nie Yun's sealing technique. However, all his efforts were futile, resulting only in a slight tremor in Nie Yun's hand. Nie Yun smiled contemptuously, watching him exhaust every method. He even encouraged Heiju, yes, put in more effort. You're almost out, keep going. Don't stop, take a deep breath and push again. Finally, after Heiju was completely exhausted, Nie Yun said with a regretful tone, alas, I know you tried your best. Don't be discouraged, try again next time. He had fully provoked him. Heiju was almost in tears. In his 1,000 years of existence he had never met such a shameless person. Seeing Heiju finally subdued, Nie Yun nodded with satisfaction. Although this black hand was not aesthetically pleasing, many people in the ninja world had the habit of wrapping their hands in bandages like Shaoli. So Nie Yun did not worry about it for long. He would just wrap it in bandages when he got back. It might even give him a more ninja-like feel. Alright, the problem of Heiju was temporarily resolved. Now it was time to deal with that brat Deidara. Having made up his mind, Nie Yun was about to head to the center of the explosion. Then he saw a giant Susanoo descending from the sky. It was Suozhu who had arrived. As soon as Zhu saw Nie Yun, he immediately dispelled the Susanoo and rushed over, looking Nie Yun up and down with concern to see if he was injured. When he saw Nie Yun's left hand, which had turned pitch black, his eyes instantly reddened. His teacher must have done this to protect him. Sealing Dala's terrifying explosion from such a distance, even his powerful teacher would surely suffer a backlash. His teacher's hand must have turned this way because of the backlash. Teacher, your hand. I'm sorry, it's all because I'm not strong enough. For you to have to protect me in such a situation, I will definitely. Nie Yun looked speechlessly at the tearful Zhu. He knew Zhu had misunderstood, but he felt deeply gratified. He had not spoiled this disciple in vain. Ahem ahem. Nie Yun cleared his throat lightly, preparing to explain. But at that moment Zhu's heart was filled with guilt and concern for Nie Yun. When he heard Nie Yun cough, he thought he had suffered internal injuries and became even more anxious. Teacher, please sit down and rest. I'll take you back to Muyi for recuperation. No, I'll go back to Muyi and invite Gang Shisama here. No, someone has to stay with you. Seeing Zhu in such a fluster, Nie Yun was both touched and amused. Who would have thought that the originally aloof genius, the second pillar, had quietly transformed into a different person? With his right hand he firmly patted Zhu's shoulder and said softly, Zhu, don't worry. I'm fine. Nie Yun's deep voice inexplicably calmed Zhu down. Sniffling, Zhu asked, Teacher, are you really okay? Ha, of course. A mere Dala is not worth me trading my life for. Saying this, Nie Yun gently wiped away Zhu's tears. Wipe them quickly. Crying doesn't make you look cool at all. Zhu's face instantly turned as red as a plateau. How long had it been since he last cried? And today he had lost his composure. Ha, no need to blush over this. After all, you're still just a child. You've always carried too much on your shoulders, missing out on the joys that normal children should have experienced. Nie Yun let out a long sigh, silently resolving in his heart that as Zhu's teacher, since his parents were gone, he should help him make up for those lost joyful times. Having composed himself, Zhu awkwardly changed the subject. Teacher, what about your hand? Nie Yun chuckled lightly and began to explain, omitting Zhu's identity and simply saying he was a villain who intended to destroy the world. Because the relationships among Kaguya, Zhu, Uchiha Madara and others were very complicated, and Zhu had not yet reached that level of understanding. Knowing too much might not be good. After hearing this, Zhu's eyes sparkled with admiration. His teacher had actually dealt with Dala's powerful self-destruction while in the process of sealing a super big boss. Just how powerful was that? It seemed he still had a long way to go with his teacher. Nie Yun's stature in Zhu's heart had risen to another level. Alright, let's go check on that brat Dala. Nie Yun patted Zhu's shoulder and stood up, heading with him to the center of the explosion to see Dala's condition. Since he wasn't dead, they would keep him. Later they could go to the Yenren village and perhaps trade him for some good things with the old man Yimu. After all, he was Yimu's genius grandson, so Yimu should not be stingy. A towering tree stood at the center of the recent battle where the Scorpion family was examining Nie Yun's handiwork. The Scorpion had already put away the puppets of the third generation of Wind Shadows. Fortunately, his parents did not delve deeply into this matter, which made him visibly relieved. In truth, the Scorpion's parents were not indifferent to inquiring about what had transpired. After all, the third generation of Wind Shadows, once loyal, had suddenly appeared as a puppet in their son's hands, shocking anyone to the core. Generally one would be unable to resist the urge to ask immediately, but the Scorpion's parents temporarily held back. On one hand, the family had just experienced a life-and-death upheaval. On the other hand, they were grappling with the absence of the Scorpion's growth and didn't know how to broach the topic. Imu quietly turned to his wife on the other side of the giant tree and asked softly, Lu Yue, did you clearly see the puppet our son summoned just now? Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before nodding. It does resemble the third generation of Wind Shadow, but could it just be an ordinary puppet made by the Scorpion in imitation of the third generation? Lu Yu still wanted to make excuses for her son. It's impossible that Iron Sand is the unique skill of the third generation of Wind Shadow. Imu shook his head, denying his wife's explanation. Lu Yu's face turned pale. Her son had killed the village's former leader and turned him into a puppet. Killing and striking at the heart, this was almost a slap in the face to the Sand Ninja village. What would happen if it were known? At that moment, Imu gently patted Lu Yu's shoulder and said, don't worry. Our son is very smart, he would never flaunt that puppet in public. Although he didn't understand why they needed to kill the third generation of Wind Shadow, these were all matters of the past. What we can do now is to help him keep this secret. Moreover, even if the Scorpion's actions were exposed, he was currently assisting this esteemed person. Imu pointed to the towering tree before them. The implication in his words was clear. Lu Yu nodded. Yes, you're right. What does the past matter? What we need to do now is to accompany the scorpion well during this limited time. The power of the esteemed person he is loyal to is indeed impressive. Not only can he summon the dead to fight, but he can also use such powerful wood release. It is just like the legendary god of ninjas Senju Hashirama. No matter who he is, all we need to do is to serve him well. It is a fortune for the scorpion to follow such a person. Imu and Lu Yu had a very favorable impression of Nie Yun. After all, not every boss would go to such lengths for their subordinates, not only summoning deceased parents for companionship but also intervening to save them in a time of crisis. He is simply a model boss, and they felt quite reassured. Imu. Lu Yu. Scorpion. At that moment 3 excited shouts came from nearby. Imu and the others turned to the source of the sound and saw an elderly woman, tears streaming down her face, standing not far away. The bond of blood erupted in an instant. Even from a distance they clearly understood that she was their kin. Mother. Granny Chio felt as though today's experience was like a dream, first encountering her grandson Scorpion battling a mysterious person. Then nearly being caught in the massive explosion caused by the mysterious person facing death, and finally escaping amidst chaos. After the death crisis was averted out of responsibility for the village and concern for the Scorpion's safety, Granny Chio voluntarily came to confirm the situation on site. Gaara wanted to come along but was refused by Granny Chio on the grounds of the Wind Shadow's safety. Hence she came alone to investigate. Unexpectedly, amidst the most dangerous center, she encountered her long-deceased son and daughter-in-law. For a moment she even doubted whether she had already died in the explosion and was now seeing her deceased son and daughter-in-law. A series of shocks made Granny Chio, a ninja who had traversed the ninja world for many years, feel a bit dazed, nearly losing her balance. It was only when her son and daughter-in-law rushed over and embraced her that Granny Chio finally believed this was not a dream nor a reunion after death. Although her son and daughter-in-law had an unearthly aura about them, Granny Chio instantly understood the reason behind it. Wasn't it mentioned in the intel about Nie Yun that he possesses the ability to summon the dead to fight? And the Scorpion was indeed doing things for him. After more than 20 years the family was reunited, exchanging silent, tearful gazes. There was so much to say, yet in that moment none could utter a word. Seeing this scene, the Scorpion also quietly approached. Although his expression remained proud and cold, the warm scene made his heart feel a little warmer. In his heart he had grown extremely weary of his current puppet body. The cold puppet body could not embrace his family freely, unable to convey or feel warmth. Lord Nie Yun. I hope what you said is true, that you can help me restore my human form. Moments later Nie Yun arrived at the scene with Sasuke. Ahem. I hope I'm not interrupting your family reunion. Nie Yun elegantly reminded the Scorpion family of his arrival. Lord Nie Yun. Mr. Nie Yun. Granny Chio, you don't need to be polite. You all continue, I will go check on Deidara. Hearing this, the Scorpion followed Nie Yun's footsteps and said that Guy Deidara should have blown himself to ashes by now. His words carried a hint of sorrow. After all, he was a partner who loved art just like him, yet he ended up destroying himself. He did not inquire why Nie Yun knew Deidara's name, as he had completely placed himself in a subordinate position and would never ask too much. That guy is still alive, he truly has a lucky fate. Nie Yun explained while walking, pressing down with his hand. The towering tree before them slowly cracked open, revealing black basalt formed from magma created by high temperature and pressure. The Scorpion then noticed that Nie Yun's left hand had turned black, but he still did not ask further. How could someone survive such a massive explosion? The Scorpion found it hard to believe. I am also quite curious, but he is inside this basalt, let's chisel him out and study it together. The Scorpion and Sasuke immediately got to work using various methods, and after spending most of the day they finally chiseled out a basalt sculpture resembling Deidara. If it weren't for the faint life energy they could sense within, Nie Yun might have thought this was a stone statue of Deidara sculpted by the Scorpion. In this state Deidara looked as if he had been petrified by Medusa's gaze. There were indeed signs of life, albeit very weak. The Scorpion immediately began to study it, actually wanting to save this impulsive and volatile partner of his. His state was quite unusual, completely enveloped by a layer of basalt, appearing to be a form of self-protection. Although his life force was weak, it was slowly growing. At this rate it would take half a year to return to normal levels. A probe-like device extended from the puppet arm of Scorpion, fiddling with Deidara's statue before speaking. This kid really has a great fate. He must have absorbed some life force from your would-release ninjutsu, which has led to this state of self-protection. Scorpion said excitedly. Even in a state where only Deidara's heart remains, he can be brought back. It may not be impossible for him to restore his human form. It should be the yang release chakra within me that is playing a role. Nie Yun nodded, clarifying Scorpion's theory a bit more. You can study this carefully, I believe it will help you restore your human form in the future. Once your research matures let me know and I will lend a hand. Nie Yun was well aware of Scorpion's intentions and naturally he generously made his promise. Scorpion was overjoyed, even the almost expressionless puppet head squeezed out a strange and unsightly smile. Scorpion's parents also heard the earlier conversation. Both were extremely excited, yet seeing their son become a half-human half-puppet made them uneasy. Unexpectedly their son still had a chance to become a normal person. So the two quickly knelt on one knee before Nie Yun to express their loyalty. Lord Nie Yun, our family will certainly be forever loyal to you. Yes, my lord, the two of us as husband and wife can go through fire and water for you. We only hope you can help Scorpion return to his normal self. Scorpion saw his parents kneeling, thus he also knelt on one knee and lowered his proud head, swearing loyalty to Nie Yun. Grandma Chio looked a bit awkwardly at her son, daughter-in-law and grandson pledging loyalty to Nie Yun. Clearly he was a genius ninja from Tsunade, yet suddenly they were swearing allegiance to this powerful figure from Konoha. The rapid changes in the world left her feeling quite confused. It took her a long time to comprehend this matter. Forget it, her son and daughter-in-law had already sacrificed their lives for Tsunade, and now that they had revived they owed nothing to Tsunade. It was time for them to make their own choices. As for her grandson Scorpion, this kid had already left Tsunade for many years and had an unclear relationship with the death of the third Kazekage. It was unlikely for him to return to Tsunade, so let him be. As long as their family could be together again, this half-dead woman felt content. Sigh. Grandma Chio silently sighed within her heart, her eyes already filled with tears. Sasuke, who had been watching from the sidelines, felt even more admiration for Nie Yun. He was the top student in the Ninja Academy's Ninja World History, the genius puppet master from Tsunade. Scorpion and his parents were all well-known ninjas recorded in history. Now they were kneeling and swearing loyalty to their teacher. Generally a ninja would only perform such a grand gesture to the village leader. However, Sasuke was not surprised by this, as this person was his teacher Nie Yun, the man who repeatedly created miracles. If he showed too much surprise it would diminish Nie Yun's prestige, so he had to remain calm. Nie Yun could sense the sincerity from their actions and tone. Gaining the loyalty of a genius like Scorpion filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Ahem, rise, I do not favor such formalities. Since I have made a promise I will naturally fulfill it. Yes, we believe in you, my lord. Let's go, Scorpion, bring Deidara along, we should head back. Yes. Nie Yun waved his hand and led the way back. Sasuke followed suit with great flair. Then Scorpion and his parents controlled the puppets to pack up Deidara's statue. Grandma Chio silently followed her family, glancing at the vast and majestic forest left by Nie Yun. Her heart felt a bit comforted. Nie Yun took away the three genius puppet masters Scorpion and Imu Luiyue, yet also left behind such a precious forest for Tsunade. That can barely be considered not a loss, right? The journey in Tsunade came to a complete end and Nie Yun could be said to have reaped great rewards. Firstly, the crystals and puppet techniques obtained in the Lulan ruins were sufficient to create a puppet army comparable to any ninja village. He also recruited a Lulan princess Sarah to work at his tavern, successfully subduing the scientific genius of the ninja world Scorpion along with a half-dead Deidara. Completion of Akatsuki member card collection 2. In terms of strength there wasn't much noticeable progress compared to when he left Konoha. He only activated a sealing technique entry, mastering sealing techniques. In addition he created 3 cute little tailed beasts. Another pleasant surprise was successfully sealing Kagaya. He evolved into Nie Black Hand Yun. Furthermore he obtained important information regarding Kagaya. Even without Kagaya's destruction she would still break free. This made Nie Yun feel a lot more pressure. Time was running out and he had to step up his efforts. Thankfully he had a mass of chakra from the Sage of Six Paths to assist him, making everything a lot easier. Moreover, Nie Yun had not forgotten the bet with the Sage of Six Paths. He must secure some benefits. After all, the Sage of Six Paths entrusted him with the important task of sealing Kagaya. Now Nie Yun held the initiative. Another day passed and Nie Yun left behind Sasuke, Naruto, Kinshiki, Sarah, and the rest of the Konoha crowd, taking the black-skinned beauty Fu to Takigakure. Naruto still wanted to desperately follow but was kicked away by Nie Yun. Go back to Konoha and train hard. Within a month control an extra tail for me, or wait until I come back to see how I deal with you. As for Sasuke, your Susanoo must also reach its complete form quickly. Nie Yun seriously advised the two. Naruto immediately made a distressed face and shouted, "Why? Teacher." Although the Nine Tails was cooperating better now, trying to control an extra tail would still impose a great burden on his body. However, Sasuke detected a hint of a signal from Nie Yun's words. It seemed the teacher had some task to assign to the two. He immediately covered Naruto's mouth, replying, "Understood, teacher Naruto, and I will supervise each other, work hard to train and accomplish the tasks you arranged for us." Only then did Nie Yun nod with reassurance. He felt at ease with Sasuke. Although Naruto was chatty, he had never slacked off on training, especially with a good friend like Sasuke supervising and competing with him. Beneath the pristine blue sky of the ninja world, untouched by industrial pollution, Nie Yun and Fu leisurely and freely flew towards the direction of Takigakure village. Indeed, they were flying, but not by riding Chihua. Instead, they utilized the power of the Seven Tails Komiai, manifesting two pairs of translucent luminous wings behind them. These wings connected seamlessly with Nie Yun's own chakra, responding as naturally as if they were extensions of his arms, just as if Nie Yun himself had grown a pair of wings. The sensation of flying with wings was exquisitely surreal, as if one had wholly merged with the wind and clouds, a feeling starkly distinct from sitting atop Chihua. Nie Yun was utterly exhilarated, flying with Fu from the land of sand to the land of fire, then to the mist-shrouded land of water, soaring from day into night, witnessing sunsets and sunrises. After circling around extensively, they finally headed towards Takigakure village. As for the two upper-rank ninja from Takigakure, Fu promptly sent them back on separate routes. In truth, the two felt a secret relief. Not everyone relished the sensation of flying, especially when led by a wild spirit like Fu. "Brother Nie Yun, our village is just ahead. Let's race to see who arrives first. Woohoo him off." Without waiting for Nie Yun's reply, Fu excitedly accelerated. "Ha ha ha, very well. The loser is a puppy." Over these days, Nie Yun had grown accustomed to Fu's carefree nature and gladly revealed his own playful side. As the saying goes, a man's spirit is forever youthful. Fu's character resembled Naruto's, but while irritating in him and Fu, a dark-skinned beauty, it was utterly endearing. Nie Yun's double standard was understandable. Any normal person would feel the same. The two had become close friends, and Nie Yun's tolerance for Fu verged on indulgence. Summoning his chakra, Nie Yun's wings behind him fluttered so swiftly they became mere afterimages, instantly surpassing Fu ahead. "Come on, little Komiai, speed up, let's catch brother Nie Yun," Fu urged the Chomei perched on her shoulder in a coquettish voice. Chomei sighed helplessly. Nie Yun was a monster possessing far more chakra than he did, and of far higher quality. Is he even human? Yet Chomei bore no resentment toward Nie Yun, on the contrary, it was grateful. Nie Yun had granted them the long-desired freedom, not complete but far better than being confined in a pitch-black sealed space, able only to communicate with the Jinchuriki. Now appearing in a miniature form in the mortal realm was a vast improvement. It was unclear what the Nine Tails and One Tail thought, but Chomei itself was content with the current state. Chomei shared a close and joyful relationship with Fu. If all went well, the steadily maturing Fu would become a perfect Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, in the original storyline, Fu was captured by Haiden and Kakuzu before she could fully grow, serving merely as a vessel to deliver the tailed beast's power to Naruto. There was nothing memorable about her role. But now with Nie Yun's presence, Fu would not repeat those mistakes. She would grow into a perfect Jinchuriki, combining beauty and strength. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived above Takigakure village. From a panoramic view, the village's prosperity momentarily made Nie Yun think he had returned to Konoha. The village's territory was vast, nearly half the size of Konoha. Compared to Takigakure, Tsunade was but a remote backwater. Truly, it was the only ninja village outside the 5 great nations wealthy enough to afford a tailed beast. What surprised Nie Yun further was that Takigakure even possessed an air defense early warning system. As soon as they entered the airspace, a piercing alarm blared throughout the village. Within moments, the rooftops swarmed with umbus silently fixating on Nie Yun. Such a system was no trivial feat. Covering an entire village required both advanced technology and abundant funds. Curiosity piqued, Nie Yun seized Fu, who was about to explain. Fu remained silent. "I will inspect the strength of your Takigakure village." The clever Fu immediately understood Nie Yun's intention and was filled with playful excitement. She instantly feigned extreme terror, casting a pleading glance towards the umbu of her own village below. Sharp-eyed umbu recognized the captive as their village's Jinchuriki. "An enemy has taken the Jinchuriki. Quickly report to the 5th Hokage." Despite the alarm, there was no chaos. The umbu, though fearful, maintained order, forming a protective aerial perimeter. Simultaneously, they sought reinforcements from the village. The ninjutsu squads prepared cautiously to avoid accidental harm to the Jinchuriki. The barrier squad was ready to deploy their defenses. They awaited the 5th Hokage's support. The logistics team accelerated civilian evacuation as battle could erupt any moment. Observing this, Nie Yun nodded inwardly. Takigakure truly had its unyielding reasons. Fu quietly winked at Nie Yun and whispered proudly, "How is it? Our Takigakure ninja aren't bad at all, right?" After speaking, Fu tightened her arm around Nie Yun's neck and naturally pressed her back against his chest. Does this make it more believable? Nie Yun clearly saw through Fu's little scheme and smiled silently. As time passed, Takagekyou's ninja filled the area below while civilians had mostly been evacuated. Takagekyou, surrounded by Umbu, swiftly rushed towards the battlefield. Using his powerful spiritual sense, Nie Yun scanned the entire Takagekyou village, comprehensively observing its defense arrangements and the strength of its ninja. Nie Yun could confidently assert that given time, once Fu matured into a perfect Jinchuriki, Takagekyou would rise as the sixth great ninja village. Though Takagekyou lay nestled between Konoha and Iwagakure, its unique geography surrounded by massive waterfalls had spared it from the ravages of past ninja wars. Backed by the ocean and thriving maritime trade, it maintained prosperous commerce with the land of stone and the land of thunder. Decades of accumulation endowed it with the foundation to become a great nation. Its formidable strength was evident as they could easily dispatch 2 upper-ranked ninja to protect Fu during the Chunin exams. Their ambition was undeniable, from bankrupting themselves to purchase tailed beasts at the first 5 Kage summit to dispatching Kakuzu to assassinate Senju Hashirama. It was clear they refused to remain a minor ninja village. What they lacked was a top-tier combat force capable of rivaling the 5 great villages. Therefore Fu, with her potential as a perfect Jinchuriki, was undoubtedly a pivotal figure. Her importance to Takagekyou was self-evident. And now Nie Yun, the one holding the Jinchuriki hostage, was their greatest adversary. The young Takiage Shiboku was hastening toward the scene of the incident. Having just assumed the mantle of Takiage, he appeared somewhat flustered upon hearing that the Jinchuriki had been taken hostage. As he walked, his mind churned with thoughts. Fu as the Jinchuriki was of paramount importance to the village. More significantly, Shiboku had always regarded her as his own little sister. That was why, against the objections of most villagers, he had allowed her to participate in the Chunin exam. Shiboku refused to let a lively, cheerful girl like Fu lose her joy and freedom to the fate of a Jinchuriki. But now, with this unforeseen turn of events, he regretted his earlier decision. At the same time, confusion gnawed at him. Fu, though not yet fully matured, possessed strength no less than that of a jonin. How could she have been so easily taken hostage? Moreover, he had assigned 2 jonin to protect her. Yet Fu had been captured and no one had returned to call for help, suggesting that the 2 jonin were most likely dead. Someone capable of such a feat must be at least at the Quasi-Kage level like himself. And in this world, the only ones with Quasi-Kage level combat power were probably the 5 great nations. If the 5 great nations were involved in this. As these thoughts took hold, Shiboku gazed at the 2 figures in the distant sky, his heart sinking. Just then a figure caught up to Shiboku from behind. "Shiboku, what is going on? Why has Fu been taken hostage?" A harsh, piercing voice interrogated Shiboku. "I told you not to let her go to that Chunin exam. It's all a political game of the great nations, but you wouldn't listen. See? Now something has gone wrong. How can you be the Takiage?" Faced with a barrage of accusations, Shiboku, though the Takiage, showed no sign of anger. Instead, he lowered his head in shame. "Suyin sensei, I am sorry. This is all my fault. I will apologize to the village afterward. But for now, we must find a way to rescue Fu. She must not suffer any harm. Please assist me, sensei." The newcomer was in fact Shiboku's teacher. "Humph, that goes without saying. Sensei, you are also at the Quasi-Kage level. The enemy is likely the same. I will draw the enemy's attention out in the open to create an opportunity for you. You can lurk in the shadows and find a chance to rescue Fu." Shiboku quickly calmed down and formulated a plan, voluntarily taking on the most dangerous task of luring the enemy. It was evident that Suyin's arrival had brought him great reassurance. Suyin's gaze casually swept over Shiboku, revealing an enigmatic expression. "Got it." He tossed out the words, then melted into the buildings below, presumably to execute Shiboku's plan. Shiboku arrived at the confrontation site, standing atop the tallest roof nearby. Looking up at the sky, he saw Fu, her neck held by a man about his age. The moment Shiboku laid eyes on the man, he felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority. Handsome, exceedingly handsome. And with an incomparable aura that etched itself into memory at first glance. Shiboku was secretly startled. He had always prided himself on being the most handsome man in the Takiage village, yet today he had seen. No. He shook his head vigorously, dispelling those absurd thoughts. Was this really the time for such musings? Shiboku took a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and channeled his chakra as he shouted, "You up there. I am the 5th Takiage Shiboku. State your demands, but first release my sister Fu." Shiboku was clever enough not to mention Fu's identity as the Jinchuriki, referring to her only as his sister. He gambled that if the enemy did not know she was the Jinchuriki, there might still be room for negotiation. If that were the case, the matter would be far easier to resolve. In the sky, Nie Yun squinted. The sun was harsh, making him drowsy. His divine sense swept over the crowd below. The newly arrived young Takeuchi Shiboku had quasi-cage level strength. Another quasi-cage level figure lurked in the streets below. Nie Yun could sense the malice radiating from this person. Interestingly, it was directed not only at him but also at Takeuchi Shiboku. Moreover, Nie Yun detected another quasi-cage level presence hidden in some corner of the Takeuchi village. He could not tell whether it was 1 or 5, like a corpse or a living being. It piqued his curiosity. This tiny Takeuchi village seemed rather complicated. Seeing that Nie Yun was not reacting, Shiboku spoke again. As you can see, you are now surrounded. Release Fu and the Takeuchi village will welcome you as a guest. Otherwise we will not be so polite. Hearing this, Fu pouted and whispered to Nie Yun, Shibakunai is such a fool. He can't even size up the enemy's strength properly and he's threatening us. It's us who have them surrounded. Nie Yun glanced at her sideways. Us too? Fu giggled, hee mostly you Nie Youngich. I'm just your accessory. She looked extraordinarily docile. How many quasi-cage level fighters are in your Takeuchi village? Nie Yun asked. 2.5. Shibokugage counts as 1, old man Suein as 1.5. Nie Yun understood. Fu would not deceive him, nor would she need to, as she knew well that any number of quasi-cage level fighters made little difference to him. And since Fu was the village's Jinchuriki, her status nearly equal to the Takeuchi's, there was almost no secret she would not know. Thus the extra hidden quasi-cage level presence that even Nie Yun could not fully perceive was definitely not ordinary. Interesting. Play along with me in a little act. Sure, I promise I won't blow it. Fu was so thrilled she nearly screamed. It being with Nie Yun was just too much fun. Shiboku grew irritated that Nie Yun was still ignoring him, but he was helpless as the enemy held a hostage. Suddenly he sensed something amiss. The way they floated in the air seemed to be Fu's method of flight. Though at a distance, Shiboku's keen eyesight allowed him to vaguely see translucent glowing wings behind both of them. Shiboku knew Fu's combat style and abilities intimately. The village's Umbu might mistake it, but he never would. Furthermore, the supposedly kidnapped Fu showed no resistance, not even a struggle. That was utterly unlike her lively, boisterous nature. Upon closer observation, Fu seemed to be whispering with her captor. Knowing Fu's mischievous personality, Shiboku felt a sudden epiphany. Fu must have been playing a prank with a new friend, putting on an act to fool him. Realizing he had been duped, Shiboku fumed. This commotion was far too grand. Fu had gone too far, making a mockery of the entire village. The furious Shimu was about to reprimand Fu, only to see her already out of control in the air, slowly descending while holding on to Nie Yun's hand. Just as he had expected, Shimu let out a sigh of relief, but his anger flared up. The group of Takunin and the Umbu were a bit bewildered. They were just on the brink of battle, yet in an instant the hostage had broken free and was flying towards their 5th Hokage, holding hands with the assailant. They did not make any rash moves, remaining in place waiting for the orders from Takeuchi. Although they were confused about the situation, the graceful descent of the two caught them off guard. Seeing Fu land with her usual playful grin, Shimu realized the magnitude of the trouble she had caused. His anger intensified and he prepared to teach Fu a good lesson this time, hoping she would understand the importance of her role in protecting the village. So he put on a stern face, waiting for Fu to come down. However, Fu did not give him a chance to speak. After landing, she exclaimed loudly, "Shimu, look. I've made a friend who's even more handsome than you." Shimu was momentarily taken aback, his mouth twitching. This girl had gone wild after just a few days outside. At least there were outsiders present. She was showing no regard for his dignity. The senior members of Takunin and the Umbu around them pretended to be oblivious. They dared not involve themselves in a joke between the Jinchuriki and the 5th Hokage. As an outsider, Nie Yun was on the receiving end of the praise, naturally keeping silent to avoid making Takeuchi and Shimu think he was mocking them. Shimu's previously serious expression had completely crumbled, and trying to regain that seriousness was already ineffective. Sigh. With a long sigh, Shimu felt extremely frustrated, so he decided not to engage Fu any further on this painful topic. What on earth was going on? Don't tell me this grand spectacle was just for her to entertain herself. Impossible. Fu leaped lightly in front of Shimu, blinking her big eyes, and seriously replied, "I wanted to test the village's response capability in an emergency situation." Fu's serious demeanor made her appear quite convincing. It seemed commendable, now worthy of praise. Of course, these were the lines Nie Yun had just taught her. Shimu's mouth twitched again. Did Fu really think she could fool him as if he were a 3-year-old? He understood her character well. Her carefree nature could hardly harbor such delicate thoughts. That said, it also served as a convenient excuse to resolve the matter. So Shimu decided to play along and said to the Umbu beside him what happened earlier was actually an exercise I planned to test the village's emergency response capability. You all performed quite well. He instructed all the Umbu and ninjas to return to their posts. The high-ranking Umbu member clearly sensed the underlying truth. The reality of the situation was certainly not as simple as what their fifth Hokage had stated. Yet he chose to accept the order and went to issue it. As the Umbu high-ranking member left, Fu beamed, saying, "You're so nice, Shimu." Faced with such an angelic smile and melodious laughter, Shimu felt his anger dissipate. He couldn't help but rub his forehead and sighed. "All right, we'll discuss this matter later. Introduce me to your new friend properly." He put a heavy emphasis on the word friend, evidently harboring some discontent towards Nie Yun. Nie Yun pretended not to hear, silently scanning the peculiar Quasishida-level combat power he had sensed earlier. "Ha, let me introduce you. Shimu, this is brother Nie Yun, a guest from Konoha village. He's a very strong jonin." Under Nie Yun's suggestion, Fu only mentioned Nie Yun as a jonin and referred to him as a guest from Konoha because the title of honorary elder was quite heavy and Nie Yun's youthful appearance clearly did not match. Moreover, only a few people from Konoha and Tsunade knew about his true identity, and it had not been widely spread. "Brother Nie Yun, this is our fifth Hokage, Shimu from Takunin village. He is the youngest Hokage in the history of our Takunin village and possesses Quasishida-level strength." Shimu hurriedly coughed lightly, wanting to interrupt Fu's flow of words. Why was Fu able to sum up Nie Yun in one sentence while going on and on about herself? He was afraid of what Fu might say next. With that, Fu had already exposed her abilities. He had never shown his power to the outside world. For a long time the Takunin village had been striving to reduce their visibility, waiting for the opportunity to shine. What he didn't know was that Fu had already spilled all the secrets of Takunin village on the way here. Not only their personnel strength, but also that Shimu had liked several girls when he was younger. Of course, Fu was not being disloyal, rather in the face of Nie Yun's absolute strength, hiding these matters was of no use. It was better to use it to boost Nie Yun's favorability. "This ninja from Konoha is very welcome to visit our Takunin village. This girl Fu might have caused you some trouble along the way." While speaking, Shimu adopted a very humble demeanor, discarding the airs of a Hokage, conversing as if they were friends, which made Nie Yun look at him with newfound respect. "Fu is a very lovely girl. Having her accompany me on this journey has brought me much joy." In return, Nie Yun was very polite, greeting Shimu and engaging in small talk. Upon hearing Nie Yun say this about her, Fu suddenly blushed deeply and stood shyly to the side, lost in thought. Seeing this scene, Shimu felt alarmed if this Jinchuriki might get whisked away. No, he had to take action quickly. Shimu hurriedly interrupted Fu's daydreaming. "Fu, where are Kong and Mu?" Oh. Right." Fu paused for a moment before responding. "They both have a fear of heights, so I let them walk." "Well, that's good. Since our guest from Konoha has arrived, we can't leave our guest standing outside. That is not how we treat guests in Takunin." With a wave of his hand, Shimu instructed a subordinate, "Take our guest down to rest first. He'll hold a banquet at my residence tonight." Nie Yun did not object. It was a good opportunity to sneak away and take a look at that place, so he followed the Takunin ninja. Fu shouted to follow but was stopped by Shimu. "You haven't been home for so long, don't you want to go see your parents first?" Shimu said through gritted teeth. Only then did Fu pout and relent. Just as Nie Yun left the rooftop, a middle-aged man with a sinister expression brushed past him. He was the one ambushed on the street below. This time Nie Yun clearly sensed the aura emanating from him, which surprisingly carried a hint of that strange Quasishida-level combat power. This was getting more and more interesting. Inside the office of Takayoshi. After enduring the suppressed anger for a long time, Shui Yen finally began to question Shimu. "Shimu, how far are you willing to indulge her?" "Shui Yen, she's still a child, she's just a little playful." Shimu smiled wryly, trying to explain and soothe his teacher. "Let me tell you, as the leader of a village, you are too indecisive. The existence of a Jinchuriki is a weapon for the village. I say we should take forceful measures directly so Takayoshi village can obtain a shadow-level combat power and have the capital to negotiate with the 5 great nations." Shui Yen showed no mercy towards Shimu, her words causing his expression to change slightly. "Teacher, she is not a weapon. She has a good relationship with the tailed beast, and we can wait for her to gradually master its power. She is also a member of Takayoshi village, protecting her village as a ninja." "Simply delusional. What do you mean she has a good relationship with the tailed beast?" "The tailed beast is a symbol of disaster. Each appearance results in heavy casualties. The example from more than a decade ago in Konoha proves this. If not..." "All right, teacher, enough. I know what I'm doing regarding Takayoshi." Shimu directly interrupted Shui Yen. Seeing Shimu use Takayoshi's authority to pressure her, Shui Yan's expression changed, a flicker of anger crossing her eyes. Fine, let's not discuss this matter for now. That guest from Konoha cannot stay in the village, who knows what his intentions are. Seeing Shui Yan not pressuring him on fuss matter anymore, Shimu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Teacher, after all he is a guest, we should at least offer him the courtesy of a good send-off." Seeing Shimu continuously refuse her, Shui Yan's fists instinctively clenched and then relaxed. "Humph, do as you wish." With that she left the Takayoshi office without looking back. Not far from the Takayoshi office is where Shimu arranged for Nie Yun to rest. The environment here is quite nice, a beautiful independent courtyard with a small waterfall over 10 meters high at the back. This is the most distinctive feature of Takayoshi village, with numerous waterfalls of various sizes and significant terrain differences. It has a bit of the flavor of the Blue Star Mountain city of Yujo. The water from the waterfall flows into a pond on the ground and then disappears into an underground stream, only to resurface somewhere else, forming another small waterfall due to the terrain drop. The sound of the waterfall is not loud, creating an ethereal ambience in the room, even aiding in sleep. Nie Yun had been listening to the sound of the water with his eyes closed while using his divine sense to lock onto Shui Yan. He could hear their conversation clearly. Until Shui Yan left, Nie Yun finally opened his eyes. With a thought, a wood clone that looked exactly like him but only at the level of a high ninja appeared before him. The two Nie Yuns exchanged smiles and the wood clone sat in a meditative position, closing his eyes to recuperate. Nie Yun the original used a transformation technique to instantly change his appearance and then quietly slipped out of the courtyard. The dark members surrounding the courtyard had no idea the real Nie Yun had already left. Nie Yun secretly followed Shui Yan from a distance, shopping while tracking her using his divine sense to ensure he wouldn't lose her. Shui Yan would never suspect that she was being followed by Nie Yun. Despite this, Shui Yan remained very cautious, aimlessly wandering around Takayoshi village for over an hour, repeatedly confirming that no one was following her. Only then did she proceed toward a specific destination. Seeing her so careful, Nie Yun was even more convinced that she had ulterior motives. Moreover, it is highly likely related to that strange Quasi-Shadow level combat power. Nie Yun felt quite excited, although he could easily capture Shui Yan and force her to divulge information or directly find that Quasi-Shadow power. But that would be rather dull. Since he had decided to start acting, it was time to employ a different strategy for more fun. Shui Yan's speed was not fast, yet she maintained a high level of vigilance, meandering around until she reached an unremarkable small waterfall. Then she walked into the waterfall. Moments later, Nie Yun arrived outside the waterfall. He could clearly sense that behind this waterfall is a secret passage, and beyond that is a considerable secret base where the Quasi-Shadow level combat power resides. There were also many ninjas at the level of high ninjas and middle ninjas. The combat power of this secret base is comparable to half of Takayoshi village. This combat power cannot possibly be the backup talent that Shui Yan cultivated for Takayoshi village. Therefore Shui Yan must have ulterior motives. She probably intends to plot a rebellion. Such an army is hidden within the village, ready to deliver a fatal blow to him, led by his most trusted teacher. Nie Yun placed himself in Shimu's perspective, unable to help but gasp in shock, feeling a chill down his spine. He then plunged into the secret passage. The security here was quite tight with very dense patrols. Nie Yun also spent some effort to evade the guards and entered the interior to find Shui Yan. He saw this guy standing outside a cell-like room. Inside the cell was a disgusting monster covered in black tentacles, sporting 5 masks with different patterns. Isn't that Kakuzu? Why is he locked up? The hidden Nie Yun slightly opened his mouth, wondering if something had changed in the plot that he was unaware of. Upon closer inspection, Nie Yun felt relieved. This thing is definitely not Kakuzu. It should also be a person who has practiced the Earth Grudge Fear technique. After all, Earth Grudge Fear is originally a secret technique of Takayoshi village. Although it was stolen by Kakuzu when he defected, that doesn't prove others can't learn this technique. If it were Kakuzu, this guy wouldn't only have Quasi-Shadow level combat power, as the Akatsuki organization's recruitment standards are quite high. Even Daidara, a young rising star, is at the shadow level, let alone Kakuzu, who is nearly a century old. Moreover, the Earth Grudge Fear monster before him is completely wrapped in tentacles with 5 separate hearts, fully exposed, seemingly unable to merge back into human form. This is a bit concerning. Of course, this evaluation comes from Nie Yun's own perspective. From the viewpoint of Takayoshi village, this thing released would definitely be a village-level killing weapon, almost equivalent to 5 Quasi-Shadow level powerhouses. This is also why the Quasi-Shadow level power he sensed initially seemed like one person and also like 5 people. However, what happened next left Nie Yun utterly astonished. He saw Shui Yen walk into the cell with deep affection, throwing herself into the embrace of the 5 Earth Grudge feared tentacle monsters, performing a vivid tentacle play before Nie Yun. Don't get the wrong idea, there isn't anything that would make one's eyes pop. The tentacles caressed Shui Yan's body like glue, as if conveying countless words of infinite tenderness. The impact of that scene was truly indescribable. Nie Yun suppressed the urge to rush out and eradicate those grotesque abominations, enduring until he had witnessed their intimate entanglement. From Shui Yan's muttered monologue toward the Earth Grudge, those tentacled horrors, he gleaned fragments of the truth. The hearts of these Earth Grudge were astonishingly formed from Shui Yan's own family members' cultivation essence, his 2 brothers, his wife and his children. No wonder their contact was so tender. The Earth Grudge retained human sentience though they could no longer speak. Nie Yun wondered deeply, why had his family transformed into such beings? Had he misjudged Shui Yan? Perhaps this secret base was built not for malice, but in desperate hope of restoring them. Yet Nie Yun soon realized his speculation was unfounded. Shui Yan's voice, thick with resentment, pierced the silence. Family. I am about to begin. In terms of ability and contribution to the village, the position of Takigakure's shadow has always belonged to me. That deceiver, the 4th Hokage, swore he would entrust it to me, yet forced me to carry out countless dirty, exhausting tasks on his behalf. In the end he bestowed the title upon young Shiomu, a boy whose whiskers hadn't even sprouted, then dared ask me to serve as his advisor. Had Shiomu shown even a sliver of promise, I might have endured it. But he grows increasingly reckless, lacking the gravitas, the responsibility befitting a shadow. At this rate the village will surely crumble beneath his rule. So I have resolved to act, and you will stand with me, won't you? We are family. As if comprehending his words, the Earth Grudge writhed violently, their tentacles thrashing with eager anticipation. Be patient, we strike at midnight tonight. Shiomu hosts a banquet for a blonde-haired shinobi from Konoha. Satiated and off guard, he'll be ripe for the and that blonde-haired youth named Nie Yun, capture him too. If compliant, he may live as envoy between Takigakure and Konoha. Otherwise kill him. He is but a foreign retainer, nothing more. Once victorious, I shall seize the 7 tails by forbidden art, granting us parity with the 5 great nations. Takigakure shall flourish under my hand. All shall know, I alone am the true shadow. His eyes burned with ravenous longing, betraying how long he had hungered for the mantle. Tisk tisk tsk. Nie Yun mused inwardly. Another Danzo, consumed by power's intoxicating delirium. He even set his sights on me, and on Fu. Unforgivable. Why not wait until I'd departed? Why narrow his path so recklessly? Nie Yun ceased listening to Shui Yan's endless soliloquy, his feverish fantasies of ruling Takigakure as shadow radiant and triumphant. Such splendor belonged solely to Shui Yan, not to his kin, now twisted into Earth Grudge, stripped of dignity and humanity. Having memorized every detail of Shui Yan's hidden stronghold and his full arsenal, Nie Yun withdrew silently, ready to witness the grand ill-fated spectacle Shui Yan had meticulously orchestrated for that night. Back at the inn, Nie Yun found Fu conversing with his wood clone. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Brother Nie Yun, is it true? Truly. Do you really think I'm the most beautiful girl you've ever seen? The clone replied softly, voice like silk, of course it's true. A girl like you, radiant and kind, is summer's gentle breeze, heaven's golden sun, a treasure unmatched even by lantern light. Oh, your original self has returned. Time for me to vanish, no thanks needed. With a sharp pop, white smoke erupted, dissolving the clone into scattered timber that melted seamlessly into the floorboards. Fu, startled by the sudden transformation, gasped, Brother Nie Yun, what happened? Cough cough, here I am. That was merely my wood clone. Turning, she saw another Nie Yun standing behind her, forehead etched with dark lines. Quick-witted Fu instantly grasped the truth. She'd been charmed by a clone, and caught red-handed by its creator. Mortification flooded her, thought vanished, instinct screamed to vanish into the earth. Brother Nie Yun, I must go, now. Nie Yun watched her stumble away, then sank onto a chair with a sigh. High-intelligence clones, brilliant tools, yes, but inevitably they sowed chaos. As the clone's memories flowed back, Nie Yun understood all, and smiled faintly. He sensed Fu's feelings yet could not reciprocate. Fu was undeniably lovely, gentle and bright, but she was not his kind. And at 16 she was 6 years his junior. Outside the inn, Fu panted, furious, Xiao Chongming, did you already know that wasn't the real brother Nie Yun? Never. Absolutely not. Master Nie Yun's mastery is peerless, I could never discern his clone. A miniature Chongming bird flickered into view behind her, denying everything, determined to bury the truth forever. As dusk fell, Shiomu's residence shimmered with opulence, a lavish banquet hosted for Nie Yun attended by nearly every elite figure of Takigakure signaling profound respect. At the gate Shiomu himself stepped forth to greet Nie Yun, with Fu trailing quietly behind, face still flushed and silent. No formalities, no restraint. You're Fu's friend, hence mine. And since we're near the same age, you must savor our village's customs, flavors and spirit. Shiomu radiated warmth. Nie Yun responded with genuine smiles. He found the young shadow earnest and admirable. Inside the hall, guests welcomed him warmly, except Shui Yen seated motionless, immovable as stone. Shiomu, flustered, introduced, "This is my teacher Shui Yen, the village's legendary pillar." Yet Shui Yen remained aloof, posture regal, as though the title of shadow already crowned him. Nie Yun regarded him with quiet, knowing amusement. "Ah, Mr. Shui Yen. Your name echoes far and wide. An intriguing name. Does Shui Yen have siblings? Perhaps Han Yen, Wan Yen, or Hao Mao Ha De Men?" Shui Yen stiffened, wariness flaring. Why this sudden inquiry about kin? A tremor of guilt flickered across his face. Shiomu, still smoothing things over, asked, puzzled Nie Yun, "Why do you ask?" Regrettably, teacher Shui Yen grew up an orphan in Takigakure's orphanage, devoting his life entirely to the village, never marrying, never fathering children. But as his disciple, I am in essence his son. Shiomu spoke with unfeigned sincerity, while Nie Yun noted unmistakably the disdain flashing in Shui Yan's eyes. "It's nothing, just a joke in my hometown's dialect, no need to take it seriously. Master Shui Yen has rendered great service and your disciple Shimu has achieved remarkable success. Truly a model pair of master and disciple, admirable indeed." Nie Yun chuckled, offering a rather sarcastic compliment. Shimu didn't understand and Shui Yen pretended not to, so the scene appeared remarkably harmonious. Shui Yen frowned and said perfunctorily, "Having a disciple like Shimu makes me very proud." To Nie Yun these words were completely against Shui Yan's conscience, but Shimu, unaware of the truth, was so moved his eyes reddened. Nie Yun shook his head, silently mourning for him. The more moved Shimu was now, the more shattered he would likely be later. Nie Yun and Shui Yen exchanged idle perfunctory pleasantries, while the naive Shimu believed it was a banquet of perfect harmony and was delighted. Little did he know that even Fu, standing nearby, had sensed Nie Yun's sarcasm and Shui Yan's insincerity. Finally, Fu couldn't bear the hypocritical masked conversation any longer. It was sheer torture for her. So she grabbed Nie Yun and ran out. Brother Shimu in taking Nie Yun to explore the area. Nie Yun didn't resist letting her drag him out of Shimu's residence. As soon as they left, he sensed someone following them from the shadows. At that moment, Shimu's residence was already secretly surrounded by Shui Yan's men. Almost all the high-ranking members of Takigakure village were inside, making it a perfect net to catch them all. As they ran, Fu complained, "You people are so boring. How can anyone stand there talking for so long?" "To be honest, I find it boring too." Nie Yun yawned in perfect coordination. "Hee, then you owe me a big thanks. I'll take you to a fun place I've loved since I was a kid. You dragged me out here. Can I refuse?" Hearing this, Fu was clearly delighted and quickened her pace. She chattered incessantly, introducing the buildings of Takigakure village they passed. "By the way, Nie Yun, why did you have to hide your..." As they passed through a narrow street, Nie Yun suddenly grabbed Fu, covered her mouth and pulled her into the shadows. Fu was startled by the sudden change but didn't resist fiercely. Then she saw two wooden figures emerge from the ground where they had just walked, taking their forms and continuing to run ahead. Soon after, several dark figures flashed past. They scanned the area but didn't find the hidden pair. "Captain, nothing unusual here. You must have been too tense and imagined it." "Perhaps. The Jinchuriki is a priority target that must be controlled. No amount of caution is excessive. Keep following. As for that Konoha ninja, if he interferes with our control of the Jinchuriki, kill him immediately without mercy." The dark figures vanished into the night with a series of soft whooshes. Fu finally realized they were being followed. Who could it be? Sent by whom? Brother Shimu. Impossible, he wouldn't do such a thing. And these people clearly have hostile intent toward me. Then who else? Fu stared at Nie Yun, hoping for an answer. Shui Yen is planning a rebellion and it will happen tonight. Though Nie Yun said it casually, it struck Fu like a thunderbolt. Shui Yen is Brother Shimu's teacher, someone he trusts. Why would he rebel? Fu was reluctant to believe it, but Nie Yun had no reason to lie. To him, all this in Takigakure is just a petty squabble. Come on, let's go back and see for ourselves. Nie Yun patted Fu's shoulder, signaling her to follow. Dazed, Fu followed him back toward Shimu's residence. When they secretly returned near the residence, everything seemed normal, nothing had happened. Fu breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe Nie Yun was mistaken. As if reading her thoughts, Nie Yun led her to a distant rooftop and began observing the surroundings. Soon Fu noticed that Shimu's residence was secretly surrounded by a group of mysterious ninjas. Fu grew anxious, wanting to return and warn Shimu and the Takigakure high-ranking officials. But Nie Yun held her back. Don't worry. Tonight no one but the villains will die. Let's just sit here and watch Shui Yan's performance. Staring at Nie Yun's confident expression, Fu felt her panic subside. Somehow she found herself sitting back down beside him. They waited quietly for something to stir at the banquet. Though the banquet's host had been pulled away by Fu, the event showed no signs of ending. Because someone didn't want it to end so soon, that someone was Shui Yan. After Nie Yun left, the stern Shui Yan suddenly turned into a cheerleader. To those who wanted to leave, he said, though our guest from Konoha is gone, I believe the banquet should continue. All of you are heroes of our Takigakure village, usually busy with missions. Now that we're finally gathered, this banquet should go on, not for anyone else but for our village's heroes and pillars. Though Shui Yan was plotting a rebellion, his plan required no mass slaughter. He only needed to force Shimu to step down, and with his prestige in the village he could take over peacefully. These high-ranking officials would still be the backbone of Takigakure in the future, so his words were sincere. The crowd, including Shimu, cheered and celebrated, making the atmosphere even livelier than before. Basking in everyone's flattery, Shui Yan felt lightheaded, as if he had already become the Takikage. Far away, Nie Yun and Fu, still waiting for Shui Yan to launch his rebellion, were yawning endlessly. Fu had calmed down completely. With Nie Yun around, these people couldn't cause much trouble. She asked Nie Yun, are they going to make a move tonight or not? I'm getting sleepy. Probably, maybe, perhaps, I guess. Nie Yun was also uncertain now. Should we just charge in and expose all of Shui Yan's men? That would prove his rebellion too right. Fu muttered. Hey, I could have done that long ago, but that would be no fun. Since the play has reached this point, let's watch it to the end. Defeating the enemy's scheme at the moment of their greatest triumph is the most satisfying. Nie Yun explained with a grin. Fu, fine, you strong people sure know how to have fun. When I become strong, you'll do the same. As midnight approached, the high-ranking members of the Takanen clan at the banquet, under the deliberate persuasion of Shui Yan, were becoming a bit tipsy, their eyes hazy with intoxication. Shimu, with a flushed face, spoke to his beloved teacher Shui Yan, saying, Teacher, I think it's about time. Everyone seems to be having a great time, and we have a mission to carry out tomorrow. With a smile, Shui Yan patted Shimu's head and said, Yes, it's about time. Now it's time to act. Shimu, still confused, mumbled, Act. Act on what? But Shui Yan swiftly struck Shimu on the back of his neck with a knife hand strike, causing him to collapse limply into her arms. The high-ranking members of Takanen thought Shimu was just drunk and were about to tease him. Suddenly Shui Yan grabbed a cup nearby and threw it to the ground. The cup is broken as a signal. The sharp sound of the shattering cup abruptly silenced the noisy banquet. Suddenly numerous ninjas dressed in black combat uniforms rushed into the courtyard. Realizing the intruders had ill intentions, the Takanen leaders attempted to take action, only to find that they could not mobilize their chakra and their bodies felt weak. Who are these people? Quick, protect Lord Takayuki. What's happening? I can't mobilize my chakra. Neither can I. I feel completely drained. Damn it, we've been poisoned. Shui Yan, what are you doing? Are you betraying the village? The panicked crowd surrounded and in disarray noticed that Shui Yan was not only unscathed but had also bound Shimu. It seems you are not as foolish as I thought, Shui Yan said proudly, sitting in Shimu's original position. But I'm not betraying the village, I'm here to save it. What nonsense are you talking about? Facing the incredulous expressions of the crowd, Shui Yan derived great satisfaction. Humph, that kid Shimu only became the Takayuki because his father was the previous one. In terms of